Hello everyone and welcome along to Barcelona for the 24 hours of Barcelona Catalunya. A very, very warm welcome to everybody. The last round of the 24H series for 2025. After a titanic struggle through Europe since March, we come down to our championship deciding race. The first year on the Michelin tyre and the first year of the 24-hour series by Michelin, with 9 GT3 teams still able to take victories. Take the title in 992. We also have 6 cars that can do that, but lots of stories from qualifying, lots of stories going into this race. We started our championship in Mugello in March, and after that we traveled to Spa-Francorchamps in May. We also had a race most recently at Paul Ricard at the start of July, and now here in Barcelona. The end of the European season, but it also signals the start of the Middle Eastern Trophy for 2025-26, with a race in Malaysia on the first weekend of December, and then our traditional visit to the Middle East with Abu Dhabi a week before the Dubai 24 hours for 2026. It kind of has been perfect weather here in Barcelona. We haven't had much rain, but it hasn't been too hot on a circuit which is renowned for its abrasiveness, and in an area of Spain which is renowned for 40-odd degrees. But today is around 20, as it has been across the weekend. We're hoping those mountains don't gather too much rain clouds and it doesn't hit us here on circuit, and therefore we get a dry 24 hours, which is enough of a struggle for our 33 teams as it is, without adding any other jeopardy. It is myself, Peter Snowden, Peter Mackay, and down in the box and down on the grid, we have Carla Velti and John Hindhoff. Good morning to you both down there.
Good morning, Ben. Good morning, Booth. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a very, very packed grid here at the Circuit de Catalunya, the Michelin 24 hours. These are the trophies that we are playing for, both today and for the season. Obviously, the historic Trophy Fermín Vélez, which has been part of the 24 hours of Barcelona since this was a touring car race. We have a brand new bubbly supply here. Paladin are supplying the, actually nice to drink, don't just spray it. And then of course the big trophy for everybody in class, and the championship trophies as well will be handed out later on today. Carla Velti is with me for her first time as part of our broadcast team here. And Carla, what excitement we had in the qualifying yesterday, but how we saw it qualify is not how we're going to see it line up.
No, listen, 24 hours is a long time, and if anything, yesterday proved how much is possible to happen, how much can happen here. Overnight, position changed on the grid, which already shows this is going to be very interesting for these 24 hours, so can't wait to see it start.
And the positions we are talking about, in particular one that will have an impact on how the cars roll off, is that the Ajit Kumar car has lost its pole position in 992. They've had to change the chassis overnight after an incident in the nighttime practice, and therefore they've been put back. That does mean that JordanRedCamel.nl have inherited that position. We'll talk to some of the drivers in a moment or two, but we're getting very close to the formalities, and if Seb swings round to his right-hand side, we'll start, as tradition dictates, with the national anthem here at the Circuit Barcelona Catalunya before the Michelin 24 hours and our championship finale for 2026. So the formalities then underway. I've made my way through a big crowd on the grid here, and Seb will catch up with me. I'm at pole position, which is driver's right, nearest the pit wall, as Seb will fight his way through. The car that is on pole position here is the AMG, sitting resplendent. Lots of people getting photos that I don't want to break through. Seb will catch up with me in just a second. Oh, and another national anthem. Stand by. The national anthems first of Spain and then of Catalonia, the red and the gold here at the circuit of Catalonia, right next to the pole position car. And this man is on his way to us at the moment, whilst Mauro Engel is saying, let's have a word with Ben Pack. Benjamin, how are you this morning?
Very good.
Yeah?
Yeah, feeling is good. No, not a lot of pressure, so ready for the 24 hours.
How do you get yourself into the state of mind for a 24-hour race? It's Mauro that starts the car,
yes, exactly.
So when do you get in?
I go in second, so
not too long to wait.
Exactly, so Mauro will take the start, and afterwards I'm in the car. So I'm very relaxed, very comfortable, so ready, and yeah, let's hope to do a good result.
We wish you good racing. Mauro Engel has just joined us, looking as cool as ever. Hello, my friends. Just briefing with the mechanics there. Nice job in qualifying by the whole team, because of course 3 people have to do it. You were always going to be here this weekend. I know how much you love this race. What is special about this 24 hours here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya?
First of all, it's a great circuit, great atmosphere, great vibe. I've never done this race, so it's always been a race I've had an eye and wanted to do. So it's great to have the opportunity to do it. And as you mentioned, you know, the whole team at TFT and my co-drivers, everyone did a great job so far. And now just looking forward to settling in the race.
How would you describe your 2025? Has it been a good 25, a reasonable 25, an average 25?
It's been pretty good. I think in all the major championships we're in the running for the title, and now it's crunch time to see if we can get the titles. It becomes a very good year. If we can't, then obviously it's more of an average year. So, but I think we've put ourselves in a good position, and looking forward to those season finals now.
Every time we've been talking to anybody in any class here, all they want to talk about is the Michelin tyre and how it reacts to this surface. This is a tough track for any manufacturer of tyres. Is that going to be the key here, tyre management?
Yeah, for sure. Barcelona is a tough track for the tyre. We know the deg is usually quite high, and we hope that that's one of the strengths that we can have. And I think we've set up the car nicely, and the tyre is working well.
You're really looking forward to this, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm enjoying racing, enjoying being here, and looking forward to getting started.
Race well. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Right, that's Maro Engel on pole position. Stay with me. This is a proper old-fashioned dive through. Look at how many people there are on the grid here as the tyres are coming out of their warmers to go on Maro Engel's AMG. Let's go back into the crowd. The grid's just starting to be cleared. It'll make our lives just a tiny little bit easier. You probably can't see the rest of the front row, but I promise you it is there. I'm going to try and grab some drivers. Proton Huber competition. I'll let you put your shirt on. Are you ready, Klaus? Are you ready to go racing?
Of course. I mean, we have 15 minutes before the race, so should be ready. Yeah?
And you've got Maro Engel right in front of you. We know him, we know you, so the big guns are in right from the start. There's an old saying in motor racing, you can't win a race at the start, but you can lose it. What's the mental situation for you right now?
I mean, 100% you can not win the 24 hours in turn 1, lap 1. It's clear, I mean, we want to finish on top in the end of the race, so we will be hopefully smart enough to do not something stupid. In the end, it's really a long race. We will have different track conditions. Let's see how the night will be. Could also be that there's some small drizzles possible, or in the end of the race. This is also something we had to consider in terms of car setup, and clearly we are not going for corner 1.
Coming to the end of what has been a spectacular lifespan for this version of the Porsche GT3 car. We've already been thankful to see that car racing in the Creventic 12 hours at Spa earlier on. Be nice to give this one a send-off with a victory.
Of course, I mean, it would be a dream to win this race. In the end, we had really good races. The last 2 races were really good. We could win the 12 hours of Paul Ricard overall. We are in the Pro-Am category, and to win it overall, it's something really nice and special for our team. And I mean, 24 hours is always a different story. Everybody knows it's so hard, not only for the drivers, also for the machines, for the crew. You need to be focused for 24 hours. One mistake can change everything. But the car is well prepared. We took a lot of focus on this as a whole team. We tried everything, that everything is perfectly prepared.
In Creventic, we often say that actually you, Maro, the pro drivers, this series isn't really for you. It's for your gentleman drivers and people who drive less often to come and do some big races and some big racetracks. How is that then? Do you have to have a slightly different mentality as a pro driver, knowing that this is slightly more relaxed?
I mean, in the end, the rules allow it, that it's possible that you can have a pro driver. So that's why I think Maro and me and some other drivers are here. In the end, it's clear, if you are on a full pro car, it's a different approach, also in terms of setup. We are 4 drivers now in the car, and the car has to fit for all 4 drivers. It means sometimes you need to make some sacrifices in terms of car setup. But this is how the sport is, and in the end you want to get the most out of the whole car crew, of the whole car, of the potential, and that's why you need to do sometimes compromises.
Good to see you here. Thanks for coming. Thanks for bringing the team along with you as well. Rest well.
Thank you very much.
Klaus Bachler, we'll let him get ready because he's first in the car. I want to nip across to the other side of the track here. Still quite a lot of people on the track. We'll get back to the Ferrari at Scuderia Praha in just a second, but here's the GT3 AM pole sitting car, and pretty special occasion for these guys this weekend. But before they get underway, Alexander Prince, how are you, fella?
I'm fine so far. Yeah, everything is relaxed, excited for the race, so let's see what's come.
Man, you guys have had a good season. You've had a smile on your face more times than not when I've come to speak to you, and I'm not always in the pit lane, I know. I suppose, to use a phrase, what's your expectations for this race?
It's difficult to say. For sure, we have in the front rows, we have all the pro drivers like Maro Engel, Klaus Bachler, Pierre Caffa. It's for us as a we have all the pro drivers to catch up with these guys. We focus on our AM class for sure, but for sure we always we try to survive till the morning, And then we tried, like always, we try to push hard to give them a hard time. And let's see what's coming out of this. Hopefully near to the overall podium and, yeah, maybe the podium for the AM class.
You guys have been around Creventic racing for a very long time. In fact, there's a bit of an anniversary this weekend, but we'll leave that until later in the race. Elsa, which is this car, is a little bit newer. Why do you guys keep coming back as a team, as a family, to Creventic racing? There are plenty of places and championships you can race GT3 cars now. Why this one?
Yes, for sure. It would be possible for us to go also to other series, but we just love all the atmosphere here. We love the family atmosphere. We love that the fans can really come close to the cars. It's not like completely like a secret everywhere. Also the teams, they are so friendly. We're helping out each other, not only in between the AMG teams, it's also with every kind of team. If someone has a problem, we are helping. Because we love racing. It's just about racing, passion, enjoying the whole weekend, and we have for sure the most driving time we can get. And as an AM driver, it's really important that you get before the race a lot of driving time, because we just come to the race and sit in the race car. It's not like the pro drivers that we can every week we sit in the race car. We need the time to get used to the track, the car, and feel really comfortable for ourselves. So, and that's our main reason. And for sure, we love also all the guys behind the camera with a microphone. It's always just lovely to come here. It's more like a friendship, everything.
I was going to say, it isn't like the circus comes to town every 3 weeks or a month and catching up and finding out what's been going on. I love the fact that our sport, motorsport, gives you the opportunity, your team, best of the team. Let's move on down the grid. The grid is being cleared at the moment. Our race direction helping out with that. Still some tyres going along. Another row of AMGs. We're into the Ferraris. I was going to have a quick look at Scuderia Ferrari, but Scuderia Praha, but they are getting ready. Now, Seb, I want to go this way and to the Ferrari that is on your left-hand side, and to the team of Era Motorsport. Now, let's see, where's the boss? Is he around? No, he's not. But Jake Hill is in Mufti. So Jake Hill, current British Touring Car champion, heading off into international motorsport. I'm not going to ask you about that, because that's not what we're talking about here today. Congratulations on a fantastic year last year. You've been very competitive at times this year as well in the Touring Car Championship. But you're loving this, and you're loving Era, and a very special livery on this car this weekend.
It is, yeah. Thank you, Hindy. I mean, it's, yeah, first of all, it's, big move for myself this year, leaving British Touring Car Championship at the end of the year, and, looking forward to doing more sports cars for next year. So that's a big move for myself. For this weekend, yeah, we got a new livery on the car for the final round with New Life, which is a Special Care Baby Foundation charity, which is important, obviously, to us and the team. So, yeah, glad to be supporting that, and hopefully we can get our Era Ferrari up towards the front.
And some absolutely top-class works drivers. I've just spoken to some of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, quali was good. I was on for pole in the silver stint in the middle part of qualifying until I got held up by an Audi in the very last corner. So a bit gutted, but yeah, still P3 for myself. Ryan was third in the gold session as well. Dwight still needs to find a little bit of time, but do you know what? He did really well, and I don't think a lot of people used their effectively slowest AMs in qualifying at the first part yesterday. So I think Dwight's going to be all right actually once we get him in.
Right, we've got to get off the grid now. When are you in?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, all right. Right, I've just heard a hooter. 2 Class Paul Porsches behind you, Seb, if you just spin around. On the left is that new 992 Class Paul. Remember, the Ajit Kumar red Ant car had to go further back because of a chassis change overnight. And we've got the 993 AM car right alongside it as well. What have they got ahead of them? 24 hours of this superb circuit, which races really well for multi-class racing. What does it look like? Well, rather like this. Here's Ben.
Thanks very much, John. Here is the Michelin guide of this Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, which is 4.6 kilometers in length. An average lap time of 1 minute and 44 seconds, but fastest lap time in the 140s in qualifying. A good second faster than we managed last year on these new for 2025 Michelin tyres. Top speed of over 280 kilometers an hour as you come down into the braking zone at turn 1. The fast cars at 280, braking down to 100 for turns 1 and 2, and then an acceleration through turn 3, up to another pretty high speed of the braking zone at turn 4, and that's the second part of the lap, the second interception through turns 7 and 8, and then it's fast flick right-hander up at turn 9, down towards the last sector of the lap. You've got a hard hairpin left and then an acceleration zone at turn 12, hairpin right. Got rid of the chicane that Formula 1 had there for about 7 years, so it's pretty fast at 13, almost flat at 14, relying upon those tyres before the blast all the way down to turn 1 once more. Last year's lap record, a 1:41.1 in McLaren on Hankooks. We get the 40s this year with the Michelin tyres. We have seen a 38 from GT3 cars in other classes, but of course it does very much depend on the conditions of the day and the tyres. As I said, my name is Ben Constanduris. It's great to have you with us for this 24-hour series finale. We've got 9 GT3 cars able to take the championship. We've got 6 in 992. There's lots of stories and quite a few teams, Peter Mackay, that are visiting us, not for the first time, but not in the championship battle, and are going to play around and not interfere with the championship because they've got their rights to win as well, including our pole car, TFT Racing, Mauro Engel will be starting that car, Santalok Jr. alongside a Mercedes and Audi on the front row, with Proton Uber competition, the first of our championship challengers, alongside Red Ant on row 2, Klaus Bachler and Ayrton Redon. Row 3 has Joseph Kral starting the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and then Hoffer Racing will be started by Alexander Prince. And that is row 3 for you. We've got another Mercedes on row 4. Get Speed are here, and great to have the Aston Martin of E2P Racing, the Spanish team, local to Barcelona, know this place well. They start on row 4. Row 5, Inter Africa Ferrari and the Haas RT Audi. 2 full-fat pro cars on row 5. Then it's Viper Nisa Racing and Era on row 6. And then the last of our GT3 car rows is 2 Audis, Continental Racing by Simpson and the Jutta Racing Audi. Then into the midst of our 992 category. A few changes there. Red Camel Jordan inheriting the pole position alongside Seb Lejeune Racing after a penalty applied to the Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche that starts down in 20th position now after a chassis change. Moreland Motorsport and HRT there just ahead of them, and Holmgard Motorsport will be sharing row 10 with Ajit Kumar Racing. Still waiting to see who will be starting that particular car. A different lineup for Ajit Kumar this weekend. The car run, of course, by Red Ant Racing. Row 12, we have GP Racing and the first of the Vortexes. Solène Amarouche will start the 974. Lionel Father will start the 701. They are the only GTX category cars. GT4 is led by NM Racing. We've also got Sorg Rennsport joining us, second on the grid. And there's a 992 back there as 27th position. The last of the GT4s is Venture. There's 3 GT4s. And then we get into the TCEs, led by JMEC Engineering, their BMW, with Cupra, the only other championship challenger from AS Best Racing. And then some amazing guest cars through Honda Racing from America. And the last of our 33-car field is the 111 AS Best Racing older style Cup Porsche. 33 cars on the field spread across 5 different classes. And finally, I can introduce Peter. It's we saw how close it was in qualifying, in all different classes. This is not going to be a straightforward race.
No, it won't. Everyone's been talking about tyre degradation all week long, and it has an effect not just on the performance of the tyre that you get across the stint, but also the way you set the car up. And some of the most experienced teams in this paddock who know their package inside and out have been struggling to find a setup. We're going to find out now how that plays out in these first few hours of the race. We're just approaching 12 o'clock local time, so in the next 3 or 4 hours we're going to get the warmest part of the day, which of course puts more stress for the tyre. So let's see how that one plays out as well. Great grid of cars as always here for the 26th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, and 24 hours from now we'll know who will be the holder of the Trofeo Fermín Vélez.
Just switching through the onboard cameras that you can watch on our YouTube channel, with Patrick Heusman aboard the RPM Racing Porsche down in 21st position on the grid, but a multiple supercar champion back in the day. Imagine that 992 car is going to be quite active in the first couple of laps.
It will be, and what's striking me is that the top GT3 teams, a lot of them are putting their fastest driver in early. Maro Engel for TFT Racing, the pole-sitting Mercedes-AMG. Klaus Bachler in the Proton Huber competition Porsche. And also in the era Ferrari is Ryan Diel as well. So a lot of teams are going for their top-graded driver early on to try and get an early jump on this race. And I'm sure for all of the era team, they're racing for a bigger purpose this weekend for New Life Special Care babies. The car's pink. It's normally blue and purple. This weekend it's pink. And if you go onto the Era Motorsport social media page, you'll see the link where you can donate to that wonderful charity which provides special care for newborn babies who need special medical care. It's a fantastic cause. Do be sure to go and support it.
Just one formation lap, so the cars now lining up in 2x2 formation. The final couple of turns of this Barcelona lap, a plunge downhill through the final turn of the lap, which in racing conditions will be flat out. We've already had racing around the circuit this morning, the final round of the TCR Europe Championship as a support race. And it's really great to see 24H Series continuing to add to the program. Actually, a really strong amount of fans coming out to watch on the grid earlier on. It was an absolutely packed grid walk and a beautiful day. Barcelona does really do well with getting the locals to come and watch. 33 cars for the Barcelona 24 hours for 2025. Thunder and rumble towards the line to get us underway. And now they accelerate towards turn 1 and all spread out and fan out. You've got Maro Engel and Stefan Tribonini on the front row of the grid. Bachler and Redant will want to be working to try and get to the front, and actually it's not a particularly strong start from Maro Engel, really hassled by Klaus Bachler going into turn 1. Everyone else sorting themselves out through the first couple of turns. Engel does hold on to first, and actually Bachler has got an Audi to his outside, so that's Tribonini trying to go around the outside of him after a very aggressive turn 1. Now Bachler's having to look slightly in his mirrors as he comes into turn 4, claims that second position, so Tribonini drops to 3rd, and then Ayrton Redant in 4th.
So Maro Engel managing just about to hang on to that advantage as he pulls out a couple of car lengths over Klaus Bachler, but unfortunately we've got a very early pit caller, the number 123 in the TCE category, the American THRW Honda Racing team. They unfortunately have come into the pits well off schedule, so that's not a good start to their 24 hours of Barcelona.
No, and they've also under investigation for leaving the pit lane under a red light, so new to the championship, new to the regulations, and there's a lot to get your head around when it comes to Creventic racing. So they actually had the aluminium welder out yesterday when I went into into their garage, so they've had a few issues, some sorting out to be done. One of the and actually come straight back out again, so whatever the issue was, not needing to spend too long in pit lane. Josef Crowler's on the move. He's up to 4th position in his Ferrari. Means Ayrton Redant must down a position, and in fact there is a gap because Redant's down to 6th spot, and that's Axel J Jeffries, who started in 9th. I think he's going to come across the line in 5th position. What a great first lap from the Zimbabwean.
Axel Jeffries doing a top job there in that Into Africa car that's been run by Dragon Racing, that for red Ferrari behind the grey and yellow Ferrari as they come down into turn 1. But I'm really impressed in the early laps here. Stefan Tribudini, who's an AM-graded driver, he's surrounded by professionals here. Maro Engel, Klaus Bachler, 2 of the greatest GT drivers in the world right now, and he's right there around with them and holding his own as well. Great stuff from Stefan Tribudini in that black and green Santilok Junior Team Audi.
Wow, when he got into that car at the start of the race and saw the drivers around him, I imagine the nerves were high. But as you say, doing a good job. He's got Joseph Crowell all over the back of him through 3, but couldn't find a way through as they come down to 4. And actually, Crowell's going to be looking in his mirrors as well, because Axel Jeffries is right there. Then there is a gap. Then it's Redon, Ozeka and Lismo, so 2 Mercedes and Audi, and then Alexander Prince lost a position at the start. Dominic Ang moved up into the top 10 for Viper Nisa, and Ryan DL making inroads, of course, in his Ferrari down in 11th position right now, after the average qualifying, as we heard from Jake Hill, using their slower drivers and finding themselves therefore lower down the pack. We've got the yellow flag showing at turn number 5, and we do have a car stop. There it is. Oh, it's the Mercedes Adventure.
Oh no, last year's winners in the GT4 category, they've got back going again. The car seemed to grind to a halt there and then has carried on just through turn 7 and turn 8 at the moment. It's Matthew George, their semi-pro driver, their top-graded driver, who's in the car at the moment. So that's a good thing. When these sorts of things happen, you need an experienced driver to not panic and crack on. They had a great run last year. That was their first race in the series, and they've been here for the full season, and they are our GT4 champion-elect.
And they are one of the most professional teams in the paddock. You go down to their garage, it's spotless. They've got a nice sponsor area. They've got a simulator in there for their guests to enjoy driving around Barcelona, as well as the drivers themselves. And I have to say, they really do an amazing job wherever we go, whether not just for here, but every single round they've got a full setup. And they weren't particularly lucky, if I seem to remember, in Spa in the early part of the year. They were leading GT4. They've had races where they haven't had anybody else to race against. I think Mizana, they were the only GT4 car, but they do have competitors here in NM Racing and in Team Sorg Rennsport. They were leading both of them, but now at the tail of the field.
So a little bit of a split appearing then between the top 5, and then a couple of seconds back to 6th place, where Ayrton Redont in the number 93 Redant Mercedes is just a bit of a gap there. Is already coming across a little bit of multi-class traffic for the leaders with that delayed Honda, but they're kind of queuing up behind Ayrton Redont at the moment. That team, a very established member of the Michelin 24-hour series, double champions in 992. They've moved up to GT3 this year, and they've been getting closer and closer to that overall win. They came very close in Paul Ricard. Is this where they get their first overall win in Michelin 24-hour series competition? They're going to have to be perfect, but they've got a great driver lineup. They've got 5 drivers in there, including Luke Hartog, who they've managed to bring over from the Porsche fold for this weekend, which I think is a very, very wise signing indeed.
Now, don't forget, we are not going to be seeing ultimate fastest laps from our professional drivers at the head of the field. They've now established their positions. They're now in tyre preservation mode. You're going to hear us talk a lot about tyre preservation across the 24 hours as Yannick Redon loses a position there to Adam Osieka. That's the not the leading for Mercedes, because we've got a Mercedes at the head of the field, but that is for 6th position a change. We need to get these Michelin tyres preserved. The circuit incredibly abrasive, incredibly aggressive, and we need to get within 50 minutes because there's a new regulation, Peter, that means you can't change tyres if you've done less than 50 minutes on a set of tyres in a code 60. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah. So if it was under a green flag conditions, you wouldn't want to be pitting within 50 minutes anyway, because you haven't used up your fuel tank. But if you come in under code 60, what was happening is that when there was a code 60, teams had calculated that it was always good, regardless whether you need to stop or not. If it's code 60, come in and get some fuel and then throw tyres on. The problem is, 4 racing slick tyres is a huge expense. One of the biggest parts of a racing budget is the tyres. So if you've got teams with more generous budget than others, they're at a competitive advantage. So what Creventic, the team that organised the Michelin 24-hour series, have done is to try and limit that use and to try to reduce everybody's tyre bill effectively. And that's where they're very, very clever at working with the competitors, listening to the teams, listening to their concerns and addressing them to try and put on the best product possible. And it doesn't shortchange us in racing. In fact, it actually gives us another little strategical angle to follow, if you like.
Still in third position, Stefan Tribodini holding on ahead of those two Ferraris that have the pro drivers in their cars. Joseph Crowell and Axel Jeffries, fourth and fifth, then a gap. But Adam Oseka and Mathis Lismont have broken clear of Ayrton Redon, who's dropped from 6th down to 8th position on that last lap. Redon now has Prince and Rian Diel behind. And I suppose Dominic Ang in that little queue as well now in his Viper Nisa Mercedes. Then the first of the 992 category, and that's interesting because we saw how good James Kellett was in qualifying. If you remember, he was absolutely spellbinding in the final part of qualifying for 992. He's elevated HRT to the head of the 992 category and 3.5 seconds to the good over Rick Breukers. So in the Red Camels Jordan car, they have their fast gun in Rick. But James Kellett showing his heels at the head of 992 right now.
I'm not surprised to see James Kellett putting in this performance. Multiple race winner in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Overall, multiple Ginetta champion in the UK. So he's come through the single make world in the United Kingdom, which is a very, very competitive space. So it's great to see him get this opportunity at this level in endurance racing. As Ryan Diel now in the last sector, trying to make his way around the Redon Mercedes as they come into the penultimate corner right now. Ayrton Redon just holding off DL for now. That is your battle over 10th position. But we've got an update down in the pits. Let's catch up with John Hindhaugh.
Early days in the race here, and you might think, well, why is Hindhaugh in an empty pit? I want to show you the level of preparation that goes on right up and down this pit lane. This is at Home Guard. Look at how everything is laid out. All of the electric drivers, the guns, the batteries, all on charge over that side. The right-hand side over to the left-hand side, we have a C-Tech battery charger. I've got about 4 of those myself. Everything is in its proper place. The extra batteries for the headsets all the way down. Drivers' helmets all in the right places so everybody knows what it is. Little spot for people to be relaxing in the pit lane. And then, of course, lots of water and other drinks to get you through the night. And the most important things, there's some sweeties and chocolates, but my eyes have rested, of course, gentlemen, on the fruit. It's all neat and tidy here at the moment. What will it look like in 24 hours time? I'm not entirely certain, but they'll be hoping just to polish it, put wheels and tyres on it and send it. They've even already got a new set of brake discs because they know they'll have to do a brake disc change at some stage during the race down here at Home Guard.
That they will, yes. That's always an important part of when to do the brake change. And an impressive range of snack. I saw some blue and red cola bottles there, some biscuits, very nice indeed. But it's holding up on course because in turn 8 there's been a yellow flag shown. I don't see though, Ben, on our track map a car going slowly.
No, I think the Aston Martin was facing the wrong direction on the exit of turn 8, but has got going again. Very difficult car to drive. The new Aston Martin Vantage, brought in, what, 2 years ago now? Built by ProDrive and very much a purebred racing car. I say that because there are cars in this field in the GT3 category designed for the gentleman driver, you and I, to jump into and feel comfortable and be able to push. And there were other cars out there, mainly the more modern GT3 cars, that are much more on the knife edge, much harder to extract the best performance out of. And ProDrive is a company that, of course, built the 550 Maranello, the 555 Subaru, is where I was going with that one, and various race cars across the last 25 to 30 years. They have built a purebred, almost Formula 3 style race car. And so E2P Racing, which is a driving school effectively here in Spain, trying to get the best out of what is a beautiful car, which is a brand new car, but a very, very tricky car to get the best out of. And they have struggled, to be fair, all year. We've got in the moment in the car their least experienced driver, and unfortunately he has swapped ends. But he's going again. We didn't see it on the screens, but he is down in 24th position.
Big pressure being placed on the 6th place car, the number 286 Get Speed performance car, driven at the moment by Adam Oseka. Matisse Lismont in the Haas RT Audi right in behind. Haas had a brilliant win overall at Misano in the mid-summers and trying to make moves forward here. Great to see Get Speed come here to compete, a team that's very well known at the Nürburgring. They run the, you can't call it the factory AMG, but as close as you get, you know, filled with factory drivers going for victories at the Nürburgring 24 hours, so they're very familiar there. But wonderful to see them come and take part in this 24 hours of Barcelona, coming around the never-ending turn 3, turn 4 complex, just right-hander, and you're just punishing the tyre. And this is an area of the circuit where the tyre is going to be put under its biggest stress. And the Mercedes is an interesting car because it's got a big 6.2 litre V8 in the front of it, which some drivers have commented in the past that it can be quite hard on its tyres, whereas the Audi is totally different. Big capacity V10, but in the middle of the car, so a little bit different. And Lismont definitely getting held up here, but behind Oseka, because also Alexander Prinz has come to join the party. So this is a three-way fight for 6th position as they come round turn 9 at the moment.
I wonder whether there was a little bit of kissing between the two of them as they came out of turn 5 there. There was a half a nose up the inside on the exit, and then the Audi almost sort of wiggled, didn't it? So I wonder whether there was a little bit of a squeeze for Oseka, and Lismont was not able to get through. But Lismont's looking in his mirrors, and they haven't driven away from Prince, and they've got Ryan DL there too. Alexander, I would hesitate to say, struggling. Sorry, no, Ayrton Redeye is the Mercedes that's really struggling. They're down in 10th position now, and Ayrton is, well, yeah, not lapping particularly strongly at all, nearly in the 44s, bearing in mind that Maro Engel is in the 42s. Most cars in the 43s.
But remember, tyre conservation is going to be a thing. We've seen all season long with this first year of the Michelin tyre in this championship, we've seen lap records obliterated all year long. Now, whether it's a change in the surface or whatever, last year the best lap of the race was set on lap 3 by Frederick Schandorf in the McLaren, which had dominant pace. Didn't win the race, but was dominant in terms of one lap speed. As Lismont now up the inside now as they come down through into turn 5, and yes, does get through. Brilliant move there from Matisse Lismont in the Haas RT Audi, so moves up into 6th position now. Will he be able to pull away, and will Alex Prinz be able to have a go now on his fellow Mercedes competitor? But yeah, coming back to the pace, Frederick Schandorf went straight on the pace early on in the race last year, 141.193, and the McLaren was quickest in every sector. Now, Maro Engel is fastest at the moment of this race, a 141.392, so we're not actually on that pace yet. I think we will get there, but not at this early stage of the race. It's going to be a different complexion to this year's Barcelona 24 hour.
Starting to get into a little bit of our TCE traffic. We've got 5 cars in TCE, 1 TCR Cupra. We've got the BMW Time Attack car. Peter will tell you lots about that later. We've got a sort of out of homologation Porsche. You can also explain that one to us. And then 2 completely bespoke Honda Civics. They are not TCR cars. They race over in America in endurance racing over there, and completely bespoke, built by that team. So a real mix of cars in the TCE category, and our GT3 cars having to carve through the back end of those right now.
In that TCE category, the car that started at the very back of the grid is now at the front. That's Konrad Toslevo in that asbest Porsche, which is a GT4 Club Sport, which is effectively the road car, GT4 road car, which I've had the pleasure of having a few miles in the past. I drove one with a manual gearbox. I presume that'll be a PDK, and it was fantastic. Carbon brakes, it was lovely. Although the tyre did need a little bit of time to come into its comfortable window, shall we say. It had one or two little scares before it actually got up to temperature. But big slide coming through turn 3 and 4 for Rick Broikers. A lot of steering input there coming around that very, very fast long right-hander. But Broikers at the moment running second in category and around 6 or 7 seconds away from the class leader, which is James Kellett, who's up the road in the HRT performance car. But Red Camel, they've got to think about the championship. At the moment, they're leading the championship from RPM by 6 points only, and 16 points from Home Guard. So for them, they've got to have one eye on the race, but also one eye on the championship. They've had a great year, but they want to finish it off in style here.
Rick's got lovely space around him. He's got about 4 or 5 seconds up the road to 2 of the slowest GT3 cars. James Kellett has overtaken the 2 Audis at the tail of the GT3 pack, and he's now, well, James Kellett's 15, he's got some space, 15 seconds off the back of the Viper Nisa Mercedes. But then Rick Broikers in second position. He's got 7 seconds on Martin Rump in third position in 992. So loads of space to do his own thing. But we did see that car quite tricky to drive from Luke Broikers yesterday in qualifying. A little bit understeery in places, a little bit oversteery in other places. But at the moment, they are sitting at, as Peter says, second position for Red Camel. Mulner, third position. Gregory Servais is up to 4th position in the Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche. I know there's a lot of you online that will be supporting the AK Racing by Red Ant, and Servais is up in a brand new chassis since yesterday. So they might have done a shakedown this morning, potentially like 1 or 2 laps, but they had to rebuild a new car overnight after a crash in night practice after that previous car got pole position. And so much celebrations down there at Red Ant after qualifying meant a very, very late night for the boys down there to get a new car built, and they're up to 4th position.
Well, the first laps they'll have done in that car is going to the grid laps.
Yeah, they wouldn't have got a, what is it called? Not a sympathy lap.
No, definitely not. But the car, interestingly, is in an Scuderia Farron livery. So maybe they've bought it from, maybe it's a Scuderia Farron's car and they've either borrowed it or bought it. I don't know. We'll find out. That's something for John Hindhoff and Carla Velti to find out for us. Maro Engel leads the motor race by 2.8 seconds, but already that Mercedes AMG looking very out of shape in certain places. The car moving around a lot, so are we already getting into that tyre difficulty? We're only 11 laps into the stint, around 20 minutes. We expect a GT3 car to go around an hour, so we're only really a third into the stint, and already the car slipping and sliding. The track is abrasive on the tyre, but doesn't actually give much grip in certain scenarios, so this is going to be a challenge all race long.
992 is being led by Solène Amarouche. Sorry, GTX is being led by Solène Amarouche, down in 22nd position. Daddy has lost a few track positions in the second of the Vortexes. Interestingly, and it's one for our pit lane team to investigate, the Vortex 701 is a traditional number we've seen them run. We've also seen them run as 702, and we did have this year a 703. I think that was at Paul Ricard. But for some reason, the second Vortex is being run as 974 this weekend. And usually, would I not? Yeah. Usually those would be reserved, I would have thought, for the 992 category cars. So why they've chosen to run a different number also means that they won't be competing for points contributing to the 902 or the 901 points. So a different car, but Selena's been at one with that car, she said in an interview yesterday, and she is leading GTX, just the 2 Vortexes in GTX. Leading TCE, as we mentioned earlier, is the Porsche, the 111. And GT4 is being led by the local team, NM Racing. They've got 2 Mercedes in GT4 and a Porsche. And the team Saw Grensport Porsche now has dropped to 3rd position.
I'm so impressed with the number 18 Audi of Stefan Tribordini there, running, albeit 10 seconds behind the second place car of Klaus Bachler, but holding his own very, very well. And this is the thing about the Michelin 24-hour series. You won't see cars filled all with professional drivers. It's always a mixture of amateurs and professionals, or indeed all amateurs, as the case may be. And it's how you balance that driver lineup and making sure that the weaker links in the chain, if you like, don't make the mistakes and keep the car out of the pit. But Stefan Tribordini is doing that, and doing it with some great pace as well, and is making it very difficult for Joseph Kral to overtake for third position at the moment. And here comes Kral now as they head down the hill, braking hard into turn 10, and Tribordini holding his line firmly, and Kral's going to have to think of another way.
Engel leads by 3 seconds in his TFT Mercedes over Proton Uber competition Porsche, with Santalok junior team 9.5 seconds back, but holding those 2 Ferraris at bay. It was quite an aggressive start, actually, from Klaus Bachler. Started in 3rd position behind Maro Engel, and rather than just following Engel into turn 1, Peter, he actually tried to sneak up the inside of him.
That he did, yeah. It was a little bit of a steady getaway from Maro Engel, but the torque of the Mercedes-AMG 6.2 litre came in, and you're right. The Proton Huber orange and purple machine of Klaus Bachler did have a little peak, but Maro Engel didn't leave the door open. When you've experienced as he is, you've got to get up earlier in the morning than that to take him out, that's for sure. As he really got into his stride early on, pulled a couple of car lengths, and Tribordini making Bachler's life difficult for second place there as well. Clearly that Santalok Audi has got great pace. It's called the Santalok Junior team, but there's quite a few drivers in that car which definitely have more life experience than that. I'm not sure why they call it the Junior team, but
because it's the we've covered this in a previous race, I remember. It is not the driver lineup that's junior, it's the team, it's the mechanics. So it's like a second team for them to gain experience before moving into the Premier GT3 World Challenge team.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's good, and what a great way as well when you've got experienced drivers like Pierre Caffer, who's been an Audi Works driver seemingly forever, when you could have such a thing, there to help with the car and to give advice and how to deal with the team, etc. That's a really, really cool project, and clearly they've prepared a great car. They're a former champion, of course, in this series. In fact, they're the outgoing GT3 Pro-Am champions. So back here for the 24 Hours of Barcelona. They haven't done the full season this year, and they'll be hoping to get that trophy at 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Maro Engel doing his job at the moment, pulling away quite convincingly, actually, from Klaus Bachler. So 142.5 last time by for Engel, but Bachler in second, 143.1. So the gap's now up to 3.9. So is Engel able to make the tyre perform longer? Is he taking performance out of it too early? These are questions that will only be answered over the next 35 minutes, because if we run green for the next 35 minutes, that's roughly when we'll see the GT3 cars come in for their first pit stop. We do not have safety cars here in the Michelin 24-hour series. We have what's called a code 60. So if there is an incident on track, the track needs to be neutralized so that there's a recovery or barrier repair or whatever it might be. We have a code 60, which means that we go to a speed limit of 60 kilometers an hour. Everyone has to travel at 60 kilometers an hour, and that's when we'll often see a lot of pit work going on, because most of the teams that have been successful in 24-hour series competition in the past, they seem to always go, like Herbert, for example. Whenever the code 60 would come out, they would go in. They would very, very rarely refuse surface under a code 60, and they've won this race 4 times. No other team has won it more than once.
Taking a look at the dark red Vortex 2.0 of Solène Amarouche, the daughter of Lionel. Lionel is entered to be in both cars. Whether we will see him in both cars possibly depends on how one or the other does. You sometimes see drivers enter into two cars but only use that second car if the first car dies, for instance. And so he's spreading his luck across both. But Solène, for I think the first time, is showing the heels to her father and is a half a minute now up the road after less than half an hour's worth of driving. So she really has found a sweet spot this weekend in her Vortex 2.0, which was launched here 3 years ago. We didn't see it straight away on the racetrack. The Vortex 1.0 carried on for quite a while, and many of the components have come out of the 1 and put into the 2, but the main chassis very, very different, and the reliability, more crucially, much, much better. So we now can genuinely talk about them as performant cars, and we saw in the first part of qualifying, don't forget, that the GTX Vortex was faster than all of the 992 cars.
The aero concept on the Vortex 2.0 is really, really clever. Gives fantastic straight line speed, but also good grip round the corners. It's been very, very cleverly designed by the Gomez brothers, and great to see them have more of a reliability to take to these 24-hour races as well. Leader in TCE, going very well at the moment, is the 111 Porsche for Asbest Racing, which have a significant advantage at the moment. We're just about 23 seconds or so back to Kevin Clark in the JMEC Engineering BMW E46. Yes, E46 M3. Spoke to Kevin Clark at breakfast this morning, and he said the first time he drove here in the Barcelona 24 hours was in an E46 BMW when it was a period car, when it was new. But this car's got quite the background behind it, which I'm sure we'll chronicle. But Asbest at the moment have two cars here, two very different cars, of course. One Porsche GT4 Club Sport and one Leon Cupra.
Now, Peter, you're an expert of Porsches, far better than I will ever be. We've got a Cayman GT4 car in the TCX class, TCE class, but we also have a GT4 class. Why is this car not in the GT4 category?
So you can buy, or you used to be able to buy a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 road car. That is effectively not a homologated GT4 race car. It's a car that you could go and buy from a showroom at the time.
And it's okay, so it's something that will be called a GT4 on the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Porsche started doing a GT4 road car in 2015. Still really, really want one, but out the price budget at the moment. But but that is very much, it has a lot of the underpinnings of what then became the GT4 race car. In fact, you could take your GT4 race car to a dealership and have it serviced. Nowadays you can buy what's called a GT4 RS road car, and that is a much more high performance machine, and that is therefore made the base of the GT4 car even better. So the reason why it's in TCE is because it's not a homologated GT4 race car. Hope that makes sense. With Porsche, it's always confusing sometimes because it's a 718 and it's also a 982. Don't ask.
Don't do that. But the GT4 cars, as in an SRO homologated GT4 car, is still based upon that car.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And there's not a huge amount of difference. Normally they say 80% of a GT4 car is road based and 20% is race. So it uses a road engine, road gearbox, and then a GT3 is sort of 20% road. That percentage has probably come down even more, and 80% race. You know, if you look at a GT3 car, it uses the same base platform as a street car, the same engine, but a lot of the rest of it is very, very different. The gearbox is a huge difference. You know, a GT4 car uses the road gearbox. The GT3 car uses a race sequential gearbox, and that's where a lot of the performance, but a lot of the cost comes from as well.
But it is worth pointing out that the way that GT3 has developed, if they recently have revived the GT3 series as a historic series, And you look at those cars from 2013, 14, 15, and they still are very much based on the road car with a cage inside. And, you know, they started off their life as something that was supposed to be for the road and then modified into a race car. Completely different to like the Ferraris we see now, the 296. That's a purebred race car. It's never seen a road car in its life. Yes, there are similarities, but it isn't putting a cage in a road car and going racing any longer in GT3.
No, the Ferrari 296 GT3 has moved the game on in GT3 racing. I mean, the modular parts, particularly the rear section, the way it can be changed very quickly in a pit stop. I mean, when Ferrari won the Nürburgring 24 for the first time with the Fricadelli team, they had a puncture coming onto the Dottinger hole about, you know, 2 or 3k from the end of the lap. And they lost about a minute getting the car back with a puncture, but they removed the whole rear section and put the new one on within the time they would take to do the pit stop anyway, and that kept them in the race and they won the race. I think that serviceability won the race, but what an entire rear end of a Ferrari GT3 car costs, I wouldn't want to know. So it has moved the cost up, but the performance and the serviceability has gone up as well. And you see a lot of those Ferrari 296 GT3s racing around the world. How many have we got in the race this weekend? 3. So yeah, it's a popular car wherever you go. And
interestingly, you would expect to see Italian plated trucks servicing those Ferraris, but actually it's Oreca, the team based out of Paul Ricard, that effectively builds and supports the Ferrari GT3 effort. So always a slight surprise. Every time I see that, I have to double check it because it's not logical for me. Especially with Ferrari flying the Italian flag so furiously. Oreca very proud to be chosen as the constructor and supporter of the GT3 program.
Think how many great cars they've built over the years. You think of the Oreca Vipers, their involvement with Toyota, and lots of other things. While we think about other great cars that Oreca have built over the years, let's go down to John Hindhaugh and hear what he's got to say.
I think a Ferrari 296 race rear end is probably would give you your Club Sport GT4 actually on the road, Peter. I'm in the place that nobody wants to be, in the penalty box. Well, not in this race. Obviously, Premiership later on this afternoon. It would be nice to have a few touches in the penalty box. If you're new to Creventic, a few different things about what happens in the penalty box. First of all, you can take a penalty if there is a code 60 out. You'd normally not be able to serve a penalty if a safety car was out in most races, although it has changed a little bit, so there's a multiplier on that this year, which Peter and Ben will tell you about. This is at the start of the pit lane, and if Seb swings round, what you'll see that's also different in the 24-hour series, 40 kilometre speed limit in the pit lane, but the reason that sign is right in front of the penalty box is because on the other side of that is 20 kilometres an hour for the fuel station. Yeah, that's right. That's why Seb and I and nobody up and down the pit lane are wearing fireproofs, because all of the fueling goes on in this set of extremely clever pumps that are placed before the rest of the pit lane. And when I say they're clever pumps, we call them smart pumps, and they really are. Each car has a fuel key, and it has on that key and within the car itself the information that tells the pump how much the car can have, because that's part of the balance of performance, how quick it can pump it, because that's part of the balance of performance, and if we're in code 60, if that car is allowed to have a full fill or not, and most of them aren't. That's what I mean by smart pumps. It means far less equipment in the pit lane and far nicer working conditions for Seb, for me, and for the rest of the pit crew.
6 pumps this weekend available to the teams. That's significant because you, with 33 cars on a code 60, all want to come in at the same time, and you don't want to be queuing up. Well, you never want to be queuing up for your fuel pump, whether you're in a racing or a normal road situation. But sometimes we have 10 available to us. Here in Barcelona, from what I can see out my window, we have 8. So 4 pumps, or 4 systems, and 2 on each system. And therefore, you don't all want to come in at the same time and try and get themselves a pit stop. At the moment, though, we've just had 2 little yellow flags for 2 cars that have momentarily stopped and carried on. We've got all cars out on circuit. It's all going swimmingly well after the first half an hour of action at Barcelona de Catalunya.
And just perfect conditions here. Nice blue sunshine. The clouds have lifted a bit since the start of the race, so that will keep the track up, which will, of course, not help the tyre wear and degradation. It's very pleasant in the air, but that direct sunlight on the track will heat it up and make it excessively difficult. Now, we talked about the difference in tyre wear between Maro Engel's Mercedes in the lead of the race and Klaus Bachler's Porsche, and it seemed that Maro Engel was beginning to pull away. That has turned around. Klaus Bachler is closing the lead back in again. It's only 1.6 seconds now between Engel and Bachler for the lead, and there's quite a big gap back to Stefan Trebedini, who still holds on to 3rd place. Joseph Kraull has not been able to get past him, and I remind you, Stefan Trebedini is graded as an AM driver. All of the drivers around him are graded as either semi-pros or pros. Doing a great job at the moment is Stefan Trebedini.
Does have a lot of experience.
He does.
Over 125 odd races, racing in the LMP3 Championship in the European Le Mans Series as well. That was last year. That is this year. Last year, he was part of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Championship, so has jumped around quite a bit over his career in different series.
A lot of titles under his belt. GT4 Europe, French GT, GT World Challenge Endurance, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, as you mentioned, Italian GT. Yeah, so a lot of championships, but all at the AM or silver level. But he's matching toe for toe. You've got to remember, Maro Engel has been an AMG factory driver for a long time. Klaus Bachler has been in the Porsche factory team for several years now as well. And to be, after 40 minutes of racing, you're well under a second a lap away. That is really, really impressive and encouraging, I would say, for Chanteloc Audi Junior team.
I wonder whether Stefan is sort of a hired AM. You've got 2 AM Spirit drivers in that car, because you've got Michael Doppelmayr and Ernst Inzerbitten. So within the extra drivers in that car, you obviously going to have Pierre Caffer, because Pierre and Michael come together as a team. And Earhart's done a lot of work with Chanteloc over the years. If you need a 5th driver, you don't really want that 5th driver to be another paying AM. You kind of want to keep the pace up, and so I wonder whether he's one of those guys that you kind of say, right, we need a bronze, we need a fast bronze, we'll get Stefan in. With those kind of titles under his belt over the years.
Well, there's a few of those lingering around as certain drivers hit certain ages. And, you know, the FIA have a driver ranking system, which, for example, Maro Engel and Klaus Bachler are both graded as platinum, which is the highest grade you can get. You know, Klaus Bachler, former World Endurance Champion, Maro Engel, multiple Macau winner. You know, we could be here all day reading his CV, winner of the Nürburgring 24, etc., etc. Then you have silver, which is anything up to 30 years old. You're automatically a silver, or someone who's been brought down from gold, and then you have they have bronze, of course. So bronze is for drivers who don't make their prime living from racing, but that once you get to a certain age, you go to bronze automatically. So Patrick Heusmann, good example, in the 907 RPM Racing Porsche at the moment, sitting 4th in the AM class. He's a 4-time Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion. but he's now at an age where he goes automatically to a bronze. David Donoghue, former winner of the Rolex 24, he's a bronze. Johnny O'Connell, multiple Le Mans winner in GT, also a bronze. Max Angelelli, multiple IMSA champion and Rolex 24 winner multiple times, he's a bronze. So there is a lot of quite unusual bronze graded drivers out there. So it is a diverse topic, sometimes a thorny topic, and one that actually a 24-hour race gives you a little bit more latitude to discuss.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Patrick Huysman hasn't made up more ground. Remember that those guys, Tracy Crone's team, are looking to take the championship this weekend off Red Camels. They're in a really tight fight. Huysman is in 20th position. Rick Broik is in the Red Camels. Jordan is in 15th position. There is over, need to get this right, there's over half a minute difference between the two. Now we know that Huysman started pretty deep in the 992 field, but hasn't made that much progress. Just past Magnus Holmgaard to put him up into 6th position in class. But there's a big gap between himself and Fabien Dufault, who has moved across from Ajit Kumar Racing to Seb Lejeune Racing for this weekend. Yeah, there's also an Aston Martin in between the two of them.
Early days, very early days in this 26th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona. The gap has extended back out again at the lead, so now Engel leads by 3 seconds, so it's edging back and forth all the time. However, our race leader, Maro Engel, 143.8 last time by, 144.3 for Bachler. Joseph Kral has finally got himself past Stefan Tribadini into 3rd place, a 145.3. So we're sitting around the 145s. We are way off the ultimate pace we could expect, but I think it's simply the drivers having to be really, really careful with the tyre. I mean, we're hearing there's a peak of maybe 2 to 3 laps, then there's a drop off, and then it's how you manage it from there on.
So interesting to see what kind of pace we can see now from Joseph Kral, who's been released from Stefan Tribadini. That only must have happened on the last lap or two. Will we start seeing green sectors on tyres that have done 25 laps? I doubt it, but of course the fuel is coming down in those cars and they are getting close to the end of the stint. So maybe we'll see some faster laps, but Tribadini's pace was good. He was in the 42s. The guys that, sorry, not in the 42s, in the 44s, but gosh, they're in the 45s now. Best lap of the race, Maro Engel, 41.3. He's now doing 43.2s. So the tyre, we know, has a really good peak. The first 3 laps of the Michelin tyre is very strong. Then it drops off, but then it sort of plateaus. That's seemingly the characteristic, but seemingly the plateau at the moment is quite a long way off the peak.
Really surprising, actually, the difference. And a lot of the teams and drivers have been mentioning it all week about how high the degradation is. And it's not just the surface as well. There's a lot of high-speed corners here. I mean, your average speed is 165 kilometers an hour in a GT3 car. It's 103 miles an hour, if you prefer. So there's a lot of very high-load corners, particularly Sector 1, where there's a almost endless turn 3 and 4 at quite high speed too. So that is where you're putting, and then on the other side of the car, you are putting a lot of load through. So Alexander Prince right now coming through turn 2 and 3 into the long never-ending 3 and 4 in a GT3 car, getting up to about 160 kilometers an hour through there, then on the power up to about 200 kilometers on the exit, then hit the brakes at 220 kph. And just as we follow Alexander Prince through into sector 2, we're going to have a code 60, and it's the leading car in TCE. The Asbest Porsche number 111 is off the road and has triggered our first code 60, which will be coming out any second now. And indeed we go code 60, and it's gone off in quite a big way, Ben Constanduros.
First 2 cars have missed pit in. No, only the lead car has missed pit in. So Maro Engel is on the main straight, but Klaus Bachler dives in to get the first fueling. That's amazing how far that car has gone. He's gone a long way into the gravel at turn 10. Hasn't hit anything, but it is unusual to find yourself that far into the gravel trap. Klaus Bachler, the only car into pit lane right now, but imagine, I expect, with 25 laps on the tyres, with 45 minutes gone, we're going to get everyone in the pits now.
Well, this is where it's very interesting, because under a code 60, if you have driven for less than 50 minutes on a set of tyres, you cannot change. But Maro Enkel is just at turn 1 right now. Now, it will take, well, we'll be able to calculate this, because the average speed of a fast lap is 165 kph. So if your average speed is 60 kph, it's going to be nearly 3 times the length. So what does that make it? Quick math, just over 5 minutes for a code 60, which would mean that by the time Maro Engel, our race leader, comes all the way around, if we are still under code 60, he could come in and get the tyre change. So actually, Maro Engel missing the pit lane could help him. It might not. It might be that we go back green and he's missed an opportunity to fuel up under code 60. This is where Michelin 24-hour series competition gets very, very interesting. My brain is melting. John Hindhaugh, could you make any more sense of this?
Well, up and down the pit lane, there is an awful lot of racing engineers on the radio at the moment. Here comes the bright green Tracy Krohn Porsche into pit lane, and they have been into fuel. The negative, they have not been into fuel, excuse me, that car, the 907. ERA are in as well. What's interesting to me is I think that conversation, guys, are going on. This is a rule that will be lots of cars coming out of fueling now. That 50-minute rule will be adopted in the full sporting regulations full time from next year. It was tried out at Paul Ricard, and it's in the supplementary regs here as well. So I think there's a few people talking about this. Yeah, all of those cars who've just come out of fueling, guys, have just done that. So a splash of the fuel, top them back off, and they're straight out of the pit lane. There's only a couple cars that have actually pulled into their pit boxes, and some of them are doing driver changes, but of course no tyres. No Michelin tyres being offered to those cars. Checking of tyre pressures and temperatures, but nothing else happening from that. And in fact, that's what's going on with the ERA car, I believe.
The ERA car didn't fuel, so it can't change tyres, and it didn't take fuel. RPM was one of the only other cars to drive past because all the fuel Bowsers were already taken. So that's a bit of a disadvantage for ERA for their first stop.
But in the pit lane, you're not really losing any time, actually. At 60 kilometers an hour in the pit lane, that's what you'd be doing outside anyway. 40, excuse me. So you lose a little bit. Now, Maro Engel, our race leader, at the moment is coming around towards turn 10. Now, at full speed, that sector would take 30 seconds. So it's going to take at code 60 just under 90 seconds, which, it's just going to be just short of being able to come in for tyres. But by the time he gets into the pit lane, it will be under 50 minutes. Now, the Asbest Porsche is being dragged out by one of the pickup trucks there out of the gravel trap at turn 11. So we could well go back to, and there is a cutout there, so we could go back to green flag very, very quickly. So Maro Engel will actually refuse the opportunity for fuel, but the TFT team are ready at the fuel Bowser. So they're obviously planning on at least considering it. Now, whether they pull Maro Engel now or not, I don't know.
John, back down to you. Is Red Camel come in for fuel?
This is really interesting, guys. I've just spoken to a couple of teams, and they basically said to their drivers, pit, but if the fuel pumps are full, drive straight through. So they were counting on it. You can only tell at the time, and they do have people there with walkie-talkies to pass on the information. So there was a slew of cars that came straight through there. As Peter rightly said, they lost a tiny little bit of time up the pit lane, but it's better than sitting stationary next to the fuel Bowsers. So they were all rolling the dice a little bit. It seems, though, that the general consensus is if we can take a bit of fuel, let's take it. The only thing right now is how quick, and you can see this, whereas I can't, the amount of people who are glued to the screens at the moment trying to work out when this code 60 full course purple will actually go back to green.
But also, we're only 15 seconds away from the magic 50-minute mark. Red Camel trundled down pit lane. TFT are also there in the fueling area. So this has kind of worked perfectly for them, hasn't it?
I think it has, yeah. So we're now into that window where you could take tyres. It's over 50 minutes of stint time, unless your time within the fuel doesn't, and then the pits doesn't count. TFT making their way down the pit lane at the moment. They are going to think about a driver change, though.
Key wording that was changed between Paul Ricard and here: a car crossing the pit entry line stint. Yes. So those in the fuel area,
that didn't count then, so they're going to have to keep going. Yet Maro Engels had to carry on. Yeah, so that's a good point, Ben Constanduros. That is absolutely right. So as you come into the pit blend line, that's where that stint time effectively pauses. Back to green flag racing. Engel has some fuel on board under code 60 conditions. The disadvantage he has now is the tyre, whereas Klaus Bachler has come into the pits now under green, and they're going to make a driver change and some fresh Michelin tyres.
Good spot just underneath our noses, a brand new set of tyres, and they're saying, come on, get going, but Klaus Bachler isn't moving anywhere. Is there a problem with the car? Into Africa Ferrari are also in pit lane. They're getting fueled, and so presumably now they can take a full tank of fuel as well, because we're in green flag conditions.
Very, very, yes, you can. That's a great point as well. So under code 60, you can only take 25% fuel on board, whereas under green flag conditions, you can take 100% of your fuel allowance. Now, that was a very slow stop for the purple and orange. Klaus Bachler, well, driven in the first stint. I think they've done a driver change, though. Very, very slow stop for Proton Huber competition. The car had its Michelin tyres changed, but and the mechanics were saying go, 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 but there was no go. And they had to open the door. Mechanic went in. It looked like it was maybe something with belts or something like that. Jörg Dreisaw, the Am Spirit driver, has taken it over from Klaus Bachler. So maybe just a delay in the driver change. They're getting all tightened up and ready to go. So valuable seconds lost there for Proton Huber competition.
Not everybody took advantage of the 25% fuel that they could get under that code 60. Hassarty stayed out. Hoffer Racing completely stayed out. Red Ant Racing completely stayed out. Never vitted the pits. They didn't, as we spoke about, they didn't gain that much from doing that. The cars on track doing 60k. The cars in pit lane doing 40k. We also have James Kellett, who did not pit, and therefore HRT have moved up the field. But in pit lane, into Africa, the only car, I think, that's been able to do a completely full service. Full tyres and full fuel. New tyres for Bachler, but he only got 25% fuel.
But if he came back in for tyres, he may well have gone back into fuel as well. Did he not?
Yeah, but he was too early in there to be able to get. He was still under code 60 in the fuel area.
Okay.
Now into pit lane, the 286 machine. So that is Adam Oseka for Get Speed. And interestingly, it didn't seem to spend that long at the fuel Bowsers. We've got a great view, by the way. Our commentary position looks directly over the fuel Bowsers, so we can see exactly what's gone on. And he's been in there for about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So maybe getting a full tank, but now the strategies are all completely split.
It is, and 3 cars did not take any service at all. Matthijs Lismont now up to second in the Hassar Audi, Alex Prince in the Hoffer Mercedes, and Ayrton Redon in that Red Ant Mercedes. So there, where do they sit? They've now got 29 lap old tyres, but then there's a lot of others who are in that same position. This is where it really does extrapolate around here in the Michelin 24-hour series.
We did see the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi in pit lane, changing tyres before that 50-minute window. Remember, it's a brand new regulation, well, not for this race, but since Paul Ricard, and therefore one of those many regulations to get your head around, and perhaps Simpson just not quite reading it completely correctly, because it's changed slightly the wording from last round to this one. John, you're down there?
That have got a number 1 behind them in the pit stop column, but they drove straight through. So look at the pit stop times, because what we've got there is an exact timing to drive down at 40 kilometres an hour, because they didn't peel into the 20k zone for fuel and they went straight through. So those ones that have got the lowest times, they've been through the pit lane, as the 111 Porsche is back in the pit lane with damage to the diffuser under the rear bumper. That's the car that caused this issue. It's all the way down at pit out, and of course I'm about a third of the way up. So just remember that slew of cars that went straight through, and now we have the pit lane delta, as all of the team managers will be talking about. We have an exact time for that on the timeservice.nl timing screen.
I think ERA Motorsport. John, were you watching ERA? Because it looks to me as though they have changed drivers. They didn't change tyres, they didn't get fuel, but it looks like they have changed drivers.
Yes, correct. They came in, I think they were going to take 25% of their fuel, and they didn't. So that should be on rotation. Jake Hill should be showing on that now. They took the temperatures of the tyres, and I think they may have repressured them as well, which I think is okay within the regulations. I was about 3 or 4 pits down, maybe a little bit more. But it looked long enough to get a driver change in. Ryan DL getting out, and current British touring car champion Jake Hill getting in.
RPM was the only other car I think we saw miss the fuel at Bowser and drive straight through. That cost them 1 minute total in pits, and Patrick Heusman is still being shown as the driver in that car. Dwight Merriman's being shown in ERA's 81, but we can clarify whether it is Dwight or somebody else when we see the lap times being registered. Of course, he is on tyres that have done 50 minutes. Yesterday, the drivers were showing wrongly, so it's possible that the registration of the drivers is still not correct within that car. And trying to get Dwight's drive time out of the way. So the 111 is now, well, it says he's in fuel, but he's not in fuel. And they need to work out why the car ended up in the gravel trap. I think some of the damage was due to the dragging through the gravel trap. But it was successfully the fastest TCE car all the way up into 25th position, and now obviously at the tail of the field, sadly. But that 50-minute rule already coming into effect, and the timing and the luck of having a code 60 at 49 minutes into the race is about to give, I think, the Continental guys a penalty. We will have that confirmed a little bit later on. We have no penalties shown up so far, whether it be for track limits or for anything else. But as I said earlier, so many little regulations in the 24H series to get your head around. This regulation of the 50-minute rule came in for recar, but they reworded the letter of the law for this round. And one of the rewording was crossing the pit entry line. That is when the time stops. Where is the pit entry line versus the fuel area? Pit entry is before the fuel area, then you go to fuel area, then you go into the pit lane itself. And therefore, only those that were in pit lane, I think only one car has actually got completely serviced, and as I say, that is the Into Racing Ferrari with a full tank of fuel, with a brand new set of tyres, but they are down in 21st position, and they've got their AM driver in Jean-Louis Lelaca, 13th in GT3, so they've lost a lot of time doing that. But in theory, in the next 10 or so minutes, a lot of drivers ahead of them need to make green flag pit stops. We have made our first pit stop in the commentary booth. Peter Mackay has headed down for lunch, and Peter Snowden joins us for the next couple of hours. Snowy, what have you made of that first hour? It was all kind of calm, wasn't it? We started talking about tangential things, and then 1-1-1 in the gravel trap, boom, chaos kicks off.
Well, I'm always very wary of overselling 24-hour races simply because of the duration of it. I said yesterday in our qualifying session when I covered the GT3 bit with yourself, Ben, that 3 15-minute sessions with a 5-minute gap between, 45 minutes of GT3 qualifying yesterday. it was a portent to the future. It boded really well for this potential race. I thought this morning, do you know what? I think this could be an epic, because a 24-hour race sometimes isn't. That we've had experiences of that. That first few corners today, unbelievable what was going on there. Klaus Bachler having a little nibble down the outside. Mauro Engel saying, no, thank you very much. I'm a works Mercedes driver. I know what I'm doing. But straight away, we're into turns 1, 2, and 3 of a 24-hour race, and there was excitement. As you said, that 111 car going into the gravel at 49 minutes on the 50-minute rule, depending on where your car is on the track as a strategist at that point, you must have been thinking, this was sent to us, or was it not? It's unbelievable. What a start, as you say, Ben. And it's 1 hour in.
And we've got an Aston Martin in the gravel, I'm afraid. And it is in the gravel properly. That's up at turn number 9. Unfortunately...
Horrible corner.
Paolo has already once turned around in that Aston Martin in the early part of the stint. And it looks as though we might have to go code 60 again. Yes, code 60 within 20 seconds. Pablo Miguera in the Aston Martin, beached in the gravel, and a get-out-of-jail-free card for the rest of the field. Viper Nisa Racing already in pit lane, so they can get a little bit of extra fuel. No, they can't, because the code 60 comes out already. And the same rules apply then. Everybody wants to come in and get fuel, but they also will be able to change tyres now.
Yes, but the Mercedes that's in the pit lane is already in the fueling rig. That's already there already. So that's
no,
okay.
That's a change in regulations from last year to this. If you used to be able to get in before the code 60 and therefore take full fuel, but now the rigs are so clever, they know when the code 60 happens, they will stop refueling.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I've just looked up, Ben. You've been on this for the first hour. Was that in there already when it went to code 60? Therefore, it's a valid pit stop, a fuel stop.
No, because when the code 60 comes out, if you have fueled up more than 25%, the gun will stop.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah. So there
25% rule. I'm with you. Yeah.
We've got 6 cars in an 8 fuel bay, so only 2 more spaces. And Mauro Engel is lucky because he is the 8th car to come in to the fuel bay. And he will therefore not be blocked, and they can get tyres changed. Now, the only car we're not going to see in pit lane, I would imagine, is that into Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari, because they did manage to get that full service done. But we have a wonderful view of not only the fuel Bowsers area, but we can pretty much see the whole pit lane, which is great. Let's go down to John Hindhaugh, who's got a closer view of this pit action.
Yeah, I'm down at ERA for the number 81 New Life Special Care Baby supporting car this weekend. Brand new set of Michelin Pilot Sports, the Cup GT H2 ready to go on. It was Dwight Merriman that was put into that car. That's my fault. I led you down a cul-de-sac there. Left front just taking a little bit of time to go on. It was meant to be Jake Hill, but decided, I presume, let's talk to our team manager here. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very well. I thought Jakey was going to go in second, so was that a decision based on the code 60?
Massively, yeah. We obviously everything reacts, everything changes, and getting Dwight in now seemed like the right idea. Dwight's just made an incredible call to come in as the code 60 came, so we've got fuel, we're back out, so we're in a good place.
Did you get, when you came in before, did you manage to get any fuel at all, or did you just do the
too busy, so we just put Dwight in. So the second code 60 came at the right time. We were in T13.
Yeah. And also this new tyre rule, the 50-minute rule. So you were right across that, because I looked up and saw that you...
Yeah, it's something you've got to be so careful of, and it's another thing for the engineers to keep on top of, but it's all part of the game now.
I always say there's as much talent on the wall as there is behind the wheel. Even more for you guys to think about now.
Loads. If there wasn't enough going on, there is now. It's a lot of work.
Remind me of your name?
Oliver.
Thank you, Oliver. That's the team manager down at ERA. So they've kind of got back to where everybody else were, gentlemen, for that... a look to see what the back of that Porsche looks like.
So that was a tyre stop for ERA, John. They've got new tyres on that car now. I missed that bit.
Correct.
Okay, great. So
extra fuel and a tyre stop.
And a tyre stop. And I think that's going to be pretty much across the board for everybody. Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 comes past our window on the racetrack. Fabien Dufault in that car. So they're going a different direction. And of course, the 992 cars can go quite a bit longer on fuel than the GT3 cars. This would be, logically, the time where a GT3 car would come in for its first conventional pit stop. Fuel bowsers are pretty empty. Nobody that I saw got blocked. So pretty much everybody should be on the same kind of a strategy now with new sets of tyres and roughly 40-odd% fuel, because they would have taken 25% under code 60 the first one, and they would have taken 25% under the second code 60 as well, but they would have used a bit in between.
Can you tell Seb sunblock on the
not a lot of movement over at the Aston Martin at turn 9. I can see it from out the window, and although there's a tree in the way to completely block my view, the way it was pointing didn't suggest it would be that easy to grab out of the gravel trap. There is an extra bit of track there that they use from bikes, I think, when there's maybe not MotoGP, but yeah, MotoGP.
Correct. Yeah, well, I don't know about MotoGP. You're absolutely right. There's an extra bit of track there. But
it's never been a Formula One used extra bit of track, is it?
No. But it does lull you into full sense of security going up there. That bit of you get drawn by the tarmac drivers with simple things. We see tarmac, shiny thing to approach, and away you go. But to me, that was always when I raced here. That was one of those really tricky. There was the Achilles heel of the circuit, unbelievably, because you've got a fast left hand up to it, and it's almost a kind of blind brow, and you need the car working. You need lots of power down to keep the aero working over there, but it doesn't want to. It looks like that Aston certainly swapped ends by the look of it to me. Perhaps maybe literally just swapped ends and gone in backwards. So this is the number 90 car, so it'll be out fairly soon. But as Ben just said, taking a little while to get that Aston out of the gravel there, so it must be well and truly Bennett. If it has gone in the way I suspect of just quite literally swapping ends 180 and going in, it will have dug itself in.
So, incident involving E2P Racing and the 421 of Venture. That's the GT4 car. So there has been contact between the two of them. And we also have a penalty for the 133 machine of JMac Engineering not respecting minimum sector time during code 60. So race control have woken up. The penalties are flowing. Let's go back down to John Hindhaugh. We are going racing in under 1 minute.
Very quick chat with Pierre Caffer then down here at Saint-Aloc Racing. Well, that was a bit exciting. You didn't start the car, but you've had to do a couple of stops there because of this new 50-minute tyre rule.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the new 50 minutes tyre rule is quite, let's say, intense. So the first time we couldn't get new tyres, so luckily we had a second code 60. So now we put Ernst inside the car, and now we will see how it goes. It's a long race, and I'm really happy to be back in the Creventic series. It's a really nice championship for all the gentlemen drivers, and I really like to work with them.
I saw some of your competitors put their top driver in, including we had Klaus Bachler and Maro Engel, but you didn't start the race. Was that discussed?
No, for me it was too hot, no. No. Yeah, it was...
Late breakfast?
Yeah, it was discussed, but we decided to put Stefan inside to generate a bit more bronze time, and right from the beginning on, we will see how it pays off in the end.
One of the world's greatest GT and endurance drivers, Pierre Caffer, I've seen his whole career, and it's a delight to have him back here. Pierre, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, John. Hope to see you again.
I'm sure Pierre will see him again. There's a whole 24 hours to go. John will be there. Yellow flag down at turn 9-10. We've got another car in the gravel. Will it be able to get out? The drone is picking it up. It's car 18, which is the Saint-Aloc Junior Team Audi. So poor old Pierre's teammate there has done a good job of getting out of the gravel without getting stuck. So we do go back to green, but Ernst getting bitten by turn 10. And And meanwhile, penalties starting to flow for the slick-to-slick change. Now, we saw the 69 car changing tyres under that first Code 60, and it was a slam dunk penalty. They haven't been given a penalty yet, but the car afterwards, which was the 73 car, which is Proton Uber Competition Porsche, they have got a 60-second time penalty for changing tyres under the 50-minute rule. Now, when we saw them in the pictures, it was after 50 minutes, but they entered the pit lane, must have been fractionally before, and unfortunately they've been given a 1-minute penalty. So we're expecting a 1-minute penalty to come for the Audi of Continental Racing, but it hasn't shown up yet from race control. But Proton Huber have got a penalty as we ride on board with Jörg Dreiso. John, you were down there?
I am down at Asbest, which was the car that caused the first Code 60 that caused so much consternation. I thought it must have gone in backwards, but they are working on the front of this 982, the 718, as it is termed in the model name, 982 being the type, and belying its road car roots. You can see the radiators at the front of the car, and they are getting some attention as well. Now, when we talk about going off into the gravel, gentlemen, by the way, the lights are going to need looking at as well. When we talk about going off into the gravel looks like this, and it's not all tiny little bits and pieces. That is the size of some of the gravel. So when we talk about gravel getting thrown onto the track, that's the sort of size of stone that are coming out the gravel traps here, which is why we like to keep the circuit as clear as possible. There's a little bit of work going on here in the 111 car. They're not going to be coming out anytime soon.
It's not yet the time to discuss FIA spec gravel, but it does exist. And Formula One tracks must have FIA spec approved gravel. That's one for much later on in the day. Where were we at?
Wasn't there a term for it known as Bernie's gravel?
Well, yes. It's got a mark-up on it.
Exactly.
That's for sure. I've lost my train of thought. 73 with that 60-second penalty. Jörg Dreiso in the Proton Uber Competition Porsche. One of our championship challenges in the GT3 category. We've had quite a lot of changes of drivers, so actually let's quickly run through those for you. Benjamin Pack is now in the TFT Racing Mercedes, so they have decided to put another of their hot shoes in to that car. Alexander Prince has got the Hoffa Racing Mercedes up to second position. How? Because they must have not pitted under that last Code 60 by the looks of things. So the Ferrari 56 now has Matthias Weibo aboard it. The Red Ant Racing still has Yannick Red Ant. I say still, was it Yannick Red Ant in the early part of the race? I think it was. Ernst Interbit, we just saw in the Santaloc Junior Team Audi in fifth position in that car. Haas RT have swapped over to Nicholas Gwelink. Not a very experienced son of. In fact, if memory serves, had his first experience of that car at Paul Ricard in July. Douglas Koo is now aboard the Viper Nisa Mercedes. James Kellett hasn't yet come in to the pits in the HRT Performance Porsche 992 that leads the 992 category. Dwight Merriman we already covered off in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. Jörg Dreiso in the Proton Uber competition. It's going to get a penalty, so it's really going to drop down the order. Nicola Michelin in the Jutta Racing Audi in 10th position. And you know what? That really hurt Into Africa Racing. They are 16th position, and they are still 2 laps down on TFT. And it all seems so logical that they made a pit stop under at a full service. Now, this might come back to them because, of course, everybody's just done a 25% fuel up, whereas Into Africa has got a full tank in that car. But they need everybody else to pit under green flag conditions, don't they? Because otherwise it's going to continue to hurt.
This is always the beauty of endurance racing, especially when we get to races the duration of 24 hours. It's a high-speed game of chess. What you've identified is absolutely spot on there, Ben. But you need to see what happens. Is there going to be a green flag refueling? 25% appears to be the case now. The other car's got a full load of fuel. it's too early to decide. And this is where the strategists really come into their own, as John Hindhaugh was saying a little bit earlier, that there's as much, if not more, talent on the wall frequently and in the pit than there is in the cars. And that's where they'll all be working it out now. Little algorithms, spreadsheets, and all sorts of things going on in the garages there. Paul Truswell's one of ours, obviously.
In GT4 by 13 seconds over Brandon Lee Oxley. Both of those two have been in the car since the beginning. Both of them have just done a single pit stop under the first code 60. And a nice little battle on track between Yannick Redon here and Matthias Weibo for third position. Scuderia Praha up at the sharp end thanks to Josef Kral's first stint. He would have enjoyed that. There's a guy to go and chat to, Mr. Hindhaugh, because Josef Kral would have loved mixing it. Maybe actually a bit frustrated by not being able to clear the Santalok Junior Audi quicker, because he kind of cleared it within about 5 minutes of the code 60 coming out, so he didn't get many laps to be able to really stretch his legs. Once again, the driver really impressing in 992. James Kellett in the HRT Performance Porsche up to 7th position. They're leading that class. They are leading it by 14 seconds over Mulder Motorsport, who are now second. Red Camels have dropped down to 3rd position, but Red Camels possibly better fuel-wise because they have had 2 pit stops, whereas HRT and Mulder have only had 1 pit stop. And it's going to hurt if they have to come in and do the full service under green.
Yeah, that would be a surprise that if Muller do not win. That's a very early thing to say. 23 hours to go, but they are well known for it. As in, that would be great to see. I've just mentioned Paul Truswell, who of course is the strategist down at Red Camel Jordan. He'll be taking exception to me making that comment now. Of, as I can hear tyre squeal in the background, that's the 902 number down at turn 1. A yellow flag there already for that.
Right underneath our camera position, you can hear it, but you can't see it because the camera is high on a position.
It's got going again,
and it's literally underneath us, just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 902 is this an on-board from 902? No, it's going to be in front of us, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's turn 1. Oh, great avoidance there. So it's turn 1, isn't it? Right down at the end.
The Holmgard Motorsport Porsche is the car we're talking about. Martin Vendel Mortensen aboard that car. Weird, like both rears just locked.
Almost like it was a brake bias thing. Exactly, almost got too much rear on it. I'm not suggesting that was the case, but that's what it looked like. It did just swap ends really quite quickly, and the onboard that we saw there, very lucky to avoid it. The age-old rule is always go where it's come from. So it's turning right into there, the front's gone, go right, that's where it's come from, because it's going to likely to catch and fire off back, which is exactly what it did. That doesn't always work, because they snap back the other way.
That was the site of Ajit Kumar Racing's incident last night. We were looking at the skid marks, trying to work out what happened in the night that ended up writing off their car. Yes, the skid marks. 2 lines that went from the middle of the circuit to the outside, and then made a connection with the wall and came back into the middle of the runoff area,
resulting in a chassis change.
I possibly think the police might give it a different name. Evidence 11s. There you go.
Yes, it would be an evidence, wouldn't it? Not one you can bag easily, though. Evidence, that sort of evidence. The skid marks in the night on the track.
Skid marks in the night. There's a
name for a band, isn't there? Or something? Yes. Yes.
Into 3rd position goes Matthias Weibo ahead of Yannick Redon, and claims the position into turn 1, but I think it was literally better momentum out of the final turn and better drag down the main straight. Weibo with Miroslav, his father, also in that car. 4-car lineup with Denis Vasak also in AM. We didn't see Miroslav in qualifying. It was done by Vasek, Kral and Weibo, and Matthias Weibo. Actually, I say it's Matthias. Yeah, it is Matthias. About to say that Matthias and Miroslav will both be M's on your graphic. But up to 3rd position then. Yannick Redant 4th. And the car that really struggled in the first part of the race was Alexander Prince, wasn't it? Dropped down to outside the top 10, but now in second position, 1 hour and 18 minutes to Alexander's stint. He would have had 2 fuel stops, but no tyre stop. And so this is where I think Prince is going to be really struggling. He's on one of the only GT3 cars in the field to still have his same tyres on from the start of the race, having missed that code 60. Plenty of fuel to keep going. But actually, look at that, Snowy. A 1:43.1 from Alexander Prince. That is well impressive on tyres that potentially have done over an hour's worth of running.
I would say it's more than well. It's hugely impressive to get back up to there as well. How far would that? So it's only 19.3 seconds adrift. That is very, very impressive. The only thing is, we are aware that this circuit is got very, very high tyre degradation. So what's he taken out of those to get it that far back up the field again? And how long can he sustain it? Because it's no good if it doesn't help on the strategy.
No, okay, so I'm going to correct myself here. I think he has taken tyres in the last stop. Yeah. But he didn't pit under the first code 60, so that's why Hoffer, Red Ant and Haas have been able to get right up to the sharp end of our timing screens, because they ignored code 60 number 1. But then pitted into code 60 number 2. James Kellett did come into the pits under code 60 number 2, but was only in for a minute, so he wouldn't have had a chance to change tyres, if I'm not mistaken. You can't change tyres in a minute, can you? Lots of traffic for Vibo to get through here. It's got the Era Motorsport Ferrari of Dwight Merriman in front of him. Dwight holding on. Interestingly, when some of these teams come testing, including Era Motorsport, across the test days of Thursday and Friday, they run 2 cars. So they'll have the race car they're going to use for the weekend, but they are permitted to run a second car. So they're 5 drivers that they've got in the car for this event get double the opportunity to have track time. Oh, another skid mark underneath our camera as Lappery is done. Who is that facing the wrong direction? There. What is it? It's a Porsche. It's a 938 Porsche. Loic Thiers in the GP Racing Porsche facing the wrong direction. But once again, I think he is, able to get away with it because the gravel is a bit further away from the racetrack. And I have to say, I think there's something damaged on the rear right corner of that car. Is that a flat tyre? It's hard to see on our monitor. The car just looks like it's sitting down a little bit on the rear right corner, Snowy.
Rear. It's got a puncture. It's got a slow puncture on the rear.
Now, yeah, definitely a puncture.
Yeah, definitely now. Yeah. Mercifully, it's a slow, so they should be able to get it back. And this is always the biggest problems with it for a driver is getting the car back. Now, certainly, it's loaded on that side. See, now it's down nearly onto the rim.
Oh, and he's also got
the rim. Now it's coming off the rim. This is the problem. The car, because it's now going to move inside, and that's where it fouls up with suspension, and it can do collateral damage around there with wiring looms and brake lines and all sorts of things. So you can't tell the driver to go slow enough here, though it's completely counterintuitive. You think you're doing 5 miles an hour, but actually, in fact, you're still doing 50, 60, 70k, which is ridiculous. It doesn't feel like it because you're used to driving at speed.
And if you want to know why there might be puncture, take a look at the bodywork around that car, because it is scuffed up. So he...
A little bit of contact, exactly, where they've just taken a tiny bit out of the rim. As you said, it's just allowed that little bit of air to escape, and it's come in very slowly, so it should be coming with very shortly, this car.
Yeah, and the other car that Race Control have reported it having contact with, car 65, Viper Nisi Racing Mercedes, that car is in fueling now. So they may feel as though there is an issue with the Viper Nisi Mercedes. 5 Malaysian drivers in that car for this weekend, and they are oddly pushing the car in the fueling area. Oh, okay. They haven't got the car in the right position in the fueling area, and so they've had to push it into the correct position before starting to fuel. So it's going to be even longer for that Malaysian crew. The 938 comes into the pits to change its tyre, but might be worth our pit crew getting into Viper Nisi Racing to understand what's going on with that Mercedes, which is one of 9 cars participating for the championship in GT3. And they did not start the season in Mugello, so they are the 8th car of 9. So an outside chance of a championship. There is the GP Racing Porsche having its rear right change. Now the question is, dolly jacks going under the car, so this is not simply a puncture. They also must be concerned with damaged tracking or suspension. Viper Nisi now leaving the fueling area. They'll be going down for their mechanics to take a look at the car, and that's really not what you want, to be in the pits under green flag conditions, because you lose so much more time than those who have pitted. Now, it's the concern over the left front tyre for Viper Nisi. I can see that our cameraman Seb is down there. And do they, I mean, there's no body scrub at all. It doesn't look like it's hit anything, but Dolly's going under that car as well.
Yeah, that's going in the box, isn't it? So there is a little bit, so there's a close-up there of the anti-dive planes on the front left. They are not intact, so there's been very light damage. It's caught something. Obviously, that we know which one it is. So that's suggesting front left, right rear.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious what's happened there.
Yes.
So I'm guessing it's those dive planes that have cut the tyre.
But so little bodywork damage on the Viper Nisi.
Sharp carbon there. It was just infinitesimal little, almost a little kiss, wasn't it?
That's, I mean, it's okay, fine if you've got a puncture, but they're both going into the box and they're both having potentially suspension or tracking being changed. So when we get our pit reporters back in motion, they can go and dig their nose in to find out exactly what's being changed there. But early drama for GP Racing and for Viper Nisi Racing.
Potential thought for you there. Perhaps what's caused the tracking damage is that the 2 wheels have actually connected harder, taken the brunt of the impact, and the bodywork is actually collateral and light. So it's actually the wheels that have done it, and that's what's done a track rod end or put the steering out or whatever. That would be more logical for both those cars, requiring that amount of work. Our pit crew, I'm sure, will find out what's going on with both of those cars for us.
Should be John Hindhoff with us until 2 o'clock. But we now settle down a little bit. And TFT leading by 17 seconds over Alexander Prince. Prince must have got tyres. His last lap was a 42.4. He's taken 2 seconds out of Benji Pack. He is by far the fastest car out on circuit, Alexander Prince, right now. That must be down to the fuel/tyres. But with 15 seconds the gap, 2 seconds taken out on the last lap, Prince is dropping them down. Now, Yannick Redan has got back ahead of Matis Vibo. So there's been a change for 3rd position once more. No further action involving Viper Nisa and GP Racing Team.
Yeah, so as I said, so what a surprise, the Müller Motorsport car leading the 992 class at the head. Red Camel Jordan's now up into second place. Steady progress. There is only a 2-second gap between those two after an hour and a half of racing. The second place car, Fabian Dance in the Red Camel Jordan 909, slightly quicker overall. 145 as in time set so far, 145.6. Martin Rump, the Müller car 921, has set a 146.8 as the best of the race. That said, Martin Rump is now lapping 0.8 of a second slower than Fabian Dance, so that gap's going to come down already. So that's nearly half of that gap already. It's only a two-second gap between these two. So is Fabian Dance about to make a pounce on Martin Rump's Müller Motorsport car for the lead of the 992 class?
Into the pits, HRT Performance from the head of the 992 category. They are in the fuel. They'll be getting a full service.
James Kellett, isn't it?
So this is going to be a good 5-minute stop under green flag conditions. That's really going to hurt them. Lots and lots of traffic trying to get past Dwight Merriman at the moment from all different categories of car. Merriman in 8th position, losing a position now to Martin Rump, who is the leading 992 category car. Fabian Dance is right on his tail though, and that has really hurt Müller Motorsport by getting caught out, and they are still behind.
Just got a little bit of GT4 traffic there, wasn't it? Just got.
No, it's not. It's GT3 traffic.
It is it? Crikey.
Yes. They are, unfortunately, all trying to get past Dwight Merriman, and it's having quite a profound effect on the 992 category battle. Müller diving down the inside and flashing the lights on the GT3 car of Dwight, who gets out of the way, and that has worked out quite nicely.
Yeah, but crucially, it hasn't let Fabian Dance come through in the red Camel car. That's separated the two of them. That's given Martin Rump in the Müller car just a little bit of a breather space. This is the 921 entry. So over the 909, Fabian Dance, Red Camel Jordan in second place. That was a gap, so I said the last lap, it was 2 seconds between them. It's now 0.5 across the line there, but it just didn't get that slight advantage. So now it is Fabian Dance literally dancing all over the back of that Era Motorsport Ferrari, trying to get his way by. He still hasn't got the job done, so he's into turn 5, needs to get this done quickly. He now in turn has got Fabien Dufault in Le Sebelaju racing behind him, right behind him.
But that's not Fabien Dufault on circuit. Trying to work out what car that is behind him. I think that's Holmgaard, so that must be a whole lap down. And Dance in a 992 car, but clearly faster than the GT3 car. But what would be the differences between 992 and GT3 in terms of performance?
Straight line is a big thing. The 992 is a missile quick in a straight line, but the Ferrari will be so quick through the corner. He's got so much air. He's got the job done. He's led down the inside, just as I thought he needed to get down the inside. But that's cost him loads of time. It's small amounts relatively, but it's not when it's for position. 2 seconds was the gap between these two a lap ago. It was then half a second. It's now going to cross the line. It's going to be well over that. It's 2.2 seconds, so it's opened that gap out, so it's an eternal piece of elastic where it's extended, reduced, extended again. But Fabian Dance will be absolutely spitting teeth inside that Porsche and not being in touch with Martin Rump in the Müller Motorsport car leading. He's now back in touch. He's got him on side, eyes on him. He'll close the gap down. They cross the line. It is now 0.4 of a second, so he's made that up in one final sector on the second. They want to struggle to get past the Ferrari of Era Motorsport, who's now in turn going to fall victim, isn't he, quite shortly to, this is the 81 Era Motorsport car, very distinctive in its silver and purple, largely, livery, unless you've got a different on what hue that is. Fuchsia, Titian. Now, you were absolutely right, of course, it wasn't Fabien Dufault in the Sebelaju racing car that was on track in there. That's the third place car in this 992 battle. Epic battle at the front for these two, but it is a nearly 24.7 second gap between second and third. The two Fabians. Of more interest there is the 4th place boys, Nicholas Jönsson in the RPM, the Swedish entry there, in 4th place. That's a 907 car. So battle is resumed now for these two. Fabian Dance and Martin Rump, they are now going to come up upon traffic, which might change the ebb of their battle for the lead of 992 class once again.
Martin Vendel Mortensen in the Holmgard Porsche, 7th in 992, 19th overall, 1 lap down on Dwight Merriman, or maybe even 2. But he is the next one crawling all over the back of that Era Motorsport Ferrari, trying to get away through. And I tell you what, we've got a proper fight on at the head of 992. They're 8th and 9th overall, coming down the main straight and nose to tail between Martin Rump and Fabian Dance. I don't think Dance is quite close enough. And remember, this is not a Porsche Super Cup race. This is a 24-hour race. So
it is for them.
Well, yes. And we have just come off the back of the 992 Endurance Cup, which seemed to be a 12-hour Super Cup race, the way that they were sometimes attacking each other. But Fabian Dance has got a nice tighter line through turn 3. This should then allow him up the inside into turn 4 if he's brave enough on the brakes. Martin Rump just a little bit later on the brakes into turn number 4.
It's not there where he wants to do it. He wants to be filling his mirrors there. It's exactly what he's doing. Right-hand side, left-hand side, filling his mirror, looking, dancing around the back of the car, quite literally. Fabian Dance, what he wants to do is get down to turn 10 down the inside. Sorry, did I cut across you there, Ben? Sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, what I was saying was Martin Rump is sitting in the middle of the road, defending like this is the last lap of the race. Just let him go. We've got, what is it, 22 and a half hours left. As soon as you start driving to your mirrors, and you're the one that should be saying this, not me, you are already slowing yourself down.
Absolutely, because you're not concentrating. You've got to drive your own thing. That's what Fabian Dance is doing, though. He's filling Martin Rump's Müller Motorsport mirrors. Yes, I think that's my 1 for the race. That's it. So what he wants to do is get down the inside of turn 10, as I said, which he hasn't been able to do at the moment, and try and get it down the inside. I'm glad they reprofiled that corner because they made it too tight at one point, and then put chicanes in at turn 13 between 14 as well. I'm glad the circus reverted to how it was. Now once again, it's just fallen slightly in favour. Only a small amount. And there's all sorts of debris on the track there as the Müller Motorsport car goes to the left-hand side of the debris. Fabian Dance and the Red Camel Jordans goes to the right-hand side of the debris there. There's something on the track that's on the rundown from turn 13 to turn 14. I can't see what, almost like a bit of a grill or fend or something.
Decent chunk of it though.
Something slotted, something's come off there, something else somewhere. Not quite sure what caused that to happen there, but they went either side of it. It did cost Fabian Dance a little bit of time there. The gap across the line had increased to a massive 0.561 of a second. But given he was on the boot though,
debris on track being reported at turn 13, 14. As we just saw, we've got a Cupra for Asbest racing in the fueling area, but from where I'm looking, it looks like it is a complete Cupra. Although the rear right-hand corner is possibly the bit that it could be on circuit. I'm not quite sure how marshals are going to get to that, but we've still got a fascinating, frantic battle for the lead in 992.
It's quite similar, that bit of fencing or debris or venting almost. It's very similar to the rear extreme part of an R8 Audi that's quite prone to any kind of contact just after the rear wheels. So whether it's a venting or that, I don't know. So Fabian Dance looking down to the outside of turn 10. That's very brave to go around the long side, long way around. Martin Rump will defend that, but Fabian Dance goes all the way round to the outside in the red Camel Jordan. But of course, he does that on the beginning. He's kind of held it. He almost did it there. He ran wide onto the marbles. I thought he's not going to have the traction there or the grip. It looked like he hadn't got the job done, but he kept it on the outside only just and got up the inside of turn 11. So Fabian Dance takes the lead for the 992 Cup class in the red Camel Jordan on the last 2 corners over Martin Rump in the Müller Motorsport car.
And Rump must have come into the pits now because he's disappeared off our screens. Code 60 within 20 seconds. Let's go down to John Heinhoff, who can tell us what's going on at Viper Nisa.
Yeah, it's the left front of this car that's getting the remedial attention. They're doing a top wishbone on that. The wishbone that's going in is still on the ground. They're trying to get the old wishbone out. It's got a bit of a kink in it after that incident earlier on. This is the grey and fluorescent green number 65 car that was doing so well earlier on. They've already taped up the front splitter. Now we've got everybody starting to scramble in the pits lane as well. The Cupra has had full fuel because they were in long before this Code 60 came out. I've wandered 2 garages back down towards pit in, and there's a brand new set of Michelin tyres outside Milner Motorsport in that 992 category battle. By the way, whilst that 992 category battle was going through, and it's Paul Mayer who's about to jump in to the Milner car, he looks very happy to be getting a go. He's raring and jumping up and down, hopping from foot to foot. Dwight Merriman got into 3rd position in the Pro-Am category. He was having a great battle with the previous occupant of 3rd position, and he used that traffic quite nicely to his own ends and has moved up into 3rd in that Era Motorsport in the new livery this weekend. Here comes the Milner car right in front of me and comes to a halt, spot on the marks, blue tapes in the pit lane. There's the air hammers, Michelin tyre popped off. Out comes the driver's seat insert, and who was it that was getting out of that? Was it Marcus Rump? Yes, it was. Doors not shut on the right-hand side. That is put right. Waiting for traffic, and still waiting for traffic. We're under Code 60. It's not costing them that much time. Still waiting for the seatbelt actually to go on in that car. Didn't get his left-hand seatbelt on. Martin out of the car. We'll give him a moment to get himself sorted and then have a chat with him.
Well, the piece of debris at the final turn has been picked up, so it's not going to be long before we go back to racing. A little bit of congestion once again in the fueling area, and both Into Africa Racing and the Scuderia Praha Racing Ferrari missing out on getting fuel. Looks as though Matthias Weibo drove straight through the pits, so didn't change tyres or get fuel. And what did the Into Africa car do? I think he did the same thing, didn't he, Snowy? So
yeah, I think so, yeah.
It doesn't hurt you too much, because if you don't go into the fuel area at all, you stay at 40k. It's only 20k for the bit where the fuel bowsers actually are.
Well, that's where your strategist comes into play, isn't it? Does a 25% fuel top-up under a Code 60 actually advantage or disadvantage you over just bypassing it, doing a tyre change, doing another stint on that set of tyres, and then being back into the flow, assuming we'd get a full green flag refuel next time round? We never know, do we?
And tyres all basically changed.
Ben, question for you.
30 minutes ago. Therefore, I imagine we're not going to have the opportunity to change many tyres in this particular Code 60. We are about to go back to green flag running once more. Most cars in pit lane, but TFT missing out on being able to go into the pits. They come round the final turn, and we go back to green flag racing. They are not in the pits, and that's an extension of their lead then for TFT Racing as we go back to green flag racing with 22 hours and 17 minutes remaining. John Hindhoff.
Yeah, quick question for you, Ben, because I know you'll have this in front of you, courtesy of timeservice.nl, our timing partners and the strategy software, which I don't talk for a living, that you've got. When did the last Code 60 end? Because surely there's some teams who were in on the end of that, and that wasn't 50 minutes to this one, was it?
Don't have the answer for you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why some people had tyres and some people didn't. But I presume that was because they were inside the 50-minute time limit for new Michelin tyres.
We don't have complete clarity on what everyone's tyres have done, unfortunately, because on that first Code 60, a lot of the tyre age got reset, even though most people were not allowed to change tyres. Interestingly, the 69 car that we saw with our own eyes changing tyres within that first 50 minutes, they haven't been given a penalty yet, but the 73 has. So we rely upon race control to be across any indiscretions rather than ourselves. Yeah, exactly. So Vibo up to second, Maxwell Partil for Hoffer Racing down to third. They did pit on that last round of Code 60. Have you got the penalty, Snowy? We've got a list of penalties, and actually we've only got one team that have taken their penalty. Everybody else has yet to honour the penalties they've been given. So 73 and 133 have a 1 second penalty for not respecting their minimum sector time during Code 60. 73 and 81 have a 60-second penalty.
Proton and Era.
Proton and Era for changing tyres within 50 minutes. Era? Okay, so they got a penalty for changing tyres within 50 minutes under Code 60, which is a surprise. I thought we had got that one covered off as being okay. Either way, all four of those guys still need to come into the pits, stop in the pit penalty box that John Hindhaugh showed us earlier on, serve the 60 or the 1 second, and then trundle down pit lane. They can do it under Code 60, but it doubles, and therefore it doubles the amount of time, and therefore it's not worth doing.
Yeah, as you say, so only one of those penalties has actually been served. That's the 133 entry. They had a not respecting Code 60 regulations. They've had a warning, so you can't really not serve that. It's a warning. They have to physically stop and do anything. The other four we've got, as you say, 81, 73 with 2 penalties, and 133 again. That's got a 1 second penalty, which is a pain, and has a 73, which of course is our Proton Huber car. Klaus Bachler that started that car. Got a 1 second penalty, but there's 2 for the 73 entry. So for that car as well, my apologies. The changing tyres under the 50-minute stint. It has been issued but not yet served. So it might suggest to me that they are potentially discussing that. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the race directors are under fire, shall we say, for can we appeal?
GT4 led by Matthew George for Venture. He is 41 seconds ahead of NM Racing's Mercedes, and they are now 2 laps ahead of Team Sorg Rennsport, who has only done 1 stop. Now, one of the reasons why 133 hasn't served a penalty yet is because they haven't been in the pits yet. They're the only car that I can see that has not visited the pit lane. They've had the opportunity to do so. We are nearly 2 hours of running. That means that BMW must be very, very good on fuel. They've done 1 hour 47 Kevin Clark has been in that car. And 51 laps on the tyre. That is a mega stint. That is one for Carla to go down to and check out when she grabs the microphone. And I remember Kevin Clark from the Brit Car 24-hour days when I used to create the 2-hour highlight package for the Silverstone 24 hours. Kevin was racing a BMW Imperial then. They are partly by dint of being not having pitted at all, but also by dint of being quite fast, leading the TCE category. And they are leading. Wow, they're leading by 4 laps already. That's not bad, is it? They don't know quite why, because the Cupra hasn't had any issues and the Hondas have been okay. We do know, obviously, that the Porsche is in pit lane, having quite a lot of work done. Viper Nisa, by the way, still in the pits having some work done. The car that they hit, the 938 GP Racing Team 992, that is back out on circuit. So the damage to them much less than the damage to Viper Nisa. And unfortunately, Asbez 20-odd laps down already after that early issue into the gravel track. We didn't get to the bottom of exactly what had happened to that car, because it went straight on at turn 10 into the gravel and then incurred more damage by being towed out of the gravel trap with some of the splitter damage at the back. Didn't hit anything, but certainly with the fact that it's taken that long to get the car back out on circuit suggests there's a few question marks.
So often the case, the marshals have an invidious task getting cars out of the gravel to get the race back to, certainly if it's been neutralised under a code 60 or anything kind of limits like that. If you're keen to get it out, but the car's obviously sitting low where it's not supposed to be in gravel. It's not meant to be a beach buggy, is it?
Yeah.
It's meant to be on track, on tarmac, on terra firma. So you go and attach the thing to get to it quickly and drag it. It's amazing what other damage you can do to it, and even just connecting it and also pulling it at an oblique angle can damage something else on that rope or hook at the front as well. So no fault of the marshals, who do a fantastic job, do not get me wrong, and that's what they're dedicated to doing. Is that the era Ferrari coming into the pits now? It is. I think it is, just diving into the pits now. So yes, you can do significant collateral damage in trying to get the race back to a race situation and get you, as they always do in Coventry, to get those cars in. Dwight Merriman it is that's into the pits and should be refueling, I would have expected. This is from 10th position overall. The number 81 ERA Motorsport Ferrari does indeed go into the fuel area.
So they can get a complete service for Dwight Merriman. Full tank of fuel. The BMW just ahead, so Kevin Clark will be soon ready for... Well, John actually is still down in pit lane, so maybe John can have a chat to Kevin Clark before. But the BMW ahead in the fuel Bowsers of the ERA Motorsport Ferrari. Now, they can then also clear that penalty. So just out of that shot, they'll go past the ambulance and under the main pit building, opposite the finishing line here, not the start line. Finishing line and start line, different places at Barcelona. They'll stop in the penalty box, serve the penalty that they have, which is a 60-second penalty, and then they'll trundle down and get the rest of the service. But it doesn't feel like a particularly long stint from Dwight Merriman. Let's have a quick look. 24 laps. No, that is a lie. He has been out on circuit. Sorry, he's been out. Oh, it's cleared. He's been in the pits for 1 minute and 22 seconds, but that's not the information that we're looking for. "23 laps has Dwight Merriman been in that car, so 46 minutes, and because they wouldn't have got a full tank of fuel in the car, that's probably up to the maximum they could get out the car. So whereas they would have preferred Dwight to get to the hour, that would have been much better for the drive time. It does mean he'll probably have to do either a long second stint or they'll need to put him in for a third stint, because he only needs to do 2 hours. The Cupra has stopped out at turn 2. On track, there's a bit of bodywork from what I can see behind the car, but off the racing line.
Is it a splitter?
The Cooper is facing the right direction. It's facing the way of the traffic, and off he goes again. But there is a splitter, whether it's from...
Well, doesn't look like it's got one, that Cupra.
And it doesn't go much further than about 10...
That's going to be a code 60 again.
This could well be a code 60. He's just literally put it in an even worse position because he's on the exit of turn 2 and it has just ground to a halt. There is a splitter there, but it is an unrelated incident. And I'm afraid... So the splitter is from another Porsche. It's one of those bits of Porsche, isn't it, that we spoke so much about in Spa a few weeks ago. But the Cooper is ground to a halt, not moving at all. This surely will be a code 60. And once again, those guys on the wall will be working out whether they can react by changing tyres, whether they need to react for fuel, or whether they don't react. There's an extra element now with that new regulation about tyres not being able to be changed under code 60 if they've done less than 50 minutes, and pretty much all the pit stops have been done under code 60. But crucially, Dwight Merriman for ERA is in the pits already, so he could change tyres because he was in the pits before the code 60 has been called. Cooper rumbles off again. Code 60 has been called, though.
Yeah, despite my initial visual eyes on that, it looked like what I thought was a massive right-out gap at the front of the Cooper there. I put 2 and 2 together with it being ahead of a splitter sitting on the track. The cameraman kindly zoomed in for us, and you can see the Cooper is intact. Splitter is intact. So 2 things totally separate. Commentators are so easily confused and led down rabbit holes, are they not? I speak for myself only.
Unfortunately, though, this code 60 that's been called is going to be cleared very, very quickly, because the reason for it is now moving again. The Cupra is rolling at 60 kilometers an hour. And so, yes, you can react, but I'd be looking at the incident and going, well, we don't really need to. The marshals may want to go and clear that splitter from the outside of turn 2, but it's not really in a dangerous position. There are a few cars reacting. The Ferrari 56 coming into pit lane, followed by the number 11. So those two that were fighting over second, Matthias Feibo and Maxim Partel, both going towards the fuel bowsers. Now, they could start fueling, and if that code 60 clears pretty quickly, they could then potentially fuel all the way up under green flag conditions if they clear this code 60. There's no evidence it being cleared yet. The splitter has been retrieved, though. Looks very much like one of those Porsche splitters. Into Africa Racing Ferrari, also into the fuel bowsers. My lord, this is getting confusing already, isn't it, with all the different variations of strategy that's going on. And surely, yes, code 60 will end in under 1 minute. So all of those reacting to getting fuel can now fully fuel up. In the pit lane, we've got a Vortex, we've got the 56 Ferrari Praha leaving, as has the number 11, so they haven't been able to take advantage of getting any more fuel into that car. The Mulder Motorsport
pit stop myself before I got here. I spoke to one of the drivers of the Red Ants team, who did let me know that the tire temperature of his front tires went up to 105 degrees Celsius while it was hot and sunny outside, which just goes into the topic of the drivers and teams maybe struggling a bit to find a rhythm with the tires with these different temperatures. It's now getting a little bit more cloudy. It's also quite nice for me to have a little stroll down here in the pit lane. And let's see how this changes and what they will report once it will get cooler outside.
105, Peter Snowden. Melty or okay?
It's fine. Decent driver can manage that.
Serious answer now.
No, but I think that is actually, you know, it's slightly said here, many a true word spoken in jest. But you know, we do have, people like the Pierre Caffers, the Maro Engels of the world, to name but a few that are in this race, and there are many others as well, that can manage something like that and will feel it, feel that great, feel how it changes, feel the car change underneath a little bit looser and drive accordingly, but still only lose a very small amount of pace. And that is where your top drivers are able to do that. Less so an amateur may not be able to do that, and that then the danger with that is it becomes the complete opposite of massive tyre degradation. So the temperature in itself is not the issue, it's how it's managed.
Okay.
Down to driver skill.
Peter Snowden is our resident racing driver, and so you'll
I'm
be
not
hearing...
suggesting I've got those skills, by the way. Now we've got a slow Ferrari on track.
You'll be hearing lots of excuses from him across the 24 hours. Yes,
is that the Era car? No, it isn't the Era car, is it?
We have a slow Ferrari in the shape of Arnold Neveling, who is new to the Into Africa Racing Dragon Ferrari. This is the first time we've seen him. He didn't do the qualifying session, wasn't part of the team in Paul Ricard, but I think Arno has now got that Ferrari back up and running, so a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete. That early pit stop under green flag conditions has really hurt them, hasn't it? They are down in 15th, and this early running, 2 hours gone, and they are not in the position they would want to be. Benjamin Pack leads by nearly a minute now. Would you believe we've already got a minute advantage over Matthias Feibo and Max Partel, who just pitted. They held on to second and third. And Nicola Michelin in the Utah Racing Audi in fourth position. Get Speed Mercedes up to fifth with Patrick Liddy doing a really strong stint. Fabian Dance then in sixth position, in the leading 992, who did not react to that last code 60. Second in 992 is now the RPM Racing Nicholas Jonsson Porsche, with Stefan Perron aboard the 888 Seb Lejoux Racing Porsche in third spot. Leading in GT4, having just made a stop, the two leading GT4 cars came into the pits together, Venture and NM, with Team Sorg Rennsport now in the pole. And TCE leaders, JMEC Engineering of Oliver Smith, now aboard the car that Kevin Clark did the first 2 hours in and leads by 3 laps over the through Honda Racing Civic of Western Volta.
So we're going to move into our second pit stop in the commentary box. Not under code 60, so we're allowed not just 25% of Peter Mackay, but the full 100% of Peter Mackay. He's been off and been refueled in the last hour suitably. I would imagine in respect and honour of his Scottish origins, that he's been and had some delicious smoked salmon at his refuelling break. He's been very kind, looking at me very suspiciously of just quite, where are you going with this, Snowy? Ben Constanduros is going to go and have his little refuelling stint, and I'm rejoined in the main box by a suitably fueled and looking very composed Peter Mackay. Welcome back, Peter.
It's a good job that the Michelin 24-hour series is very exciting, because after a family-sized portion of lasagna at lunch, I'm feeling a little bit dopey, but I'll get back. I'll be back in the groove.
I'm sorry,
in no time.
I refuse to believe. I'm not having the words Peter Mackay and dopey in the same sentence. It's an absolute oxymoron. I will not allow it. Welcome back, Peter.
Thank you.
And Ben needs to get himself fed. I wonder what his choice will be. He'll come back and report to us later, I'm sure, on his...
Ben Constanduros is a finely honed athlete.
Isn't he just?
Yeah, so I think he's going
Svelte is the word that springs to mind.
Barley and salad.
He barely needs to open the door to get out of the commentary box.
Yeah, he is ripped.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what they call it. Well, front of the field, TFT Racing, a relative newcomer to the Michelin 24-hour series. They came to the fore in Paul Ricard last time out, but here they are. They got a podium straight away, and then they're leading the race by a handy margin at the moment. And Carla Velti just mentioned the keep the tyre in, but it's not easy. And at the moment we're at the, are we quite at the peak of the heat of the day? We can't be far off it, and we've still got a good couple of hours of maximum track temperature really to contend with. Once we get into the night, we could see a very different complexion to this race, because the night, it has been relatively cool overnight compared to the daytime.
It will be. I'm going to pick up on a comment there and just be the typical cynical, miserable driver attitude of leading a 24-hour race with 22 hours to go.
You are cynical, so you're the cynical driver, right? Okay.
That's what I said. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be said. You've missed one of the best battles, actually. Well, I'm sure you saw it over in the hospitality unit there, but we had a fabulous battle at the 992 class, Peter, where we had Muller Motorsport in the 921 entry getting into a battle with Fabian Dance in the Red Camel Jordans. Initially that was for second place, then it became for first place. They've just done a little swap around now, because Fabian Dance it is that's in the lead of that class. A great battle.
Yeah, it's Fabian is just so impressive.
But he had to work for it, Peter. I don't know whether you saw it or not. I'm sure you were keeping up to speed, no pun intended, sorry. But he had to really work for it with traffic and back and forth. And one of the things there for a driver is not losing your concentration of, you think you're with somebody, you get yourself into a zone, you're like, it's almost like you drive fast, you put a time in. There's a I always said there was a qualifying brain, there's a race brain, there's a testing brain. You have to drive accordingly to each of those situations. And you get almost a little bit, it's almost like a computer program. You're sitting a certain distance behind me, you go into overtake mode, as in, this is what I do. If that then changes and the car in front gets ahead of a back mark, as we saw there with Müllner on that, and Fabian Dance couldn't, you're no longer in overtake mode. It's sort of delete that mode. You've got to think from it and think again. And the danger is, my point I'm trying to make is that the danger is you're in overtake mode, so you then actually disregard the car in front. You've got to reset your brain and go, right, back marker, cancel overtake for the moment, focus on the back marker, I say it like a computer program, and this is what I believe the top drivers do. They have so much spare capacity for these thoughts whilst driving the car. The driving the car should be the easy bit. In reality is, right, okay, I now need to concentrate on, get past the back marker, because the simplest mistake in the world is to trip over a back marker trying to stay in touch with the car you were racing 2 corners ago. And you don't want to be doing that, because you're usually quite unpopular in the pit box.
Do you think we could write a program, Chat GP Snowy, the different modes that a driver should go through? I was transfixed by that.
You're very kind. Probably the only listener that was, but you're very kind, Peter. Welcome back. Thank you.
That's all right. You're dry, so in a really interesting position in this Proton-Huber competition. Porsche coming through the last sector at the moment, because not only are they in a strong position for the Pro-Am Championship, they're also in with a hunt of the overall GT3 Championship. Now, as the live scores are at the moment, if they finish as they are right now, it would... Now, wait for us to update. It's going to be very, very close between them and Scuderia Praha, because Scuderia Praha are up in second position at the moment. On the live scoring, actually it would be Red Ant Racing that would pinch the championship, where they are at the moment in 8th position. Scuderia Praha would finish second in the championship. They are in second position overall, and Proton-Huber, they would actually finish 3rd after all of that. So they've got a bit of work to do, but as you rightly say, Snowy, when you've got 2 hours down, 22 to go. This is more actually about, I actually say you want to consume the amateur drivers' driving time that they have to serve by the rules, get that out of the way in the daylight hours, and you've got daylight hours up till about 7 p.m. tonight, something like that, 7:30 maybe. So you've still got another 5.5 hours of amateur driving time. Yes, you'll put yourself on the back foot a little bit in time, but then it's done. I think all through the night you want to be keeping your best drivers in through the night as best as possible.
100% so, yes, because depending on what level your amateur driver is, and that's part of the driver coaching program, to bring a driver through with your pro driver helping them to do that and improve all the time, is they may be even slower in the dark, because it might be a whole new experience for them. So absolutely right, maximise that at the best possible, get it in the bank, quite literally, certainly on a race of this length.
992, Stephen Gambrell driving with the number 928 squad. That is the HRT Performance team. They're in 5th in AM at the moment. But let's go down to the pit work alongside Carla Velti.
Yeah, I'm stood right here next to the TFT car, where they do a driver change and a tire change simultaneously. Always very impressive to see what is going on, how quick these guys are. For the people who don't know, per car, the allowed amount of wheel guns is actually 2. So it's 2 guys that need to run around the car and do 2 tires each, which is always a great choreography. And out they go. TFT is done already and heading back out to fight for this win here in the race, which I believe is a possibility for them.
It definitely is. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, TFT pole sitters yesterday in the lovely sunset qualifying that we have here in the 24 Hours of Barcelona. Usually the qualifying waits till the latter part of the afternoon, early part of the evening, and you just get some beautiful shots. Must be a dream for the photographers. And then the teams all had night practice, should they wish to take it, and dial in at the setup for the evening. I mean, tell me, Snowy, how much can you change mid-race to get the car to work in the heat of the day like we have right now to the potential cool of the night we could see later? What have you got in your toolkit you can use, and how do you tweak it?
Quite a lot in reality. Again, I hate to say it, but it depends on the level of your driver. So you've just mentioned about the AM driver getting the time in. They may not, early stages of their career, be as aware of some of the changes that have been made to the car, whereas a pro driver can make those changes. The point being is there's more benefit to those changes. You can probably stiffen the car up. The car will run better at different temperature, so it'll consume different air differently, so the engine will run cleaner and sweeter, probably a few more revs out of it, so probably a little bit power. Its torque curve might be slightly different, and it's those infinitesimal little things. Don't forget, racing cars operate in a very small window, so the top driver that's used to it, so you mentioned yesterday about our poleman Mauro Engel in a Mercedes, factory Mercedes driver, but driving on a Michelin tyre. And you made the very valid point of, I wonder how he finds that car on a Michelin, because he's not used to driving that. When we asked him, and he was like, yeah, tyres are tyres kind of thing. I exaggerate for clarity, but it didn't make that much difference to him because he's so used to the product underneath him, the Mercedes.
And of course, the thing I love about it is as well, there's a Michelin tyre, but then there's also a Michelin tyre, and you think, what am I on about?
Exactly.
When he
there
drives
are tyres and there are tyres.
Yes, when he drives at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is an open tyre formula, tyre war, if you like, where Michelin have won the last 11 years in the Nürburgring 24. So generally, you've needed to be on that tyre to win. But because it's what they call a confidential tyre, that tyre is going to be very different to what we have here, where it's a tyre that has to work across the entire paddock. That H2 is being given to everybody, whether it be a GT3, a TCR, or a GT4 or whatever. It's just in different sizes. H2 compound, so it's one compound harder than you get in IMSA, in GTD.
And that is the point, that in the night stint, when it's cooler, all the cars should, in theory, be kinder to their tyres during those stints. So the degradation shouldn't be as high as it is in the higher temperature now. We'd heard a figure there, was it Carla found 105 degrees on the front of was it a 992 Cup car? I think she said that was on. That's, yeah, it needs some management.
It was a GT3 car.
It was a GT3.
Because
I don't know which one it was.
We have to protect our sources.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. But the point is, that was the temperature. That was the number mentioned. You've got to manage that. Whereas at night, that shouldn't be so much of a problem. And again, if you haven't got the experience of the car or the circuit, and that's something else you've got to take into account, is you may have drivers here that don't know the circuit as well. So you can be confident with your car, but if you don't know your circuit, you can't be confident how to drive your car at that circuit. So you want both.
Well, I've spoken to several teams this week, teams that know their package inside and out, the drivers and the car, everything, and they've struggled to find a setup. And we come here every year. We do a 24-hour race at a similar time of year, similar weather conditions. It shows you how you talk about that narrow window, Snowy. You're spot on, isn't it? You know how that narrow window can move slightly, and then all of a sudden you're out of it. So if you're looking through a letterbox, you close one eye or you move one eye up, you're out the window and you go, what happened?
And this is where computer simulations are so helpful for these teams and things that they can do, because the track surface here at Barcelona is really quite abrasive. So your tyre degradation is a whole different factor to somewhere else.
Only car, interestingly, in the whole of the race so far, in fact there's two that have dipped into the 1:41. So fastest lap of the race at the moment is a 1:41.6. That was set by Klaus Bachler early on in the Porsche for Proton Huber. The only other car that's gone underneath 1:42 is the TFT car, 1:41.392. So actually, sorry, that is the quicker time set by Mauro Engel. I apologise. So those are set fairly early on in the race. But actually, the optimum McLaren last year on lap 3, Frederick Schandorf, was a 1:41.1. So we may actually be seeing higher tyre degradation this year than we saw last year, and different management as well. We might see that the pace is actually stronger at night, whereas last year it was done, about 12 in the afternoon, because it was lap 3 of the race. So very, very interesting to follow that here in this Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona. Penalties wise, got a couple of penalties overhanging. Car number 69, that is the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. 60-second time penalty for overtaking another car during code 60. That's a big no-no. 10-second time penalty for the number 124. That is the THRW Honda Racing team for not respecting pit stop regulations. Now, as the battle for the lead goes on between Matthias Weibo and Maximilian Bartelt, 0.7 of a second between the Ferrari and the Mercedes right now. We'll take a quick update from Carla Velti.
Talking about penalties, I was just standing in front of the car number 73, the Porsche 911 GT3R of the Proton Huber competition team, and it was a image for the books really, because they have one of the first boxes. They're in the second box actually, which is placed just after the so-called penalty box where the car needs to stop for a penalty, and it was literally the image of the whole team standing there just a few steps away from their car, waiting for the penalty to be served and getting into the car. And it was Manuel Lauk that got into the car, and he looked like he was waiting for a bus really, just standing there and anxiously waiting for the car to come in. So that's always a painful moment for the whole team, I believe.
Thank you, Carla. Change for the lead then as Max Bartelt goes through, then Hofer, number 11 Mercedes, goes through into the lead past Matthias Weibo in the silver and yellow Ferrari, which pits straight away. So Hofer, they carry on, and the Ferrari in towards the fueling area. Of course, the AM class cars, like our overall race leader, the Hofer car is now, they have a slightly bigger fuel capacity than an equivalent car in Pro-Am or in GT3 Pro. So plenty changing a lot there. So up to the front of the field then, Hofer Racing. So this potentially could make it a Mercedes 1-2 with Patrick Liddy in the number 286 Get Speed car coming into third. So 21 hours and 43 minutes left on the clock as we get into a nice rhythm here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Hofer Racing, your leader overall, 992, led by the championship leaders, Red Camel Jordans. GTX led by the number 974 Vortex. Venture Engineering, your champions-elect in GT4, lead there in that class. And in TCE, JMEC Engineering, who took victory earlier on in the season in Spa. They're back again and looking strong at the moment in that TCE category. Got a lead of just around a lap at the moment from the Honda, the THRW Honda of Derek Ferretti. A big day for the Hofer team as well. The Mercedes leading the way at the moment because we have two members of the team, Michael Kroll and Chantal Prince, who are taking part in their 50th 24-hour series race. That is a lot. That is a lot of laps. That's a lot of kilometers, and they're such an important part of this paddock. Full family outing. And Michael Kroll actually is one of only two people in the race who have won it before. It's him and it's Kenneth Heyer. They are the only two drivers in this entire field that have ever won before. So there's a strong possibility that we could see a lot of new winners, overall at least, here in the Michelin 24-hour series. Coming down the hill now towards turn number 7. Now it's quite quick in a GT3 car as well. 200 kilometers, they hit the brakes there, then all the way down to 120 kilometers an hour, back up to 185 for the quick blind entry turn 9. Max Bartelt just having to negotiate a little bit of traffic there now into quite a quick part of the circuit, braking from 230 kilometers an hour into the very tight, nipping left-hander there, 90 kilometers an hour, and then back up the power again, opening up that 6.2 litre V8, and then winding speed all the way around this last section, Snowy, where the speed just seems to build and build and build, and then you get catapulted out of the cannon onto the front straight.
It's not that situation, especially when you're a kid, when you're running downhill, hopefully on grass it doesn't hurt too much, and you run too fast and basically your body ends up going fast and your legs can cope, and you end up going, oh, and you're aware of it. It's like you're falling over, like the sort of roller coaster. So you did a perfect description there, Peter, of into turns 13, 14, and it is super, and you get to turn 14, and whilst you turn in, you do feel like it's going to fall off the edge of the earth. I'm not a Flat Earth Society member, but it does feel like it's there. And there's this gravel trap going, come to me, love me. You want to be over here, and you go, no, I don't. No, I don't. You're not worried about track limits. You're worried about being in the gravel. Like, I don't want to go on a holiday. I'm not in the beach. It's too early. It's 22 hours to go.
Yes. When you're getting an insight, folks, into the racing mind of Peter Snowden and what went through his mind throughout his career behind the wheel. Air Motorsport in their Ferrari at the moment, with that car at the moment, car number 81, has Dwight Merriman on board, just heading down in towards turn 1. And a couple of cars behind on the road is the Red Ant Mercedes, which is running. Lost it on my timing screen here. Red Ant is running a couple of laps ahead, but just behind on the road. Yannick Red Ant on board at the moment, running in the top 5. Their first full year in GT3 racing in the 24-hour series. Also running the Porsche Cup car for the Ajit Kumar racing squad. And they had a very, very quick change overnight, because the car, unfortunately the prime race car, was written off in night practice last night with an incident at turn 1. They've had to rent a car from Scuderia Ferron, who have very kindly helped them out at the last minute. Great bit of camaraderie there from the 24-hour series paddock. Carlo Belti down in the pit lane. What have you got for us?
You just took my story a little bit off me, that they got the car from a neighborly team. Maybe the interesting part about that is that they actually took the back sort of roof part that you can see on said car and exchanged it with their own to have that one on the now sort of rented out vehicle that they're driving. So they were very lucky that someone had literally a spare car here, and they were able to get that one to be in the race today.
So 22 minutes into the racing hour, with the Red Ant team now coming across a little bit of traffic. Porsche 992 Cup going in towards turn 1 now. Some penalties starting to come through as well. Car number 102, Asbest Racing. That is the Cupra, running at the moment 4th in the TCE category. Unfortunately, a 36-second time penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane, and that's on top of another time penalty for doing exactly the same thing of 38 seconds. So they've already built themselves up a fair amount of penalty to fight back from. Now, one of the biggest penalties in terms of the championship conversation is the penalty that was assessed to the Proton Huber competition Porsche, which is very much a contender for the championship, car number 73. It got a 60-second time penalty for changing tyres within the minimum 50-minute stint time under a code 60, which you are not allowed to do. Air Motorsport were pinged for exactly the same thing. 60 seconds is a very, very tough penalty indeed. But they've served it now. It's out the way. It's not hanging over them. They've got to get the head down now and get on with it. Mercedes on Mercedes battle now towards the third sector as Red Ant Racing battling away. It's Yannick Red Ant, who's just taken over from his brother Ayrton, fighting away with the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes, which is not for position. The Viper Niza car at the moment is running all the way down in 30th. So they've unfortunately not had the start to the day they wanted. The Malaysian squad, of course, their home race coming up, Snowy, in just about, now what are we, about a couple of months' time we go to?
A few weeks' time.
A few weeks' time. I mean, technically, yes. Yes.
Yes, a few weeks can be 52 and call it a year.
12 weeks is a few.
Yeah, yeah, quarter of a year.
Even less than that, 10 weeks.
We're getting to my point eventually. Yes, exactly. So the RPM Racing 992 Cup class leader is in the fuel area now, Nicholas Jonsson. So that's going to promote the Seblagiu Racing entry now, although I think that needs to, if I'm not sure, I think we'll let that fuel out. We've got Carlo Velti with some news in the pits.
Carla? It's not like her to be shy, that's for sure.
No?
No, we'll come to her in a moment. Yes, you're right, Snowy. Seblagiu Racing have just gone into the fueling area as well, along with RPM Racing. Now have we got Carla? Carla?
Yes, guys, that was not me intentionally trying to get your attention, but nonetheless, I am watching pit stop after pit stop here. The Audi with the number 21 is just passing by me, the Haas car. And what I find interesting to see, you can sort of see a difference between AM drivers and pro drivers that get in the car and get out, because some of them leave the pit box a little bit more aggressive than others. Isn't that the case, Snowy?
Yes, there is a limit for that. You need to, what you want to try and do as a driver, you want to be a show-off and leave a set of number 11s, as in 2 black lines. But the team don't always like you for that, and it does quite hard on the transmission as well. So you need to curb yourselves. But you're absolutely right, and you've spotted the psychology of racing drivers there. Well done, Carla.
But that instant spike of tire temperature is quite important, though.
Absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
That was always my excuse.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's always get them warm by the time we're in the outer lane and onto pitch, so then you don't go and get off the limiter, floor it, and turn left.
Not a problem. Not a problem. 42 minutes into the stint then for Max Bartel, so we've got plenty fuel on board at the moment. As an AM class car, they've got the most generous fuel allocation, and actually compared to the Pro AM class Mercedes and the Pro class Mercedes, they have a slightly bigger air restrictor on the car. So what does that mean? Basically, it allows more air to get into the engine and generates a little bit more power. The whole idea is that the AM class cars, which, as the name suggests, have more amateur drivers as part of their driver lineup, they then get just a little bit of extra power to get a bit of more parity from the field. And it's a really good thing, actually. And occasionally, and more so in 24-hour races, where it's more about consistency and attrition, we've seen it in the past where AM class cars can win overall. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, it's special. We've seen CP Racing do it in the past. Herberth last year, great example. Herberth is an AM class car, won last year with Scott Noble, Ralph Bone, Jason Hart and Dustin Blattner. They were just imperious, actually, last year, as Herberth often are. Driver change then going on at Krone Racing. I think that may, but I'm not quite sure whose helmet design that is, of who's getting into the car at the moment, but we'll confirm it as soon as they come in through the timing beam. It's Nick Jonsson who brought the car in, and it wasn't Philip Hambrecht, and Patrick Huisman started, so I'm going to say that's Tracy Crone who's jumped in. We'll see if that is correct when they come up towards the timing beam. New Michelin tyres fitted and off into the action. RPM Racing have had a fantastic season in their category, winning their class in Mugello, in Spa, and indeed in Misano. 3 out of the 4 races they've contested in this 24-hour series in Europe, they have won their category.
You just made a very valid point there, Peter, as you always would, but of fuel, and we all talk about fuel strategy, how long will it last, tyres, etc. And the little bit you made the references, of course, you mentioned about the restrictors, the amount of the air that an engine consumes. An internal combustion engine uses vast amounts of air compared to fuel. In fact, the ratio is around about 12 to 15 to 1, depending on the compression. So you're using, let's say, 14 amounts of air compared to 1 amount of fuel unit at the time, and that's why it's so important. So when the temperatures change, that ratio can change, and why you have your restrictors, and that's how one of the balances performance acts so much. If you have a smaller restrictor, you're taking less air in, so it changes the way the whole engine works, and it's we always overlook that element.
Yeah, it's and also weight is the other thing. Where if you have a pro car which has all semi-pro drivers or higher, you have to carry an extra 30 kilos. So the Red Ant team, they have to carry an extra 30 kilos in their car, and I know what it's like carrying around an extra 30 kilos. I just have to imagine not that many years back, and that sort of feeling is it. But 30 kilos is an enormous amount. I mean, in a Le Mans hypercar, they think that 10 kilos is worth 4/10 around Le Mans. 10 kilos is not a lot. So if you think 30 kilos, okay, albeit it's on a GT3 car, but still, it gives you an impression just how important that lap time is. And that's every lap for 24 hours.
Well, rough ratio, but a litre of fuel is 0.75 of a kilo.
So there you go.
So it's 3/4 of a kilo extra for every litre of fuel on board. So you start reducing that. That's why the cars get nicer and lighter when they're less fuel load on them. But it's why it's so difficult on a heavy fuel load, which is why we want, when you want to put an AM driver in it, this is the beauty of endurance racing. There's so many variables that you've got to take into consideration, and that's where the strategists just come into their element, literally, no pun intended.
Well, Patrick Liddy at the moment is at the wheel of the number 286 Get Speed Mercedes, also running in the AM category. Patrick, actually a former winner of the Petit Le Mans back in 2023 in the GTD class in a Lamborghini Huracan. Very, very different car to this Mercedes AMG. Both naturally aspirated. That's about where the similarities end. They're both rear-wheel drive and they're both naturally aspirated. That's it. 6.2 V8 in the front for the Mercedes, 5.2 V10 in the middle for the Lamborghini. So very, very different things to drive, and yet Patrick Liddy looking good at the moment. Lap was 1.4 seconds quicker than the second place car last time by. We've got a problem for Pia Olsen. Oh no, in the venerable Cupra for Asbesh Racing. This isn't TCE
Now, this
category.
is the second time that car stopped at the exact same part of the track, if you remember, Peter. That's where we were talking about the split, and we thought they'd come off that car. It was actually a Porsche one. It's actually stopped there earlier.
Right, okay, so we're talking about which corner are we here? We're looking around turn 7 and 8. Are we? Or are we? You're right, Snowy, I apologise. Yes.
Turn 2.
Yes. They both look very similar, that sort of right, left. Yes, you're right. That is turn, just coming out of turn 2 into the right on the entry point, actually, of turn 3. So surely we'll need to go for a code 60 at the moment. Race control letting it play out, and
no,
that's
control
good.
reset. He's got going again, Peter.
She's got going again.
Sorry.
Open face helmet there for Pia Olsen, the number 102. Seat as the race leader. Explain what's just happened to us.
Huge moment there. Race leader going by in the Mercedes. Just had to, the Seat got going again, stayed perfectly on line over to the extreme right-hand side of the track. Absolutely the right thing to do. The Mercedes gave them a lot of clearance just in case they retook the racing line, which the Cupra didn't, but the Mercedes ran wide and suddenly got onto the dust and marbles, and you saw the car have a massive twitch on the outside there, and that could so easily be a race-ending situation. It wasn't, but oh so close.
And how things can change in an instant as the two American Hondas battling away, coming down in towards turn 7 now. Is that for position? No, they're not running on the same lap at the moment, so they would be well advised by their team to behave a little and stop slowing each other up. But the two Hondas in the TCE category running in flying formation at the moment. This is a team that's made together by Honda employees from all across North America who have come together to race here in this 24 Hours of Barcelona. They're based on, the cars are based on Civic Type Rs, and they're not TCR cars. They look quite like them, but they are based on more road-based machinery and built into a race car. So Pia Olsen, once she got back going again, coming around turn 3, the Get Speed Mercedes, Patrick Liddy gets onto the marbles, onto the dust, and we're not early on in the, we're not that far into the race yet, and it's already getting dirty on the outside line.
It was turning right, and that's another car that's now
gone. No, it's the Honda.
That's the 1-2-3. I'll just come back to a minute. The Mercedes there had a massive oversteering moment. That's the 1-2-3 Honda Type R that's parked at the side of the track with the steering pointing all over to the right-hand side. So I'm just trying to see if that's now is the right-hand wheel doing the same. It does look like both wheels are the same. We're getting a quick replay now. That's coming around this. I think something's broken there. Yes, so there's been some damage there. It's the front left wheel is completely got massive toe in, whereas the other wheel hasn't. That is suboptimal in steering. I can assure you of that.
I've
my
seen,
limited driving experience.
I've seen that happen to 1 or 2 golf buggies in the past. Not me personally. I've seen others do it.
Now the question is, why has that happened to the front left of the 123 Honda? Has something just broken, or has it been in contact with something else?
And which car was very close to on track? The team car. Please no. Please no. For the sake of that whole team. But I think it was John Hindhoff's dad, who was a detective, who said he didn't believe in coincidences.
Police say there's no such thing as an accident, do they?
They say a lot of things. Yeah. Code
60 straight away?
Yeah, straight. They need to. It shouldn't take too long to recover. The car's not beached in the gravel or anything like that. At the race at Mugello, by our first round, back in March it was, the gravel traps there are so deep that each time a car would go off, it would take a while to get it out and round again. So we were absolutely littered with Code 60s. Not had that many today so far.
Yeah, seven into the refuelling already, Peter. 7 cars in already in the refuelling area.
Yeah, at the moment. Is there anyone having to wait? No, everyone who's come into fueling at the moment is getting that, as the 888 Seb Lejeune car has come through, has missed going through to fueling, has had to refuse that. It's done 25 laps on the stint, so that's not going to be enough to be able to take tyres. So they're just simply going to have to drive through, unfortunately. Now there's a few spots, few spots clearing up.
So we've got our first, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars. That's the Get Speed Mercedes, the TFT Mercedes, the Scuderia Par Racing Ferrari, Hoffer Racing Mercedes, all in the fueling area. That's from our top class. And a little bit further down, we've got Owen Hizzy in the GT4 class, leading in the Venture Mercedes. Gilles Coutois in the Vortex, also in the pits. And Conrad Tux Lavaux in the Asbest Racing 718 Cayman, my apologies, GT4. So a flurry of activity, unsurprisingly. But of course, they'll all be subject to 25% fuel under Code 60. That's
very true, yes. You can only put in 25% of your fuel allowance. Pit stop then for, I was going to say a Scuderia Ferron, but it's their old car. But no, it's Ajit Kumar racing by Red Ant. Driver change going on. That car was brought in by Ralph Popelars, and Carla Velti has eyes on it.
I indeed have, and I also have my Seb, my cameraman, back to show you exactly what it is that I meant. This is the part, the back part, the cover of the car, excuse me, need to make sure I'm not in the way here, that got changed. This is actually from the original car they had, and now is fitted on that, let's say, little rental that I have going on for the race right now. And as you can see, they did have a bit of a longer tire change. Not sure if they had to adjust something with the brakes as they were going. I don't know exactly why they changed that back. I believe it's to save a little bit of the color and the exact livery of the car before, just to have a touch of the originality that they have. But yeah, here you go. That's how it goes sometimes on a racetrack. When things have to work, they work even with a car that is not yours.
Ajit Kumar then has got on board the superstar of the Michelin 24-hour series for so many fans who watch on Tamil TV. If you're tuned in on Tamil TV in India, a very, very warm welcome to you from here at the circuit, the Barcelona, Catalonia. Ajit Kumar getting in for his stint in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. We first met Ajit in Dubai, and he's always been incredibly gracious and polite and great fun to interview, and has been working very, very hard on his racing throughout the season. We were just blown away by the number of people who came to watch at that event, and it's just been like that all the way through, and I'm no doubt when we go back to Dubai in January it will be the same. A little bit of gaffer tape work to go on there from the Red Ant crew. It's a Belgian crew that run the car, and their sister car pulls in right in behind. Yannick Red Ant jumping out. And driver change going on there. It's all busy along beside you, Carla.
Indeed it is. I was just going to say, I think Red Ant sort of by accident got a little bit lucky with the code 60 that was going on, because I did see Ajit Kumar get ready way before that actually started. So that was a lucky one. Now we have a bit of a narrow exit going on here, but there we go. Both at the same time, going back out again, and looks like both are ready to give it all.
Very quick pit work from the crew working on the Red Ant Mercedes AMG GT3. So it was Ayrton Red Ant who started the car, then it was Yannick, and just clicking over the timing beam is Kenneth Heyer in the number 93 car. Now, he is one of only 2 people in the field that have won this race before. It was back in 2013 when Hoffer Racing won with an AMG Mercedes, and he won it alongside Michael Kroll, who of course is in the Hoffer Mercedes. So very likely that we'll see at least some new winners here overall in this edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona. Ajit Kumar then on board. And he has not switched team. The eagle-eyed might think, wait a minute, that's an Scuderia Farron car. Yes, it is, but it's being, well, rented by the Red Ant team because their prime car, unfortunately, was written off yesterday in night practice. Quite a heavy impact with the wall at turn 1, which is pretty high speed going into there. I mean, the Porsche 992 Cup cars, as they hit the brakes, are doing 260 kilometers an hour. The GT3 cars just a couple of kilometers an hour faster than that. And if you get it wrong at turn 1, Snowy, it can go pretty pear-shaped pretty quickly, as you've experienced in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super long straight. It's very, very fast into turn 1. You go a bit of a brow and drop downhill. People don't realise actually how much of a drop it is into turn 1. There's a real crest at the sort of centre of the pits, if you like, and it drops down into that. So you again, it changes your braking point a little bit. As you gain that, you turn right, and then left and right. So sorry, right and left. Turns 1, turn 2, into turn 3. A little bit more technical than you realise. 1 and 2. Are fairly easy, but you want to get the exit of 2 right so you can carry all the speed through that 3 all the way up the hill to turn 4. And it's one of those corners where the 2 preceding it you need to get right for the 1 after it, otherwise you lose the speed, if that makes sense.
Are you saving the Lister story for later then?
Oh, definitely.
I teed that one right up for you, and you just clipped it straight over the bar there. You know? So you'll have to stay with us, folks, because Peter Snowden has an amazing
I was hoping we weren't going to go there.
Catalunya story from his days as a professional driver in the GT1 category. So you'll have to stick with us. Less than a minute to go then until we go back to green flag racing. The Honda Civic Type R number 123 for THRW Honda Racing is being brought back on the Royal Automobile Club of Catalunia's flatbed, and a little bit of work to do for them to get that car straightened up and pointing in the correct direction. Question is, what happened to it? How did that damage get there? That is one for Carla Velti's extending job list, to find out what happened to that THRW Honda, and it probably won't be long before it makes it back to the paddock as well. So we'll wait till we go back to green flag racing, which is now, until we get our leaders across the line once again to confirm to you where we sit after that code 60. A little bit of strategical dice to be thrown at that point. And Ajit Kumar just building himself into it after code 60. Now, in these sorts of conditions where it's nice warm ambient temperature, the track's quite warm, yes, you're not going to have such a problem in keeping the tyre temperature in under a code 60 as you would. But when we were back in Mugello in March, where it was cold, it was only about 10 degrees Celsius, it was wet to dry, and we saw so many drivers losing it coming out of code 60s because the tyre temperature just dropped away. But in these sorts of conditions, Snowy, is there still a little bit to build, or is it pretty much ready to go as soon as you go?
I think it's pretty close. It's there or thereabouts, to be honest. Small gains maybe, but it's pretty well there.
So then your leader at the moment is Jaroslav Veselaho for Get Speed Mercedes AMG. At the moment it's a Mercedes AMG 1, 2, 3, 4 at this point in time. In terms of manufacturers who have had a good season so far here in the Michelin 24-hour series, it's actually been all about Porsche. The 4 rounds we've had so far, Porsche have won 3 of them, Audi the other. So actually, Mercedes, although they've been really, really strong in pace, they haven't had the overall results yet. Is this the race where they change that? Let's go down to Carlo Velti, who has found an artifact to talk about for us.
That was quick. I don't even have my hands free for you. Hold on, guys. I found something. Strolling through the pit lane. Remember the Viper Nizza that was here earlier? John told you about it with the broken wishbone. Well, that's what a broken wishbone looks like. It's not broken, but very bent. Now, I don't call myself a mechanic or a technician, so I will give it back to you guys to explain what exactly a wishbone is on a car, but nonetheless, look at that. That's what they had to change, which they did in maybe 20 minutes. Quite impressive.
That is amazing. Thank you, Carla. I'm not a technician either, Snowy, but that does not look like the way it came out of the factory.
Certainly not.
Bent at 45-degree angle?
Sorry, Peter, I cut across you accidentally in haste to answer your question. No, you're absolutely right. That's taken quite an impact on the end. That's a lateral impact to have bent that far. I'm quite impressed, actually, it's bent that far and not just sheared.
Which would be worse, yeah. Viper Nizza, of course, a team that have all Malaysian mechanics that they brought over here throughout the season, which is just wonderful. It's a great country. Delighted that we're going there to Sepang at the beginning of December, and of course many of the teams will be taking part in the Middle East series for Michelin 24-hour series in January, where we go to Abu Dhabi and we go to Dubai as well. So many of the teams could travel to Sepang and leave the cars there, or even maybe fit in a little bit of sneaky testing as well while they're there and enjoy some nice warm weather. I've had the privilege of traveling to Malaysia in the past, and it is a wonderful place, wonderful people, great food, and a cool racetrack as well. Sepang, of course, brought the Grand Prix to Malaysia in a big way, and is well known by motorcycle racing fans as well. It's hugely popular both for racing and for testing for MotoGP. You can see exactly why the Creventic organisation have decided to take the Michelin 24-hour series to Malaysia. We're going to have a lot of fun there. I cannot wait for that trip. So Mercedes 1, 2 and 3 here. Get speed from Redan, from Hoffer at the moment, and 2 of those top 3 cars are in the AM category. Now a penalty coming through. Ajit Kumar racing by Redan. That's car 901, the GT Silver and Red Porsche Cup car. A 15-second time penalty now assigned to them for causing a collision. Now I wonder, is that where the Honda was involved or another? Meanwhile, GP Racing Team have put in a fairly liberal application of gaffer tape, Snowy, to the rear right corner of their Porsche Cup car.
There are 2 words, many of which I never thought I'd use in the same sentence, but gaffer tape, I know that's 2 words, and aerodynamic in the same sentence. That's a huge piece of artwork on that 938. They've moulded and shaped the tape after the door, ahead of the rear wheel, to still keep the airflow over the rear wheel. That's fantastic.
Well, the Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia flatbed has brought back the stricken Honda TCE machine right back to the garage. That's service. That is proper service there from the RACC. But you'll see their badge on quite a lot of Catalan drivers' overalls. You'll see them. Meanwhile, Scuderia Farron, they have picked up a big penalty. Now, this is the second time we've seen this sort of penalty be handed out. 60 seconds time penalty for overtaking a car during the Code 60. That's an enormous no-no. The whole point of the Code 60 is that everyone is at a controlled speed and is able to go around the problem area to allow work to be taken out, a car recovered or whatever. So to overtake, just like overtaking behind the safety car, is a big no-no.
Yeah, Code 60 is about looking after the marshals and officials on track doing their job. It's as simple as that. Like it or don't. If you don't race.
Yep, it's very clear. Very, very clear. Now, we're going to find out what's going on with this little Honda. Carla, what's happened?
I mean, you gave me homework here down in my new home, the pit lane, so I went for it. I asked what happened just as the car is arriving here. The question is, why did this car go out? The answer that I got, we don't know yet. We think it was a contact. That's all I have right now. I think it's very interesting to see how the cars can come back into the pit lane, can be worked on, and then can re-enter the race. So that's good news for this Honda, that they can check the car, see if everything is okay, and hopefully get back out there.
That is where the Michelin 24H series is fantastic. Whereas, you know, there are other major endurance races around the world where if the car is given outside assistance, that's it. Game over. Here, it's all about get the car back, get running again, and you just never know what can come your way. It's all about the true spirit of endurance here. A former race leader, TFT Racing, the number 28 Mercedes-AMG GT3, now being piloted by Patrick Chalet, that number 28 car, looking strong on pace early on in the race. And we will see it. Don't panic too much if your favourite car just drops back a little and you think, what's happened to them? Often there can be quite a big swing in terms of pit cycles here, whereas the time in the pits can be quite long. So for example, the last time the Milner Motorsport car came into the pits, it was in there for 3.5 minutes. Likewise, the Jutta car in GT3. And that's how long it can take to get some fuel, then go and change the tyres, change the driver, etc. So sometimes if your favourite car's just had a pit stop, it can look further down the order than it actually might be. And it can also depend on whether you get that pit stop done under a code 60 or not. So actually there could be quite a lot of fortunes now, whether a code 60, actually a little bit more luck involved. If a code 60 comes out just after you've done a 50 minutes in the car, you then can get tyres done under a code 60 and you get a cheaper pit stop basically, whereas like we saw in the very first code 60 of the race where it stopped, I think it came out about 45 minutes, and you go, oh, we could really do with putting new tyres on now since we're here anyway, but they couldn't underneath the rules. And that's just it's adding a little bit of fortune into it, but quite a bit of jeopardy as well, which us in the entertainment business enjoy.
But that's exactly what a 24-hour race is about. Jeopardy. That is exactly the word. That, the high-speed game of chess, as our colleague Joe Bradley often refers to, which I think is a superb way of describing endurance racing. The longer it is, the more so. But it is jeopardy, because literally when you think it's all over or it's all going your way, complacency is the worst thing you can set into any member of a team. Whether it be the driver, which always get the attention, and they shouldn't do, because they're not the clever ones. They're just twiddling a wheel and pressing a few pedals.
This is a driver speaking, folks.
100%. You've got to be realistic. The people that do the work are in the pits. They're the ones that make it clever. They just make us look good, but they're the ones that do the work. They just provide the tools for the driver to do the job that they've worked out. That's where it's all done. It's all done in the head.
But you guys tend to be better looking and have better hair, though. And be quicker.
That doesn't make you fast, though.
Most good racing drivers have great hair. It happens.
Well, I should have been a lot quicker than I am then, because I've got grey hair. So grey hair. I think it's great hair. Sorry, grey hair.
I'm with you now. Of that. Can I have some, please?
It's in the nuances. It's all in the detail, folks.
The Hofer Mercedes running strongly at the moment, up in third overall, but right behind is Denis Vashik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So they've already had a bit of a dice already for position early on, and they're going to be close, as we're actually starting to see some personal best lap times coming up onto the screen. Let's go down to the pits though, because we've got an update with Carla Velti.
Well, the Porsche is back in. We just watched the GP Racing Team number 938 going back out, and it's already back in. And I just asked one of the mechanics, and he said it's a problem with ABS, which appeared after the crash that they had. So no amount of gaffer tape is going to help with a crash, I guess, and they need to figure out if they can fix that one.
Gaffer tape can only go so far. It has amazing restorative power, both the cup of tea and the roll of gaffer tape. But sometimes even that isn't enough.
you are far more informed about technical matters than me. What's ABS on a racing car?
It's amazing what these kids have nowadays, Snowy.
What? I think kids is the operative word. ABS, what's that? How does that work?
I can tell you what IBS is. ABS, anti-lock braking system, Snowy.
Wow.
It's the future.
Oh, it'll never catch on.
Do you know when it was first run on a racing car?
Oh, God. They'll be changing gears without moving the hands off the steering wheel next.
Nearly.
Who knew?
Do you know when ABS was first used on a racing car?
Not on a racing car. I knew on a road car who invented it. It was Mercedes.
Yes.
A road car
Is
in
that part of your spiel?
Correct. Blowing my cover again, Mackay.
First time ABS was used on a racing car?
Go on.
Zeltweg, 1971.
There you go.
Gerard Larousse and Helmut Marko. They turned it off after about 2 laps.
Yeah, Gerard Larousse went on to be very famous, didn't he?
They're both quite good, yeah. built by a company called Teldix, which then became absorbed by Bosch. But that car became the 917 road car for Count Rossi of Martini. Chassis 917-30.
If ever you want the most in-depth Porsche facts, Mackay is your man.
Yes, whether you want them or not.
No, not at all. No, I'm totally with it.
There you go. But yeah, ABS is something that every GT3 car will have, and if it doesn't have it, it's probably time for a pit stop. They're all designed around having it.
On that note, I did some Aston GT4 testing earlier this season, over the winter, quite a lot of time in one actually, which was great to experience. And whilst I jest about what ABS is, it's something I've not been used to when I was racing all those donkeys years ago, and all the, I wouldn't even say black and white photographs, but the sepia ones I have, where you could colour them in, hand tinted. But it was extraordinary. One of the things I did as a matter of interest was, on that GT4 current car, was change the level of ABS settings to see how much it varied on the track, and then also change the levels of TC, traction control, and also start one extreme end of the other of both and move it across the field to get a variance and come back, just to see what it did, obviously within the parameter not firing the car off. And it was part of the thing we did deliberately, and I said this will enable or help commentary so much because I now have a greater understanding of the GT4 car. And they said to me after the test, what has it told you about the car? And I said, no wonder an amateur driver can jump into a GT4 car and be suddenly so much closer to the pro time than you could 2 or 3 decades ago. And that's no disrespect to anybody. Technology, as you're saying, Peter, has brought things on so much. It's unbelievable what it can do. That final bit is always still the realm of the pro driver, which is why you have pro-am liners, because the pro driver's job is to get the am closer to their time, because it's better for the team. But it's an extraordinarily, add in tyres as well, incredible.
What setting were you quickest on? You're not going to share, are you?
The less the better.
So you turned it all off and you were quicker?
Pretty well. On a scale of say 12, which is what they are roughly on that particular model of car, 2, 3 tops.
Okay, on both.
Maybe.
On the TC and the
TC even less.
Traction control and anti-lock
TC
braking
even
system.
less.
Okay.
Well, to the point is, you can turn it up to 12 max. Come out of a corner, say somewhere like Redgate at Donington, the first corner, it's in the UK. Turn it, floor it, and it just goes. Bah, and
just goes. No,
and the electron does it all for you. Just okay, and you're like, oh, okay, which is great in the wet, of course.
Yeah.
Whereas I want it sideways, going down Cranen's Curve, hanging onto it.
You're a special case.
No, I'm just not wired up correctly. Special needs, maybe.
No, but then you're used to driving 1950s Aston Martins, aren't you? So that's different.
Back to the modern ones again. Yes.
Well, yeah, back to the modern. The Mercedes AMG GT3 trying to hold off the very latest in GT3 technology in the 296 Ferrari, right behind, being driven by Dennis Vashek, is your battle for the podium right now. But yeah, anti-lock braking system, just like you'd have in your road car, press it down as hard as you possibly can, and theoretically it shouldn't lock the wheels. Whereas a car without it, if you're too aggressive, the wheel can grab and the brake can grab, and you lock the tyre up, and you end up with a flat spot. That's another cue for Snowy to tell his turn 1 story. But well, again, you have to come back after dark for that one.
Yeah, I think one of the potential rabbit holes of doing that, having that level of technology, is that you rely on it too much and you don't get to learn the car and what its actual capabilities and capacities are. So the more you have to be immersive in the vehicle itself, the more you understand it, then I think that makes a purer driver. not necessarily quicker, but equally I've got to respect that in this day and age, the running costs of a car are so vast. These teams are running a business, may not necessarily making a profit, but they don't want to be running at too much of a loss because it's hugely expensive to go motor racing, so you haven't really got time to do that. And that's, again, you're changing your risk factor to an AM driver necessarily getting in and damaging the car, because then it's not just damage, it's downtime and results, etc. So I'm just old, mate. I'm just old, that's what it is.
Old but gold.
Great.
Really intriguing battle here for third position. Denis Vasek, 32-year-old driver from Czech Republic, who just during the week celebrated his 32nd birthday. A great motor racing nation, the Czech Republic, particularly the they're in the rallying world, which is definitely my domain. And now, one of the unique things about the Michelin 24-hour series is the way that refueling happens. Most series will have fuel bowsers at each and every garage, and it will be done in the normal pit work. But we do it slightly differently here in the Michelin 24-hour series, and Carla Velti is going to explain how.
So what looks like a little vacation camp next to me is actually from each team at least one person sitting here for the refueling of the car. Because the way that it works here at the Creventic 24-hour series is that the fuel stations are just before the pit lane entry, and whenever a car comes in, they have this little badge. Each car has its own badge. The information of the car is saved on there, so this badge basically knows how much fuel can go into the car. Also, when there is a code 60 where you can fuel less up in the car, it all goes onto this badge. It knows automatically. So the people from the team, the mechanics, they go to the fuel station, badge in, the car is being refueled, and as soon as it's full, it will go out into the pit lane for all the rest of the pit stop that the team has planned for their drivers and car.
Smart pumps, as we like to call them here in the Michelin 24-hour series, and what allows all the different nuances between every class of car has a slightly different fuel allowance, each even down to the car itself. So the organisers have several things in their toolkit to balance the car. So at the moment we've got a battle for third position at the moment between the grey and pink Hofer Mercedes and the grey and yellow Ferrari of Scuderia Praha. And you have two very different cars there. You have a 6.2 litre V8 Mercedes with the engine up the front, and then you have a small capacity 2.9 V6 turbo in the middle of the Ferrari, which is based on a very, very exotic race car, road car, excuse me. So balancing that performance between the two of them, which at the moment their lap times are very, very closely matched. Last time by it was just 0.2 of a second over nearly 3 miles. So what they have to do is to have to really play about with the performance to get them in as close a window as possible. You can do that by adding or taking away weight. In the case of the Ferrari with a turbo, adjusting the turbo boost pressure. The Mercedes has not got a turbo, so they reduce or increase the size of the air restrictor to give more or less power. And you can also adjust the wing angle and things like that. But the other thing they can do is reduce or increase the level of fuel that the car can carry. So the more fuel that it can carry, the more advantage it has. The longer time you can have in between pit stops, and theoretically you could potentially save a pit stop, which of course saves a lot of time. So that is also what that little card knows, that when the teams scan the card on the pump, it knows exactly which car it is and fill it up nice and easy.
It's a little bit like Supermarket Rush, isn't it? Sort of Supermarket Sunday in that fueling rig there, where you're down to your local area and filling up all at once.
So we're going to do our own little driver change in the commentary booth at the moment, with Ben Constanduros coming in to join, who's been fueled up. I wonder if he's partaken in the lasagna or not, like I did quite extensively. It was very, very tasty indeed. The last time by, Max Partel managed to pull about 0.4 of a second out of Denis Vasek, who is trying to chase him down. So the gap increased ever so slightly, but very, very close at the moment at the front of the field. And in turn, they were only 13 seconds behind the Red Ant Racing Mercedes, which is now in the pits. It's just come in for service, fuel, and now down towards the Red Ant Racing service area. Now that to me seems a little bit early, but of course the last pit stop was under code 60, so yes, they probably are due service. Meanwhile, the GetSpeed Mercedes at the front of the field, Jaroslav Veselaho, has set that car's best lap of the race, a 1:42.171 on the 13th lap that of the tyre's life. So that's interesting then, that the tyre's still providing good performance 13 laps into the piece. Where some of the teams were talking about how 1, 2, 3 laps was where the absolute peak of the tyre was, and then it would drop off quite a lot, whereas that goes against that theory for that number 286 GetSpeed Mercedes. So what have they found? Or is Jaroslav the tyre whisperer of that team? Tracy Crone at the moment running in 6th in the 992 AM category, but very, very close behind Fernando Gonzalez of Escuderia Farron. Just a couple of, only about a second or so up the road. And last time by, they were really close on time. In fact, Tracy Crone about 0.3 of a second quicker. So Tracy Crone pulling time out here in this green and blue Crone Aviation backed machine. Ben Constanduris has returned from lunch. Did you partake in the lasagna or the beef, or what did you go for?
And there was no beef.
No
A
beef.
bit of chicken.
So yes, there was chicken as well. I didn't have any chicken.
Just a bit of chicken.
Okay. You are a fine athlete.
It looks, I've only been away an hour. It looks very different to when I left. GetSpeed suddenly at the top of the time by, it's almost as though they've morphed from TFT into GetSpeed.
They've just changed the stickers during a stop.
Yeah.
No, it's we've had a couple of code 60s which have shaken things around a little bit. A very good stint from Patrick Liddy.
Yes.
Really strong pace from him, and indeed from Jaroslav Veselaho, who's just put in that car's best lap of the race. Interestingly, Ben, on the 13th lap for that car, 13th lap on those tyres, so that showing that there is a little bit of pace to grab if the even more than in the first couple of laps of the stint. But Jaroslav, interesting background, only 20 years old, so young driver in this GT3, but he's raced in Formula Regional Europe and the Middle East Formula Regional Championship this year, so he's a young single-seater driver having a go at sports cars and doing very well.
It does look as though that GetSpeed car is really able to be consistently driven. If you look at the lap times of Patrick Liddy and even of Jaroslav as well, there is not a massive variation in lap time. They are very consistent when the code 60s are not out, and able to pedal that really nicely. A 1 minute and 20-second advantage they have, although they're now coming into fuel. This is what I was having a discussion with over lunch. It is so hard at this present time, because of the way all the different code 60s have been approached, to really understand what kind of lap times, what kind of amount of laps a tyre has. We have the data on what the drivers have done, but we still don't really know what fuel everybody's got in as well. So as we get more to green flag running, it suggests that they needed to come in. So GetSpeed in the pits now because they have to, and they will fuel 120 litres because that's the logical thing to do. And it at least gives us an idea that, well, they're back to square one again. But we've got to do that with 33 cars.
That's that is the, and then of course, just when you think you've got a rhythm, you'll get a code 60. Yeah. Just to mess with us a little bit.
Exactly.
And of course, that makes it very difficult at this stage of the race to kind of give you an impression on the live championship points. We need to be a little bit wary of that, because what we can tell you though is where the points stand right now, as they were coming into the race. So in In the overall GT3 category, Proton Huber are your championship leaders with their Porsche by just 6 points from Red Ant Racing with their Mercedes. Scuderia Praha Ferrari are only another 2 points further behind them. Era Ferrari are on 82. They are 12 points behind Praha in third. Duta Audi are on 80. So you've got 5 cars there covered by 22 points. So it's very, very close there. In Pro-Am, Proton Huber are only 4 points ahead of Scuderia Praha and only 16 points ahead of Era Motorsport. In GT3 Am, it's Duta Audi who lead by 4 points from Simpson Audi, with the Hofer car 16 points in arrears. But their drop score is quite small. We'll worry about drop scores tomorrow.
Just throw in that little complication.
Just throw that in, but this is how it stands. And 992, Red Camel, they lead by 6 points over RPM and 16 points over Home Guard. So close there also. Now,
Carla's getting a lesson in... I think Carla's getting a lesson in engineering of a Mercedes car there, because she's got her nose right in.
Okay. Yannick Redon is there, has been wanting to speak to Carla all weekend, I think, so why don't we give them that opportunity?
Well, I was not aware that the camera was pointing at me, but that's how it is in live pit lane, isn't it? So, looks like the Mercedes is done for today, or for this race. Very sad. Can you explain to me why?
Yeah, we got a suspension failure. I don't actually know what happened or what caused it, but yeah, it will take quite a lot of work to rebuild the car, to get it back out. So we won't be doing that today here. We will be doing that back in the workshop. So the race will be over for us.
That's very sad for this blue Mercedes that we have here. You still have a car running, though. How is it going with that one?
Yeah, our support will go to the port guard, of course, and see that we can help them to the victory.
Fantastic. You're really giving everything to get at least one car over the line. I really love it. So, got it to see this, but good luck for the other car.
Yeah. So we'll see each other in Malaysia.
I love that. Ayrton Redon, it's just championship over, race over, and he's still smiling. In fact, he's still beaming from ear to ear. That's the true spirit of endurance, even when you've had heartbreak, and they will be heartbroken. You know, this has been a new program for Red Ant Mercedes, and that's it gone after just over 3 hours of racing. That hurts. And yet Ayrton still took the time to not only have a chat with us, but with a big smile on his face.
And we saw Carla holding up a wishbone earlier on, a bent wishbone that came off the Viper Nisa Mercedes, which was still quite a tricky fix. But clearly, the Red Ant damage is a lot worse than that for the team to turn around and say, that is us done. They were one of our championship challengers, so they will have, you get points at half distance, you get points at full distance, a total of 60 points on offer, but they will be getting nothing. And so they will drop this weekend, because there is, as you were about to mention, a dropped score. So your worst score does not get totaled for the championship total. This will be their worst score. Yeah, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday afternoon, already putting the plug. I suppose the only thing to do is to explain to our pit reporter exactly what happened and get her nose into the airbox and show exactly what the issue was with that Mercedes.
Yeah, it's really a shame for that squad. It's a big family effort. Bert Redon, their dad, who runs it all. They actually ran Kalle Rovanperä in a Porsche Cup car in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He told us a wonderful story about the car at the end of the season. Bert wanted to sell the car because a year-old race car is no use to anyone usually. You have to get a new one always. So he was going to go and sell it, and he asked Kalle if he would kindly sign the car. And Kalle, in his very straight-talking Finnish, said, "No, I'm not. I won't do that." Pause. Because I want to buy it. So he bought the car, and it now sits in Kalle's museum. Yeah, because he had such a great time racing it, and he wanted to have it as part of his collection. So that was a nice story.
Oh, to be able to do that.
Well, exactly. There we are. He's earned it.
I've got quarter, or not even quarter-size versions of some of the race cars that I've commentated on, and that is all that I can get to.
The memories are the same. The memories are the same. They come for free. So that's a pity for Red Ant Racing, and that does change a lot in the potential for the championship. As well, the Toyota Gazoo Racing team are very well known for their exercises, but Matthew George is currently he is leading what appears to be some sort of aerobic session at the moment, Carla.
But this team is a brilliant example of something that I actually discussed with Snowy a little earlier on, that endurance racing is a proper team sport. So if the driver has to warm up, the rest of the team warms up, of course, with the driver. So yeah, very exciting to see that, to keep everyone active, everyone alive for the next hours that are still just ahead of us.
Now, Carla, you have to be careful because the venture mechanics, sometimes they have previous for asking for pit reporters' telephone numbers. So you just have to be prepared for that, just in case.
Well, listen, if that were to happen, I will just get one of those snappy bands, hand them the snappy band and tell them to do some exercises, and I'll just walk away.
Good for you. That's brilliant.
Hold one end and let them hold the other.
Let go. Yes, exactly. Well done, Carla. Now, Venture Engineering are a very professional outfit, and what they do during the week, shall we say, is really, really cool, because they have a lot of ex-ProDrive staff with them, and they look after a large number of Aston Martin DBR9 GT1 cars and Ferrari 550 GT1 cars. And
well, yeah, my list, I forgot about the Aston Martin. My list earlier when I was talking about ProDrive. Apologies.
Yes, DBR9, yeah. So they look after a lot of those cars, run them. So if you see those cars out running at a historic racing event, normally you'll see a couple of Venture Engineering shirts running them.
Wow.
Because they know how they work. So that is, when you go into their garage, and it's very professional. It's very neat and tidy, and that's why they've got that background. So class leaders at the moment, Max Partel leading the way overall, and in GT3 AM for Hofer Mercedes, their number 11 car. This team have won before in this race, quite a while ago, mind you. In the 992 category, it's Milner Motorsport who lead the way at the moment, the number 921 of Paul Meyer. But they may well be due us a pit stop pretty soon. Yes, they could well be due us a pit stop soon. Their tyres, wow, their tyres are on 47th lap, so it could be that they will drop out of that class lead fairly shortly.
They pitted under green just after a Code 60, 2 Code 60s ago, so they get a full service, whereas so many others have only done lots of pit stops under Code 60s.
So they're probably due a pit stop fairly imminently. I would say that's a good spot. Then in GTX we have the Battle of the Vortexes, and it's the 974, the pole-sitting car, that leads in that category at the moment, with Arnaud Tessamer driving at this point in time. Venture Engineering, as we just revelled in their quite fantastic warm-up with the bands underneath both shoes and then pulling them back up and forward. They'll just need to be careful where they leave those in case they get, in case Carla Velti gets her hands on those rubber bands. But they lead in GT4 at the moment with a reasonable margin, a couple of laps over the chasing NM Racing Mercedes. Then finally in TCE, it's JMEC Engineering who are marching on with Oliver Smith on board that BMW M3 E46. Yes, E46, and probably over 20-year-old car now, and it is running really, really strongly in, I have to say, quite patriotically, in British racing green. Just coming around turn 10 at the moment, and running like a Singer sewing machine.
I quite like their strategy. They did 45 laps in the opening, basically 2 hours of the race. Kevin Clark did a full stint and ignored all the Code 60s, and then they decided to do a driver change. Well, actually, they came into the pits under green flag conditions, but whilst they were in the pits, a yellow flag came out. Then they ended up under Code 60. So managed to do a full service, partly under Code 60 and partly under green flag conditions. Oliver Smith took over. Don't know why, but they then did a 3-minute pit stop under green flag conditions, and Oliver Smith has been out in that car ever since and ignored all the other Code 60s. So you know how we were always told basically pit under Code 60 every time it comes out and don't ignore it. They've done exactly the opposite, and they've just gone on their strategy and ignored everything.
Keep to what you can control sometimes is a good policy. So Denis Vashik has now just been dropped a little bit by Max Partel. The gap's now up to 2.9 seconds at the front of the field. Now Max Partel will need to be 30 minutes in under 30 minutes because he will reach his maximum stint time. Now, there's one car on track right now which we need to talk about. It's the number 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari. At the moment running 5th in the GT3 Pro-Am category. But the reason why we need to talk about this car is because they are racing with a greater purpose this weekend. They're racing with a special livery on the car, bright pink livery on their Ferrari, the number 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari, driven by team owner Kyle Tilley at the moment. But the charity they're racing for is New Life Baby Support, Special Baby Care Support. So this is a charity which provided special care units for newborn babies who require extra medical attention, and they are raising money for this charity. We're going to hear a little bit more about it at the moment because Carla Velti has made her way down to the Era Motorsport.
Exactly. I'm here in the Era Motorsport. I'm here in the Era Motorsport box with Trevor, the founder of New Life. Trevor, tell us a little bit more. Why this charity and why this livery on the car?
I set up this charity after my twin sons, Josh and Samuel, were born 3 months premature, very small. They were very tiny, and they had a brave fight, but sadly they both died within a week. And I always say the day I left the hospital was the worst day of my life. So, but from that I decided to try and help other babies, and I've just gone a bit extreme really. So, you know, we've raised over 2 million, which is absolutely amazing. But the work we're doing is helping so many little babies. That makes me so proud. So it's fantastic.
Can you tell me why this car, why this team, and why motorsport in general for this charity run?
I was just very lucky that Era Motorsport, they had a connection through Dick Lovett in Swindon. And they wanted to use a baby charity, so they contacted me. I do a lot of work at the hospital in Swindon, so it was just, yeah, I was so amazed, and to see the car, it brought tears to my eyes. It was just absolutely amazing. So, yeah, a very proud moment for myself and for the charity. So, yeah, and it just gets the word over to a new audience. So, yeah, I'm just so proud.
And how do you enjoy being here at the racetrack in Barcelona?
Oh, it's fantastic. The team look after me very well. I've never been here, but it's a fantastic place. And it's just a new dimension for us. And wow, I have to keep pinching myself to sort of work out that what we're doing. So I'm so proud, so proud.
Lovely. Good luck with the charity and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you for talking to me.
Of course.
A great cause to support New Life Special Care Baby Units. I think something that would touch everybody. So if you go on to the Era Motorsport social media on whichever platform you prefer, and they've got links on there that you can easily find, click on there and just give a couple of pounds, as much as you can. It's for a very good cause, and this is something where motorsport can really help with charitable giving, is that it brings, I had not heard of this charity before, Ben, actually, but I think it's a hugely worthwhile cause, and the only reason I'd heard of it is because of Era Motorsport and competing in this event with this livery, and that's kind of what it's about, is it brings it to people's attention, going, actually, that is a charity that deserves support, and we should all get behind it. There's a lot of us sitting watching this race at the moment, and we should all chuck a few pounds if we can.
Yeah, it's interestingly close to my heart, having been born 7 weeks early and 90% chance of death in the first 12 hours of my life that has now gone on for nearly 40 years. So certainly something I will be doing as well. And again, I didn't know the charity, and I'm glad to see that these sort of things do exist, and the support for all of those parents and children that need support when they are in critical conditions.
Yeah, and you might be fortunate and live in a place where there happens to be a hospital that has the equipment, but you might be unlucky to not live in a place. So with that charity work happening, more hospitals in more parts of the country, or indeed the world, can have the equipment, because I guess it's not a, well, you'll get an appointment next week down in London and you can make provisions, but when it's no, we need this now, well, it really matters. Now, it's no, we need this now. Well, it really matters. Now,
as I said to you, Peter, I was born in Scotland. I don't live in Scotland, nor do any of my parents, but my mum was out in passing Stirling on her way back to the UK, to England, down south, when I arrived. And it was very lucky that Stirling Hospital had the facilities, and Dr. Michael Stewart was able to look after me. My parents deciding that my middle names would be Michael Stewart in honour of him. So I doubt that Dr. Michael Stewart is watching this race right now, but that was a little sort of bit of thanks that we could do for, as you mentioned, a complete surprise moment in their lives and in mine.
So if you want to support that, as I mentioned, go on to the Era Motorsport social media, or just search New Life Special Care Babies. The team have set a £5,000 target at the moment. We're not near that yet, folks. So for all of you watching on the Creventic Motorsports TV page, or if you're listening on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, please do support that charity. It's a brilliant initiative, and it'll give the team a boost as well. There's 5 drivers in that car who will all be given a big boost to see that their racing is making a difference for a very worthwhile charity. So we'll be catching up with them later on the race to see how things are going. Let's get to that £5,000 target. And you know what, motor racing lap records get broken all the time. We want to get to that target and then obliterate it. So that is up to you folks who are following for a very good cause indeed. That's New Life Special Care Babies. So 20 hours and 34 minutes to go. I feel like we're settling into a little bit of a rhythm, but whenever we say that, the code 60 flag comes out. But I've said it now, too late.
When was the last time that we had a code 60? Thankfully, Strategy Software seems to be behaving itself today. 2:45 local time was the last time. So we're getting close to an hour of completely green flag running. That's why we're starting to see some of our cars coming in for pit stops. What was the car that we were expecting to see? It was Mulner, wasn't it? That we were expecting to see soon. Paul Mayer is aboard that car. And it is...
Oh, you're too good.
Look
you're
at that.
Too good.
It has just come into the pits, literally just now. So that is a 47-lap stint for Paul Meyer on tyres that had previously done 5 or 6 laps. So the tyres have gone over the 50-lap mark. I think Carla is geeky enough to go down to Mulner and have a scratch around those tyres and see what they look like, because 50 was the target for 992 category cars, and they've managed it. But how good, bad, or ugly are they? That would be interesting to find out.
That might be one of the longest stints we've seen on a set of tyres. 52 laps, yeah.
Someone else has got 50 laps on a set of tyres. Scuderia Farol.
75 laps for the Vortex 701.
Never.
Wow, 96 laps for the Asbest Racing Cupra of Pia Olsen.
Yeah, but hang on. A touring car, they can get away with running tyres on the back forever.
But the fronts will be...
Yeah, I mean, there's no way the fronts have done 96 laps.
Maybe not.
That's the whole. That's the whole race, according to. Yeah, it is the whole race. Yes, they've done 96 laps. Oh no, hang on, they've only done 82 laps. So the race has only been 82 laps long for them, but their tyre have done 96.
So they haven't done. They've taken tyres from practice or qualifying.
Exactly.
Get your money's worth.
There you go. There's another one when the Cupra comes in, Carla. Are those the same tyres from since the start of the race? I imagine not. There's still a few glitches in the software when it comes to our tyre age graphic that we have. A little bit of something flapping around the 18 front right wheel arch there.
Yeah, the Santaloc Audi at the moment, which ran very strongly at the start of the race, is now back up in 7th position with Elliot Earhart on board, who's a very, very handy driver indeed, very experienced in this paddock. Carla, have you got some more for us down in the pits?
Just a little bit. I was wondering why Santaloc is called Santaloc Junior, and there is a very, very simple explanation for that. They had a program where they wanted to bring junior drivers, young drivers, together with very experienced drivers, and called that Santaloc Junior. It's not that program anymore. They use it a little bit as a running gag because now they have very experienced drivers in the team, but they want to hold on to that name and keep it in-house because it was a very nice idea for young drivers.
And don't be worried, the car behind them there is a second car, and so many of these teams, it's cheaper to buy a second GT3 car than to buy the parts. So you buy a second car and basically use it as a donor car. So they'll be stripping parts off that car in preparation for putting on the actual race car if needed, but that car may have been used in practice over Thursday and Friday as a second test car. And as you walk up and down the paddock here, you'll see a good half a dozen teams with that same idea and strategy.
And of course, that one of the drivers in that team, Michael Doppelmayr,
is not a junior.
He's not a junior, but he did buy the very last Audi R8 LMS GT3 car.
Okay.
So they do not make them anymore. You cannot buy a new one. You can only buy spare parts, but you can't buy a brand new car. And he got the very last one off, I was going to say production line. There's probably not a production line as such, but you know what I mean. The last one ever built.
He also owns a GT2, but I'm not sure it's an Audi. I think it's a... no, maybe it is an Audi. But he's raced that with Pierre Caffer as well on occasion. He's been racing in LMP3 this year as well. Michael Doppelmayr, who's at the Road to Le Mans race at the Le Mans 24 Hours. He is of Doppelmayr Ski Lifts, if you are familiar with the name.
I think they built all the cable cars for the Sochi Olympics.
Wow, nice deal.
Yeah, very good deal. Yeah.
That'll buy you a few Audis.
There you go. So Ellie Earhart is getting the boot down, but the battle for the lead is raging on. There is, well, you don't need a timing screen because Max Partel has got a car length back to the second place car of Denis Vashek. So two stalwart teams of the Michelin 24-hour series. Hofer Racing, been here for many, many years. Scuderia Praha were an absolute powerhouse team before COVID, and then they've come back this year. It's wonderful to have them back. Joseph Kral driving, and Denis Vacek at the wheel at the moment. Just goes a little bit wide there.
These two are pretty much on exactly the same strategies. They did a 4-minute pit stop under green flag conditions, followed by a 50-second pit stop under code 60 within a couple of laps of each other, and have both done exactly the same amount of laps since that last stop, 30 laps. So slight tyre advantage to Partl according to our graphics. Oh, Viper Nice's front left suspension has collapsed as they come out the pits by the looks of things, and this could well mean, are they going to be able to? I would be limping that round if I was them. That is that the same suspension that they replaced earlier on? Yes.
Interesting. That's on the front left, which gets a bit of a pounding here as well. A lot of weight goes through the car. On the Red Ant car, it was the other side.
That was the car. That was the side that hit GP Racing Porsche early doors. So they replaced that, and maybe a bolt was not done up tight enough because it's properly floppy.
Oh dear.
Parked it up nicely though at turn 2, quite close to a marshal post. So maybe we can cover that off without going code 60 to just tow that car out of harm's way. They've done a good job. Straight out of the pits though.
Straight out the pits, interestingly, yes. Code 60 within 20 seconds then. So code 60 will come in within 20 seconds. So immediately, all looking from our gantry point at the grandstand, all of the fuelers are putting on their gloves at the moment, going towards, they're going to get their opportunity. They see their cars coming through, arms and they flailing in the air, saying, come in, come in, come and get some fuel. While the battle is paused at the front of the field, because under code 60 you cannot overtake. It's a 60-second penalty if you do that. So now Max Partl and Denis Vacek basically paused for now until that Viper Nice Mercedes can be extracted. Now the thing is, Ben, it may need lifted up onto the flatbed because the front left is quite badly out of shape.
So we had a few cars in the pit lane as that was called. HRT Performance, who've been at the sharp end of 992, they were in the fueling area when the code 60 came out, so they would have had their pump stopped. Venture are also in the fueling area, but they've been there for quite a while, so they must have come in just before the code 60. Jutta also there, and of course now we're going to get an extra flood of cars coming into the fuel area, but that's slightly unfortunate for HRT, particularly that they would have been aiming for a full fuel, and then when the code 60 comes in, basically the fuel will stop flowing if they've had more than 25% already. So now they will go down, and because they're in a code 60 situation, no, they were already in pit lane, so they are able to change tyres. Had they come into the pit lane after the code 60 was called, then that code 60 50-minute rule exists for the tyre, but they were already in beforehand, so they can pretty much do what they like. And in fact, they don't change tyres, they do come straight out back onto circuit. Looks like Melvin Moe in the Viper Nice car did just pull it forward slightly. Now, and it is rolling backwards. At any given moment, this will stop rolling backwards and be very awkward. But it does look like, at the moment, they're doing a great job here without needing to be lifted up.
Well, hopefully that means that the code 60 will be relatively brief.
Yeah.
So, and of course, it can be quite awkward as well, where the code 60 comes out. If you've just gone past the pit entry line, you might not get an opportunity. Yeah,
already ending in 1 minute's time. So we're going to have cars potentially in pit lane and in the fueling area. They're going to get caught back in the green flag conditions. In fact, we follow, is that the Hofer Racing and Scuderia Praha now making their way into pit lane. If they come into the fuel Bowser and it goes back to green flag racing, then they will get a full tank, they'll get a full fill, but they will be making their pit stop under green. Carl, are you down there?
Yes, I am down here, and behind me Asbest is currently having a little trouble getting on the right front wheel onto their Cupra, but actually there's a really nice story to tell about them because it went a bit undercover, more or less. It was not so much seen. Their Porsche 718 Cayman was actually in the pits, in the box, for over 2 hours because they had a brake line issue, which they had to fix because they just had no more brakes. They worked super hard, non-stop, for over 2 hours, and as you can probably see in the live stream, the Porsche is back out. I hope they can fix whatever is going on with the Cupra now, but big shout out to those teams.
Well, that explains why the Asbest Racing Porsche went off the circuit in the first place, because remember we saw the lines in the gravel were literally straight on. They didn't hit anything, but thankfully there was a big gravel trap at turn 10 which stopped them from hitting anything. Yes, a brake line issue simply is the worst kind of brake issue you can have. No brake issue is fun, but brake line issue means no more fluid, no more pressure, no more brakes. We are back to green flag running. We've got cars getting full tanks of fuel. The Hoffa Racing Mercedes from the lead, Dennis Basak in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari from second position, both those cars in fueling, and that presumably is going to promote Haas RT to the head of our field because they're going to have a proper full service, and that takes them about 4 to 5 minutes depending on how efficient they're going to be, and that will be a good 2 laps lost.
It can just swing back and forward all the time depending on where you get caught with the code 60 or not, as the case may be. The Asbest Porsche, of course, which ended up in that big gravel trap, cracking on. So in TCE it means though that already JMEC Engineering have an 8-lap advantage, and it's quite an early time to say that. Their best lap of the race is a 1:55, which would still put them, actually it's not the fastest car in category, that is actually the Porsche, which is a 1:53.2. So there's about 1.8 seconds more pace in the Porsche, but that, of course, as Carla mentioned, that delay to repair the damage, of course, has held them back quite a long way. But with 20 hours still to go, plenty that can play out. Hoffa Racing into the pits then. As Red Ant, they've had to put the
Ajit Kumar car.
Yeah, Ajit Kumar car into the garage. What is going on here? It was Ajit Kumar who was driving at the time. He's still in the car. I can just about make out his white helmet there. Now they're looking at the right-hand side of the car at the moment. Mechanics going to work.
Feel like this could be brake related. Feel as though that's a caliper coming off.
Okay.
As Chantal Prince leaves the pits in the number 11 machine after a pit stop of 3 minutes and 31 seconds. So a total time in pits of 3 minutes? No, that's not right.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes.
3.5.
3.5 minutes in the pits for Hoffa Racing. Chantal Prince now on board, celebrating her 50th race in the Michelin 24-hour series, along with her dad, Michael Crowlin. What a special thing, Ben, to do. That's the thing, whereas motor racing sometimes can appear relatively selfish, because it is. You know, you look at Formula One, it's one driver in a single seat car. But in endurance racing, of course, you share with other drivers. But you know, for Chantal driving with her husband Alex and her dad, what a special experience. It's a full family outing as well. The kids are running around as well with their Hoffa Racing uniforms on. It seems like a very happy team, and what a way to spend a week's holiday going and racing your Mercedes all together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we've got a few of those, haven't we? Because we've got the Venture as well, family outings. Ebby Motors, when we go to Mugello in Italy, they are a big family affair. It is your hobby. Do you go out for a bike ride on a Sunday? No, I go and race a Mercedes for 24 hours around some of the best circuits on the road. Let's go back down to pit lane. Carlo Velti is our new pit reporter for this weekend, and you're with Abhijit Kumar's car.
Indeed I am, and it looks like there is some spell on the suspensions here, because in this case, again, like on the Mercedes that we looked at before from Red End, it's the right suspension. So some piece seems to be not doing very well. I can see that they are replacing it. I just spoke to one of the team members and he said, no problem, we can fix that, he'll be back out, so that's good news. But nonetheless, what is going on with those
Well, if you hit somebody else, which looks as though that car definitely has at some point with the tape around it, then, and actually we do, hang on, standby caller, I'm pretty sure that he's already picked up a penalty for a collision with another driver,
Correct.
haven't he?
Yes, there was. That was a 15-second penalty issued at 14:45.
So an hour ago, so it's taken a while for it to shake off, but yes, I'm afraid that car has been in the wars. I mean, there's nothing like, there is a few sausage curbs, but there's nothing like aggressively nasty around here to bend suspension. I think it is more the fact that they are getting into each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain points where you've got quite different closing speeds between class to class. The GT3 cars, you know, even when you look at the difference in lap times, 1 minute 45 or so for a GT3 car at this point in time in the race. 992 can be anything between 146 and 150. In fact, Patrick Steen Rasmussen's just put in a 146.6 in a 992 for Homeguard Motorsport. That's the best lap of that car's race so far. A GT4 car can be anything between 150 and 155 or even more than that potentially. So there's quite a lot of spread in time between them, and they make up their lap time in quite different ways. You know, for example, when you hit the brakes hard into the very, very tight turn 10, a GT3 car will be braking from 230 kilometers an hour and slow down to 90, whereas a GT4 will go from 210 to 80, so it's slower at both points, so it's easy to get into a little bit of a tangle with one another.
Haas RT is now the leader of the Barcelona 24 hours. Ramaz Azam, last time out in the Into Africa Racing Ferrari and Paul Ricard, but switching over for Haas RT for this one, the Canadian-born Abu Dhabi, or Dubai, sorry, based driving instructor. I seem to remember there he had his gentleman driver with him, but here is on his own as the charger for that team, with father and son Gwelink, as we were talking a little bit earlier on about father and son and family gatherings. There's another one. I don't know if I've seen much of Sandrine in the garage. She's been so often in the catering unit today. She came over to me earlier and said, if you want more drinks, let me know. I'll bring them over to the commentary box for you. I said, Sandrine, you've got a car to run.
Sandrine is super chill. You know, when you live in Antigua,
yeah, you've got to be, right?
Your blood pressure can never be that high.
Yeah.
So Sandrine is she's always super relaxed, always with a smile on her face, and of course she leaves it to Chris Dodonka, the team manager. Lets him get on with it. But yeah, well, great character is Sandrine.
Belgian-based, but Antiguan flag on the roof, and certainly when they first started, they would always have Antiguan help, so various mechanics or social media people coming over from Antigua for each race. I think that program may not be quite as fluid as it once was, but you know, they've expanded from one car in Creventic a few years ago. They were out in the SRO Spa 24 Hours, for instance, with 3 cars, and hoping to bring more cars back to this series next year.
Yeah, we'll see them in the 25 Hours of Spa and the VW Fun Cup. They run cars in that as well. Yes, yes.
So I need to talk to her about that.
There you do. Yes, get yourself a drive in there. And Sandrine's son, Nico, is also a very, very good rallycross driver too, running in the Euro RX3 category. Has his eyes set on lots of things. He's got, clearly got big ambitions as well.
You know how your phone listens to you when you have conversations and sort of you're talking about a whiskey brand, and then that whiskey brand is just advertised all over your Facebook and social media. Well, Sandrine was telling us how her son had been racing in Turkey and had this big spin, this big 360, and then carried on. And literally, as soon as I turned on my phone, there it was, FIA YouTube channel, Facebook page with the spin. And it's pretty cool, I have to say. Very, very cool. Gets front-wheel drive RX3 car, gets turned around on the exit of a corner, full 360, keeps it planted, and off he goes. Doesn't even lose a position.
My concern is, how does it filter out the other things that comes out of your mouth, Ben? Remarkable technology.
Can you imagine all the stuff that comes up on my phone? Waxing and waning moons, all kinds of stuff. We're not there yet, though.
5-star hotels, maybe. Only.
Super yachts.
Yeah. 5-star hotels, double king-size beds only. Only green M&Ms.
Carla, rescue me.
Rescue you? Okay, I'm right here. Listen, it looks like the front right wheel of the Ajit Kumar Porsche is going back on, and it is going back on. That's very good news. That means the car will be dropped right now and hopefully be out in a few seconds. I did see Kumar getting out of the car. Unfortunately, I don't know the helmets well enough yet to see who is back in the car. Nonetheless, Ajit Kumar is out, and I truly hope that this fix was a fix enough to avoid any further problems. Also very interesting, cars that go into the box or out of the box need to be... Yeah, I just wanted to give a little moment for this exit here. They need to be pushed in and out of the box. There's no driving into the box or out of the box because that's too dangerous. But yeah, there you go. Car is back out.
Little rule that you need to remember. We've been talking earlier on about all the different rules. Well, there's another one. Ajit Kumar Racing, by the way, with a pretty much brand new lineup for this weekend. Cameron McLeod is now aboard that car. Gregory Servais has been in that car earlier. Huub van Aerden was the star of the in qualifying, and it's Ralph Popilars, who is the 5th driver alongside Ajit Kumar, who has raced mostly this year with Mathieu Dutree and Fabien Defoe. But those two Frenchmen are over at Seb Lejeune Racing for this 24 hours. And that's not the Ajit Kumar designed livery, although the rear wing and boot survive from the car that unfortunately was crashed late last night. So that is a Escuderia Faron machine, and just the boot lid from the original colours of the car.
So Cameron McLeod on board right now, drove with the team at Dubai for the first time, drives in the Super 2 Championship in Australia, and he's going to be competing in the Bathurst 1000 in just a couple of weeks' time. What an experience for that young man. Won at the Le Mans Invitational, the Mustang Ford Invitational, and is driven with the Multimatic team in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge recently in Indianapolis. So a young man with a big future, actually, is Cameron McLeod, and I'm sure winning at Le Mans in that race in front of a lot of the Ford senior management is has done his career no harm, particularly for an Australian driver, where it is very much Ford versus GM. But he's in a Porsche right now and trying to make up for lost time for Ajit Kumar Racing. They've just about to go on to 107 laps completed right now, or sorry, excuse me, they've just done 106 laps. At the moment, the class leader is sitting in on 114 laps. So they're, yes, they've lost a bit of time, lost about 8 laps or so, but over the course of a 24-hour race, that's not out with the realms of possibility to catch up. And others, of course, will have their problems as well.
Miroslav Weibo, dad of Matthias Weibo, now in the 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which is dropping down. It's dropped 2 positions over the last 2 laps, down to 7th spot now. And remember that he came into the pits, well, that car came into the pits at the same time as the number 11. Chantal Prince in the 11 now is still in 3rd position, so she's holding her own. 13 seconds separate our top 2, which is Haas RT and Get Speed, and then Chantal in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes has a 21-second advantage over Jutta Racing. Gavin Pickering aboard that car. That's a car we haven't spoken much of, but they have played the code 60s and the pit stops right and are up in 4th spot. Carlo, have you got more news for us down there in pit lane?
Heartbreaking news. I just walked past the Viper Nizza team box just as they were unloading their Mercedes. I looked at the mechanic that gave me the broken wishbone earlier, and he looked at me with very disappointed eyes, let's call it that, and said, I think it's the steering. So they are unloading the car as we speak. They don't know for sure yet what it is exactly, but they are definitely sort of driving in an unlucky streak, aren't they?
Well, you know, there was obviously clearly big contact between themselves and the Porsche earlier on. They had contact with 938, which was GP Racing Team. That was what bent the wishbone, and we saw how strong and how much of a bend that wishbone had. So if they didn't replace other parts, and I'm sure there would be cracks and fractures in other parts. I don't know whether that floppiness looked like just steering arm, though. There was lots of flopping from various different latitudes and longitudes, so I would suggest more than just that, and therefore more work to do for the team. But we do know that those Malaysians are not shy of work, and I'm sure they will attack it and hopefully get the car back out on circuit once again.
Yeah, floppiness never good, particularly on racing
There's
cars.
a lot of floppiness, as you can see now.
Major amount of floppiness on the front left corner of that Mercedes.
Yeah.
Car being pushed back into the garage, sadly. We're nearly at the 4-hour mark already.
And Haas RT have just come into the pits, as has JMEC Engineering. And remember, they were the guys who pitted just shy of 2 hours, and they've now pitting just shy of 4 hours. So we know what their strategy is, and it's quite remarkable that BMW can do such massive stints on both tyre and fuel. But they are successfully well ahead of the rest of the TCE field, and Haas RT coming into the pits after 45 laps to get a full tank of fuel and a new set of tyres means that they will give over the lead to the 286 of Get Speed.
Well, Red Ant Racing have definitely been able to get some repair done effectively on the Ajit Kumar car number 901, because Cameron McLeod has just put in the fastest lap of the race for that car at 146.401, which is well within a second of the fastest lap of the leader in the 992 category. So showing that the car is now back up to full pace. So whatever was wrong with it, they've got it well sorted, and they can crack on and try and start to mount a bit of a recovery.
Watching out of my commentary box window, the pit stop for JMEC Engineering, plus 20-year-old M3 E46. You would not know it's that old. It is so well prepared and so spotless. There's not a dent on it. It's not like your usual M3 from 25 years ago that always shows a scar here and a scar there. That thing is so sweet, and as you said, it was a time attack car, so it didn't have too many other cars around it for a few years, but it's been racing as an endurance car for a few years.
It has, yeah. It was originally what's called a Super Lap Scotland car, which was like the Scottish time attack series, effectively. I also raced in a championship called Scottish Modsports, both at Knockout Racing Circuit, my home track. Used to be owned by a guy called Ian Bonthrone, who, if you ever need an alarm fitted, he's your man in the Perth area.
Okay.
Yes.
Good to know.
He's as good. He's a very, very good driver. Very handy at the Nürburgring, actually. Been trying to for panicking at that point, thinking, oh no, was this a bad idea? This is very expensive. For panicking at that point, thinking, oh no, was this a bad idea? This is a very expensive bad idea. And then to the sense of achievement to chip idea, and then to the sense of achievement to chip all that time away. Big respect.
A great place to do it as well at Recall.
It is, yeah. It is a good facility for that. Lot of runoff area, etc. Chantal Prince in second at the moment, but is under pressure from the Duta Audis. Here comes Gavin Pickering. Big lunge up the inside then in the Duta Audi. That is a switch for third position. And the TFT car is going to come through as well. Yeah, so it's a three-way battle for third position at the moment. But Chantal Prince doing her thing, just keeping the rhythm going. Keep that car out the pits. They've got some quick drivers in their lineup too, and they're thinking long game as well. So the TFT car, which of course was leading early on with Maro Engel on board on the fight back as well, but Duta going well too with Gavin Pickering, who has a lot of endurance racing experience. In fact, here is probably the most niche and off-the-wall fact of the day. Gavin Pickering raced at Le Mans in an LMP2 car, a Pilbeam MP93, which races in the Peter Otto Classic series at the moment, but he was one of the drivers in that car, a Pilbeam MP93, and here he is in an Audi R8 going through at the moment in third position.
In the penalty box is the Ajit Kumar Porsche right underneath my nose, but more crucially, it has rearranged its nose. It might be leaving quite shortly, but it doesn't look like it's supposed to. I think you'll be able to diagnose more what's happened there. That is unusual styling.
Occasionally, the kind of front, the kind of what would be the hood on the road car does flap occasionally on those Porsche 992s, but I've never seen one with a kind of sticky up nose like that.
It looks like it's had a bit of lip surgery. John Hivenoff is our next pit reporter for the next couple of hours. John, you say that you've experienced a Porsche like that. Hopefully not yours.
Well, no, mine doesn't have the toughened carbon fibre luggage cover like that. Mine's good old-fashioned metal, being a GTS rather than the GT3. I've seen that on Cup cars before. The new Cup car, by the way, it's not going to be called a GT3 for next year, which is something I heard you talking about. What is a GT4, what isn't a GT4? The new Porsche Cup car is now not going to be GT3 Cup, it's just going to be Cup. So Porsche sort of making things a bit easier for us. That does sometimes happen. This is a carbon fibre reinforced plastic front cover on that car. It would suggest there'd been a little tap or something had got underneath it. Maybe a little bit of rubber had got underneath it and just let the air get underneath. So that's not unique, that aerodynamic adjustment to the front end of that car, but they'll have to keep an eye on it. They've just patted it down and put some sticky tape on it as it's gone back out, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. May have to change that cover as they get through. I'm looking at my watch, it's just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Central European Summer Time, so that is the first major milestone, really, guys, isn't it, in this race? Time to have a look at the standings here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona.
hours in, and Get Speed are leading by 1 minute and 23 seconds over Santalok Junior Team, with the long-time leaders TFT Racing in third position, just ahead of Jutta and Hoffer Racing. Those two have been having a nice little battle on track right now. Scuderia Praha Racing Ferrari in sixth, with Hassarti just pitting and dropping from first down to seventh under green flag conditions. Inter Africa Racing clawing their way back up to eighth spot, eighth in GT3, just ahead of the leading 992 category car of Red Camels Jordan, with Luke Broikers at the wheel right now. Sasha Kakid is in the Continental Racing Audi in 10th position, with Konstantin Dressler in 11th. And then the second of the 992 and leading AM competitor in 992, Sebleju Racing, in 12th position. Era in 13th, HRT, long-time leaders in 992, 14th spot, and now third in 992, with Mulder Motorsport recently pitting under green flag conditions in 15th. Then the Aston Martin, that's been round a couple of times in GT3, down in 16th position. It's the last of our GT3 runners. Holmgard Motorsport 17th. RPM having a quiet run of things so far, in 18th spot and 4th in AM. Then you have the GT4 leaders. Venture, long way ahead of the other two GT4 cars. In fact, they've got two of the GTX machines between the two of them. Lionel Amarouche is now in the 974, so he is driving both cars. And Cyril Calmont is in the 701. There's about a minute gap between the two of them. NM Racing second in GT4. Ajit Kumar with various ailments and issues down in 24th position. And then the third of the GT4 cars is Team Sorg Rennsport. Leading in TCE by 5 laps, the 25-year-old BMW M3 ish, 24-year-old-ish, with just 2 pit stops to its name, ahead of the first of the through Honda Racing Civics in 27th. 28th position is in the pits right now, the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes, with contact early doors and damaged suspension. Red Ant Racing is retired in 29th position in their GT3 Mercedes. Aspes Cupra with some issues earlier on. We didn't get to the bottom of exactly what they were. Through Honda Racing's 1, 2, 3 had suspension issues. GP Racing Team Porsche 938 back in the pits. Didn't realise it was in the pits. It's been in the pits for an hour and 12 minutes. So question mark over what's going on with GP Racing. And then Aspes Porsche back out on circuit, the 111, but it lost a lot of time with a brake problem at the start of the year. Start of the race. The race itself kicking off local time midday under blue skies and sunny conditions, and a massive packed grid walk celebrating another edition of the Barcelona 24 Hours, which has been a long-standing highlight of the 24H series. Maro Engel led the cars down to the first turn, with Klaus Bachler hurrying him along towards turn 1, but the main star of the first stint was Stefan Trobadini in the Audi. He held up to third position ahead of other pro drivers. Some great familiar faces, familiar liveries, and some new teams at the 24H series here in Barcelona. Plenty of code 60s and issues. The first one came with the 111 losing its brakes into turn 10 and getting stuck in the gravel trap, and then the reactions of the code 60s and the pit stops, and how much fuel can you put in, when can you change tyres, all colours, who is at the top and who is at the bottom of our field. Punches, suspension issues, a bit of damage and a bit of carbon fibre left on circuit. But so far, just the one official retirement with Red Ant Racing Mercedes, and a question mark over Viper Nisa and the work they need to do with Michael Blichemont and the GP Racing team. But leading right now is Get Speed Mercedes. Clouds starting to form over the mountains behind the circuit here, as it has been over the last couple of days. It hasn't touched us, though. That looks more ominous than usual. John Hindhaugh is down in the pits for the next couple of hours and can give us an update on GP Racing Team.
Yeah, I'm afraid, gentlemen, that it is not great news from GP. I've been talking to their team manager, Romain, while you were doing that update. As you can see, they're pumping the fuel out the front of the car. That's not actually the issue. Sorry, as you can see, it doesn't work for radio, does it? The pump is fastened onto the fuel cell, which is in the where I'd normally put my crates of wine when I'm coming back from France in my 992. That's where that goes. I know exactly how many bottles of wine I can get in the front of a 992 GTS. So that's all coming out at the moment, and that's because this car isn't going very much further. Actually, the problem that they've been fighting is all at the back of the car on the right rear. There was an issue with damage early on, which I think was from the Viper Nisa car, wasn't it? Probably see my feet in there, and it's damaged one of the sensors for the ABS, and it's so far into the guts of the car, basically, that it's taking them a very long time to get it and the preparations for this car to be packed up. There is a driver with a helmet on just over to my right-hand side, so let's see if we can speak to this gentleman. I'll stick it underneath. Monsieur, ça va? Monsieur Tain.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't speak much English, that's okay, I don't speak much French. The car is done, it's finished? Is the car fixable? It's finished, or you can still race? No? No. Okay. We're not. He's not sure. He doesn't speak a lot of. I could have tried to do that in French, but he wouldn't have made it any better because he doesn't understand me French either. I think this is a team that is packing up. They might be doing some driver change practice maybe or something like that, but they're starting to put their screens away. They've drained the fuel tank. Sadly, as I just said to Romain, their team manager, the motor racing is called motor racing and not motor winning, and the issue is that you've got to take the bad with the good sometimes, and unfortunately you can't win every time. Hashtag this is endurance.
I'm not sure anyone's told Loic that he's not going any further, because he's definitely still ready to get in the car. Maybe he doesn't speak the same language as any of the mechanics either.
It's a French team.
I know, yeah. And as you say, if they were draining fuel out, that definitely isn't going any further. Got no tyres on, but he has still got his helmet on. Maybe he's going to go and get a drive somewhere else. But that's a shame. That'll be our second official retirement after just 4 hours as well. But as you say, a very difficult problem to fix, and again thanks to contact, little contact we thought, but both Viper Nisa and themselves with big consequences.
Very, very liberal use of track limits.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
For Jaroslav Vesalo in the Get Speed Mercedes was fully cutting the corner rally car style. Even for a rally driver, that would have been a fairly aggressive cut of turn 10 there. He's on track with Miroslav Vibo at the moment, but battling on track, but that's not for position. Of course, they're running a couple of laps behind at the moment, so Get Speed looking good. So, you know, is there a bit of a pattern emerging? Are the Mercedes, you know, are they looking like the strongest machine? I mean, they've got 3 strong cars up the front there. Get Speed, TFT, Hofer in the mix there as well. You know, last time we saw a Mercedes AMG win here at the Barcelona 24 Hours was all the way back in 2015. HP Racing. Whoops.
That's the Escudo Faron.
Pablo Brasilvero.
Yeah, so 949. I was pausing because that's the same livery, of course, as the Ajit Kumar car.
I know, excuse me, it's Pedro Miguel Lourinho.
And he's just been round at turn 2, but he's back going again. It doesn't look like there's any damage. A replay shows us that, he was over, gosh, he was fast over the gravel into turn 1 and straight across the gravel and back out the other side. That possibly, the speed of that suggests potentially a braking issue, because he was going across that gravel at some rate, but still facing in the right direction.
It's the rear left going down a little. I wonder if he's maybe got a slow puncture. I wonder. The rear left, the car, the right-hand side looks okay. It's the rear left causing a problem.
That's one for the eagle-eyed John Hindhaugh to look at when he comes into the pits, because it definitely looks like something's not right, and the accident suggests that something's not right, but it is still moving and he's still going to get himself. Ajit Kumar. John, go back to yourself. Go back to yourself. Coming down to you.
No, I'll go back to myself. That's very... I like that, Consti. That's very good. I'm going back to myself now. When I did the highlights, I will be throwing to myself. That's one of the funny things about being in the pit lane. That's a GP car going out. That was the GP racing car going back out. So they were obviously pumping some fuel out, but not all of it. And that driver, Loic, who was standing expectantly next to the car, you should see his name on the timing screen now, and that car back out. So the only thing I can suggest is, between my dodgy French, is that I got slightly the wrong story from Romain there, and he was saying it took him a very long time to get it sorted, but it did seem as though they were pumping fuel out of that rather than filling it. So hey, it's out for the time being. Maybe they're just giving one of their drivers some laps and told them to take it easy, particularly if there's an ABS fault. I mean, you can drive those cars without ABS. Most of the series around the world run them, the Cup cars, without the ABS. Porsche Carrera Cup North America runs ABS. There's some of the non-pro classes in Carrera Cup GB run the ABS. So I stand corrected to myself.
That's okay, because in French the negative and the positive of the same sentence basically sound the same, apart from a n. And if you miss the n, then you've completely got the other end of the sentence, and you suddenly think they're saying yes to a no. It's my excuse a lot living in France.
Well, your reading of driver's body language, even helmeted up, was better than my interrogation of the TM. So that's one to consider.
Next task, head down to Escuderia Fallon, because they are still on pit apron. They haven't wheeled the car into the pits, but there's definitely a problem with the Escuderia Fallon Porsche that's sort of midway down pit lane, and looking at the front left, I think.
This is the 949 car that you're talking about. Lots of pickup on the Michelin tyres.
Yeah, they were off. They basically drove off line for the whole lap.
Right. Well, as I am here and camera is here, they've either lost. I think they may have lost a brake pad, or at least had a brake pad drop out, maybe something like that. They're working on the front left Brembo brake caliper. They've got the spreaders here. In the meantime, they're doing the Michelin tyres. Driver has stayed in, so whoever it was who's brought the car in, I believe, has stayed in. And there's evidence of gravel and gravel rash down the side, and they are pulling out a set of brake pads. I think they've got a jammed brake pad, and that's what they're trying to pull out. Right, both brake pads are now out. The inside one is out. We're just waiting for the outside one to come out. They're going to have to put the old spreaders in to get that sorted, which they've now done. I wonder if something was caught between the brake pads. Yeah, both brake pads out. New set of brake pads going in on the left at least. So you said, did I not hear you say that it was a very odd off?
Very fast.
That they went. Yeah, I think they might have had something jammed in that left front caliper, and they're now putting the same tyre back on. albeit a little bit the worse for wear. That'll clean up, actually, as it goes through. Now, are they going to have to do... I'd presume they're going to do the other side pads as well. Yes, they are. They are. So they're going to repeat that on the other side. But the problem seems to be that they've got a jammed caliper. The driver being told to take his foot off the brake at the moment. So normally you'd see this done at a standard pit stop, or if it was more serious, maybe pushed back into the pit lane. But it is so tight, the caliper and the brake pads are so tight. Oh yeah, oh my goodness. That one that's just come out is pretty much down to the metal. That was the inside one on the right front. They couldn't even get the spreaders in to get those out, as some very well-used brake pads have come out. I don't know if we can get a shot of those, but there's not a lot of friction material left on those. So there you go, brake issues for that car. Bit of tape on the front. That's another car, I think, that's had the pop-up front end, because that looks exactly, the bend is exactly where it was on the Ajit Kumar machine. And now they're just going to finish that off, and they'll be back in the race. The driver will be told to clean off his tyres, I presume, before he goes out and starts.
Confusingly, that is the car, is it not, that had the bonnet bend?
Oh, okay.
Because they look exactly the same as the Ajit Kumar car.
There you go. Yes. And so in which case, I was absolutely right, because what they did was just put some tape along the front of it and stuck it down. I can see where they've bent that down. They're just putting the right front Michelin back on, and you'll hear any second now the air jacks go down. Any second now. You see, I said that and cursed him. Now they're briefing the driver, saying put it down on the ground. They're having a good look. They haven't fired up the 4-litre flat 6 as yet. Now they have. And go, go, go. Isn't that a sound of beauty?
That it is, yes. Nothing quite like a Porsche flat 6. You always know when you walk into a circuit and you hear it and you go, yep, that's exactly what that is. Not that it's better or worse, Ben, I know where you were going with that, but you...
I was
very distinctive sound.
As a Porsche aficionado, I can't imagine you don't like the sound of a Porsche.
Of course, yeah. But it's been but then you can also, when you hear a 5.2 V10, when you're walking into the circuit, well, it's either a Lamborghini or it's an Audi, because they use, of course, the same.
And the thunderous Mercedes as well.
Yeah,
that's a very distinctive sound.
Just a thump it into the ground, isn't it? It's great.
Talking of Mercedes, Jaroslav Vesalo, who is leading at the moment, 52 laps on his tyres in a Mercedes as well. We were talking about the balance of the Mercedes with that front engine over the front tyres, using and asking a lot of the front axle. 53 laps on the tyre, 36 in the stint, plus obviously a tyre that was already used in qualifying. So he was in the car, he got into the car at 3:11 and it's now 4:19. So any moment now, Jaroslav is going to be coming into pit lane. Well, we don't know if he speaks good English or not, but it could be interesting to find out how the tyres felt. John?
Tyres, Ben, and the tyres. When would we ask that? Viper Nisa update. When Carla was coming out, she said you need to go and check the Viper Nisa AMG again, because although they'd felt like they fixed the wishbone problem, which was very badly bent, now I understand why it was taking so long to get out. Now, I do not profess to be a racing engineer, but the piece of equipment that is on the floor in front of me, I can identify fairly easily. That is a brand new AMG steering rack. Lots of play in the steering rack after that incident in the second hour, and so the guys have decided that there's no point in trying to soldier on with that. So the front end of the car is coming off. They're disconnecting the bottom end arms, etc., and that new steering rack, which has come brand new out of a cardboard carton, as if it's just been delivered by a well-known online company, which I presume AMG will do that for you. But that one is ready to go in. That is not the work of a moment, gentlemen. Not the work of a moment, because then obviously they'll have to reset the front end up, the casters, the cambers, etc., etc., string the car back up again and get that back out. But again, I'm going to mention that hashtag This is endurance. These guys, at this point in the race, with just over 4 hours and 20 minutes gone, are not giving this one up. And they're in the shelter of their garage. The sun has gone over the top now. There's plenty of bottles of water out. They've got all the toolkits out, and they are elbow deep in replacing a rack on an AMG. I'll pop in later and see how they're doing.
They were our Spirit of Race Award winners in Paul Ricard, having to build the car overnight into the race day after damaging it in night, basically qualifying. 124, which is not the Civic that had a problem earlier on. It's the other one, has also now had a problem. It looks like the right front axle isn't particularly happy on that car. It was the front left axle, wasn't it, on the 123? And yeah, it's failed. You can see it failing as he turned in to the penultimate turn of the lap, and it is the front left. So the same part of the car.
Oh, what a shame for that crew. The American Honda Team THRW Honda Racing, a whole load of Honda employees from all across the company, across North America, who have come together with this effort with not one car but two, and they are being put through the ringer in this endurance event. And a front axle problem that could take a long time to repair. Now, at the moment, looks fairly dead stick, and the car cannot stay there. It would have to be recovered, which, of course, would trigger a code 60. 25% fuel, of course, but could take tyres, we believe.
123 is in pit in the fuel area, so they were able to fix the issues with the front suspension on that car and get it back out. But 124, for me anyway, from what I saw, looks like they've had exactly the same failure. Oh, Haas RT facing the wrong direction. 21 car. Peter Grelink in 5th position in GT3, gets it back going again, but was that on his own or was he helped? One of our race contending victors of Ramez Azam earlier on, and gets back going without problem, but the 124 still poses an issue for race control. It's not far from pit in. It is at the old F1 chicane, or the MotoGP chicane, or the chicane between the penultimate turn and the last turn. That's where he's parked. It's in a safe position, but will they tow him off to deliver him to the back of the garage, or will he try and get the car back to pit lane? The pit lane entry is just there, but it might not be possible with the steering as damaged as it is.
Yeah, that depends, and also is it's front-wheel drive car, is there drive going to it? That's the other slight problem. Did well to get it well out the way of the racing line. Might be able to be dealt with yellows, or we could see a brief code 60 potentially. At the moment, the Get Speed Mercedes is marching on with Jaroslav Vetalaho on board. Like we mentioned, getting towards the end of his maximum stint length. You have a maximum stint length of 2 hours, and the rest time must be 50% of whatever your stint was. So if he went all the way up to 2 hours, he'd have an hour of rest time before he can get back in the car. But with the number of drivers they have in the roster, that shouldn't be too much of a concern. A lot of teams go with 4 drivers, or indeed even 5 in some cases. For that car, the number 286, that car has 5, so they are well catered for in terms of drivers.
Now 56 laps on those tyres. The stint is well over the hour mark. It's a good hour and 15 now that stint has lasted, and Jaroslav was in the car before, so he's been in the car since basically 2:40. So that is coming up to a 2-hour full stint for him as well. That is good effort. But you were saying he was a young lad, so should be all right.
Yeah, no, it should be. Yeah, good experience though. A lot of good experience there for the Formula Regional single-seater racer. Only 20 years old. Good to see him getting that opportunity as a little bit close for comfort between two cars not in the same class. A 992 car of Scuderia Farron and the number 73 of Konstantin Dressler in the Proton Huber GT3 machine. Now, we have the two leading cars on track right beside each other, but there is a lap between them. The GetSpeed Mercedes-AMG and the Duta Racing Audi of Gavin Pickering. Now, Gavin Pickering's a little bit earlier into his stint than Jaroslav is. So is there a closer battle than that particularly sounds?
John Hindhaugh down in pit lane. What have you got for us?
Well, I had, up until about 10 seconds ago, a completely empty pit lane. And however, now heading towards me is a Honda.
Yeah, that's the good one.
That's the good one.
At this stage.
Right. So that's coming right on its marks. It's fueled. It's just burned some penalty. And this looks like a pretty standard stop, gentlemen, for that custom-built Honda Civic Type R from the guys at HRC. The spiritual cousins, I suppose, and the manufacturer cousins of HART from the Marysville, Ohio plant. And if you get a chance, by the way, look at the headlights on this car. We talk about how this car is absolutely custom built. Look at behind the headlights. Here, I'll get Seb to have a look, because the car itself has got standard headlight apertures, but inside there is some of, it looks like they should be on a soccer stadium. They actually look like floodlights behind there. If you had Subutio when you were a young lad like me, they look like the Subutio lamps, but of course they're all high intensity lights. So when we say this car has been custom built to come and do motor racing, this is the sort of attention to detail we're talking about. A bonnet that has the louvres going in the right direction for the airflow, that's all carbon fibre, all Type R running gear, all into the 5-door shell. And do you know what? That is a thing of beauty, the way they've put that together. It's fired up, the 16 valves are all working in harmony, and out it goes. Now, I'm going to, now we've cleared that, try and speak to the team manager and find out what's going to happen with the other car. If you just stay with me for a second. Can I have a quick word? I was just going to ask you what was happening with the other one. What's happening with the... Sorry, what's your name, sir?
I'm Brian.
Hello, Brian. I'm John. Right, Brian. So is this is not the same car that had the suspension issue earlier on? Is this the same issue on the second car?
No. This is a car that had a contact earlier, and we had to change some suspension steering links. Now the other car has got some sort of failure. We don't know exactly what. They're going to bring it in on the tow truck, and we'll figure it out then.
I just want to say, our listeners and viewers are loving this effort from you guys. I know it's a huge logistical challenge to get over here, but please come back and see us again, because we're loving seeing these cars. A huge amount of Type R fans out there.
All right. Well, thanks so much. We're glad to be.
We'll let you get on with it. So there you go, guys. It is definitely the other car, and it's not necessarily the same issue. The first issue caused by contact. This one, at least for the moment, the driver's not fessing up to any contact. That story may change, I feel.
Leader in. The 286 GetSpeed Mercedes is in fuel. It'll be there for a good couple of minutes before it can get down to pit lane to John, who's teeing up to have a go at doing an interview with Jaroslav, because the car has done 58 laps on its tyres, and Jaroslav's done just shy of 2 hours in that Mercedes with not huge endurance experience. It'll be interesting to see how he felt and how he got on, and we'll definitely go back down to the through Honda racing team and get a bit more of an in-depth detail into that construction of the team and how they work and what these cars are, because as John was just saying, they are. It's great to have something new to talk about. We always get excited when we see something a bit different come into Creventic, and it happens quite often, doesn't it, Peter?
FYI, it's Andres Latour getting ready for the jet speed.
Sometimes we've had those V8 sort of silhouette machines come and join us. Obviously the Vortex is now a mainstay, although it's pretty unique. We had a Ligier in Paul Ricard, which to everybody's eyes looked like a prototype, but it was entered into the GTX class. That was kind of fun. And now we've got these bespoke built Hondas, and of course with BMW, which is pretty cool to have too.
An E46 BMW M3 is very cool, especially one that's raced at Not Kill too. That gets big thumbs up from me. We understand from the pit lane that the former race leading Get Speed Mercedes will be switching out. Jaroslav Veselaho, and in will get Andres Latour, who is the fourth driver in the rotation. Driver with experience in the Asian Le Mans Series and indeed the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well. That car is currently sitting in fuel, so it'll be coming in to get serviced. That means then that Gavin Pickering for Duta Racing, Audi with the Circle K sponsorship, goes up to the lead, and Stuart White in the Into Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari is up onto the podium also.
Lionel Amarouche in the 974 Vortex. Yeah, 974. We haven't got to the bottom of why they've decided to change their name, but he's been in the 701. He's now in the 974, so he's driven both cars.
So he's guaranteed a class win.
Well, and also they're the only two in the class, so yeah. I don't know which step of the podium he stands on, because he's going to be on both.
Maybe he'll stand on, but he'll put one leg on each.
That's one for Carla when she next gets back on the mic to go and have a chat with Lionel and find out. I wonder how different the two feel. Because you know, not every car is different. Even if they are the same model and everything's supposed to be the same, they will feel different. I wonder if he has a preference. John Hindhaugh is with us and has got the leading car.
Of expectation in the Get Speed performance. AMG GT3 Evo garage, as they were waiting for the 286, stopping exactly on its marks, maybe gone 2 or 3 inches too far. The driver change is ongoing at the moment. All 4 Michelin tyres already being changed. Their Michelin engineer testing temperatures, testing pressures, so they can feed back to what's going on. And now it's a question of bolting Andres into the race seat of the Revenge sponsored car in this satin black. Jaroslav out, walking very coolly away. Wait for the big motor to fire, and still waiting. This is awful. What's happening? The door may have to come back open again. Now it closes. Still hasn't fired, guys. You're not hearing an AMG V8 here. And still nothing. The rear lights are on. They've got power. Now this is absolutely woeful for these guys. There it goes. And just a tiny little bit of overflow from the right rear, which I presume is gearbox temperature on that. So now you want me to go and talk to the outgoing driver, don't you? Right, hang on. Let's see if I can grab him straight away. He's done a tidy stint. I'm going to have to go deep into the back of the garage, so you might use me for a moment.
Well, get yourself set up. We'll come back to you in just a second. The RACC recovery truck heads down pit lane with the 124 Honda on the back of it, so that will be delivered back to the garage. And unlike other forms of motorsport, here at Creventic, they encourage the cars to be fixed and go back out, so you can be recovered from the circuit, brought back, fix the car and head back out on track. And it's all part of maximising driver time for these guys. You know, you've paid your entry, you've paid to come racing, you've paid for the track time. Little regulations to say once you've stopped in the gravel, no further assistance, and therefore you can't race any further. That has a big effect, and it's one of those things that when the championship was conceived, they felt that certain regulations could be changed to be more friendly to gentlemen drivers, and that would have been one of them. Let's go back down to John Hindhaugh and find out how Jaroslav got on with that 2-hour stint on 50-year-old tyres.
Now, 50-year-old tyres, 50-lap-old tyres, I hope. 50-plus-year-old pit lane reporter. Paul Truswell at Le Mans often talks about, yes, that same Paul Truswell who's here, about an Ironman stint. And in the heat of the day, we might just have seen that. Jaroslav, you obviously weren't in that car there because you look as fresh as a daisy. I look more tired than you are, and you've been in that car in the heat of the day for 2 hours. That must have gone pretty well. Do you enjoy that?
Obviously, I did enjoy that. It was really fun. It was really tired for me, honestly, but the one funniest thing that happened in the stint is that my belt managed to fall off the hand system. So then in like code 60 zones, I was trying to put it back. Yeah, and then on each big braking zone, like turn 1, turn 10, I had a pain in my neck because the belt was hitting my neck hardly. But in the end, I managed to lose them a bit and everything went well. But it is hot and it is tiring for me.
Did you know you were leading the race? Did the team were telling you that you were leading the race and the gap, etc.?
They did not tell me the gaps and that I was leading the race, but over there you have like a big tower. So I saw my car number and I saw that we're first and I was like, okay, so just going forward and push.
So you have driven at this circuit before?
I've driven here last week in Formula 3 Regional.
Right, but you haven't raced this car here before. Tell me, what is Circuit Barcelona Catalunya like in the AMG, and what's the key parts of the track to getting a good, consistent lap time?
So, to be honest, by looking at other cars on the track, I could tell that they can take a bit more curbs, but it doesn't allow them to go faster because of that. That's the only thing that I could tell by just watching at this. But in the end, the car has really good grip, even comparing to my Formula 3 Regional. So the car is really, really sticky to the ground, and it's fun to drive.
So you're learning about this endurance thing because you've got to get this car at the end, and hammering every curve is not the way to get a car to the end of 24 hours.
Yeah. But for now, we're just, I would say, not pushing at the maximum, just looking at everything what's going on, and we're focusing on the race. So
no pushing at the maximum, but you were leading the race. I think people up and down the pit lane will be a little bit scared about what you can do if you have to push.
I mean, we will see. It's gonna be a long race, and we have a night ahead, so it's gonna be fun.
Right, you go and get yourself rehydrated. He actually spoke to us guys here at Get Speed before he was even properly doing his debrief. Jaroslav, thank you very much, sir. Welcome to Creventic. Good to have you. So there you are. Wasn't pushing. Team didn't tell him that they were leading the race, but he had the extra mental capability at 180 mile an hour nearly to check the timing tower going into turn 1 in one of the hardest braking areas on the circuit and go, oh yeah, I'm racing. Different breed, these racing drivers. Their brains are clocked at a different speed.
As you said, John, the freshness of a guy that came out of a car after doing nearly 2 hours, and the brutality of hustling that car around of 50 old lap tyres. That was mega. That was really cool. They dropped down to 9th position, by the way, with Andres Latour in the car. We've just seen Konstantin Dressler get round them, but my lord, his attempt 1 lap before around the outside of turn 3 got me clenching. It was very, very close to being a massive accident. It's now got past a lot cleaner, and Latour is just trying to get himself up to speed, but every time he does so, he gets bombarded by somebody else. Axel Jeffries trying to get past. Here's what I just mentioned. Look at this. Into turn 3, kind of go round the outside, but he's going to be on the dirt now, and all of a sudden, the Porsche says, no, it's way too dirty here. And very, very lucky to hold that.
Did well, did Konstantin Dressler. Former winner of the ADAC Polo Cup back in 2007. So obviously knows where to make adventurous overtaking manoeuvres. But yeah, the former leader, Andres Lottora, in that Get Speed Mercedes has got Axel Jeffries all over the back of him, as you mentioned, Ben, that Ferrari. That's a pretty rude awakening to your stint. Meanwhile, Chantal Prince in that Hoffer Mercedes just going about her business, quietly, safely clicking off those laps. Now, Peter Gwelings is going to try and nip past here as they come out of turn 3 and 4 into turn 5, and through goes Gwelings in the Haas Audi. So that's for a second position, but again, at this stage, just simply about clicking laps away. That's all. But what it shows to me, Ben, is that there are so many different cars that are in the hunt for this win, because Get Speed have had a turn at the front, so have Jutta, so have Hoffer, so have Santalok Jr., so have TFT, and they're all still there. They're all pulling off the laps, and you could really throw a dart at the board and pick a winner here.
John, back down to you.
This busy 20 minutes or 40 minute session since we went through 4 hours. I'm down at the Honda Civic Type R garage. Jeremy Lucas is with me. Jeremy, you were in the car. It's come back on the back of a flatbed. You were so close to getting it into the pit lane. This is the second time we've seen a car from this team with a problem with the left front. What's happened?
Well, the first time was contact with a Porsche, so that was not mechanical related for an issue, an R issue. On this time, I'm pretty sure the control arm broke. We've never run on slicks before, so I suspect the extra grip of the slicks is a little bit much for the setup that we have. We did crack a control arm yesterday, so this was the spare. So I don't know that we have another option to keep going, but we'll try. But I think it seemed like it was dragging under the car, so I think the control arm, this part is probably pretty well toast. We might try and weld the old one and put it back on, but yeah. So no contact or anything, just going in turn 12 and felt it give way and pull to the right.
Is this where we've got to put out a request to anybody near Circuit Barcelona, Catalonia, who's got a Honda Civic Type R that we need a left front control on?
It's actually not a Civic Type R part that's on the car. It's a base Civic Type part. And we did already ask at the local auto parts store, and they said it was too new to have any parts. And the dealer, I think, his parts department is closed today. So if there is another part available somewhere, that would certainly be helpful. Left front control arm for a base Civic.
Right. So anybody who knows a Honda dealer in this area, what's that? An FK? 6.
It's an FL5 car, but we're running the base Civic 11th gen suspension, so 21 and up Civic.
Okay, we'll put that out there, and if anybody can go and unlock a Honda dealer on a Saturday afternoon, evening, hey, look, we'll try and get you back in the race if we can. And by the way, if there's anybody here who's listening who's got a base Civic, it's in the car park. Can we please borrow a left front control arm? And we'll be eternally grateful. Tell me about the experience, though, so far, because we've been chronicling this. I was saying to your team manager earlier that the Type R has such a global following, and for you guys to be here with these cars, it's outstanding. So tell me a little bit about your experience up until this point.
Well, it's been great to come here and run with Conventec. They've been super helpful with getting us through the process. It's all very strange to us. This is the first FIA event that these cars have run. That was a whole process because FIA certification doesn't really exist in the United States unless you buy a manufacturer-built homologated car. This was not that. We built this ourselves. So we've previously run this car with good success. We've won our class at the Thunderhill 25 in California, and so we wanted to come try something a little bit more challenging. And the slicks is maybe a variable we didn't have enough time on.
And you guys, much like the guys I commentate on in the Inter Championship from Hart, HART from the Marysville plant, you guys are all Honda employees pretty much.
Exactly. It's the same thing. This team is out of the West Coast, and they use the name Team Honda Research West, but it's just like Hart in that it's all volunteers. We actually have people from 4 different areas of the country coming together for this event. We We have people from California, from Ohio, from Georgia in the Atlanta area, and people from the plant up at the factory in Canada.
And so what is your normal day job for Honda? Are you allowed to tell me, or are you in the Secret Squirrel Skunk Works?
I actually just recently transferred to HRC for the new performance parts line, which is production-based parts meant for licensed street cars and trucks. So I've got 26 years of production car development experience and moved over to HRC to bring performance parts to our streetcar trucks and customers, because HRC has only ever been race-only programs. So I'm one of the team that is starting the new production-based program.
And the thing is, you're actually learning things here for your day job, because now you know if anybody starts slapping slicks on to go and do track days, you're going to have to start thinking about that.
Yes. We actually have some testing in the production car program for sticky tires, but it's kind of more at the R-comp level, not slick level. So like in the US, we use Hoosier A7s, right? So maybe that's like a little bit stickier than a Michelin Sport Cup. It's a little stickier than that. But we actually do that test in the US on our cars to make sure there is margin. This is one level of margin more we need to do.
Jeremy, I'm sorry I'm talking to you in the circumstances.
No
Over there's a banner that says Honda, the power of dreams, and these are the guys who deliver it day in and day out to the street car, the road cars as we would call them in Europe. And if you think there's not passion in a big company like Honda, think again. Jeremy, thanks for talking to us, man.
No problem. Have a good day.
It is a really cool story, and those cars are immaculately prepared and very clear that they know every single nut and bolt about what is needed for that car. So we really should be speaking in Spanish and pleading around the Circuit de Catalunya that anyone has. I'm sure somebody has a Honda Civic, but whether they have got a brand new car that they will allow to be pilfered, I'm not quite so sure. But an interesting failure, Peter, that the failure is, they think, brought on by the fact they're running slicks rather than running road tyres.
And this is a circuit where all of the teams that we've spoken to, from GT3 to 992, to proper full homologated FIA cars with big aero performance, are really struggling with tyre degradation.
Yeah.
So therefore that shows you that there is big stress being put through every component of the car. So particularly when you've got a front wheel drive car as well, and there's a lot of long radius corners where the front end's washing out, it must put so much stress through everything, the steering and indeed the drivetrain as well. Really tough on the car, but what a learning experience for them. And maybe, well, again, when they're racing back in the United States, they can think, well, actually now if we want to run slicks, we know now that we've got to beef up the front end. Maybe they need to go for the Type R part rather than the standard Civic part, maybe, but there's maybe a cost consideration there, maybe.
Pierre Caffer has just cleared Chantal Prince on that last lap up to third position for Sansalok Junior team, with Jordan Poisson putting Sasha Kakid in the Continental Racing Audi under some pressure for sixth position. Poisson in the TFT Mercedes that led in the early part in the hands of Maro Engel and then Benjamin Pack. They have kind of started with their strongest drivers and worked their way down to their weaker drivers, although Jordan is the long-term teammate of Patrick Charlier, who was the proper gentleman driver in that car in the last couple of stints. So that's why it's tumbled down the order, but is now making a recovery and having to go three wide here into turn 4. Sweeps around the outside of both the Porsche and the Audi to move up into sixth position. But there's a big gap then of about 40 seconds to the Scuderia Praha Racing Ferrari. We must be getting close now to a load of pit stops again, because most cars are over the hour mark on their last stint.
We've had a good run of green flag racing. That was a tight one there, as you described, Ben Considuros, just coming around turn 4. Very tight there, going all the way around the Continental Audi and the Scuderia Ferron Porsche. So, though, the Continental car, though, has not given up. Sasha Kakad is deciding, I want that position back, actually, thank you very much. Sasha, a very experienced rally driver, actually, has done over 70 rallies in really quite fruity machinery in some Ford Fiesta R5 cars, which is a really, really high-performance rally car, and indeed Ford Escort Mark IIs as well. So very experienced rally driver, but taking part in this endurance race here with Simpson.
Gavin Pickering from the lead of the race in the 71 Jutta Racing Audi, up thanks to the sort of the way that each driver has taken their stints, and brings that Audi into pit lane. Firstly to fuel, be a proper 3.5 to 4 minute stop, and it will put Haas RT back into the lead. They are slightly off sequence. They probably have got another 10 minutes or so before they need to come in, although, yes, so, but I would say that Pierre Caffer, Chantal Prince, Marissa Vibo, they all need to come in the next couple of moments, because they must be pretty low on fuel. And so it's going to start getting pretty busy down there in pit lane once more. You know, qualifying for qualifying for Jutta, qualifying for Continental was really poor. They were outside the top 10 positions, but they've just slowly made their way up to the sharp end.
That's, you know, when we talk about qualifying in a 24-hour race, it doesn't mean that your race is over if you have a bad qualifying, as it can do in sprint racing. But it is always good to get away with the first bus that arrives at the stop. So if you're at the front of the field, you've got a much more chance of catching the fast bus or the fast train, if you like. And like as you mentioned there, if you are starting deep in the pack, you're having to work really hard to come through. Now, our one team that are on a crest of a wave right now is the JMEC engineering team, which at the moment they have a lead of nearly 20 laps in their category already. It's Stephen Cheatham clicking off those laps at the moment, and we've got an update down in the pits.
Guys, in the old days you would have had to say put up 888 on CFAX for subtitles, because there's an awful lot of northeasterners in a small area here. But the guys, we're not saying anything about the car because it's all going quite well at the moment. However, there is a member of this team who is not here at the moment because he didn't look at the calendar properly. I had to be careful what I said there. And he's at a wedding at the moment. Why do you have a wedding that you go to in the middle of the motor racing season is the first question. Secondly, you're missing 22, 24 degree sunshine down in Barcelona. And the lads are missing Stephen Hastings. Now, however, he's not missing them so much, A, because he's having a drink or two at the wedding, and B, he's tuned in on his phone at the wedding. Can you believe it? This is the power of Creventic. So lads, have a quick 1, 2, 3 cheer for Stephen, who's toughing it out. I'm sure. Where's the wedding, by the way? Do we know?
I don't actually. I think it's in the northeast. I think he's around Newcastle area, as far as I'm aware. I don't know exactly, but should still be here in Barcelona with the boys.
Should be here in Barcelona with the boys. Let's have a big cheer then for Stephen in 3, 2, 1. And by the way, before anybody asks, we've put our cultural and religious beliefs aside between the red and white and the black and white that's here, because once you get this far away from home, we're all just from the northeast, and everything else until the derby comes around. Thank goodness we've got the derby back this year. Everything else is put to one side. Keep up the good work, lads. Go well. Have a good day. Stephen, you're an absolute loon, mate. Oh, good God. Get that away from me. Get that away. Oh, I'm burning. There's a black. I tell you what though, if you're gonna bring a barcode shirt out to me like that, right? I'm glad to see it's got a proper blue star on the front when you had a proper sponsor. That's all I'm saying. Somewhat controversially. Thanks, guys. So how about that? At a wedding, missing being part of the team here, but still tuned in to the lads who are down here from the northeast.
For those of you that don't speak football or indeed English, that was a football reference over the last couple of moments. I speak enough to understand that, but apologies to everybody who is in
Everybody in the northeast knows that.
And India and Florida. You're all checking in on the chat, which is really cool. You may not have completely understood what was going on there, apart from the fact that somebody's at a wedding and not on a racetrack.
That was the bit I got.
Yeah, that's the bit I got.
Yeah, and also I hope at that wedding it's not a proper wedding unless those who are wedding ties take them off and put them round their heads at the reception. It's not a wedding party unless you put your tie around your head. Have you never done that? Do not tell me, Ben Costurus, you've never put your tie around your head at a wedding.
Take the clothes off.
Well, it's more highbrow than that. Wow, I was not expecting that. Dearie me.
Need that mental picture, Mr. Constantinos. It's a Newcastle wedding, man. They'll be having a cracking time at the moment. And I've got this little picture in my head of Stephen Hastings. Aside from everybody else, the DJ's probably cranking them up, even though it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon right now. And Stephen's sitting in a corner somewhere, going, "Can you keep it down a bit, man? I'm trying to listen to the race," or something similar to that. Sorry, I can't do a Geordie accent, so I'm not taking the mic. I'm not being detrimental there, but he's a proper fan and we've normally been part of the pit crew.
The only reason I know what the Newcastle livery is because they were once a sponsor of a Lister Storm.
Correct. The Newcastle United Lister Storm, which was brought together by Adidas back in the day, raced at Le Mans, and they actually sold out all their merchandise, which was based on football shirts, soccer shirts at that time, and in fact would have had the Blue Star on at that time, which used to be a brewery in the northeast. That was the Blue Star I was alluding to. We had a Sunderland brewery called Vaux Brewers on ours, the Nicholson family. They had Scottish and Newcastle breweries, and people will know all about Scottish and Newcastle and their distilleries as well up north of the border. They had a big presence of there, and that was the Blue Star with the Newcastle upon Tyne Bridge in the background of it, and they were a sponsor of Newcastle United Football Club. And Sunderland and Newcastle might only be 12 miles apart, but culturally and in soccer terms, they might as well be on opposite sides of the world. It is a bit religious up there in terms of the fanaticism for football.
Well, if we can drag you away from the football, John,
yes.
There may be a story developing with the Proton Huber competition car number 73. Well, that's lucky, because at the moment the car, we're in our global broadcast centre seeing a bit of replay on a battle with the Continental Audi. Boff right into the back of it, coming up through the chicane at turn 8. Little tap and then a massive slide coming out of turn 9, and the Into Africa Ferraris in the mix in there in 7. So that is they're not all battling for the same point for position, but the 73 Proton cars back out on the track now. Same driver, is it? No, it's not. So if you grab Konstantin Dressler, he'll give you an account of what's just happened.
In the back, I haven't got a cameraman at the moment because Seb's taking a well-oiled break. Give me 2 seconds and I'll see what I can dig up for you.
I mean, it was a hurry-up more than anything else. But back out on circuit with no damage to the front end, so looks good. And Konstantin Dressler back aboard that car. We've got Matthias Lauk in that lineup. We've got Klaus Bachler in the lineup as well. They're fighting for the championship. But so trying to get Konstantin's drive time done nice and fast, so perhaps they can focus on climbing up through the field in the second half of the race. Remember, there are points awarded to at half time in this race. So as we go into midnight, there is half points awarded, so 60 points in total, 40 for the end of the race, 20 for the middle of the race. And in fact, Konstantin is out of the car now, so we can go down to John Hindhaugh and have a word with him.
I've just pulled him into the body of the pit lane. Konstantin, looked like there'd been a little bit of contact there. First of all, was that the lap you were meant to come in, or did you come in a little bit early?
No, that wasn't a lap we were meant to be coming in because we had a fuel alarm out of turn 5, and that is a sign for us to usually box that lap, and everything went to plan. Yeah, the contact was a little bit unnecessary, but yeah, I didn't expect the car to slide that much out of the turn 7 and 8, and then yeah, just had a little bit of too much speed out of the corner.
Yeah, well, but in some ways probably better too much than too little. Other than that, that looked like a pretty clean stint. How's the GT3R going?
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty miserable start to the race, but we also know it's 24 hours here, so we're going to make up time now with Klaus in the car, and hopefully, of course, us fighting against the other M drivers. We did a good stint, and surely, but yeah, steadily, we are trying to make up the pace.
That's a good point, that, isn't it? Because when you don't have a good... You've psyched yourself up for the start of the race, and whether you're in the car or whether your teammates are in the car, when something goes wrong like that, how difficult is it to get your mental preparation back again before you had to get into the car?
It's not very difficult because the car is so much fun to drive. You step in the car, you just floor it, and that brings the fun. And you know, I don't know where we are currently, but quite far back still, I guess. But we're having fun out there, and this is the most important thing. And ultimately, after 24 hours, we look at the board, and maybe we are somewhere at the front again. I don't know.
Everybody's been talking about tyre wear here, nothing to do with Michelin. This is an abrasive circuit. We've seen that in years past here. Starting to lose a little bit of the heat starting to lose a little bit of the heat out of the track now. How did the tyres go for you in that stint?
Yeah, you have to be really smooth at the beginning of the stint. Yeah, of course, everyone wants to push for the best lap time of the race or personal best, but in a race like this, it's really unnecessary. You need to have a long stint. You need to nurse the tires. The understeer, the oversteer will come through the turns the more you push it. So you really have to nurture the tire at the beginning of the race, and this will give you a little bit extra at the end. So and everyone is learning now. So it's still the beginning of the race. Everyone is learning how much they can push in each stint, and I think it's something we also go through at the moment.
I'll let you rehydrate and debrief properly. Thank you very much for talking to us straight away after getting out the car. We've just gone past another clock hour, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon stroke early evening. There's another pit stop coming, one pit stop to my left, which is towards pit in. That's Holmgard Motorsport. This looks very, in fact, actually the two pits next door are about to pit, and they both look absolutely on schedule. New set of Michelins stacked up for both of those pit stoppers. Konstantin, I hope you could hear, even with everything that's been going on with that Proton Huber competition car, he had a massive smile on his face. Another guy who's well over 6 foot, just loving driving that GT3R.
Lots of pit stops due. That's why we're getting lots of pit stops. In fact, some of these guys are managing to get over an hour and 20 minutes. Jordan Boisson in his Mercedes for TFT Racing, yet to pit, but done an hour and 20 in his stint. Pierre Caffer the same. So they're really able to stretch the fuel from their cars, and therefore the tyres are having to do the work as well. Those leading two cars, 47 laps on a tyre for each of them. We do need to find out which car was it. There was a car that had done so Cyril Gamont in the Vortex has apparently done 67 laps on his Michelins, and there was somebody else, I think it was a Cupra, that was registering something like 96 laps on its tyres. Whether that was right or wrong, quite sure, but it would have been remarkable. The rears may have done 90 odd laps because they're basically just supporting the rear bumper from scraping along the ground, but that's true. Don't laugh, it's true. The front wheels do all the hard work, and you know when you've got a brother, one does nothing in the family and the other one does everything. It's a bit like that.
I know exactly.
My brother's the rear tyre and I'm definitely the front tyre. Peter Snowden's back with us.
I'm laughing with you, Ben, obviously, because I think that's a brilliant description. I've got car designers the world over gasping or spitting out their coffee or tea or whatever they may be drinking at the time of, like, basically the job of the rear tyre just to stop the bumper dragging along the ground. It's just like an insight into automotive design. Fantastic. I can see Marek Reichman at Aston Martin sitting there going, yeah, that's true, that's what we do.
To be a little bit more serious for a second, I was actually amazed in my World Touring Car days how much the rear suspension is engineered to help the front end of the car. How much that when you lean on that rear suspension, it doesn't just sit there, it starts to turn and it starts to fold to help the front end round, and the more you lean on it, the more it helps. So Matt Neal was very good at educating me properly rather than me just being that stubborn sort of oik.
Now, I'll make it a very, very brief of one of the greatest racing car designers ever. Patrick Head, years ago, recounted the story of Frank Williams, with Nigel Mansell, and just apparently Mansell was out testing at Silverstone. Copse corner was a flat-out corner. It was the first corner of the pits in those days. And apparently Nigel would give absolutely no feedback back to Patrick Head as to what the rear of the Formula One Williams was doing at the time, to the point that Patrick would despair because Nigel would focus on the front and tell him exactly. And eventually Patrick said, why don't you ever tell me what's going on at the rear of the car? And apparently Mansell just looked at him and just went, well, it's attached to the front, Patrick, so it's got to come with me, hasn't it? He just like
very good.
Can't argue with that philosophy. I'm not sure it's necessarily the best engineering solution, but I can imagine Patrick Head just going, oh, really, and despairing. I think there's a bit more to it, certainly in a 24-hour race.
You know how John Hindhaugh said that the 938 was just about to go out having what we thought was emptied the fuel tank? Standby caller. He did one lap and came back into the pits and has now stayed in the pits for another hour. So I think that what they were doing was emptying the fuel out, but they were perhaps doing one last shakedown, because I think that now is an official retirement for GP racing.
I'm going to jump in again, just in audio here. Just a quick debrief going on. Who's just got out of the Holmgaard car?
Oh, I have no idea. Jonas Holmgaard is in the car now.
Right. It's young Mr. Rasmussen here. How are you?
Very good.
You look like you've worked hard there, but did you enjoy it? That's the key thing.
Of course I enjoyed it. Of course. Why wouldn't I?
So who did you upset in the team to get the hottest part of the day in the car?
I'm thinking it's the team principal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we tend to think when conditions are tricky, when it's slidey, that is when Porsches come into the own. How's the car going out there?
First part of the thing is perfect. Last part is the tires are falling off. So yeah, perfect car out there.
Did you have a couple of good battles out there? Just working through traffic?
Didn't really catch the one guys I wanted to catch, but yeah, that's fine.
Well, you look like you've worked hard. Go and have a drink, rehydrate. Thank you for talking to us. Next door, I think it was Chantal, the Prince, who got out of the Hoffa racing car. Absolutely standard stops from both of these cars who are in the first two pits. The pit lane now is actually in full shadow, and there's a little bit of a breeze blowing up from turn one. Barely a breath of wind, but what it is coming up from turn one. It's actually really lovely conditions at the moment as we have gone through another hour.
And that is why Joseph Krall has just set a purple middle sector. We are about to see, I think, a new fastest lap of the race with a green sector 1, a purple sector 2 for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Krall's on his second stint in that car. I think we saw him earlier on in the race. He's only 4 laps in, so he's got a heavy car, but he has got fresh tyres. He was the one that started the race, wasn't he? And he comes across the line now to set a 1:41.703, which isn't the fastest lap of the race. But why does it not tell me what is? Jordan Boisson has the fastest lap of the race right now, a 1:41.392. Although I should probably say that TFT have that fastest lap of the race rather than Jordan Boisson. I imagine that was probably a Maro Engel fastest lap at the start. But Krall with a 1:41.7 isn't that far off and got a lot of traffic because he has to dive down the inside of Jordan Boisson. That is not for position because the Scuderia Praha car is 3 laps back. And some big work for Krall to do after the Vibos have been and done their stints.
Yeah, Josef Krall flying in that Ferrari there, 1:41.7 just set on that lap. So he's out for that fastest lap of the race so far, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's got work to do. He's got to get to
he's dialing himself in.
41.4. I mean, he's doing it with a full tank of fuel. And as I think you were talking about earlier, I heard Peter talking about carrying extra weight when I was having lunch, which made me feel guilty.
I was talking about myself. It wasn't automotive related. It was about me. Yeah, success ballast, it's called.
Yeah, and so yes, he could get better performance out of a lighter car with the same tyres, the fresh tyres he has now.
Joking apart, we always say the car's lighter with less fuel than it is, but then the metric is, it's 0.75 of a kilogram is a litre of fuel. So that's...
Is it not 1-to-1?
No.
Is it not? No. God, I've always assumed it was 1-to-1. No. I've learned something today. There you go, chat. You've learned something. Those of you watching on our YouTube channel and joining the chat. Did you know that 1 litre of fuel is 0.075 a kilo?
Correct.
God, Snowy, you better be right.
75 grams.
I'm going to carry that to every single one of my commentary boxes now.
Okay.
0.075.
Not.
Yeah, 3/4 of a kilogram.
Amazing.
Bradley always says it's closer to 0.8, actually, from his team manager days, Snowy.
I don't know if we're hearing John or not, but he's talking in our ear, whether we're out on air or not. Do you have heavy and light fuel? Presumably not.
Well, diesel's heavier, obviously, because it's an oil, not fuel.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Logical. But what about like a 95 versus a 98 versus a 102?
That's an octane rating. It doesn't change the weight.
Okay, fine. I love
nice try. But
it's a shame that there's no commentary box cam here, because the way that Snowy is looking at me is quite spectacular.
You're trying really hard here, Ben.
No. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Rory, for saying I did not know that as well. Ben Consty. Yes, I know. What I was looking at was Axel Jeffries, that Into Racing Ferrari that really lost a huge amount of positions at the start of the race, is up now to 4th spot and is halfway, well, no, not halfway through, a third of the way through its stint. Pierre Caffer and Jordan Boisson still owe us a pit stop. They've been out for 90 minutes now without a stop. So they are making this this fuel last a long time. Now, because we had so many Code 60s where you could put 25%, I wonder whether they've exceeded the capacity, if you know what I mean. You know, you can put in a maximum of 120 litres of fuel, but if your tank is bigger than that, you could end up having 135 litres of fuel if the tank allows, even though a full fuel is 120 kilos. So I'm only thinking that because, and at 1 hour and 30 minutes seems like a huge amount of time on a single tank of fuel.
It does. It depends what the consumption rate is. We need to ask Paul Truswell what that is, but it's going to be over a litre a minute, I'd have thought, roughly. So you're probably using 2 litres a lap around here, thereabouts.
Okay.
I'd have thought. Paul Truswell will know exactly.
So 2 litres...
That's a job for John to go and find out from Truzzers down at Red Camel Jordan.
2 litres a lap.
That's a 992 car, of course, not a GT3 car, so they'll have a greater rate.
GT3 will be more thirsty.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, and we know 992s generally can go quite a bit longer, can't they, than the GT3 cars? They're
quite fuel efficient, those 992s, actually.
But what we're not seeing, because of all the Code 60s we're having, is a sort of a full stint length and knowing exactly how long a fuel stint length is. Jutta Racing, Lars Violen dipping his left wheels into the gravel trap through between turns 13 and 14, eluding a little bit of ground, and therefore Klaus Bachler crawling all over the back of him. Lights are flashing. So Bachler back in the Proton Huber competition Porsche that sits 8th position now, and actually he is chasing down Joseph Krall. So we just mentioned that Krall was on the move and pushing. Well, Bachler is now chasing him down. There is just 2 seconds separating the two of them. In 7th position. 6th is Nicholas Grilling. 5th is Lars Follen. Axel Jeffries is 4th, sorry. Andres Latour is 3rd. Jordan Boisson is 2nd, and Pierre Caffer was leading, but is now in the fuel bay. So our leader, and it's amazing how this is cycling through. This leader at this moment in time into pit lane, and he'll be handing over the lead of the race to Jordan Boisson once more.
Well, I just spotted that manoeuvre of the Audi there, as you said, from the Jutta Racing entry. Just thought, is it a little bit tired on tyres? But no pun intended, but it's only 11 laps into its tyre stint.
No, that was a great take. That was a great pun.
It wasn't meant to be.
You should have carried that one.
I was actually trying to move on from it. Yes.
You should have carried that one better than that.
Didn't it? It left me deflated.
Very good.
But yeah, only 11 laps in, and it's I'm surprised he had that little bit of a struggle there, but the Porsche, you say, all over the back of it like a cheap suit. He's going to surely get past that. So there's a little bit of body damage on the left-hand side of the Audi.
You were saying that you didn't like that turn, though, yesterday in commentary. You were saying that...
I never did, no.
It's off camber as well, so it's kind of helping you towards the gravel trap.
Oh, absolutely. You may as well have an RSVP ready, because it's just pulling you into it all the time. It's just there. Come to me, come to me.
And yet the last turn is much, much nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's flat out downhill. You got the sexy bit coming up the straight.
You know, we mentioned you weren't in the commentary box when we mentioned it, but we were talking about the Newcastle liveried Lister Storm. We were, Snowy, and Peter Snowden.
Well, there you go.
Is an expert on Lister Storms, having.
I don't know, but I think expert is a massive oversell.
I think
Porsche trying to go around the outside of the Audi into turn 3, not quite lining it up there. You're actually going in on the left-hand side, and that's where all the marbles and dust are. And that's where you don't want to be getting out there, but to cut back through, still not doing. I still think the Porsche is infinitely quick. He must. That's it. Up the inside at turn 3. You got the job done.
Don't get excited because he's only unlapping himself.
It's not the well, yeah, but it's important as a driver. That's important. Unlapped yourself. You're no longer a lap down. You see.
So he's unlapped himself from the 5th position.
It was clearly quicker, though, wasn't it, Ben?
Audi. Oh yeah, it is also Klaus Bachler, who is one of 2. Probably one of 2 factory-paid drivers in this field.
Yeah, he's quite handy, isn't he? Maro Engel, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. He would be the second one. I'm just trying to think if there are other sort of works drivers being paid by the manufacturer to be here. Maro Engel for sure. I would say Klaus Bachler would be as well. So, yeah, we covered off the Newcastle Brown Ale Lister Storm. Was that a car you drove or not?
In testing, yes, not officially, and that one. But yeah, it had various disguises in those black and white. Adidas, Newcastle United Football Club, mad cow disease. I am not joking.
I don't understand. That's a disease. How is that a response?
It was something to do. Oh, you're going to make me look it up now. Which I did a good job on air for 3 hours now, isn't it? But it was something to do with the eradication of mad cow disease and promoting awareness, exactly that, and understanding of it. But it was genuinely, and even we thought at the time, only Lawrence, who owned the team, could do that. Lawrence Pierce, that was.
So battle for 7th position, Crowell versus Bachler. I think this is probably why Bachler is getting as much of a wiggle on as he is, because he knows that Crowell is only 2 seconds up the road. I wonder also whether the Santalock Junior Team Audi is going to end up in this battle as well once it's come out of the pits. It could well drop right into the middle of it. We've still got that car in pit lane. It's actually been in pit lane for over 4 minutes now. That's a bit of a concern because usually pit stops are about 3.5. Quite sure where John is at the moment. But it now leaves pit lane, and that is a slow stop for Santalock. Let's have a look at how slow it is. Yeah, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. So that's not wonderful, and that's mainly down to, yes, it's had a full fill of fuel, but that was mainly down to the pit stop and tyre area of the stop rather than the fuel part of the stop. Michael Doppelmayr is in the car. That may also explain whilst it took a bit longer to get Michael bolted into the car. And so an interesting moment to put Michael in the car. We've seen Itzenbisen already as the other AM Spirit. We've got 2 AM Spirits in that car, meaning that Pierre Kappa really has to pedal hard.
You'd maybe look it up now, but the Lister Storm was sponsored by Pryonics, which was a company that focused on Stop Mad Cow Disease campaign.
I think that's a very crucial word to put into the quote. It wasn't sponsored by Mad Cow Disease, it was sponsored by the campaign to stop it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a nuance, but else we just called it the Mad Cow car, as you can imagine. We're drivers, don't want things overly complicated.
We are 18.5 hours-ish away from the flag. Tomorrow lunchtime here at Barcelona. Still plenty of racing to do. We've got a couple of retirees. 938 is an official retirement. The GP Racing Porsche 992 category car after an ABS sensor issue causing problems to the car after contact. Red Ant Racing also retired quite early on with a suspension, right front suspension damage. So the 93 car is out. That's a Mercedes GT3 car. Question marks over Viper Nisa Racing. They've had a contact early doors and lots of suspension dramas on that machine. But I imagine they will continue. I don't see them retiring. They will keep building. And then we recently covered off the story from Through Honda Racing. Their 124 car had suspension dramas. They might not be able to get that car back out because they might not have the part to replace it. Let's go down to John Hindhaugh once more. I saw him heading down towards Santalok, John.
I am at Santalok at the moment, and I'm just about to ask them about that last pit stop. Just a quick thank you for reminding me, Benjamin, for the Viper Nisa AMG. When I was on my way back down to pit in, just before those pit stops for Hofer and the teams at that end, they'd already got the old rack out and they were putting the new rack on. Now, that's pretty good going, but there's still quite a lot of work to do with front suspension and fastening up the steering arms and such like. But they were cracking along with that, and fair play to them, as you rightly say, they didn't want to give up. Let's just dive in here to Santa. Excuse me, gentlemen, was that a slightly long pit stop there, or were you okay with that?
It will be a short one.
That was your normal one, normal pit stop?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. No problems at all?
No.
Good, thank you. Thank you, sir. They're just having a little debrief, so I don't want to leave them too much. It was the TM again there that we spoke to earlier on. So, no, they're quite happy with that, and they reckon that was their standard pit stop, and they haven't taken what they call a long one yet. They'll be holding on to that. And actually, this is probably a good time to start thinking about it. We're a little bit early, but pretty much, no, in fact, all of the cars up and down this pit lane, Snowy and Consti, will have to do a front brake change. We've already seen some pad changes going on to existing discs, and I saw a number of sets of pads being matched to discs earlier in the weekend when we were here. So you'll have a couple of sets of pads matched to a disc, and then they'll do a full disc and pad change at probably just over halfway through the race, or at least that's when you'll hope they'll be going, because you kind of want them to do half the race or more, don't you? Got a Cupra leading in the land of Cupra, and a Porsche coming in, but that's right down the other end of the pit lane, and that is the Ajit Kumar lookalike car that had the issue with its carbon fibre reinforced plastic nose or bonnet earlier on. That's back in the pit lane, but again, that looks routine.
Yeah, let's not forget that the Ajit Kumar Racing by Red Ant Porsche is in the colours of Scuderia Faron, because they're renting that spare car because the Ajit Kumar car was hurt yesterday. So it has the same livery as the actual Scuderia Faron 949 car, which has the damaged nose. And the only difference is the Ajit Kumar car has the original Ajit Kumar rear wing and rear, I was about to say rear bonnet. That's not correct, is it? What's the thing underneath the boot? Boot, thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes my words escape me.
Trunk is
slightly annoying as a commentator.
You could have said engine cover.
Yes, the engine cover, because of course that's where the engine is, but also boot.
Did you just say you were a slightly annoying commentator? Or did I misinterpret
that? That's the only bit of the Ajit Kumar coloured car left on the Scuderia Faron machine. It's all a little bit complicated sometimes. GT4, we've just seen Mercedes flick through the shot, reminds me that it is still led by Venture. They are 1 lap ahead of NM Racing. Keith Gatehouse is aboard the NM Racing machine now. And Be interesting to know whether Keith Gatehouse is wearing Keith Gatehouse overalls or whether he's actually got another name on his overalls. Because yesterday we did an interview with all 3 of the drivers in NM Racing. We think 3 because the entry list has 3, but one of them had a name that didn't correspond to the entry list. So they are second in GT4, third is Team Sorg Rennsport. And no change in TCE with JMEC leadily leading, but get this, now by 23 laps. 23 laps lead for BMW. They have only done, well, they've only done 3 stops in the whole race. Everyone else has done 6 or 7. They are quite remarkable. Let's hope that BMW stays as consistent and happy as it has been so far. John, your microphone's open, so I expect you're wanting to chat.
Just to let you know that the team and their numerous supporters at ERA, as they've got a double garage here, are standing by for a pit stop. And I tried to put Jake Hill, current British Touring Car champion, into the car earlier on, but they swapped the driver rotation round. But that is definitely Jake's very distinctively liveried helmet as he rocks backwards and forwards, left foot to right foot. So I presume the car is either in fuel at the moment or is about to come in. There's a driver seat insert about to go in. So this looks like, again, a full standard stop. There's a brand new set of 4 Michelin tyres still in their blankets, ready for when that car comes in, and it is due imminently.
Axel Jeffries up to 2nd position now, thanks to the Santalok pit stop, and Michael Doppelmayr is out on circuits in the 18 machine. He has to do, I don't think he has to do more than 1 hour, actually, thanks to the regulations, but between him and Ernst, they have to do 2. So 1 for Ernst and 1 for Michael, and that will tick off what the AM Spirits need to do in that car. And then they will be using Ella Earhart, Pierre Caffer and Stefan Tribadini for the rest of the race, I would imagine. So for the moment, we're not going to see too much of the Santalok junior team. They'll fade down the order. Jordan Brasson is now 1 hour and 46 minutes into this stint. So I know John's already attempted an interview in French, but it might be worth another one. Because Jordan Brasson has done 60 laps on those tyres. And he's going to do a full... Is he really going to do a full 2-hour stint without stopping? That is madness. Check my strategy computer and get back to you. The last stint has been 38 laps. So now I'm questioning whether Jordan Brasson himself has done 1 hour and 46 in the car. The tyres, if they didn't change tyres, which they would have done, have only done 38 laps. So that's a dodgy bit of information, I think, on our timing screen. Selene Amarouche is aboard the Vortex. She was at 1 with that Vortex earlier on in qualifying. She was very rapid, actually, and has been really showing the heels to the rest of them. That Vortex is now up into the top 20 again, having taken over from her father. Just the 2 Vortexes in GTX, I'm afraid, this weekend. In Paul Ricard, we had a weird-looking Ligier thing, which is like a prototype, which was very, very rapid. But just the 2 Vortexes. I want to say Ligier, but I'm now thinking it wasn't a Ligier. It was a Norma. Or it was a...
Sounds more like it.
It was a cousin of a Norma. It's like the people who built Norma, it was the cousin building this car, and it wasn't called Norma, it was something very similar.
You made them sound like mad scientists.
It kind of was.
People that built Norma.
It was, yes. It was kind of like that. It was a pretty mad cousin. Car. It looked really cool. You'd like it.
Well, the bit that got me there was it was rapid. That got my attention.
Fully
it
rapid.
Doesn't really matter what it looks like as long as it's rapid.
It looked like a little LMP 2-3 car that was racing in GTX, and they'd taken out like something like 200 horsepower out of it, so it was sort of competitive, because otherwise it was just so fast. As John mentioned, ERA Motorsport in pit lane. Seb Lejoux racing from second in 992 AM, the 888 also in pit lane. And for a moment, we're following that BMW M3 E46, which is clean, running well, staying out of trouble, and leading by 21 laps.
Well, I'm sure you covered this already, but I'm intrigued. I'm looking at the tracker in the background of our number 124 entry with Jeremy Lucas at the wheel, the THRW Honda Racing. There's two of those Type Rs. It's been in fuel for a very long time.
No, it's not.
No, hang on. No, hang on. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Sorry.
Stand by.
Interrupt me.
124 on the tracker, which is very accurate normally, has been in the back of the paddock or the back for a very long time. However, over the last 10 minutes, its little legend has crept closer and closer and closer to the back of the garage. So I'm thinking, are they sort of pushing it forward through the crowd to finally sneak it back in the back of the garage, and it's going to reappear in the race?
I'm afraid,
albeit so many laps down. Oh, I'll go with the eternal optimism in me. Come on.
You're having great fun with your little trackers in front, with the marching ants, we like to call it, which is a map of the circuit with all of the cars circling around it. What's really great about this marching ant setup versus other championships, if a car spins, you see it spin on the tracker. It's not in another championship.
Well, the legend rotates as well.
No, that would be really good. That would be really
cool.
good. No, but it does go off into the gravel. Yeah,
fantastic.
And it basically at real time. So it is built on GPS system rather than the timing system that other championships would literally have a predictor between the start of the lap and intermediate one, and if the car doesn't make it to intermediate one when they think it should, then it would just stop. But
we have just exposed not for the first time in this commentary, how utterly childlike we are on things like that. Amuse us.
This is so cool. You even get to see if the car is being taken back on the low loader, what route it's taking around the working lanes of the circuit. That is really sad.
That's because it's called a tracker.
Yeah, but it's a GPS tracker. No, because it wouldn't do that
as well. It's also in satellite form, so you actually, rather than just getting a map, you actually got satellites, you've got the buildings and everything in perspective, and it's brilliant.
And the reason why the 124 is in the paddock area is because it's
moving back again now. Look, it's going further back. They've heard us.
It's broken a tracking arm, and they don't think they've got another spare because they've already broken one this week, and so the spare one's on that car, and they don't think they've got another one.
I think they just pushed it towards what they thought was a spare one, realised it isn't the right one now, and they're pushing it back again. No, wrong part, reorder another one.
It's more likely to be on the back of I can't see, but what they're actually looking for is another Honda Civic to take the steering arm off and put it on that car. TFT finally into pit lane. From the lead of the race, Jordan Boisson, after doing pretty much 2 hours. Again, he's going to be another one of those racing drivers that get out of the car looking super fresh and no issues whatsoever. I'm trying to see who's being bolted in. That's Maruengo being bolted in, isn't it? Yeah, so we're going to have some fast laps for the next couple of hours, but even Jordan Boisson, we know that Benji Pack is super rapid. We know obviously Maruengo is super rapid, but Jordan Boisson has just done a proper stint in that car. TFT, brand new to the championship last round at Paul Ricard. They run in the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship and the Endurance Championship in France. So this is a big step up for them, but you have to say, looking at the car, the livery, the garage, and how impressed Maruengo was with the team, that they are doing a great job. I can see that Seb is down there, so perhaps we are about to hear from Jordan Boisson maybe also about the experience of having Maruengo in a team, and what does that bring to a team versus racing in the French Championship with just as you as the driver, because Boisson is effectively the driver coach for Patrick Charlier in that championship. Out on circuit once more, and they've come back out in 5th position, I think. Maruengo is actually behind Kral and behind Backler.
Yeah, exactly. So that's in 7th, isn't it, at the moment on the road?
We are about to get an update on its tracker. It actually needs to get past Torsten Kratz in the 11, but I think that's already been done. Axel Jeffries, therefore, leads.
Indeed, in the Into Africa racing by Dragon, Ferrari 296. This is car number 98 at the head of the field, the All-African team. First All-African team, as we heard yesterday from one of the drivers coming who was in qualifying, that gave us a little bit of a... Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, first, actually, amazingly, first all-African team to take part in the Kyalami 9-hour race. Not just first African team over
bizarre,
here.
in Kyalami, of all places, you'd have thought that would have happened, that would have occurred already.
And
good for them.
Jean-Lili Lacker is the promoter of the 9-hour race, which previously was part, if you remember, of the Intercontinental GT Series, which SRO were involved with, but it's now gone back to the local promotion, and maybe one day it'll become part of Creventic. Now that would be cool. Cough, cough.
So Mauro Engel's actually, now the track has done a lap, settling, is actually down a position into 8th overall at the moment.
So it's behind Torsten Kratz.
Yeah,
then,
correct. By 9.9 seconds. No, sorry. Yes.
Through turns number 4, the downhill left-hander to finish off the first part of the lap. And then heading back up the hill, the undulating circuit here at Circuit Barcelona. The turn 9 kink, right-handed kink, is also the corner closest to the entrance of the circuit. Let's go down to John Hindhoff, who has Mr. Drink, Jordan Boisson.
Well, you asked TFT, Jordan Boisson. He's rehydrating at the moment. Jordan, great stint. How are you feeling physically after the end of that, first of all?
C'était long, je me sens plutôt bien, on va enchaîner les autres, mais c'était éprouvant, c'était un long stint avec les pneus, on a remis de l'essence au milieu, c'était compliqué, mais je me sens bien, on va continuer comme ça.
So he said it was a very long stint, it's very hot and very humid, but a bit complicated at times as well, but he's basically enjoyed it. How was the car?
Sorry?
How's the car? How's it?
Perfect.
Yeah.
So, really perfect. Franchement, nickel. C'était vraiment bien. C'était vraiment bien. Donc, on va continuer comme ça, c'est bien.
Sorry, I don't know it in French. The balance is good.
The balance is good, and.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire en français, balance?
Ça veut, la balance, on parle
la
balance de la moto était vraiment bien. Avec le plein, ça m'a remis un peu à l'arrière, donc c'était bien, donc c'était vraiment bien.
Le pneu, comme le end of the stint,
J'ai regardé tous les mêmes pneus, tous les signes, donc c'était un peu compliqué parce qu'on a remis de l'essence au milieu, donc du coup je suis reparti avec du poids à l'arrière. Ça m'a un peu calé l'arrière, mais à la fin du stint c'était compliqué.
Because so he's saying he had to look after the back tyres a little bit as he was getting through the stint. But in general, you are happy. Très joli stint, and you are happy.
Oui, on est content. Je sais que j'ai rendu la caisse en bonne position. À un moment on était premier, donc on va continuer comme ça. Maintenant c'est Maro dans la caisse, donc la pression elle est sur lui.
Well done. Thank you, and thank you for coming to talk. I apologise for my bad French. Enough for French and enough English. Happy to be in the front of the field, as you probably heard. Ben, you speak better French than me, so if I missed anything else out, please throw it in.
Pretty standard, really, you know. Very good, John. I didn't know you spoke such amazing French. The rear, basically what we all expected, really. The tyres were great at the start and not so good at the end. It's always quite nice when you can translate the most of it. But the good thing, once again, I think the temperature today is really helping these drivers because they do not look like they're completely knackered getting out of the car. And, you know, for someone like Jordan, who is used to 40-minute races up to an hour, not used to doing big 2-hour stints like that. Hello, fastest lap of the race. What a surprise, Mauro Engel. 141.378, new fastest lap of the race. Mauro Engel in 8th position. Watch out the rest of the field. He is coming for you at a rate of knots. There is nobody within 3 seconds of him up the road, but he has got fresh tyres. He's got that peak from this Michelin tyre. And even though the car is full of fuel, he now needs to remember not to push too hard, because those tyres might need to do a decent chunk of the race moving forward. Axel Jeffries has brought the leading Ferrari, or what was the leading Ferrari, into pit lane in the fuel area. And the Inter-Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari, which retired in Paul Ricard, having a much better run of things for the moment. But it's amazing. Leading the race just within the fuel area, it drops to 7th position. That's how tight this race actually is. Doesn't seem tight because everyone's on different strategies, but actually that's how tight it is. Look on the left-hand side, 175 laps from our leader, 7 seconds back in second, a minute back to Haas RT in third, 17 seconds, 2 seconds, 30 seconds. 25 seconds that Maro Engel's going to gobble up. So basically that top 8 is really close, and the 18 in 9th position was part of that battle until they put Doppelmayr into it. So it is really, really fascinating, as we expected in GT3, just how tight it is. 992 battle, at the moment led by Müllner Motorsport, but Paul Meyer is in that car again. I'm sure he only just got out, but has done 42 minutes at Müllner, and therefore leads by a lap over Holmgaard. And actually, has Holmgaard just overtaken? Yes, it has just overtaken Red Camels, but that's because Rick Breukers has only just got into that car and has only just come out of the pits. So they are on quite different strategy to the other two. And Red Camel's down in third with RPM up to 4th position now with Nick Johnson aboard that car. Back down to John Hindhaugh.
Thank you, Ben. And we are heading into the evening now. What is it, 5:45 Central European summertime? And we're coming to the end of the Creventic season. A season that's seen many changes, including a brand new tyre partner. Michelin, of course. And here from Michelin Motorsport is Charles Marmer. Charles, I've spoken to you before. Sum up for me this first season of competition with Creventic and the challenges that it has posed to you and your team.
Yeah, for sure. So we started in Dubai. We had a race in Dubai and Abu Dhabi with our first generation of the new Cup range from Michelin. And then starting in Mugello, we had the new range, the H2, that we've had since Mugello, that we ran in Spa, Misano, Paul Ricard, and now here in Barcelona as well. And it's been going great. There was a little adaptation needed between the two ranges, but the H2 has been performing really well. So for the GT3 Cup cars and the GT4, so we're super excited. Now, of course, the 24-hour series is a big series with a lot of cars and a lot of running time. So the challenge is, of course, bringing enough tires for everybody. And enough for the late entries as well, because you know sometimes teams entry are like within the last few days of the possibilities. So I would say the biggest challenge was bringing the right amount of tires to every race, but we've never had any issues with too little tires here in Europe for sure.
So we love stats here, and so do our viewers and listeners. So for the Michelin 24 hours here at Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona, I was going to say approximately how many tyres. I'm not going to say approximately, because I know you will know down to the last tyre how many you have brought here.
So yeah, we brought 6 full trucks of tires, which comes around between the 3,000 and 4,000 mark, which include slicks as well as wet tires. Now, of course, I mean, it looks like it's not going to rain this week.
Don't say that!
It's true. It's true. I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, we always have to bring wet tires, regardless of whether it is the south of Spain or if it's Spa. You always have to be prepared for the unexpected.
Now, in terms of circuits You talked about this being a big series, so a massive variety of cars, including some front-wheel drive cars as well, a massive variety of driver and driver ability, but also the circuits. And here at Barcelona is notoriously difficult for any tyre manufacturer. So what are you finding out here as we have gone through the first tranche of the road?
Yeah, so what's important for us is we listen to the drivers. With the Cup H2, it's I would say it's the first major event with multiple types of cars driving this tire, multiple types of drivers as well. You know, anywhere from Pro-Am. And what we're finding is that, I mean, this track is rough on any tire, really. So with the temperatures cooling down slowly, we're seeing better and better performance, and entering into the night we're going to see, I think, an increase in grip, but yeah, whenever it's really hot, like around 12, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., it's hard to find a good balance between grip and the tire lasting and performing well over the full stint of the tire. So yeah, it's not easy.
Now, this tyre that you brought and the slight change to the tyre, as you said, at the early part of the season, place this Cup GT tyre in your hierarchy for me. We know Michelin do tyres for everything, on-road, off-road, 2 and 4 wheels, and a lot of our viewers and listeners will know that you do Carrera Cup around the world, you do Super Cup, you do all the IMSA tyres across all of their series. How does this tyre fit into your hierarchy, if you like?
Yeah, no, it's a good question because we have different types of tires. This one is specifically developed for a commercial type of competition, so it's gentleman drivers, Pro-Am drivers, so it needs to be a tire that can be enjoyed by let's say the gentleman drivers, and you can still push it during a quali lap by a pro driver. So it has to be a tire that fits a lot of different demands, and also it's a tire that needs to be able to be fitted on different types of cars. Because you mentioned we have the Carrera Cups where we have a specific tire for the specific car, and that sort of tire we can use in a specific one make series type of event, just like the Carrera Cup. And then on the other hand, we also have the other side of Michelin, which is corporate racing, which is, like you said, IMSA, the World Endurance Championship, and there we use, let's say, a special mix of the very best we can do, and that's where we keep our little secrets, you know, and we do our very best to accommodate maybe a little bit more of an aggressive type of driver, and also a more aggressive type of car, like the hypercar.
Yeah. Talking about the Carrera Cup, you've got a new Carrera Cup car to deal with next year, and that has been designed around a brand new tyre, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, let's say we developed a brand new tire around the brand new car.
No, I'm sure it was the other way around. I'm sure Porsche Motorsport, he said, no, okay, fine.
No. It was in full collaboration with them for sure. I mean,
how important is that to have those close ties and partnerships with the manufacturers with whom you're working?
Oh, it's super important. I mean, we're super happy with Porsche. We've been working together for several years now, and whenever they seem fit to launch a new car, it's important for us to make sure that we have a tire that's up to date to what Porsche is looking for in a tire for their car, and that the tire is also performing to the level of performance that the car is going to be giving. So I don't have many details yet on the 992.2, but it's a step up from the previous generation, and so will our tire have to be as well. So we've been developing the new tire for a few months, if not even years, actually, and we're super excited to see it hit the road in next year in Super Cup, in Carrera Cup Germany, and other series.
So final question before we get back to the booth and the action on the track. Some of our viewers will have seen people in Michelin uniform up and down this pit lane. Obviously it's not one person per team, but what are those ladies and gentlemen doing, and how are you supporting teams? Again, the teams have vastly different amount of experience. So what advice are you giving these teams?
Yeah, I'm very lucky to have the support of many colleagues that are here today. And the main goal is really that everybody has an enjoyable experience on track. Whether it is, like I said, the gentleman driver or the pro driver. So whenever the race has started, what's most important is that we check the tires that are coming in, and whenever we see any anything special. We just report it back to the team and give them the best advice we can so that they can smoothly go the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and actually just end the race with a smooth finish and a good performing tire up until noon tomorrow.
I just thought of one more thing I want to ask you. We've got a new set of sporting regulations next year, which we're trialling some of that now. One of which is that if we have a code 60 and it's been only 50 minutes or less since the previous code 60, you can't come in under code 60 and save tyres. Now, obviously, you, as Michelin, would have had to have been consulted about that. You're a partner of the series, but surely in some ways it's your job to sell more tyres, not sell fewer tyres. You along with that, and what's the thinking behind it?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the main reason why this new regulation has come to exist is because we've seen that in some instances the code 60 was like an automatic tire change, and you know, our tires, they are developed to go not just 20 minutes or 30 minutes. We're really trying to get a tire that will last at least one stint, if not 2 stints, and so we're really trying to make sure that everybody gets to really use the tire for a long time and get to experience the long-lasting performance of our tires. So of course, will it affect sales? Surely it will. It's hard to calculate how big the effect is, but in the end of the day, you know, it's most important that people actually just get the performance out of the tire from the very first to the very last lap, and not just play on whatever can happen on the track, you know.
You're all set of racers at heart, aren't you, at Michelin Motorsport?
Yeah, for sure.
Charles, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to your team that we've seen everywhere in Creventic this year, and we'll see you back, well, obviously Sepang to come at the end of this year as we kick off the next part of the season, and then back in the UAE. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank my colleagues as well, because they're doing a stellar job. So thank you to all of them.
Charles from Michelin Motorsport. There you go, guys. There's the tyre chat and the tyres and the enthusiasm and the genuine motorsport understanding that we get from the partnership with Michelin and Creventic.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point about Michelin, what those tyres can do, well, up to an hour and a half we're seeing on these GT3 cars. Yes, they have a peak that disappears after a couple of laps, but then they are able to be pushed and pushed and pushed. They don't want the advert of tyres being used for a couple of laps and then being binned, because that initial bite of 3 or 4 laps is so much stronger, and therefore just bolt them on. You lose sales for sure, but it's a better marketing campaign, it's a better message to everybody out there on circuit. Joseph Krell, by the way, has just got himself up into 3rd position ahead of a Haas RT. Nicholas Gwillink aboard the Haas RT at the moment. Krell is still half a minute off the Get Speed Mercedes that has cycled its way back up into 2nd position with Andreas Latour aboard. But that car must be coming into the pits pretty soon. Get Speed were one of the first to pit last time through in the cycle, and so expecting the 286 to come into the pits. Well, I was expecting the GT3s to be doing about an hour and 20, but they seem to be able to stretch to about an hour and 30, an hour and 40, although the data doesn't always tell exactly the story when it comes to pit stops, depending on what was the last stop to be done and when, and what was happening in that stop. What we do know is the Doppelmayr stop was quite long the last time through. Oh, we've got a splitter broken on the through Honda Racing Civic, which is slow out on circuit. Take a look at the front tongue of that car. Has he parked up, or is he just going a bit slow? No, he's just going very slowly up the hill into turn 9. And yeah, the splitter is chattering away.
Looks almost like it's a bit more than that, almost a bit of under tray as well, rather than just a splitter, doesn't it? From that angle, just looking down, we just saw it coming over the brow of the hill at turn 9 there, and it's, as you say, it's flapping away. It's like a cat trying to drink milk out of the bowl, wasn't it? Like, lapping away at it.
Yeah, that's a great way of describing it. That's put a great image into all of our listeners' heads Backler now clears Gwelink, or does he? No, Nicholas Gwelink turns in on him into 7. And now Backler has to try and go around the outside at 9, which he will do, but squeezes Gwelink onto the curb at 9 to make it happen. It was a little bit aggressive, perhaps, but I think it was mainly
a payback.
Well, Nicholas hadn't seen him, had he?
Exactly. I think he squeezed Klaus Backler to start with, as you say, potentially without seeing him. So I think Klaus Backler got the job done around the outside, but just a little sort of a, you do that, I'll do it back a little bit, just a...
I'll do it Backler.
Yeah, oh dear.
He is still chasing down Krall, but Krall has been equal to him, and Get Speed now into the pits. So our car from 2nd position and making another green flag pit stop. We really do need a code 60 just to reset our strategies, don't we? We'll make life a lot easier to understand where everybody is right now. So Violin for Jutta, the 71 Circle K, I was about to say Special K, Circle K sponsored Audi, leads by over a minute over Krall. Backler up to 3rd. Gwelink up to 4th. Get Speed dropping down now. And Maro Engel is not far off the tail of Hoffa Racing in the TFT Mercedes. About 6 seconds behind Torsten Kratz. Let's go back down to John.
Yeah, you were spot on with that Honda Civic Type R, gentlemen. The whole of the splitter was flapping away. I'm not even sure what's keeping it on, to be honest. Came straight into the pits, didn't even go into fuel. And they're going to work around the front of that car, still on the apron at the moment. The front Michelin tyres have come off that Honda Civic. I think this is a great story. I really do. And it's clearly one that our viewers and listeners are getting behind.
Have you seen the 124, John? Is there any progress there?
That's a good point. I am almost at the pit now, so I'll stick my head in and have a look and see what's going on with that tie rod at the same time. They seem to know what they're doing with this car at the moment, so it's not like they've put the dollies under it and are dragging it straight into the garage. Well, not at the moment, at least. The hood is up, as it's an American saying, and the dollies are coming out now. So I'm going to quickly slide into the garage. Oh my goodness me. Absolute transformation on the second of the car, and they have got the front end stripped down. And is that a new part? Have you managed to find a new part for this?
It's a new used part.
It's a new pre-owned part. Right, hang on, I'll come out. There is a new steering arm. It might be pre-loved, but there's a new steering arm ready for the car that had the left front issue. Sorry, I think I lost you for a moment there. Have you got me back? Got me back, Ben?
Yeah, we can hear you. We've got the leading car in TCE stopping on circuit. The 133 has just ground to a halt. So drama across the TCX field. Where did that steering arm come from, John? I thought they couldn't find one.
I haven't ascertained that at the moment. I had to go rather too far in the garage. Apologies for that. Whether that is the original one that's been repaired from earlier in the week, or whether they've had one donated, it looked in pretty good nick to me. It's just finished in black. The front of this 123 Type R is being looked at the moment. It's very, very odd. It looks like it's sprung all of its mount. Now, I'm going to say this might be contact damage with something, but I can't see where on the front end of that car and the splitter itself. It has had a hit, and all of the panel gaps at the front, around the front valance and the front wings, fenders, are absolutely spot on. Very, very odd. I'll get back to you with that slow car out on track, and I'll try and dig a little bit deeper.
The question is it still slow? They did a Control-Alt-Delete at turn 3, and it looks as though, I can't see it on the tracker right now, but I think it might be moving at full racing speed once more. Can you see it, Snow? The 133 BMW on our little marching ants. I don't know where it's gone, But I'm pretty sure it got moving again. And in fact, yes, it's just come across the line. So it is all good. No problems. Don't panic, everyone. I was about to say don't panic, Mr. Manring, but that would not be a cultural reference that anybody else would get other than some of our British
viewers and listeners.
British viewers, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, the 133, this is the J-Mac, isn't it, BMW? That... It did look, everything was entirely its own. We did get shown the replay by the race director there, and it was just, sorry, by the TV director, and it just slowed, stopped, rebooted, and rejoined. So it was entirely on its own, nothing other than something mechanical, possibly electronic. It is all back up to full speed now and is coming through turn 5 up towards turn 6, which is where it had its little issue on the previous lap. So all okay. So, meanwhile, at the very front, as we do a quick pit stop change in the booth there, Ben Constanduros just pops out for a bit of a break, and I'm going to be rejoined by Peter Mackay, that is, P-Mac as we call him. Joseph Kral it is, it's leading in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 296, number 56, 73. Klaus Bachler is in the Proton Huber competition Porsche 911 in second place, and it's the Haas RT Audi R8 number 21. Nicholas Glunix at the wheel of that in top 3. Torsten Krantz in 4th for the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, with a brace of them together. Mauro Engel, my apologies, in 5th place in the TFT Mercedes as well.
Hello, Snowy.
Welcome back, sir.
I'm in a particularly sprightly mood. Do you know why?
Let me guess. I'm going to say something golf-related, and it's not a VW Golf.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We may not want to do spoiler alerts for people listening on different time zones in the world, though.
Okay, so
just going to say.
Spoiler alert now. Mute if you don't want to know the result of the Ryder Cup. Ready? Okay, that's enough of a spoiler alert. Europe have just put another point into the Americans and are leading comprehensively in the Ryder Cup. We're absolutely impartial, but that is just simply. Well, of course, we do have an American team with us, so we shouldn't gloat. That's for sure. John, save me before I cause an international incident.
Hindhoff and diplomacy, 2 words that don't normally go together, but I think I'll dive in for you. Right, I'm still at Honda. I've had a good chat with the team as they're working away, and I've had a look at the parts that failed, and that left-hand side steering arm just completely bent up. They've never seen anything like it before. The one that failed originally early on in the weekend has been repaired, and I thought it was a new part, albeit new used part, because it's got signs of use in it. You can see it's been fitted to a car, but you can't see that it was a failed part at all. So they're going to bang that back on the 1, 2, 4 car, and the 1, 2, 3 is at the front of the garage. So it's now going to be a battle between the mechanics of the 2 different cars to find out which one gets fixed first, to see who goes out first. And it's now time for me to step away. I think Seb's looking into the garage rather than looking at me. Do you want to punch up Seb? Are you listening? He's not. Well, it's time for me to hand over to my far more glamorous core-pit reporter this weekend. The well-rested Carla Velti will be taking you through the next couple of hours.
Indeed I am, and well-rested indeed, because we have a lovely catering going on here with really good coffee, and I did have maybe 2, so I'm ready for the next couple of hours.
Superb battle going on at the front of the field. Joseph Kral, former Formula 2 driver, is 2.4 seconds up the road from Klaus Bachler for Proton Huber competition, and just as we were about to get to that, into the
pits comes Bachler. Yes, beautifully teed up there, Peter, for a pit stop.
They've both come into the pits though, so it's going to be a race.
So it's still battle on, game on.
So that effectively means that they're on the same strategy, more or less. So it's down to then the fuel pumps will operate at very similar speed. Of course, they're both in the Pro-Am class as well, so balance of performance and rules allowances are the same. The only difference will be how the performance of the two cars are dealt with, if you like, because of course the Porsche flat six naturally aspirated engine in the rear of the car, and the Ferrari turbocharged V6 in the middle of the car. So they are very different machines. So that's the only balancing that occurs between the two of them. Then they will head down towards their respective pit boxes and take the service that they desire. Generally, we've seen quite a lot of single stinting going on with these two cars, whereas other teams have gone for more of a double stint approach, depending on their choice. It's an agonizingly slow fuel pump, isn't it? It's not quick fill, it is not.
No, it is. Well, it's just the way it is. It's something in the series, isn't it? You've got to go with it and put up with it. But it's interesting seeing these two cars here that came in and say 2.4 seconds apart, as we thought it was only battle diving into the pits. Well, the Ferrari came to the pit at exactly the same time, so the battles continued into the pit lane. Tyre stop just after this now, so and then back out again. Hopefully these two will resume battle on track as we head into it. You mentioned much earlier, Peter, about when the light changed tonight. It's at 1940 hours, 20 to 8.
I wasn't far off with
that's exactly
then.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
I did get up. I just forgot to tell you. Sorry.
Thank you.
It wasn't a policy disinformation. It was just my old age forgot.
Good admin. Good admin. Yeah, there's a little bit more cloud cover, mind you. We might not have an absolute classic sunset here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. There isn't rain forecast. We had a look at the weather radar earlier, but it would not be the first time that they've been misleading. I suppose if you got a 120 litres fuel tank, some cars slightly less, if you filled up your road car, even a really big road car tank is what, 75 litres?
Oh, Vortex
so
just facing the wrong way here, turning itself around on the grass. I think that's turn 8. I'm guessing this is 701 Philippe Bonnel in the Vortex in the GTX class. He's running second in the GTX class, and it's just turned himself around to a little moment there. I think it was a bit further back, was it?
I think you were spot on with turn 8. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe just a spin or something like that. Yeah, he's coming out of the top of turn 9 now, wedged in between two TCE machines. Pit service going on between two of our front-running cars, and Carla Velti has eyes on it. Carla? We'll come down to Carla in a moment. Just a spin there, Snowy, by the looks of things.
Yeah, just while we're waiting for Carla there, what happened there for Philippe Bonnel in the Vortex was he just ran out of the corner before with a little bit too much curb on the right-hand side, and it just unsettled the car as he started to turn, added the steering angle, and the car hadn't got the full traction, and just round it went. 4 wheels on the track. Tyres work best when they're in contract with the tarmac. It's really quite simple.
Expert analysis from Peter Snowden there. Almost
not
no
really expert, it's just common sense, really. Michelin will tell you that. They work best when they're in contact with the tarmac.
In my voice.
Exactly.
Matches Vibo then is taken over the Scuderia Praha machine, as Jörg Dreiso has taken over the Proton Huber competition Porsche. They come out of the pits almost exactly the same gap as they went in. So now down to the two drivers to get on with it now. So that puts Haas RT back into the lead of the race once again. I bumped into Sandrine Haas in the paddock just a few moments ago. She was keeping tight-lipped. I said, oh, it's going well. She said, yeah, we're P1, but I think we're coming in for fuel now. And that was, it's all going to plan at the moment. The thing is, it's going to plan for so many other cars. I can't recall certainly a Barcelona 24, Snowy, where we've had so many good cars of a similar level all running really smoothly after, we've had over 6 hours of racing. The attrition has been very, very low, so everyone's just going through the program and it's going to be really, you're going to have to be perfect to win this race.
Shh, don't jinx it.
Are you superstitious, are you?
Of course. Of course. At this point, with just under 18 hours to go, absolutely I'm superstitious. Superstitious? Superstitious.
Superstition can get in the way.
Oh.
Who said that? Stevie Wonder, I think it was, wasn't it? It can get in the way.
I'm sure
Just
you're
like
right.
You can get in your own way. I am right now.
For the avoidance of doubt, and I appreciate this is a radio show, my look wasn't of doubt. It was just of disbelief that you had gone into a whole Stevie Wonder world.
Let's move on. Let's move on for the sake of lots of things. Jörg Dreisau, effectively the driving force behind this Proton Huber competition effort. They had a tricky start to the season, not a good run at Mugello, had a couple of accidents there. That at the moment in the championship battle is their drop score. They only scored 6 points that day, so they would drop that off their total, but they have had a very good run the last couple of rounds, second overall in Misano and winners overall at Paul Ricard. Very exciting finish to that race in Paul Ricard, where German rally champion Mark Vollenwijn joined the team and held off the charging Red Ant Racing team to win that race by just a handful of seconds. A real thriller there at Paul Ricard. I just got the feeling we're brewing towards a similar type of scenario here in this 26th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, because last year, I wouldn't say there was an air of inevitability, but Herbert Porsche were just so strong from the minute they rolled the car out the truck.
Aren't they always?
Always, yeah. I mean, no team has won this race more than once, except Herbert. Herbert have won it 4 times. Ralph Bowen, who drove with them through a lot of that, won it 4 times as well. So, you know, they were in a kind of class of their own in terms of execution and lack of mistakes, etc.
So, Peter, we were discussing that the leading two as they both entered the pits simultaneously. This was the Scuderia Praha Racing Ferrari and the Proton Huber competition Porsche. They've now rejoined at 8th and 9th. That's natural because other cars ahead of them have yet to have their pit stops. Their gap between them now is 12.7 seconds. It was 2. Matthias Weibo is at the head of the wheel of the Ferrari, and Jörg Dreisau at the wheel of the Porsche for Proton Huber. That gap's just gone out actually 3 seconds on that lap. It's in fact doubled actually. It was 6. It was 2 seconds when they came into the pit, 6 seconds when they rejoined the track, and it is now 12. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. So it was a 1:44 and a 1:50 respectively on their stint. So I think just a little bit of getting into traffic and whatever. I think that'll settle down quite shortly. But a little bit of work there to do for the Huber competition car that Klaus Bachler handed over when he came into his pit stop.
Oh, it's just impossible to tell who's got the edge here. The now Hofer, they're taking their turn towards the front of the field. Thorsten Kratz is on board. He's only 11.2 seconds behind Maro Engel now in the TFT car. While we ponder that and try and figure out the conundrum of this race, let's get an update from Carla Velti.
Exactly. I'm here in the box with Michael Kroll, who is in the Hofer Racing team, driving not only with his daughter, but also son-in-law. But today we celebrated something very special, didn't we? You and your daughter raced 50 races together. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot. It's 50 races with Creventic, but we also do the VLN, so this is other 9 races per year. So we have now, I think, about more than 100 races together. And so for a father-daughter team, that's not bad. And 7 years ago, Alex joined us, so it's our real family team. And I hope we get the 50 full with Alex.
Tell me a little bit, how did you get your daughter into racing? How did it happen that you two raced together?
Actually, I don't know. She always joined me when I went to the races. And then we asked ourselves, why is it just sitting around, buy her a race car, and then she started.
Fantastic. And you did get a little present. I did take the picture, which is with your daughter, but you got one as well. That's a nice little present you got from Creventic, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a nice surprise, so it will have a good place at my home.
And last but not least, how do you feel here in Barcelona? Good feeling in the car and on the track here?
I don't know yet. It will be in 2 minutes. I will find out.
Fantastic. Well, then, good luck.
Thank you.
But Michael's being a little bit guarded there because, of course, he will have had plenty of time out there on the track. But yes, in the race, fair enough. Great to have a chat there with Michael Crow and his daughter Chantal Prince, and of course Chantal's husband Alex, a big part of the team as well. Full family affair there, and they're in with a chance of a really, really good result so far. It's all going very smoothly into plan at the moment. And since they've actually, this year they upgraded to the latest specification of Mercedes-AMG, and it gave them a real lift in performance. Every manufacturer comes with these Evo packages through the life cycle of a car. So Ferrari, they already have a new Evo package ready already. You think that car feels like it's been out 5 minutes, Snowy, and Ferrari have already brought an Evo package for it.
The danger of the danger of not paying full attention was because I was looking at something else on the screen and obviously listening to was like, why is he talking about evil packages on cars? It was like, Evo, right? Thinking, why would a manufacturer introduce an evil package on a car? Is it a Disney car? Have we got an evil character? We've got a villain? Let's get your villain update for your car.
Well, if it was an evil car in Disney World, it would maybe would be Chick Hicks in Cars movies. He plays the baddie in the Cars movies. That would be, he would certainly be the evil. No, Evo, E-V-O. The short for evolution, Snowy. If I talked about the Aston Martin Vantage Evo, would that be better? Would that suit you? No. No, I wouldn't. It's deathly silence from the other end of the commentary box there from Peter Snowden. Dearie me. So, two Audis battling closely at the moment between the Continental Racing by Simpson machine, sitting in third at the moment, number 69, with Juta Racing and Arūnas Gekuškas just 3.4 seconds behind. Last time by, Arūnas was 7/10 of a second quicker, so is bringing the gap down. Going to come across a little bit of traffic with the HRT Porsche 992 car and dispatches with that beautifully in that red and white Circle K liveried Audi R8. Juta actually ran two cars here last year. One of them was run on behalf of the Red Camel team, but Red Camel back in their more familiar Porsche now. So will that little bit of, didn't get held up too much there through traffic coming into the last very quick sector as well. I'll give you an update on the time gap between these two Audis as they come across the line, and it's been reduced again actually, another 7/10 of a second in the favour of Arūnas Gekuškas in that Juta Racing Audi. So Lithuanian driver, Lithuanian team, and if you think that there isn't a kind of motorsport heritage and a motorsport scene in the Baltics, you'd be so mistaken. Countries like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, there are some fantastic drivers in various different disciplines. A lot of good rally drivers from that part of the world. There's quite a lot of the kind of country back roads there. You drive on gravel actually, very well looked after gravel I might add, but certainly get the feeling of what a car's like when it moves underneath you. Must make a great commute to work in the morning. But yeah, big passion for motorsport in that part of the world. And the gap is coming down in that battle for the podium. Maxim Kizilov for Continental Racing trying to hold off the Juta car chasing down, and they are both running in the GT3 AM class as well as fighting over this overall podium position. Torsten Kratz a little bit further up the road in second, and Maro Engel now being unleashed at the front of the field. They put in a great opening stint for TFT Racing, and they've brought him back out again for this run. Of course, they only have a certain amount of time that they can use him for. They can't just keep throwing Maro in the car. They've got to be tactical where they put him in the car.
Strategic, absolutely. You're absolutely right. They can't just stick him on. It sounds great. We've got a works driver. Put him in the car. It's obvious, but not so easy to do that.
So just as we talk about Maro, Engel has to go, whoa, 2 wheels in the gravel, and he looks towards...
He didn't get anywhere near the gravel, it was just a bit of grass.
That would be your driver's excuse, yes. That was just coming out of turn 4, which is a right-hander, sticks the 2 left-hand wheels in as he's going around a couple of Porsche Cup cars, but it's something that Maro's very used to. Very experienced driver in all kinds of sports car racing, but particularly at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and that is where you need to know how to plan and react quickly around much slower traffic, and they might do things that you're maybe not expecting them to do, and Maro is probably one of the best guys in the world to know what to do in those situations, and perfect example there, although there is a little bit more runoff here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya than there is at the Nordschleife.
There is that, however there's gravel, so it does delay you, as if you get it stuck there, but at least Creventic will get the car back for you. But as you just mentioned about the Nordschleife, there tend to be barriers, which has the possibility of being more terminal quite quickly with a unexpected spontaneous disassembly of the car. Not something you want. But yeah, Maro Engel there, a lovely shot of him just running out wide, and he just got 2 wheels off onto the dirt, but there is actually grass at that point. Some parts there aren't. On the final turn here, turn 14 for instance, it is curb, paint, gravel. There is no leeway, there's no grass. There is down the pit straight, but not coming out of that corner.
Just as we were about to get an Audi on Audi battle between Continental Racing and due to Audi, the Continental Racing car pits and goes in to fuel. It was a little bit further into its stint, 43 laps on those tyres. The car's going really long on their tanks of fuel. Just 11 laps for the due to Audi, driven, as I mentioned, by Arūnas Kukuskas at this moment in time. So Juta then must be in a pretty strong position in terms of strategy where they are right now. Arūnas, of course, has won his class here before in the TCR category, actually, here at the Barcelona 24 Hour. Milner Motorsport also preparing for a driver change, a full service, 4 shiny new Michelin tyres waiting there. At the moment, they lead in category. Paul Meyer has just brought that car into fuel. And I'm trying to pick who that is that's going to be getting into the car. So it's a 4-man team. Martin Rump, it's not Martin Rump, Valtters Zavaridis, Julian Hanses and Paul Meyer, as I mentioned, who just brought the car in. So we'll confirm who that leading 992 car has been taken over by in just a few moments. 143 flat last time by for Maro Engel. He's 28 laps into the stint on those tyres, 48 minutes if you prefer of driving time. So tyres probably past its peak at the moment, but Maro managing it very well and extending that gap. He took 3 seconds out of the Hoffer Racing car last time by, which has just pitted as well. So we may be starting, actually, could it be that the Juta car in third, it's only 12 laps into its stint, is it actually your net leader at the moment? But that can change, that could develop quite quickly over the next little while. I guess this is going to be a race that's won under the cover of darkness. When we come back tomorrow morning, could we see a completely different complexion? So TFT Racing, your leader overall. In the 992 category, it is Red Camel Jordans who lead their 24 laps into their stint, which should be around 40-ish laps, thereabouts. So they are a little bit ahead on strategy of the Milner team, so they're looking good at the moment, and they've got their star driver in at the moment. Double Daytona GTD winner, Rick Breukers. Then in the GT4 category, it's the very local team NM Racing with their Mercedes-AMG GT4, but not far behind them is the Venture Engineering Mercedes-AMG GT4, as Keith Gatehouse for NM Racing goes just a fraction wide. In fact, is that car got a problem or just keeping it steady? I think maybe just keeping it steady.
I was just thinking exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's the NM Racing, isn't it?
NM
Keith Gatehouse at the wheel of that.
Yeah, I don't think
GT4.
all is right here.
No, it just seemed. We'll see if it comes into the pits or not. But it just doesn't seem to be. So, no, you're absolutely right. It's diving into the pits. I thought exactly the same at the same time as you, Peter. Just there's something. It's not travelling really slowly, but it's not travelling at the correct pace, is it?
So the number 1 showing on the dashboard, that is the driver ID. That's not the gear, so it's not stuck in gear. So into fueling. Have they run short of fuel? How long had that car been out for? NM Racing. It's just gone off. 41 laps. No, that shouldn't be a problem for a GT4 machine. So hopefully there isn't something up afoot. We'll try and get Carlo Velti to run down to NM Racing, car 488, and find out if there is something afoot or not.
And of course it's first in class. It's 21st overall, but it's actually first in class.
Exactly, that's
GT4.
what we were just mentioning. Yeah. First in the GT4 category. In GTX, it's the battle of the vortexes. And it's the 974, the pole-sitting car, the red machine, that leads the way there. Sitting 22nd overall at the moment, and actually it's very, very close between the two vortexes at the moment, just a couple of minutes between them. That's the quirk of a pit stop between them. And then the Singer sewing machine itself, the JMEC engineering car, which is running totally without fault at the moment. 22 laps in the lead after just 6 hours and 25 minutes of racing. Quite remarkable. That 133 JMEC engineering running in British racing green with the yellow stripes. That is, and when I say E46 M3, I am not kidding. That is a car that's 20 years old, and we understand that there's a bit of a watch party going on at a wedding in the northeast of England that's watching that car. The phone is up on the table, so if you're still watching and listening, folks, hope you're having a great time, and make sure that when the party starts later, you put your ties around your head, because it's not really a wedding unless you put your tie around your head. It's not really a party. The party's not been good enough if people don't start doing that.
They obviously do things in Scotland different in Scotland. Yes, which we knew. Not necessarily better or worse. I'm not making any judgment. I'm just saying just different.
Cultural differences.
Indeed.
You're saying you've never put your tie around your head at a wedding, Snowy?
I can honestly say no, I haven't.
That surprises me, actually.
I've done far worse things at a wedding.
Okay, of course you have. Well, let's not go there.
Like getting married, for a start.
Oh dear. Oh. You've stumped me with that one, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, folks.
Still got it.
Folks. Yeah, he has. So those are your class leaders at the moment, and JMEC are nice and smooth and steady with James Collins, the car owner and team owner, on board at the moment. Dearie me, they're going a lot more steady than Peter Snowden's private life, that's for sure.
Oh no, let's not get into that.
Let's not get into that either. No. Maro Engel, your leader of the race. Oh, Milner really pushing now. We were going to tell you who's taken over the Milner car, and that is Julian Hanses. So I was right, it wasn't Martin Rum. So Julian Hanses with lots of signatures all over his helmet. He is in that Milner car now. They're going to be a threat, I'm sure. They've got a strong driver lineup. They just need a little bit of the of luck, that's all, and it could be their way this time.
So, Peter, the 488 Keith Gatehouse driven GT4 Mercedes has just got itself down to its box. It's refueled. This is the car that we were talking about a few minutes ago, Peter, that's getting itself slow. So we just want to see what's happening with this car if we can, or see and hear. Driver is out.
A lot of guests there, of course, local team, local drivers. But is there something wrong with the car? I don't see a great degree of concern. Carla, what do you think?
just interrupted me as I was trying to get the driver that just got out of the car for an interview, but I'm going to give him a second taking off the helmet. I don't see much from my perspective as to why this Mercedes might have been slow, but definitely I will try and find out. Let's just give him a breather, and also there is a massive fan crew in the box of NM, which is always so nice to see that there is friends, family and fans joining in this madness.
Yeah, that's they can enjoy it. Well, the car moves off. There was no kind of concern. A big round of applause. So it all seems fine. It's difficult pit work as well on a GT4 car, because most of the GT4 cars, they have 5 sort of lug nuts. You have to do them all individually like you would a road tyre. They've not got the centre lock power tool in off like you would.
Correct. It's a requirement of a GT4 car, exactly that, and no air tools allowed them. It's got to be an electric-powered drill, which is why when John showed us earlier that one of the garages, everything was lined up neatly. He pointed to the drills lined up. They're all recharged in case one fails. The next one's got a good battery on it, etc. But yes, you're absolutely right. They've got their 4, 5, 6 stud lugs, wherever it may be. Of course, as it proceeded from fuel down to its box, this is the 488 GT4 class leader Mercedes NM Racing entry we were talking about. It's dropped down to second place, but that might just be a matter of it being as it was refueling the other cars, and the second place cars now taking the lead. It may be nothing more than that, but I'm still intrigued, as we both spotted, Peter, as to why that car appeared to have a relatively slow lap in. I would say seemed to be going sort of 70% of its pace. As in, it wasn't super slow, but it was a significant drop-off, shall we say. So there's got to be a reason. It might just be quite simple, that it was just getting low on fuel. And like, right, I've got to get it there. Better get it there than to run out on track on turn 10 when you've got 14 turns on a corner.
When you're
not
leading
ideal.
the race.
Exactly.
Yeah,
when you're leading the class,
yeah. And it could just be let's play it careful, because generally speaking in the GT4 category, whether it's a 12-hour race split into 2 segments, a 12-hour straight through, or indeed a 24-hour race like today at Barcelona, generally in the GT4 category, it's who makes the least mistakes and who spends the least amount of time in the pitch. Usually it's a battle of attrition. There's, you know, we've seen alternators getting repaired all the time. We've seen all kinds of different things that teams have had and still won. So generally, I mean, if you can run in GT4 without complaint, normally you'll be in a good shout at winning the race. Even if you've not got the fastest car or the fastest driver lineup, generally in GT4, it's make that car run the full 24 hours without a problem, and that is not an easy task.
Yeah, quite a thin entry for Creventic in this particular race, our last race of the 2025 season in the GT4 class, with just 3 entries. Neville Jones it is in the Venture Mercedes GT4 leading that class. It would be because it's GT4 class. Second place is now the NM Racing AMG. Manuel Conago has taken over the wheel of that from Keith Gatehouse, and Michel Salambach on Team Saul Grensport is the 3rd place there. Carla has caught up with Keith Gatehouse, who just got out of that what was leading class GT4 car. Carla, thank you.
I was told you're quite exhausted, so let's take your seats for this interview. I don't want to strain you even more than necessary. So, tell me, it looked like your car was a little slow in the in-lap. Is everything okay?
I sent myself off the line and picked up a lot of marbles, and that caused me to waver, I guess. Down the straight, I tried to weave a little bit to get the marbles off. It helped, but apparently not enough.
So you tried to basically get the dirt off the car for it to be ready now to be fast again. So there's no actual problem with the car.
Pretty much, yes.
How did you feel in general? Is it exhausting out there?
It is beyond exhausting. I knew what to expect. This is my 3rd Creventic event, and I knew it would be tough. I called in, tried to sound cool. At the point that I was like really tired, I called in. How many laps do we have left? And the engineer was like 30, and I was like, copy that. And I was thinking, oh my God, how am I going to make it? But we made it, and Philip, the engineer, talked me through it, gave me some pep talks, and we kept going, and we'll keep going.
Did you have enough water in your car to drink?
Yeah,
Yeah, but for some reason, in the heat of the moment, I forget to use the water, so I need to get on that a little bit more and hydrate a little bit more. Everything will be fine.
All right, relax, and your car is coming back into the box right now as we speak, actually. No, that's not a good sign, but let's let the camera catch it. Yeah, let's go check it out. Go ahead, have a look at your car. We are walking out of the box as we speak. Car is coming in. Car is not really coming in. The NM mechanics are actually running towards the car because it's limping back in the slow part of the pit lane, trying to make its way back, but the mechanics have to push the car. And I just got news from Keith. It looks like it's the gearbox, what he said. Anything else you can tell me right now?
That was just what I got from the principal real quick. I asked him what happened, and it appears to be a gearbox issue. But we're close to the pit, so hopefully we can get that repaired and continue on.
I was just going to ask, are you going to relax now a little bit? But that looks like a stressful situation you don't want to miss.
That was the initial plan, and it looks like now things are going to get a little bit heated, so we'll have to delay that for a bit.
We'll try to cool down anyway. We will catch up with you guys later.
Well, great job, Carlo Velti, getting right there in the heat of the action at NM. So something was afoot after all in that car. The mechanics now having to push the stricken Mercedes towards their pit box. I mean, we just mentioned it. These are the situations you hate to be on the money, but we meant it in GT4. It is a battle of attrition. These cars aren't quite as resilient as the GT3s are, generally speaking, so these things can go wrong, and unfortunately it struck for NM Racing Team. So this is likely going to put Venture up into the lead. Yes, they have. They've gone into the lead then. So Venture Engineering, last year's winners in the 24 Hours of Barcelona, and of course they won very, very late in the day when Samantha Tan Racing had a car that was coughing and spluttering on the last few laps. So GT4 is never over till it's over. So NM Racing, they're going to have to go to work. And gearbox wise, as soon as you hear gearbox, you just shudder, Snowy, I always think.
Yeah, it's rarely a quick fix. It can be done. Obviously, with this amount of time left, we have 17 hours and 25 minutes. Huge difference left, so things can be done. I guess you can change an entire gearbox, but it's never usually a quick fix unless it's an electronic selection or something element of it that's, obviously you've got two sides of your gearbox. You've got your paddles, you've got your electromagnetic paddles that activate and say change gear now, your actuators, and then you've got your actual mechanical gearbox bit. So it depends which side of it is. If it's mechanical, it tends to be a little bit more serious. But just as Keith Gatehouse was chatting to our pit reporter Carla there, the car had just gone out to the pits. We thought all was good, and not so. We also saw one of the other Mercedes to be not rotating at the same time. Was that the 65 car we saw just coming back around again? So that was shown to us by directors of that car rotating,
that
rejoining.
An amazing rebuild job as well. They had a lot of work to do on the front of the car, front left from my memory. So there was a lot to do, and they've got it done. They've got the car back moving again. That is the true spirit of endurance. Where it was, we'll see if we can decipher that. Actually coming through turn 1 and 2, the car came around and just lost it coming out of turn. Yeah, just out of turn 1. What's going on in the car at that point, Snowy? Because there's a lot of changes of the direction there by the looks of things.
No, not at all. It's just a right-hand turn. It's just got on the power too soon and just gone round.
You're going right then left.
Yeah, but it hasn't got to the left bit there. That's the whole point.
So it's gone before that.
Didn't even get even that far. It's just turned in. It's almost like it's on cold tyres or got on the power too soon or not enough TC or something. But you see, it's just as he's turned and refed the power, and the car just rotated round to the right. It even got to the left bit.
Well, he's carried on, which is good. At the moment, that car's been driven by Aaron Lim, so that seems that it was just simply a driver error rather than something of more of a problem within the car. So we'll update on NM Racing as soon as we have information from them. But what a pity for that team. So a local team, I mean, really, really local to here, and a lot of friends and family there coming to watch, and they saw the most perfectly executed pit stop, and then there seems to be some sort of gearbox problem. Now, you mentioned the gearbox of these GT4 cars, Snowy, that of course it's not a sequential race gearbox like the GT3, it's the road gearbox in these GT4 cars. By regulation, it has to be, and there's a bit of you've got a bit of background info in between the shared parts that you see between some cars and the Mercedes, and what can and can't be shared between them.
Yeah, I mean, the GT4 Mercedes engine, a derivative of which is used in the Aston Martin GT4 car, certainly in the what we call the 17A model, the previous model. It's now a 40A, the latest car, but it's the same engine. Obviously, Aston do quite a bit to it. It's quite a bit different, but it is a Mercedes donor engine, if you like, or base engine. However, Mercedes are very proud of their gearbox. They make very good gearboxes. NM may disagree with me at the moment, but as a rule, they make very good gearboxes, and they don't permit Aston Martin to use their gearbox on their engine. So Aston Martin have to have their own GT4 gearbox mated to the back of a Mercedes engine. I'm not privy to the ins and outs and politics or commercial aspects of that, but it is a fact.
But then the engine, of course, has to be the engine from the production car. So
correct.
So they're into a corner there where they have to then develop their own gearbox, which is not a cheap exercise, I presume.
No, it's not, and it is obviously a beefed up version, to say the very least. Its changes will be quicker and whatever. But there are proprietary companies out there across the world. I'm not going to mention any names because there's too many of them. I don't wish to disparage anybody else, but there's plenty of companies the world over that make these gearboxes and are specialists in taking a road box. And you've got to remember, a road gearbox these days is operated on a paddle shift anyway, so it's got the basis of it there. It's just strengthened and made into a race version. There are going to be transmission engineers across the world now wincing at my words, saying it's a little bit more to it than that.
So while there's a really close battle going on for fourth position between the Inter-Africa Audi and the Haas RT, sorry, Inter-Africa Ferrari, excuse me, and the Haas RT Audi, we're going to get an update from NM Racing with Carlo Belti.
I am here with the driver Manuel, who was in the NM car when you were just on your outlap, and all of a sudden you're coming in. I was having an interview with Keith, and it sounded so good. What was your feeling in the car right now?
The car was really good. The team told me to push. That there was a free track. So once I was pushing, I feel the tires that was in good pressure and a good temperature. And then it was in turn 9. It was like a little bit tricky to downshift. And once in turn 11, I quick shift to third. Then I reduced to second gear to free brake the car. And then once I was quick shift another again to third gear, it seems that the car doesn't change at all. And I hear a little brake inside the car. And I told to the team what I have to do, and it was box, 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 box. So it was that.
I mean, we don't know at all at the moment. We see the car is up. Your mechanics are underneath it.
It seems that it is a gearbox problem.
Okay, well, let's see what it is really. I'll give you some time to cool down. I will be back. I want to know from you what's actually going on.
We're going to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Manuel Lau for taking the time to have a chat with us. When it's, you're in the lead of the race, these things have happened, and yes, it's not over, but it's that doesn't help the pain sometimes.
Yeah, just finishing up on the gearbox then. If you're wondering why they're working on the back of the car there, it's because it's a transaxle, it's a rear gearbox. It's not just, I've talked earlier about it being mated to the engine. Well, it isn't actually. It's down at the back of the car with the prop shaft down to it.
Lots to go on. Well, former leader has come into the pits. Maro Engel jumping out of the number 28 TFT Mercedes AMG with in his left hand a seat insert there. Of course, all drivers come in different shapes and sizes, and each driver will have a seat insert that sometimes, if they're a particularly taller driver, what have you, they won't need a seat insert. And if they're a smaller, more svelte driver, then they will. And that's important. I always remember Jörg Bergmeister, who was incredibly tall, drove with Patrick Long, who was the opposite. And they basically, it was just one massive seat insert and the seat on an actual rail, which made the difference. Maro Engel just at the office, just like if you've got a regular everyday office job where you have to go on, you answer emails, you go to a couple of meetings, that's basically what Maro Engel's just done, but at nearly 180 miles an hour in a 6.2 litre V8 Mercedes. But that is his, generally, that is his day job. He spends, I bet he's done more miles in an AMG GT3 than he has in his road car on a yearly basis.
Only 180 miles an hour? Is he not pulling top gear?
Well, they're quite draggy, these GT3 cars.
Oh, that's why then, okay.
You're going to have to tell the Lister story in a minute.
Oh, don't go there again. Yeah. Don't go there again.
So that then puts Juta up into the lead of the race. Arūnas Kukauskas in the number 71, but he will have. Oh, now it's going to be quite tight actually to see how this work out, because Juta will need to pit at some point. Because the, where are we? The Santalot Junior team car in 10th position, Elliot Earhart is, race leader goes a little bit wide there. Arūnas Kukauskas at turn 1 and 2 and allows Elliot Earhart to go through. Now they are not running on the same lap. Earhart is trying to catch up a little bit. They're running about 3 laps behind, but the Juta machine, just a little mistake there then from the Audi, or was it contact? No, I think it was just a little mistake there. Doesn't appear to be any damage to the Juta machine. So are we starting to see a little bit more of a pattern, because the TFT Racing Mercedes has just done a pit stop and has come back out in 2nd place ahead of the Scuderia Ferrari. And just as I say that, they've switched around as they go over the timing beam. But TFT starting to look a little bit stronger again after a stint with their professional driver on board. That just vaults them further back towards the front of the field. This is how sports car racing works. You get that real ebb and flow throughout the day. 992 Red Camel Jordans, they lead the way at the moment by a reasonably slim margin from Milner Motorsport. 2 top teams in this paddock. Red Camel Jordans, ever-present team in 24-hour series racing. They did try a GT3 last year at this very race. They tried the Audi R8, but both Rick and Luke Broikers, they actually, after that race, they were really looking forward to getting back into their Porsche Cup car. They really preferred the way that it performed. They felt that it had felt more raw underneath them, and well, they're making the most of it at the moment. Well, the man of the moment right now is Maro Engel, having put in another strong stint, and he's caught up with Carlo Velti.
Up in the commentary box made a comment saying, I wonder if he spent more time in his race car compared to his car that he owns at home. That's how confident you look. How was it?
It's probably not wrong. Yeah, it was good. Temperatures are coming down, so the track grip is improving, and yeah, that was a fun stint. Obviously a lot of traffic, and you always have to stay sharp in these traffic situations, but it was good fun.
We did see you a little bit touching the grass in some moments. What was that? Explain a little bit. What was it for you right there?
Yeah, there was a lot of cars side by side in that moment. I just wanted to make sure there's enough margin, so I put 2 wheels in the grass, and not more than that.
So you purposefully put 2 wheels in the grass?
Yeah, just to make sure there's enough space, yeah.
You know that there's people who try to avoid that in racing.
Yeah, it's generally faster if you can avoid it, for sure.
All right, and now you handed over the car. What is the situation at the moment? Tires feeling good in that temperature? Car feeling good?
Yeah, Patrick's doing a good job now. He's in the car. He's already done, I think, an hour and a half in his first stint. So, yeah, just following the plan and racking up the laps, and then we'll see how it goes.
There is one thing that people who watch these races wonder about. It's the fact that you guys go to sleep. While a race is going on, you go to sleep. How well do you handle that? Can you sleep?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go to sleep now. Quick drink and some food, and then lie down a bit, so I'm in shape for my next stint again.
Then have a good nap.
Nap does sound nice, actually.
Sorry, it does.
Were you able to nap in the middle of a
100%?
Yeah,
100%. You've got a job to do in a set window. What I loved there from Maro Engel was we'd commented a few minutes ago, hadn't we, about that? They're running wide at turn 10, was it? I think onto the grass. Where it was five onto the grass, and it was a little bit wide, whatever. So, but he's just admitted, in the cool way that somebody of Maro Engel's ability, talent, skill, I will keep it going, can do, that he'd done it deliberately because he'd gone round another car, so he wanted to make sure it had got enough room. He's so confident in his understanding of that car underneath him, he can afford to run it around 2 wheels on the grass and just carry on around that. That's Kevin Estre style mentality of pass on the grass, literally. Yeah, it's quite cool.
Both cut from a fairly similar cloth, actually. Yes, and have gone toe to toe many times. He's 40 now. He turned 40 at the end of last month. Is Maro Engel, and you're looking at me with a deathly look there, but shows you how long he's been at it. Nürburgring 24-hour winner, 3-time Macau winner. Now Scuderia Farron in a little bit of, are they in strife here, or is this a routine brake change?
I think that's a brake pad change on the rears. So 1, 2, 4 Type R that did rejoin, by the way, with its repaired steering arm, has just had a rotation at turn 5 by the look of it. I'm going to say, sorry, turn 4. I'm going to say at the look of it coming into turn 5. I'm guessing it did it on its own. I'm hoping it's not a steering related issue because it just had that repaired. It's just gone around on its own in its own axis. Oh, there's a couple, there's a Mercedes and a Ferrari immediately behind that have literally only scantily got past it.
It was around 3 million euros of cars just narrowly.
Just for avoidance, I did say scantily, not scantily, got past it, just to make sure it gets us any chat conversation. I know we're less than an hour off dusk, but
having to protect yourself.
Absolutely.
Yes.
My reputation.
Yes. Jeremy Lucas is at the wheel of.
So this was the car that Ben, I thought was ridiculing me earlier. He wasn't ridiculing me, just thought it was quite funny that I noticed on the tracker it was at the back of the pits and it seemed to be coming in and out and in and out. He said, no, it's retired. I said, I'm not convinced it's retired. I jokingly said at the time, because it was a steering arm failure, that it had actually been brought forward towards the back of the garage again, as if it was hinting like it might just come back in again. John Hindhoff, in his detective skills, inherited from his dad, had gone and found out that the original steering arm that broke on that car, the replacement then broke. In the meantime, talk about organised, they'd repaired the initial breakage. It's now became the spare, so rotated it around, and that's now on that car. Now, the 949 Porsche that is in the pits, Seb, our cameraman, has got down there and got some great footage of looking in on that brake pad change on the rear. Well, it's not just a brake pad change, they've got the disc off as well. However, there's something going on with the hub where it's getting serious when they've got an electric drill out, and now one of the bolts is sheared off. Now it looks like they're trying to replace the hub. No, it's where the disc has come out, so one of the bolts, the retaining one, it's sheared it off. This is the second one of these bolts that's now sheared off. They're literally having to drill them out. What that means is they need to use a smaller drill. There's a retaining screw, always on a disc, by the way, to keep it in position. Then the wheel holds it on, but before that wheel goes on, it can be loose. There's 3 on the look of it by this. You have to use a drill of smaller diameter to drill the center of the remains of that bolt out, to make sure that falls and collapses in to come out, because you don't want to damage the thread that's gone into. So the bolt's sheared, but the thread's there. Am I making sense? Yeah.
All I'm thinking is, if you were driving that car, it's best not to be watching what's going on at the moment. Better just to get in the car.
Absolute opposite. Utter faith in your mechanics.
Well, of course, have faith in the mechanics, just don't watch.
No, don't question it. Don't question it. They know what they're doing. They know what you're doing. That's called teamwork.
Carla Velte is down there. Carla, what are you picking up down there?
Actually, I picked up not the opposite, but something a little bit against what you guys said. It was the team manager speaking to the driver via the radio and kind of with like hand gestures, actually explaining what exactly they are doing in the back. I feel like there's some drivers who maybe prefer to know exactly what's going on rather than just sitting there anxiously waiting. And the other thing as well, there is only a few mechanics mechanics allowed into the pit lane. They all wear these colored, let's call them arm bands. Please help me, English guys, what it's actually called. But they wear those, and only those with these bands can get into the pit lane and work on the car. The rest of the team needs to stay behind the red pit lane at the pit lane line on the floor in the box, which means if there is pieces that need to be that need to come from the inside of the box to the car, they have to run back and forth. So it's a very sporty moment that is going on here. People running around, and it looks like they are indeed struggling a fair bit to get things back into place where they belong. But all in all, once again, it shows the dynamic that goes on in a team and how intense it can get from now to in a second.
Carl, you're absolutely spot on there with information to the drivers and differences of opinions on drivers. Some vary, or all vary, but I was one of those drivers who I want to know what's going on. Exactly. What's the problem down on the corner there? I need to know exact information. I trust them people. I want to know exactly what's going on. What was interesting there was I mentioned about a retaining screw to hold the disc on. They hadn't taken the caliper off there. They'd taken the pads out of the way, but the caliper was still in place. But when the disc came off, 3 out of the 5 retaining screws had sheared. That's what they were drilling out. Not 1, not 2, but 3 had sheared, and that's what they were drilling out and replacing. They then put the disc in through the caliper in place still to save time, and then got the big pliers with massive plates on them to push the pistons all the way back. The reverse pliers, they open the opposite way, so the jaws open wider, push the pistons back in the caliper so you can get the new pads in, and it's taken probably, I would say, less than a minute once they've got those screws sorted to put a disc on, new pads, a wheel, and back out again. 1 minute to do those 3 things. They charge you 5 hours a quick fit for that.
You would get a big bill for that. So a few laps ago, while we were closely monitoring the Scuderia Ferron brake repair, there was an on-track tussle between the Duta Racing Audi, which leads the motor race, and the Santilok Junior Audi, which sits in 9th at the moment. Now, the Duta Audi just went off of Arūnas Kukauskas, just went off the road at turn 1 and 2 onto the tarmac runoff and joined back again. And we pontificated whether there'd been contact between them. It appears there may well be, because race control has noted the incident between them. So there is something that happened between the 71 Audi and the 18 Audi, that's Duta and Santilok. But whether it's anything to take any action on or not, we'll have to keep a close watch on the timing screen and indeed the penalty screen to see if there is anything to come from that. But race control are aware of it at this point. So we're nearly getting on for 7 hours into the race, and are we starting to see any kind of competitive pattern? I would say we are. I think the Duta Racing Audi, the TFT Mercedes definitely, Haas RT Audi is still in the mix there as well. Proton Huber also, and it also depends how the teams have used up their various drivers' driving time. Have they kept time in hand? I mean, for TFT, they've done 2 Maro Engel single stints. Snowy, would you say?
Yeah, I will double check for us, but I can do that for you.
Got I'm pretty sure it's 6 hours he can be in for. So they are the TFT car is a Pro-Am car. No, he can be in actually for 8 hours, and I would think they would use all of those. And to be honest, if you're not using all of those, you're giving away time. Because if you've got a superstar like a Klaus Bachler in the Proton Huber competition car, or Maro Engel in the TFT Mercedes, or a Pierre Kaffer in the Santilok Audi, all proper top-level professionals, you've got to use every last minute that you can have them in the car. So, for example, for Ira Aprilia Motorsport, but their Ferrari, it sits 5th in Pro-Am at the moment. They've got Ryan Dalziel in their team. Again, they want to use 8 hours of his time if they absolutely can, because each lap the professional driver is always going to be quicker, and it's a cumulative effect. But I would think, Snowy, if you were a team manager, you would want to keep those hours for double stints through the night, surely.
Yes, I mean, as you said earlier, quite right, you want to get your RAM driver get as much time as they can, because there's a minimum driving time they have to do. So yeah, you want to get that in the bank safely, as in on your clock. It's done. Therefore, you haven't got to think about it. You've then got a freer options remaining afterwards. With that one, yes, you want to keep something in the bank for later in the race, because there is a sort of pattern in a 24-hour race, which is now going to be completely blown out of the water. I've said it because I'm going to jinx it, but there is a bit of a pattern that at night it kind of settles down. I don't really know why. I don't know what it is. It's still a quick pace. The engines run better. It's cooler. The tyres last longer. But it does seem to have a sort of the life, the theatre of a 24-hour race. It sort of settles down a bit at night. So you want to have something in the bank for the next bit in the morning, because, you know, dawn, I'm not sure what the exact time is, but there's going to be, let's say, 6-ish thereabouts. I guess when sunrise.
You're probably going to have at least 5 hours of daylight.
Exactly my point. You're going to have 5, 6 hours. So you've still got effectively a quarter of the race to go. So you want to have something in reserve should you need it. You want a little ace up your sleeve.
Definitely. You want to save bare minimum 1 hour if you're best driver, maybe even 2 for that run to the flag, depending where you are. Now, Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan's car has just been overtaken by the 888 Seb Lejeune racing car of Sébastien Lejeune himself. And Seb Lejeune is looking like he might be trying to drive away here. So has something happened here for Rick Breukers in the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car? The car looking a little bit wobbly there over the curb, but normally we would see Rick pull away from, with greatest respect to Sébastien Lejeune, but Rick is a stronger driver. So is there something afoot with the number 909 car, Red Camel Jordan's car? Well, I'll tell you one thing that is afoot is he's got 44 lap old tyres, and Sébastien Lejeune has 12 lap old tyres. So that is there is your difference. Rick Breukers is an hour and 20 minutes into his stint, so it won't be long before he has to bring that car in for fuel anyway. So that just shows you, actually, Snowy, how much the tyre can make a difference. You can have your best driver in the car, but if they're on tired old boots, then it's not going to give the performance.
Exactly. You know, there's only so much you can do with it. If it hasn't got the contact or the footprint underneath you, then there's nothing you can do about it. So at the head of the field currently, it is the Utah Racing Audi leading from the Scuderia Ferrari. Haas RT Audi in 3rd place. TFT Racing are in 4th with their Mercedes, and Proton Huber competition with their Porsche 911 GT3R are in 5th place. So 5 different makes at the very top, and we've talked about pit stops. We've just had yet another one in the commentary box with Peter Mackay now hopping out for a little bit of supper and sustenance, and I'm rejoined by Ben Constanduros.
Hello, hello. I have been refueled. I'm ready to go through to 9 o'clock this evening. We will be on air commentary-wise until 10 o'clock local time. So another 3 hours of commentary before we switch to onboard pictures for the night stint. And we will be back live commentating with you at 7:30 in the morning, all the way through to the flag at midday to cover off the really important part of this 24H Series race. Remember, this is the final round of this year's European Championship, and therefore points to be won and championships to be won. There will be points to be won at the midpoint, so at midnight we will allocate half points effectively, and then full points at the end, so 60 points in total for the victory. Haven't had a code 60
Now you've done it.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome back, Ben.
Well, I just was thinking about it because...
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
You have got to go back to standby cooler.
I would like to say that I had been clever and professional and hadn't mentioned it. The reality is, I hadn't even thought about it.
3:35.
So you're absolutely right.
3:35 in the afternoon was the last time we had a Code 6. We had quite a flurry in the early part, didn't we? It's now 7 o'clock local time. We've had a couple of yellow flags to cover off a few incidences, but the drivers have, in the main, either got the cars back to pit lane or have parked them up out of harm's way. And so it really has worked, been very, very efficient. What it has meant is that these gaps have stretched and the cycles have not been affected too much by Code 60s. But we are on varying strategies across our field with Rick Breukers in the 992 lead for Red Camels Jordan. Now coming into the pit lane, into the fueling station, and in with that relinquishes the lead of 992 to Milner Motorsport. They will drop down probably behind Holmgaard and maybe even behind Sebastian Lejeune Racing at this present moment in time. Lejeune only 10 laps into their last stint, whereas Milner 40 minutes into their stint. So lots of variables across our field right now. Just the 2 retirements officially. We don't think that NM Racing are retirees yet. They have been in the pits for half an hour with that gearbox issue that Carla so expertly covered. Red Ant and GP Racing both out. This is how long it takes to put 105 litres of fuel in a 992 machine. Well, depends on how much he had in beforehand, doesn't it? But it must feel like forever, especially if you've been travelling at speed and you come off a full green stint. That picture is now actually frozen, so he may now be moving again. Actually, look out the window. No, he's not, but it had frozen. And we'll get Rick into pit lane. I imagine that Rick will be getting out of the Red Camels car, handing over to either his father. Have we seen Evo yet?
Yes, he has done a stint in the car. I saw his legend on the timing screen at one point. It was a little while ago now, but we can find out when that was.
Yeah, he was actually the last one in the car. So yeah. He did a 47-lap stint. Rick has done a 47-lap stint. So they're just shy of that 50-lap target that we were told that they were hoping for. But they also have, in the main, sort of done their own thing and ignored some of the Code 60s, quite interestingly. Truss has always told us to pit under Code 60 whenever you can, but certainly that's not been the strategy from them in the early part of today. And maybe the tyre thing, maybe the tyre regulation that came in at Paul Ricard, where you can't change tyres within 50 minutes under Code 60, has changed the game when it comes to pitting. Rick jumping out. I have to say, I don't know the colours of their helmets well enough to know who's jumping in there. But once again, looking like they are in command of the 992. There is Evo, listening to some music, filming the pit stop. And should be happy with that. We'll be able to tell you exactly how long that took.
Well, I hope he's listening to us, not music.
Well, actually, that's a very good point.
Same difference.
That's a very good... We're not music. Definitely not. No, you're probably right, actually. He is probably listening to us with the headphones on. How long did that pit take? Let's have a look. 4 minutes and 14 seconds total stop in to out. Carla was there watching and has... Did I hear Luke Breukers with you, Carla?
Exactly. Luke is standing next to me from the team Red Camel. Let's ask a very general question. How are you feeling right now?
Well, the first stint I've had was very difficult. At the end of the last 10 laps were very much a lot of oversteer. It was also quite warm. The tarmac was quite warm. Now I just saw Rick went out, and he's doing better now. The track is cooling off, so there's a bit more grip. So yeah, quite well.
When when you and I met yesterday, actually, you did tell me the story of how you got into racing, and you got into racing actually quite late compared to many others here on the grid. Can you tell me the story, how you got into it?
Yeah, quite late. My brother was always racing as my father, being in go-karts since young. And I never was really into that, but one time we went to a local go-kart race, a 2-hour endurance race with only rental carts. And at the end of my stint, I was just as quick as Rick, and then they thought I should also get my license, but I was around 19, 18, and then I just got into all of it, and yeah, since then I'm hooked.
And how is it to be in a team sharing a wheel with your brother?
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. There's always also the competition behind the wheel to see who's faster, which sector, etc. So it creates an extra layer of fun.
And how about that competition? Does that ever get between you?
Ooh, which one?
The competition between you two. Does that ever get between you? Do you sometimes fight about times and so on?
No, I think we listen to each other, and of course Rick has way more experience than me, but it never gets between us, no.
And now, just before I got you, I actually ripped something out of your hand. I want to show that to the viewers, and I will explain it to the ones that are listening. So, more often than not, in racing, you see this thing called tear-offs, right? Can you help me quickly unfold it? There you go. So literally, this is what is stuck when it's not folded together like this on the windshield, right? You can see how dirty that is. How hard is it with the visibility on track when it gets to this state before you tear it off for the next one to be clean?
This one is quite clean, actually. It's been way worse. Last time we were in Spa, there were a lot of insects. So this is a clean one, I would say, but it can get very bad.
Is it worse when you get towards sundown, when the light gets bad as well?
Yeah, that's also why we remove this one, because if you have the sun on the tear-off, all the dirtiness also gets displayed in your eyes, etc. So now we took it off before the sun goes down.
That means now there's no more tear-off on it. It's just the normal windshield.
I think we have 1 or 2 layers left, so we'll see.
Let's hope that's enough until the end of the race. Well, good luck. I'm guessing you will get a rest now. Is that right?
Yes, have some food and then jump in after Fabian. So getting ready.
Okay. Well, then enjoy your meal and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Gosh, that idea of picking up a windscreen strip and looking through it. I wonder where that came from, Carla Velti. I mentioned that her last night, not to her to do it today, but on a completely separate thing. Do you remember at Le Mans there was like loads of flies everywhere? And it was
how the winter nights fly
awful.
by in the Constanduras household then.
Yeah.
Ideas you came up with. Why don't you pick off a discarded windscreen tear-off and look through it? It's kaleidoscope time with Ben.
Well, do you know what? Still good stuff. Still good stuff.
Absolutely.
No criticism. Just great idea, Ben. Battle for 8th position between the Simpson Motorsport Audi and the Santalok Junior Audi. Ella Earhart, the stronger of the two drivers, just 0.3 of a second separating them. In fact, now with Ella into that car, starting to make their way back through the field. Doppelmayr, between Doppelmayr and Inderbitsen, they have to do a total of 4 hours. They are the AM Spirit drivers, and therefore they have to do a total of 4 hours. I think I said that each of them had to do 1 hour each. They actually have to do 2 hours each, but they don't have to do 2 hours each. They can, one of them could do 1 and one of them could do 3, but in total the two have to do 4 hours of this race. Carla, back down to you.
For you to be in a race like this? Are you relaxed?
I think the most important thing is to stay relaxed and keep cool, because now we go into the darkness. Everything can change, means also the setup of the car, but let's say there is no hurry at the moment. We expect that we have during the night a lot of trouble. Means car stacks maybe in the gravel and so on. So our idea is to survive and see what's going on tomorrow morning.
We were having a conversation earlier. When you guys are at the fuel station and you just sit and wait, how long does that actually feel for you?
The biggest problem is the heat. You really feel how the heat comes up. You have no air conditioning in this moment, so that is the biggest problem. After 1.5 hour stint, so that is really crazy. But we try now, or from now on, to go in double stints because that saves some time for the driver change, and yeah, that is the idea now for the night.
You have a co-driver, let's call it like that, or a teammate, Klaus Bachler, who is very experienced as well. You are two very experienced drivers together. How much do you, let's call it, cooperate to get the maximum out of the car?
Of course, if you have 4 drivers driving, it's always difficult to find the proper mix for everybody, especially for our gentlemen. And Klaus is very experienced on this car. He nearly drives every weekend with Porsche. So that gives us also the opportunity to learn more about the car and about the possibilities. So for sure, it's very nice to have it with us.
Are you getting tired by now? It's starting to get darker and darker. Is it ready? Are you ready for a break or not yet?
Not yet, not yet. Let's go out and fire up. Let's see.
That's how I know you. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
It's only 7:30. It's not bedtime yet. And it's only 7:15, in fact.
So 7:15. So it's 7:40 is twilight.
And we do know there's always a bit of a golden hour when that comes. The purple and green sectors start flicking up on the timing screens, just as it's a bizarre thing. Well, is it a bizarre thing? Snowy, you're a professional racing driver. Don't laugh. What is it that makes golden hour? Why is it that even if the light is less, in my head I'm like, right, okay, I can't see, so that's going to make it difficult. But somehow the times come at that point.
It absolutely says what I said. There's a rhythm to a 24-hour race, and it's almost unquantifiable that you have this drama to start with, and all this activity, and all of a sudden, and just something with the light change. Maybe it's to do with the moon and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm not into all the horology and stuff, but something seems to settle, and there's a calmness that seems to come over to you, and it's just. There's this calmness, it all settles in, and all of a sudden you're just driving at a different way and a different level, and I don't really know why.
Are we going to say that it's a spiritual thing?
Correct.
Wow.
You've just summed it up for me absolutely perfectly, yeah.
So many times I've asked that question, and it's always been about temperature. But Peter Snowden has just whipped out the moon power and spirituality of sunset is why people go faster. I love that. Clip it up and put it in your highlights reel, everyone. We're on board with Michael Kroll going through turn 3 in his number 11 Hoffer Racing Mercedes. As the sun comes down, we don't have a clear sky this evening, so there isn't the danger of the sun penetrating through the windscreen and into the eyes of the drivers. Instead, it's a rather somber, overcast affair. I've even got a jumper on. But the threat of rain, I think, much less actually than we've seen the last 2 nights. The clouds have been very, very dark the last 2 evenings, but tonight it looks a bit fairer. It's just more clouds. And Kroll now heading up to this turn 9, which is blind on the apex, turning through that right-hander, open up the steering wheel because it's important to get a good run under this new bridge and into the braking zone at turn number 10, which has taken various different shapes and guises over the last couple of years. It's now back almost to how it used to be as a long sweeping left-hander. Very few bits of this Barcelona track have changed, and since it was finished, I want to say late 80s, but I don't have it in front of me to give you exact figures. And now back down the hill through the final turn, which is closest to the Granola's building and construction site, industrial site, not construction site, to the outside of that turn, and then along the main straight. It opened in 1991. I did think it was late. It wasn't late 80s. So yeah, 1991. It's younger than me.
In fairness, most things are, because you are a mere baby, as in a good
Snowy
way.
by name, snowy by
age. Yeah, exactly.
Over the line comes your Dryso.
Yeah, September 1991. So it's celebrating it's a birthday, isn't it, this month? But it's interesting. I mentioned this earlier without really thinking about what you've just said, and again, you've said it far better than me. Which is why you're lead. But they did change the circuit, those turns down at turn 10.
Yeah.
It got tighter and oblique and horrible, in my opinion, humble opinion, one person's opinion. They may vary, others are available.
What it also allowed for by doing that was a bigger gravel trap. That was partly one of the reasons.
Yeah, because the cars were getting so fast and whatever, especially Formula One. And that is a slight danger. Just with that, on turn 13, 14 as well, between 13 and 14, they put the chicane in that's still there, and it's an oblique turn right, almost a 90-degree turn at turn 13, into a tight left-right out to reduce the speeds coming into turn 14. And mercifully, in my opinion, and I'm sure others agree, and certainly we will, Creventic here, racing here, they've changed it back again. And it's usually circuits, once they've been changed for necessarily the worse, for one race of a year, like a Grand Prix, it doesn't tend to come back. They have gone back to the original circuit again, and that's what they use for the Grand Prix still now.
Yeah, that final turn again, now back to how it was before, is a very fast turn, and there is no space to make the gravel trap any larger on the outside there. And it was thought of 10-15 years ago that it was too small, and therefore they were not going to be, it wasn't going to be safe. So they needed to slow down the entry into the final turn, put a chicane in, also create an overtaking opportunity apparently. But then the FIA have kind of gone back on that.
Now, the 133 Mercedes, BMW is what I meant to say.
Only BMW in the field.
Yeah, listen to what I mean, not what I say. The BMW that is in the field, that is, of course, the JMEC engineering entry. James Collins at the wheel of that car at the moment, currently in 25th position, is that right?
Yeah, but as you were trying to get to, it had stopped on the side of the circuit.
Yeah, but it seems to have that all the time, doesn't it? It's just had a few recurring issues with that car.
It is still leading by 21 laps over the Cupra in that category, but it is true that it is stopped at turn 1 or 2 a couple of times. Now, on this particular occasion, we did just pick it up. It could have been recovering from a spin, but we certainly had, on the previous occasion, it just stop and then just start again. So I know John went down there and had a big chat with the guys about one of their guys at a wedding, but we didn't get to the bottom of if the car had a problem or not. Would be a bit of a shame. Carla is down in pit lane. I don't think you're at JMEC, but where are you, Carla?
I am currently standing next to Martin from the Home Guard Motorsports team, and I learned this weekend that you guys actually started with the TCR car and switched 2 seasons ago to the 992. How good does this car feel?
It's completely different, going from a front-wheel driven car to a rear wheel, and a car with the engine in the back as a Porsche is. It's a completely different car. First year was a big learning curve for us, but this year we have been very competitive, so it's been a great switch so far.
When I looked at the entry list for this race, I saw you are a completely Danish team. I wasn't aware that there are so many talented Danish drivers. Is it that there is like a program in Denmark where you guys are actually being pushed into this, or how does it come about to have a Danish team?
Well, actually, it's our first year with a completely Danish team, so it's kind of a coincidence, I think, but it's always nice. It's easier for all of us with the communication to be a Danish team. But actually, our engineers, so they're Spanish, so we're not completely Danish, but it works very, very well. We know each other so great, back from karting days and so on. So yeah, it's great.
How is your experience in 24-hour races? Are you used to it, or is it something that you still find your groove with?
I've been doing it a lot now for many years, so I like it. I like to drive in the nights. It's actually what I prefer, so yeah, I feel very comfortable.
And I must say, it's really hard to stand here and have an interview with you and not get hungry. It smells so good. You guys have a little catering going on back there. How's the food? Are you fueled up to be ready?
I'm fueled up, yeah. We have our team manager's wife. She do the barbecue out there, so it's great. Yeah.
And you're next in the car?
I'm next in the car, yes.
Good luck for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Holmgaard Motorsport really have built a great momentum here at Creventic, as you say, with those two Volkswagen Golfs in TCR, and then as that sort of fizzled out in terms of a class, sort of being forced almost to move up into the 992 category. Don't forget also, Mr. Le Mans is from Denmark, and Nicky Thiem. In fact, here's a fun fact for you. Of the fans at the Le Mans 24 Hours, British is the most represented nationality in the grandstands, but the Danes are usually number 2. And that is mainly and almost entirely thanks to Tom Christensen and his brother, who runs a massive campsite at the Le Mans 24 Hours. And of course, the Dane Train, a long-time Aston Martin partnership of Nicky Thiem, Marco Sorensen. He always is, isn't there normally one that isn't Danish? I'm trying to think of the third one that is Danish in that field. But I'm sure, for instance, Johnny Adam at some points has been part of it.
Definitely not Danish,
and definitely not a Viking.
The closest he'll get is Danish bacon sandwich.
Oh, don't talk about bacon. Anytime.
Oh, I've triggered him.
Every time we go into commentary on an endurance race, it's never in the UK, and therefore it's never good bacon.
Kasper Elgaard.
Oh, yeah, there's a good shout. Yeah. Throwing it out there. But yeah, great to have Holmgaard with us. Only one car with this weekend, but we have seen them run 2 in the past, and certainly they did run 2 in the
Michael Christensen.
Michael Christensen, yes. Just thinking.
I'm saying these things like I'm really clever, by the way. Peter Mackay's sending me messages, and I'm just feeding out what he's saying.
Cheers, Peter.
I could take credit, but I can't. I've got to credit the correct man.
I mean, it's better if we just use Google, to be honest.
Exactly. Well, we don't need Google. We've got Peter Mackay.
Yeah, that's
on a
true.
break.
We've got our own.
Watching the Ryder Cup, and he's still coming out just rattling out Danish names because he can, because he's good like that.
Still watching this battle between the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, now giving chase to Michael Kroll in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. So that is for 4th position. One little thing I remembered whilst I was having my dinner, or I was reminded, I should say, whilst I was having my dinner, that in that car is Alex Acker. But we have not seen Alex Acker in that car. And I said, he actually had his arm in what I thought was a sling, but it was a scarf that he was using as a sling. I said, have you hurt yourself? He said, no, and took it off. I was like, fine. I was like, but we haven't seen you yet. He was like, no, not racing for another couple of hours. So they've got their semi-pro still up their sleeve, completely up their sleeve.
I was talking to Pierre Caffa earlier, and he was saying something similar, that he will go in. I think he has done a stint already now, hasn't he now? But he was basically saying exactly the same. He won't be in the car for quite some time after the start.
Yeah, well, we did see Pierre. We saw Pierre out earlier.
We have seen him in the car, but not quite. I think they're saving him for the night.
You definitely don't want to put your AM drivers in at the night, do you? That's very much a sort of well-trained thought. Again, we need a commentary camera box. Because a pro driver can do it with their eyes shut almost, whereas an AM driver.
That's why the dark doesn't bother them.
Looking for those apexes, and it is amazing to say. I don't know how much floodlights do we have around this circuit? We don't really, do we? We sort of low down floodlights, but for instance, the 992 endurance race at Spa finished in the darkness, and they hadn't lit any of the apexes, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay, this is really dark. Le Mans 24 Hours is not a patch on a night race properly, because you're looking for an apex out the side of a window, and these lights don't track as you turn, like in my Ford Focus RS, whereas where I turn right, the lights turn for me so I can see the apex. You don't have that in this car, so you can't see those apexes when you're through these hairpins, for instance.
Got the same in my Land Rover as well, but it's got a slight height disadvantage. It tends to roll in the corners so much it needs directional lights because you might be pointing the wrong way.
Snowy, get on subject. Why don't we have them in the race cars?
There's a very good. I suspect the mechanism for it is too heavy. Talking of lighting, the lights these days are so good. Before we continue that little thread, we have Carla in the pits.
Indeed, I am in the pits and I am with Daniel Sorg from the Sorg Rennsport, we have to say correctly, team. You are running the GT4. GT4 is a rather small group, but nonetheless, you have all the challenges out there as well. How is Barcelona treating you so far?
Yes, it's always the same challenge for everyone. It's 24 hours, it's hard, it's exhausting and demanding. We just took over P2 in class due to bad luck with the gearbox of the other components. So yes, it's unlucky. We are only 3 cars in class. Could be better. There could be much more GT4 teams around doing this fantastic race in series. I think the base is good for GT4 cars and teams, but they have to find the way to join us here and having a bigger party, having a bigger competition. So yes, luckily we are in a good position now. We are driving with 4 amateur drivers and a semi-pro driver. So yeah, it's our goal is to finish the race as best as possible, and then having a party.
What is it that you enjoy most about running a GT4 team in this championship?
Yeah, it's a good combination between the costs, the budget needed. Of course, any other faster car needs a huge bigger budget. So this compromise is good, and so that's what we like, what our customers like. They're having a good car, a reliable car, easy to handle, and so yeah, it's a good combination.
Would you say that the GT4 is a good car for young drivers to get used to a track?
Yes, of course. I can only recommend any, let's say, Formula 4 driver, for example, or out of karting, to join GT4 teams and races. So in a 24-hour race and a big event like this, you always get a lot of driving time in a short period, so you really learn a lot.
Fantastic. Well, you've heard it here first. GT4 is a really, really cool thing to drive.
Yeah, keen. Anybody's got a GT4 that they can give me to drive, I'm up for it. Yeah, you too?
No, we've got one you can drive.
Oh, you've got one I can drive?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. See you next week.
It's got an Aston badge on the front and the back, so but you might like that.
Is it an Aston? Or just put a badge on the back of something else?
Only you would go there immediately.
It's the way you said it.
I was going to say it's a Skoda then, and everybody loves a Skoda. Going, what's wrong with a Skoda? But yeah, no, it's an Aston. It's a GT4 Aston.
I have there was a Fiat, a red.
Actually, you were talking a couple of nights ago about treating yourself for your 40th birthday coming up in a month's time. So there you go. It's for sale anyway. So there you go. Spot on. Perfect timing.
I think I need a little bit more help to actually. I didn't say I wanted to own one.
We can take in instalments.
Yeah, okay. Over the next
big.
55
Come on,
years.
blue sky thinking. Come on. Just before we lose the blue sky, let's have a bit of it.
No more blue sky. The sun. I know there's a lot of people on the chat who are excited about the sunset. I'm afraid the sunset was a bit rubbish. There was very little setting. I mean, it did set, but it got not seen because there was lots of cloud.
Well, it hasn't happened for 10 minutes yet. It's 19, 40 hours.
No, I'm told by the chat that it's sunset now. But I was looking out the window to see if I could see it, and it's definitely the orange hue, not hue. has gone off the clouds, and therefore I think it's goodbye sun until tomorrow morning. And I think we basically come on air when the sun starts to come up tomorrow morning, because we were...
Shall I look at the sunrise time?
Well, I noticed when my alarm went off 2 mornings ago, it was still dark outside.
That's unheard of for you, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What is this grotesque notion?
What is this idea of waking up? I do not like waking up in the darkness. That is it's not fun. Yes, somebody on the chat did also mention that these cars do have these almost like fog lights that shine to the left and the right. I promise you, they do not quite do the same. There is the sunset. Thank you, Mr. Director. It isn't... it's not great. I'm looking forward to a better one next week in Greece. Carla, go on. You're about to make me laugh.
I think I will if you guys see it on the camera. I've made myself comfortable because I see more and more team members having a seat in beanbag chairs or any other lounge chair that they can find, because as you just said, sun is setting, darkness is coming in, which means slowly but surely the first people are getting tired, and it's a weird comparison that I'm going to do now. Ben, you will be better at that, I guess. But don't you say when your baby sleeps, you should sleep as well? So when your baby is out driving, you should take a break, right? So I'm not going to get up from this while on camera, because this is not going to be elegant. But yeah, slowly but surely, the struggle with being tired during a 24-hour race is going to roll in.
Carla Velti's first 24-hour race as a pit reporter. Maybe also starting to feel the fatigue. She was listening. It just cut away, just as you said yes.
Very wise. Sunrise is 07:44, by the way.
Oh, my Lord, we are going to be commentating.
It is almost exactly 12 hours. 7:40 to 7:44, sunset to sunrise.
Carla is right. Snow would know better. You should go to sleep when your babies go to sleep and wake up when they wake up. That's the best strategy, but it is a really sad life if you do that.
A little bit of brandy in the milk sorted out. Then they sleep.
Like, you know, a 1 or 2 year old baby is supposed to sleep 14 to 17 hours a day. So
yeah, right.
It's supposed to. That's the stats. Baby goes to sleep at 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock at night. Should wake up at 7:30 in the morning if it is 3 or 4. I was given a whole sheet the other day. I literally was. It's funny you bring it up, but it's not really appropriate for our...
As I always say, kids don't come with manuals.
No, but weirdly, our school think they do, because the school has been giving us an instruction manual about how and when they should sleep. So yes, now we need to look out for happy hour. Are we going to see any green or purple sectors? And it very much depends on where they are on their stint length. Hoffa Racing, Alexander Prince in the number 11 just has come out the pits. So I would say fresh tyres on Hoffa Racing, but heavy fuel. So maybe some purple sectors there. But somebody like Ella Earhart has been in the car for an hour and 10 minutes. It's just not... It's not really great, is it?
It's not ideal.
Not ideal for doing...
Suboptimal.
For doing happy laps.
Happy laps. Is that like happy clapping? Happy laps. I like that. I'm going to introduce that into the team. Happy laps.
Happy laps. Patrick Charlier aboard the TFT Mercedes. It just got passed by Arnaud Novelling, who is in 5th position in that Inter-Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari, to give it its full name. If you are looking at the pictures, we've got a nice full grandstand down there at turn number 10. And they will all be filtering soon into the centre of the paddock, where we have the Kiss FM Music Festival, which actually been going on a while. But I imagine as the darkness falls, the festive and the festival will continue.
Not forgetting the fireworks at midnight.
No, I'm not looking forward to that because I'm hoping that I'll be asleep by then and they'll probably wake me up.
Absolutely, but, well, I hope they don't wake you up, of course, but it was mentioned in the driving briefing that I attended yesterday, and I just thought, oh, what a nice touch initially. They're mentioning it to the drivers, and I thought, actually, thinking of that from a driving perspective, it's a very good idea they do warn the drivers that at a set time, I'm sure they said midnight, it might have been 1 o'clock, but I'm sure it was midnight, that there is going to be a firework display, because if you weren't aware of that and you're in the car in that stint, you would get one heck of a shock if there's suddenly a whole lot of explosions going on at a corner as you're approaching, as you're about to dive down the inside of somebody on a diminishing gap.
I imagine that you get into this sort of zone, right? And
Absolutely.
you're just like in this comfort zone where everything's going quite
sensitive
nicely.
souls, yes.
And then all of a sudden something out of the ordinary happens, would, I mean, maybe wake you up, which could be a good thing.
You don't want bangs.
But you don't want bangs. Carla? Or was that John? Or was that nobody? Possibly nobody.
It
is Carla. Are you a fan of fireworks?
I am a fireworks. The only problem with fireworks is that they usually take place quite late, and I really like my sleep, so I don't get to see them very often. But talking about fireworks, quiet. Can you hear me again? All right, wonderful. Yes, I do like fireworks, but they take place quite late, and I like my sleep, so I don't see them very often. But speaking about fireworks, there's actually some things going on in the pit lane as preparation for the dark. The marshals are putting down little helps for the drivers in the pit lane so that they don't miss the actual pit exit. This is going to sound very weird because of course they have to just drive straight on out, but nonetheless there's things going on here. There are measurements, there are timing boxes that are standing here, so they really need to be careful when they drive out of here, and they do tend to get nervous. They want to get fast, they want to go out, so these lights help in the dark that they don't miss that exit. And look, there's a sign on now as well where it says light on. Lights are always on, but they need to be on now.
Yeah, absolutely. A regulation that they have to have their lights on once race control tell them. If the cameraman pans to the left-hand side, he will see that little lane that everybody has to go through. And those big boxes there are what we call the RFIDs. So they are from Michelin, and they are registering the barcodes on the tyres as the cars go through them, and that is giving us our tyre age data, which we aren't seeing on the track. It also registers the cars going through pit lane as well, so we know pit in to pit out, but it's automatically taking what tyres are on the car at that point, thanks to a little sensor within the tyre, and then transmitting that data, which then goes up on our timing screens. So very important that you drive through them. The other reason why there are those lights there as filters is, of course, you're not allowed to use high beam in pit lane because you're blind everybody else. So whereas out on track you can have high beam, in pit lane you have to have low beam only, and therefore, I mean, you can still see the pits is pretty well illuminated, but that's just an extra little safety thing to make sure they go through the right hole.
Yeah, of course, and you also have very restricted vision from the inside of a racing car. It's not the same as a road car. You've got the smaller glass areas, you've got roll cages, you've got harnesses, you've got a crash helmet on, you've got a small visor, you've got a HANS device, and windscreen decals on the top of your windscreen, the banner strip across the top, and a limited vision. So it's not that easy to look out and necessarily see things, because you're designed to be looking forward all the time, and as you say, you're not meant to be looking to the left or the right, really, because that's you turn a corner and look a little bit either way, but you're primarily looking down the front. So that's exactly why they're there. There's little lights or helps, so as Carla called them. I'm going to rename them. I think they're lovely, putting little helps out in the pit lane. I thought that was brilliant.
I know Carla's down that end, unless she's sprinted very fast up the other end. The vortices have been metronomically and without fault circulating. And the 974 is the car that leads. Now, that is a new number to Vortex. They don't usually run that number. So question number one is, why are they running that number? Question number two, and more importantly, because one of it actually just come in to fueling, are they really on 110-year-old, 110-lap-old tyres?
110-year-old tyres.
According to the
stupendous.
According to the RFID that we've just shown you, the tyre age of Vortex 974 is 110 laps. And the reason why I think this is possibly correct is because
no, we'll do it in the pits then.
Because the 701 has 94 laps on its tyres. Now, if there was one number, I'd think. Oh,
I'm totally with you. I'm totally with it. Yeah.
But we've got two Vortex trying to run about 100 laps on their tyres. So there is something, there's a mission for Carla, but she can't do it yet because she's somewhere else. There is the Vortex, and the tyres are coming off, thankfully. Definitely need to find out whether they actually have done 110 laps or not. Let's go back down to Carla.
Standing next to Lars, you're one of the British drivers here in the Utah team, and you guys are sitting very comfortably on P1. How's it going?
Yeah, I'll be lying if I said we wasn't expecting this, but look, it's just down to consistency, you know, and just putting the laps in, having no mistakes. Yeah, we've worked our way to the top pretty early and stayed there with good strategy and good fuel stops under code 60 early on. So yeah, at the moment there's been no code 60, so it's kind of like everyone's going through the motions. But I have to say that you know, the drivers have been great. You know, I think there's 2 drivers that have been a whole season, and 3 of us are new to the team. So you know, if we continue the way we're going, you know, fingers crossed, we should be up there hopefully at the end.
If you say you're new to the season, since when are you part of the team?
So I've been racing on and off with Utah Racing for the last 3 years in this championship. So the last race I did actually was Spa last year, so I haven't been in the car for a year and a half. So I'm pretty rusty. But yeah, we found our feet pretty quickly as a team. We're not the overall fastest at the moment, but I don't think that really matters in a 24-hour race. We just have to keep it clean and keep consistent. So no, look, we're very happy where we are. Just hopefully no mistakes, no car failures. Fingers crossed. There's a long way to go. We just have to keep doing this pace, and we should be okay. And the team's obviously fighting for the AM Championship. No, they lead the AM Championship, so it's very important for us to be leading up there, you know, at midnight for the points, and then obviously at the end to try to clinch that for the team. So that's our overall aim and job for the team.
How easy was it to get back into the Audi R8 and get used to driving it?
So, because of limited testing, I only had like 25 laps prior to the race. So, and the first time I tried new tyres was in my first stint. So, to be honest with you, my first stint was a practice session. So, I was very happy the way it went. I want to be a little bit quicker, but that comes with time and laps, and so I just have to be patient. But I think by the end of the 24 hours, I should be pretty up there with the pace, and you know, my teammates have been great as well. They've got lots of experience with the Audi. So, but no, the Audi's a great car. It's very nervous. But it's a great endurance car, and you can see that now. You know, the Audis are always at the front. You know, in these races. So, no, really, yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
Now, my English colleagues up in the commentary box and me, who I'm from Switzerland, so I have other languages in my pocket, we kind of discuss constantly how you pronounce the team name properly. Please tell me.
Okay, Utah Racing, yeah. So that's it's Lithuanian. So they're a car dealership in Lithuania, and on their side hustle is a race team. So no, we're great guys. Been doing this championship for many years, and yeah, hopefully we can get a good result to end off the season for them. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Now see, Ben, this is for me very easy. The U is in the Swiss German as well, so Utah, lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, thank you.
Epic work, Carla. Thank you very much. I want to be him because outside of racing this Audi and being a motorsport racing driver, he is also super yacht captain of Motor Yacht Fana, based out of Palma, Mallorca. So that's his day job, and that's how Lars makes his money, and this is how he spends it and comes and races. I can't think of anything better. The only question mark is why he's not at the Monaco Boat Show, which is this weekend, where all the super yachts of the world gather and show off how amazingly cool they all are.
I like my boats, but Monaco
Boat Show
or race an R8 around Barcelona.
Well, I mean, maybe as the super yacht captain, Thana, he's taken Thana to Monaco, parked it up, and gone, right, I'm off for the weekend. I'll be back on Monday to pick it up. But that is, yeah, all right, I'm going to go and make friends with Lars, and we're going to live happily ever after.
Well, that's what you think anyway.
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Forever now known as Jutta Racing rather than Jutta Racing. And yes, also not saying the U correctly because it should be an U, like the Swiss German U.
With an umlaut.
That's an omelette.
You're back to bacon and egg again, aren't you?
Oh no, not food again. I've already had my dinner.
Dinner or supper?
Oh, don't go there. They're different things.
Yeah, they are. You have dinner at lunchtime.
No! What are you talking about? Dinner, supper, and tea. 3 different ways to have a meal in the evening.
No, tea is afternoon tea. You go out for dinner and you have friends over for supper.
That's you.
End of. Full
Peter
stop.
Snowy, that's you. But if we consulted John Hindhaugh, he would say something very different. And maybe even, I don't know about Peter Mackay. I don't know. I think tea would be suitable in Scotland as well.
Scotch egg and a dram, wouldn't he?
I don't know.
Good
anyway,
mix.
There we go. So we've covered off some good subjects in the last 5 minutes. Super yacht captains to omelettes. And we still have to find out if Vortex are running 100 laps on their Michelin tyres. And I'm pretty sure that is exactly where Carla is off to next before she hands over to John Hindhaugh for the last of our commentary stints into the evening here.
Now see, Kerry Cobb, our producer in London, says agree Snowy with my tea, dinner and supper.
It literally is. Different parts of England have different ways of thinking about it. You could draw lines across England and have different ways of describing. Sorry, I'm really sorry to those of you that aren't British and think, what the hell are they talking about? But it is a highly important subject. Thankfully, we might get one of the answers, which is far more interesting to the fan zone, fanship, than what we're talking about right now. Let's go back down to Carla.
Two questions that you have, and I am at the Vortex team. Now I have actually 2 men next to me because I need 2 men to answer these questions. Question number 1 for you. You are one of the drivers, and apparently you can tell me why the number 974 is on your car.
You know Réunion Island? You know? Mauritius? Madagascar? Madagascar, you know?
Yes, I do.
Indian Ocean? Little Island, French, Indian Ocean, my island, you know. Same. I go Barcelona for the course race, just for the race. I speak a little English, sorry. Je passe un bon moment. Comment on dit je passe un bon moment?
Tu peux parler en français si tu veux.
Parler en français. Ah bah merci beaucoup. Ah mais fallait le dire avant. Bon en tout cas très content d'être ici. Le numéro sur la voiture c'est le 974. Donc c'est le code du département de l'île de la Réunion. Bah c'est mieux comme ça déjà. C'est l'île de la Réunion et dans l'océan Indien. On n'est pas loin de Madagascar et de l'île Maurice. D'accord. Et donc moi je suis venu ici que pour ça, pour faire cette course à Barcelone. Cette magnifique course d'ailleurs, elle est vraiment géniale, très bien organisée. Donc je remercie beaucoup l'organisation, je remercie beaucoup la Team Vortex. Je remercie beaucoup aussi Avenir Assurance qui est sur la tenue, qui est une entreprise à l'île de la Réunion mais aussi en métropole. C'est grâce à cette société que je peux rouler aujourd'hui ici. Et je remercie bien sûr la Team Vortex, toute la team, toute la partie mécanique.
la direction, les managers et Enzo qui fait un gros travail pendant la course, avant la course et à mon avis après la course. Donc je remercie beaucoup parce qu'il y a eu des aléas dans la voiture. Donc voilà un petit peu pourquoi le drapeau de la Réunion est posé sur cette voiture. Et je suis vraiment très fier d'être là aujourd'hui dans votre organisation et dans cette course de dingue.
I'm going to translate that for our listeners really quickly. So Johan is using basically the postal code of a small island that is close to Madagascar, which is the flag that he is carrying, and is very proud to do so. He is very happy to be with the Vortex team. He's very grateful, and he's enjoying himself a whole lot here in Barcelona. It's very nice to have you here, Johan. And now to you, sir. You know everything about the car, about tires, about strategy, and so on. Is it true that your car just put 110 laps on one set of tires?
Yes, it's true. We've done 3 stints with the tires by swapping each time, so it's not 105 laps at the same moment, but it was like 30 laps and then back in the back of the garage and then 30 laps again. So yeah, 3 stints. But now it's that. Now we're gonna change tires.
Did you change already, or do you still have to change?
Yeah, we already changed. Johan was at the wheel with 100 laps, but now it's done. He get out of the car and the tires also.
So the question, if you're happy with the tire, is almost obsolete. It's incredible how long this tire can go.
Yes, it's really good for endurance races. Really good.
Well, then let's hope the next set is just as successful. And yeah, good luck for the night now.
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be a long night, but we're used to it. Thank you.
Brilliant work there from Carla, answering 2 very important questions. And I cannot believe that the data is correct. And Vortex 701 is out there on circuit right now. It's done 100 laps on those tyres. The other one came in and changed after 110 laps. But get this, Snowy. They didn't put a new set on. They've put a set on that's already done 50.
I know, it's bonkers.
Everyone else is like 50, put them in the bin.
Yeah, I can imagine that people like Paul Troswell down at Red Camel Jordan is scratching his head now going, seriously? Are you just making this up? No, it can't be true. Because, no. In fact, we'll go and ask him, shall I, on my break.
Lovely. And I think Carla did the translation for Juan Olivier regarding the number 974. It's the departmental code assigned to the Reunion Island. By the way, if you've never been to the Reunion Island and you've heard of Mauritius and you've heard of Madagascar, Reunion's better. It's just amazing. Highly recommended as a little holiday destination. We did hear, actually, or we heard, I don't know if you heard on the stream, the screeching of tyres down at turn 1 with the car rotating. No problems. They carried on.
Tracy Crone.
It was Tracy Crone.
Tracy Crone, 907 Porsche, yeah.
So,
car number 907, not a Porsche 907.
RPM Racing, Tracy Crone's team having a little rotation and carrying on, just missing his braking zone. Interesting time to put Tracy out in the car as the moon comes out. He is obviously the gentleman driver in the car, but has an incredible amount of experience.
I was just going to say, you can't go, amateur driver, gentleman driver, whatever you may want to tell me, but a huge, vast amount of experience, Tracy Crone. So, but just a little caught out on that turn. It was, turn 1.
They brought in Patrick Huysman to that team this weekend because, of course, they are participating for the championship in 992. They are in 5th position in 992, 3rd in AM right now. And actually only 12 seconds off Jonathan Kearney in the HRT Performance Porsche. But Tracy is a little bit slower at the moment. Coming up to 8 o'clock local time here in Barcelona. Sun goes down, party starts in the paddock. We've had a decent amount of fans and a good flow of fans in and out of the circuit today. A lot of them, Snowy, carrying around used Michelin tyres.
I knew what you were going to say. I said exactly the same to Carla on our break before you came back in. That I still it amazes me that the souvenirs people want. On the way back to the commentary box, there were a couple of spectators that had not only got a used tyre, they'd got a damaged rim with the remains of a carcass of a tyre on it, and the front bumper PU section of what looked like a TTR car. I sincerely hope the team would give them permission to take them, but they were looking decidedly second-hand parts, not the spectators.
I don't know what you do with them, though. Genuinely, what are you going to do with them?
That's my view. And
what for? One of them walked past me, and it was still warm. I could feel the heat coming off it. I was like, how have you just got that? But a lot of the fans not only getting themselves a day's worth of action and maybe a grid walk as well, but they've taken some Michelin tyres home, and presumably they don't do that every weekend. Otherwise, they would need to have a big garden full of tyres.
You could build a tyre wall.
Oh,
come on!
What else? What else would you want to use?
I mean, 4 minutes off the end of my stint. That's not a bad finisher, is it?
Why would you want a tyre wall in your garden? Surely there's better things you could do.
Well, depends what you're going to do. If you're going to race a car around your garden, it's very sensible.
I mean, what I would do is fill them with concrete and use them as weights. But they'd be very heavy. used to do that with kart tyres to weigh down awnings.
Yeah, there's a huge difference in scale.
Yeah.
A GT3 tyre and a kart tyre.
I'd be going for the...
weights and dumbbells is kind of like springing to mind here.
Going for the Cupra tyre rather than the Ferrari GT3 tyre. Lights coming down, so we have to start to get used to what the lights at the front of the cars look like, because that's all we're going to now be seeing until we wake up tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock. Just a reminder that we are waiting for the Jutta Racing Audi to come into the pits. The stint length is nearly 2 hours for Arnus Kakauskas, with Patrick Charlet in second position and Nick Gwelink up to third position at Haas RT. John Hindhaugh rejoins us for the last 2 hours down in pit lane. John, what have you got for us?
Just a bit of audio for you at the moment as Seb's taking a break. A Scuderia Faron in the pit lane with the number 949 Porsche, and they are doing something with some lights on the front of that car, pressing things to get different flashy bits and pieces. However, the main thing that they're doing at the moment is this is the first time I've seen somebody doing a planned brake stop. And this is discs or rotors for our American audience. Rotors and pads. Rotors and pads. And by the way, breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, obviously high tea if it's more than just finger food or it's got something warm, and then dinner is in the evening. Supper, if you haven't had dinner, a bit later on, generally speaking. That's the way the food goes. I was listening earlier.
But come on, John, you were having tea. you weren't having dinner or supper, you were having tea as a lad.
You can have a cup of tea.
Yes, well, that's a whole different thing,
yeah, an afternoon tea I agree with.
Afternoon tea and high tea, two completely separate things.
Totally agree with you on that.
And I have no problem with saying you go out for dinner and you have friends round for supper, but we would all, even if we were having dinner at home, we call it dinner. Supper is a rather lighter meal than dinner, I would say. That's my take on it. And don't forget who I am. Oh, fire on the front right of the Porsche, and that was a little bit of, because I could see that was burning green, that was a little bit of brake fluid that is on fire there. But the guys are there very quickly with a blower to cool it down. So excellent work by the Spanish team here as they continue to put the new tyres on the back of that car. They're still not happy with that. They're going to get, I think they're going to get someone with a fire extinguisher as well. Just a tiny little bit of brake fluid as they were spreading the right front caliper. Brake fluid is extremely flammable or inflammable. Why is flammable and inflammable mean the same thing? That's something that no one's been able to answer me. However, they've got the brake change partially done, and now what they've realised they're going to have to do is, because they've lost some brake fluid, they're going to have to get the bonnet up and top up the brake fluid reservoir. Now remember, dear viewer and listener, this is the car that had the bent bonnet earlier on, so they've had to pull all their carefully applied racer tape from the front of that number 949 Porsche, check that everything's all right in the reservoirs, dual reservoirs for the brake fluid on these Cup cars, and now they can go back to changing the brake discs. So a little bit of an excitement there down here in the pit lane, but they've managed that very, very well indeed. More cold air being blown into that just to make sure that they are okay, and they're trying to get the driver to pump the pedal and top up the reservoirs at the same time. These are the sort of things, gentlemen, that happen in endurance racing.
16 hours remain here at Barcelona for the 24 hours, and we are slowly getting ourselves... Well, that's the first third of the race done then, isn't it? And because we're about to be in the midst of pit stop chaos, a little bit difficult to check in with the order, but TFT Racing do lead by 23 seconds at this moment in time over Haas RT, with Jutta Racing having just entered pit lane. They've been in pits for 3 minutes, having fueled up, and now they're going down down to get their full service. Mirrors Flybo in fourth position in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and the Protonuba competition round out the top 5. But Manuel Lauk in that car will be moving up through the standings over the next couple of hours. Race started at midday here in Barcelona, and we had Maro Engel and Klaus Bachler at it at the front of the field for the first couple of hours. But lots of drama with lots of early code 60s and lots of unreliability. It's really settled down though since about 3:30 in the afternoon. We have not had a single code 60, and a few little maladies and a few little issues, but only covered by local yellow flags. It's otherwise been very, very clean out there. Very, very difficult to understand who is at the head of the field, because really it cycles through about 8 different cars depending on at what point we are in the strategy. But the two Mercedes of TFT and Hopper Racing are at the sharp end, along with the Haas RT and the Jutta Racing Audis, Protonuba competition Porsche, and the Ferraris of Inter Africa and Scuderia Praha. We haven't really seen the Ferrari of era showing much yet. Just the 2 retirements, Red Ant Racing and GP Racing Team, unfortunately taking no further part. A few other question marks over some unreliability, but the 2 Hondas that we had issues early doors have got themselves back going again. Tracy Crone faced the wrong direction just recently. That was the last yellow flag, but we're back to full green flag conditions once more. And it is TFT Racing that lead by 16 seconds over Haas RT, with Jutta Racing now down in 4th position, having just come back out the pits. Scuderia Praha ahead of them. Protonuba competition in 5th position. Hoffa Racing, Inter Africa Racing by Dragon, Santalok Junior Team also part of the fun, and the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport there and thereabouts. You probably could then start to say that in 10th position, the Get Speed Mercedes is on the fringes, and certainly E2P Racing, that has been spun around twice, is perhaps out of contention completely for victory, although only 3 laps back at this moment in time, and with pit stops lasting about 4 minutes, that's at least 2 laps. Red Camel Jordan lead 992, but only 53 seconds ahead of Mulder Motorsport in 13th position, with Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 machine, in 3rd in class and leading the AM category. Big gaps though between the cars behind Seb Lejeune. HRT Performance a lap back, Holmgard another lap back, RPM even further back, and then Ajit Kumar Racing with various issues across this race so far, down in 5th in the AM category. The 2 Vortexes on an economy run on their tyres, and And other than that, running very, very faultlessly in 20th and 21st position. In fact, at the moment, just 0.058 of a second between the two of them as they came across the line. It's now 6.7 seconds. In GT4, Venture, their Mercedes, the 421, leads that class, 22nd overall, with Team Sorg Rennsport, the 427 in 24th, and NM Racing in 26th position, but they had an issue with the gearbox in their Mercedes. They're back out on circuit now, but with that issue, they lost about 25 laps. JMEC Engineering ahead of them as the lead TCE car. They do have something going on with that BMW. Every so often it stops on track, but they still lead by, what is it, now 18 laps over the AS Best Racing Cupra. Then the first of the through Honda Racing Civics in third position, the Asbest Racing Porsche Cayman in fourth position, and the second of the through Racing Hondas in fifth in the TCE category. One other car to check off the list is the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes that is back out on circuit. Those Malaysians keep that car a-ticking. Those are your two retirements, Red Ant Racing and GP Racing Team, officially out of the race, leaving us with 31 cars still running in this Barcelona 24 hours for 2025. We've made our pit stop in the box, so we welcome back Peter Mackay. We say good evening, good night to Peter Snowden for the next hour. He will take us to 10 o'clock local time with John Hindhoff. No, sorry, with Peter, not with John. John will be down in the pits. What were you observing other than tomfoolery from the last couple of hours whilst you were having your dinner?
Well, I was mainly observing the delicious tortellini on my plate, actually, I must be honest. That was very nice. And keeping an eye on the Ryder Cup as well, which is going swimmingly at the moment.
And also trying to keep us on track every so often.
And naming Danish racing drivers. I was listening.
Yeah.
That was proof that I was listening during my little dinner break there.
Down in the pits is John Hindhoff for the next 2 hours, and he is with the TFT Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, the black and yellow car just comes to a halt. Huge amount of brake dust coming off the front, brake dust coming out off the front of the car, and it must be getting cooler because they are starting to tape up some of the ducts on the front of that car. Absolutely standard stop. The Benz motor fires, and the three-pointed star leaves. Now, there was a driver change there, and you'll be able to see who it was. It was done so quickly. I was walking up as it was happening. It was done so quickly that the incoming driver was in the car long before anything else happened. The outgoing driver is just standing around. Was that Benjamin? Yes, I think it was. Let's see. I'm just going to pop into the garage, lads, see if I can stay there. Oh, no, it's Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick Charlier
of the car. Charlier.
He is the AM in that car, races in Porsche Carrera Cup France, alongside Jordan Boisson in the endurance races.
Patrick, un petit mot, s'il vous plaît. Ça va?
Impeccable.
Impeccable. Fantastic.
Toujours, hein?
Ouais. And the car? How's the car? I know you must speak some English.
I don't speak very well in English. The car is very good.
So you got the shift into the night?
Yes.
So, excellent. You enjoyed it?
C'est joli, oui. Excellent. Enjoy and excellent. Yeah.
The team are doing very well. Very well. You are happy?
Very happy.
Le pneu? The pneu?
It's okay.
C'est vrai?
So good. So good.
Well, thank you. So he's rehydrating as well, and he's done a good job in that car. Now, they were one of the leading lights earlier on, gentlemen, but fortunes change quickly in these races, and they've sort of went down and then had to fight their way back up again. By the way, the paddock is absolutely heaving at the moment. There's still quite a few hardy souls in the grandstands opposite the start-finish line, but the new area that is down by turn 10, there's a steady stream of of people going across the walkover bridge and up the new lifts, elevators to there. The paddock is absolutely heaving with spectators. It's a real good atmosphere down there, and there is a bit of a party in the fan zone tonight with some music on the stage. That comes a little bit later on.
Yeah, the Kiss FM disco. Should we go?
Disco?
Yeah.
Isn't that something you do as a child?
Disco. Excellent.
Well, I don't know. But are you that cool, Ben? What is it called? Is it
I would never go to a disco these days. Might have done as a 12.
You just go to underground raves. You're just that cool.
The rave, the festival.
Thought so. That's why your eyes are so baggy. Because all these raves are
time for me. Is it time for me to get out the old, get the vinyl out and get the old ones and twos out?
I think you might get a gig, John.
Oh, I would love that. That would be. That takes me back. It's only from oh, sorry, I can't remember. Just coming in now, this is another standard stop straight out of the fueling zone for the number 427 Porsche. Of course, that's just where I've walked away from, down on the pit lane. And they're heading back out onto the track now.
Manuel Lauk, as we expected, now up to second position, making great progress in that Proton Huber competition Porsche. But interestingly, still 1 minute and 30 seconds between Haas RT and Proton, and the 888 Seb Lejeune in his car, I think, is in the gravel. Very, very close to the edge of the circuit, but possibly. Yeah, he's at turn 1. Do you know what? Those 992s have really struggled with turn 1 today. We just saw Tracy Crone loop it around, but he's gone a bit deeper. And the rear tyres are in the gravel. This could be the next Code 60. Let's have a look at what happened. Is he helped? No, he gets caught out by the car in front, and that's what has meant that he has missed his braking zone.
Was the car in front Manuel Lauk?
Was it?
It looked like a purple and orange car, which Manuel Lauk is driving. It's difficult to tell in the dark, as we have gone Code 60, unsurprisingly. There was no contact between the two of them, but if it was, that was mighty close. I mean, it's a big braking area there. 260 kilometers an hour. They're hitting the brakes in those Porsche 992 Cup cars, trying to get it slowed down to 110. So you're probably going from 6th gear to 3rd or 2nd gear, maybe? Would you be 2nd or 3rd gear through that first corner?
No, I reckon 2nd.
2nd, yeah. So you got 4 gears to go down as well. So easy to lock the rears if you're a little bit too quick on that.
And I think that's what's been happening. We have a lot of cars heading to pit lane. This is going to really reset our strategy now. It's not going to be a long Code 60. It's going to be easy to receive and retrieve Seb Lejeune. Just a reminder that the 2026 calendar was released earlier on this weekend, and we will be visiting mainly the same tracks as we did last year in 2025, bar one change to the calendar. Mugello will kick off, as it does, at the end of March. It's a little bit earlier than last year, 1 weekend earlier, in fact. We go to Spa in late April, so it's going to be relatively chilly then. We have moved the Paul Ricard event back 1 month, so we're going to Paul Ricard at the start of June rather than start of July, and because it was too hot in July. It really was very hot, and instead we're going to go to the Nürburgring in July, which certainly won't be hot and probably be raining in the start of July. That's the first weekend of July, so just after the Spa 24 hours. So why not do Spa 24 hours 1 weekend and Nürburgring 12 the next? Probably will be. The season of the European season finishes here in Barcelona on the weekend of the 20th of September. So 5-round championship. There is also a new Radical Cup, which will support all 5 rounds. A Radical European Series, if you happen to own one of those. And we also have TCR Europe supporting some of those race weekends as well. So it's going to be a good festival if you want to come and support and watch any of our 24H series in 2025. No specific... actually, I think there was a specific announcement that the Nürburgring will be a double 6. So a 6-hour and then a 6-hour. Mugello usually is as well, or is it a 7 and a 5, isn't it? Weird one like that. Spa is 2, but Ricard was a straight through, so I imagine Ricard will again be a straight through 12 hours. all these different things mean different requirements from the teams and requirements of ourselves. There's been no congestion down at the fuel bays. I've just been watching. It's quite well occupied, but there is still a couple of bays available. And pretty much everyone has decided to come and take advantage of this Code 60.
Bit of a delay for the number 421 machine. That's Matthew George in the Venture Engineering Mercedes. Not a massive one, but a bit of a delay getting the fuel attached and getting it going. So we're going to have a little bit more of an extended Code 60 because there is track cleaning to carry out. So a little bit of debris and bits and pieces around the track.
Well, I mean, we haven't had a Code 60 since 3:30 in the afternoon.
Wow, nearly 5 hours.
Yeah, so 5 hours of people dragging gravel and tyre rubber onto the circuit and stuff like that. Usually every Code 60 you have the opportunity to do a bit of clearing here and there, but on this particular occasion we haven't because we've just been racing. So why not? Gives an opportunity to kind of reset the strategies for a lot of people. Of course, some people won't be able to change tyres because this new regulation that you have to be over 50 minutes with a driver on that set of tyres before you can change tyres. So that will mean some drivers or teams will come into the pits, take 25% fuel, but won't take tyres because they won't be allowed to take tyres. They'll be waiting for that 50 minutes to be up. I cannot tell you who those people are and who those people are not because it is quite a mathematical equation to work it out at this stage in the race. But in theory, the tyre age graphic will give us an idea of some people who have had the opportunity. And it looks as though Scuderia Praha are one of those. Brand new tyres on that car. But that doesn't make sense because he's done 56 minutes. Oh no, the stint length is the driver. So that means that Miroslav Rybo has done 56 minutes in that car. He's come into the pits. He's got 25% fuel. He's got tyres. They haven't changed driver. And he's back out on circuit again. Actually, pit lane's quite quiet. There's not very many cars in there at the moment. Where are all the cars?
They're all going around the track at the moment. Remarkable. They're in the middle of a motor race. Incredible.
No, but I say that because were we not expecting Haas RT and Proton to take advantage of this?
Well, at the moment, Haas RT are just coming around towards turn 5, so they may well have just missed the opportunity.
Right, okay.
So that could well mean they won't have missed it by much. And who else were we looking for?
Well, for top 2, so Proton as well. But Proton Huber, they are just coming around towards turn 11, so they definitely missed the opportunity. Right, okay.
So, but they may well get it now because they're heading into the final sector. Depends how long the track cleanup is, of course. So this is where you can get lucky or not in the case of Code 60s, but usually over 24 hours it does even itself out normally.
Opportunity on board with Manuel Lauk to check out his dashboard that says FCY, full course yellow. Shows you that he's 60 kilometers an hour limiter is on and is allowing him to be 0.2 of a kilometer over according to that. So they are really on the very maximum of their limit.
It's a limit, not a target.
Exactly, and they're in first gear on the left-hand side. Is that the gear? Because I also heard you mention that there's a 1, 2, 3 for the driver ID as well.
The driver ID is a lot more basic unit. Oh, problem for the E2P Aston Martin. No, at their home race. They are from Madrid, but the only race we have in Spain. Oh no.
That's down at turn 8.
Yeah.
Parked up on the left-hand side. We had a notification saying Code 60 would clear in under 1 minute, but not if there's an Aston Martin parked down there. I think there's a bit of confusion from some of the cars as to whether they could overtake it or not.
Well, it's always tricky because you get a big penalty for overtaking under Code 60. Meanwhile, our leaders in the TCE category, JMEC Engineering, drama for them. John, what have you got for us?
Has been extended, but this is absolutely not a scheduled stop. There was a call just as that Code 60 came out. It was pushed backwards. They're putting the the jack stands underneath that stop it falling down. I'm going to let them get on for a moment. These are the lads from the northeast of England, and we've been having a bit of banter with these guys that is soccer related. But the good news is they've still got a substantial lead, and the second bit of good news is that this Code 60 has just been extended. The tape is coming off the front of that car, and the bonnet is coming up. Right, I'm gonna, now that we've got the driver out, I'm gonna wait for a second and see if we can work out what's happened. Everybody is going about their business. They've got the torches out in there. Who brought that car in, lads? Whilst he's getting his helmet
Kevin Clark, so their pro driver.
Jimmy Clark.
Hassarty, by the way, coming into pit lane, but missing the fuel station. So it wasn't because there was cars in the fuel station, because they didn't need fuel. They've come straight down to change driver and change tyre, but not take 25% fuel, interestingly. That is a very interesting decision. I don't know why you wouldn't take 25% fuel.
What happened, Kate? What was going on there? The Code 60's come out and it's been extended, so you have got a bit of time to work on this. What's the problem with this lovely BMW?
I think there's an engine mounting come loose because it's locking up the steering, and the rack's very close on these engines.
Right.
And also the throttle's dropping out.
Let me get out the way. Come on, let's go out the back so that these guys can go about their work. So this needs to be. So you've got a substantial lead, so there's no panic in that respect. You've got to just go about the business here with the guys under the car.
Yeah, that's why we decided to do it now. We keep losing the throttle, so I have to completely shut the power off, which is quite dangerous in the dark, so we need to sort that. And you have to power off, power back on, then restart the engine, then you've got to throttle again. But that's blooming dangerous.
How are you getting on with these lads from the northeast? I can understand them, but can you understand them? All the stuff that's coming on the radio?
I normally just about understand them by the time it's home time, and then the next year I have to start again.
See, the worst thing is if we all get together, we'll end up starting to talk faster and faster. Right, so other than that, and in the early part of the race, you've got to be delighted with this beautiful old car.
Yeah. I mean, it is an old car, and James has done a fantastic job of it, and it is a beautiful thing to drive as well. It really does overdo its mark, but yeah, we always get niggling problems on something. Brand new cars have niggling problems, and the lads are as good as gold. They'll sort it, I'm sure they will.
Do you know what I love? I love the reception that it gets from the fans and the emotion that it instills in the fans when this comes out, and particularly in this new colour, it looks absolutely bonza, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the lads that come and speak to us, they love it, and you know, they bring their kids up as well, because they know when they were younger, they had one of these.
Yeah.
So they
wanted one.
Yeah, well, true. And then they sit their kids in it. We let them sit in and to get a picture of it, and they absolutely love it, and we love it as well. That's what we come here for. It's, you know, it's for the banter with the lads and see the crowd and the other drivers. It's brilliant.
Well, and the thing is, Creventic allows you to do that with a car like this. There's not many other championships at this level, at these sort of tracks, that you can go to.
No, that's right. I was saying that to Creventic when he was on the start line. I said, please keep this group going, because for us lads, we're really enjoying it, and these others are in the group, and to have 5 in the group, that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely
really
good.
Yeah,
right.
Brilliant.
I'll let you get back on, talk to the lads and debrief with them and see what's going on, and we'll wish you the best. Yeah. I want to see this car back out.
Oh, he'll be back.
We want to see this car back out. Right, I'm going to get out of the way, guys, and let them go on. They've got this up on the high jacks now, and they're assessing what's going on. And it looks like the front bumper's coming off as well. So they're going to work. What's the situation with those guys in their class lead?
It's massive.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, they've got 17 laps in hand at this moment.
Right. So that, well, it's getting cut into at the moment, but not by much in Code 60. So there's no need for them to panic. And the thing that they've got to do right now is take this opportunity to get it done and get a proper fix on it. 17 minutes even at racing speed. It's getting on for half an hour, that, lads, isn't it?
I mean, this Code 60 laps are about 5 odd minutes. So 5 minutes of 17 laps is a long time. But we should be going back to green flag racing relatively shortly. I say relatively because every time we go back to the Aston Martin, the marshals around it but they're not necessarily recovering it. They kind of, it's almost like, who is in the car? Antonio Cenero is saying, no, I've got this, guys. I just need to reboot it and it's all fine. And the marshal's like, well, we want to tow you off the track. No, it's fine. Don't touch.
It's any minute now.
Any minute now, yeah.
I've got it any minute now. No,
now there's the recovery truck heading towards them, the RACC recovery truck.
He's got it running before that the RACC truck of doom arrives.
Yeah, very Top Gear, isn't it?
Yes.
Don't get caught by them.
The Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia.
And if they need that, a low loader, a flatbed, to get the car back to the pit lane, that suggests that the car is locked in gear.
Could be gearbox then, maybe.
Which would also make sense, because he has stopped on a hill, and he hasn't rolled back. So he's...
and the brake lights aren't on, yes.
He's up between turn 7 and turn 8, which is an uphill section, and he isn't rolling backwards. So I wonder if that car has got stuck in gear.
We're getting a theory together here, aren't we? Yeah, so the moment the Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia truck is hugging the inside line of turn 5 at the moment. So Antonio Cenero's got probably about 45 seconds to get the Aston fired up and off into the distance. Otherwise, it is going to be a lift onto the flatbed, sadly.
Meanwhile, Manuel Lauck has still not brought the Proton Uber competition Porsche in, whereas Haas RT did take opportunity to change tyres, not fuel. I still don't get that. Still don't know why you wouldn't just take 25% fuel, because you can, and you're not really being punished for it. But they drove straight past the fuel Bowsers and straight in to change tyres. So they got fresh tyres on that car.
Have they? Says 31.
And I had the Haas RT car. Sorry.
Oh, the Haas RT. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Manuel Lauck.
Yeah, Lauck hasn't come into the pits, hasn't responded at all to the code 60.
Okay, so probably because if he came in, he wouldn't be able to. Now 31. Oh, he's probably.
Oh, they came in right at the start.
Very. He did. Okay, so got right a little top up then. Okay, so they're in quite good position then. Our Proton Uber competition, our championship leaders. Let's find out a bit more about the JMEC engineering story. They're now just 16 laps ahead. So Junichi Yamamoto, France Best Racing, is getting closer, and when it goes green, they will get closer much more quickly. John, what's the update?
I know that this isn't one of the big glamour teams in this paddock and up and down this pit lane. They are working together like a well-oiled machine. There's 3 groups of mechanics in the box working on different things at the moment. They're taking the opportunity to do a little bit of stuff that they had earlier on the front bumper and the front splitter. There's 2 lads working away on that. They've got 2 lads underneath the car, and they think it's actually not an engine mount but a gearbox mount. You heard when we talked to Keith earlier on that he thought it might have been an engine mount. So they're going to work on that, and they're working from the top and the bottom with this at the moment. It is absolutely lovely to watch. This is not a full-time team. This is not one of your work-supported teams or works-blessed teams. This is a group of lads from the northeast who are doing this to say they've done it. And hashtag this is endurance. We've mentioned it a few times already. A fan favourite, this lovely BMW M3. They'll do a bit of planned maintenance as they're going along as well. Great to watch this. It's just a shame I've got the cameraman at the minute, but Seb's on it, a well-deserved break. But I just wanted to chime in with these lads. I know they're from my neck of the woods, so I'm bound to be drawn to them, and we've been having a bit of fun with the football shirts as well. So watch out for some pictures coming up on the socials as well. But our cultural and religious differences have been put aside when we're away here. Wish them the best for this. This is not going to be an easy fix or a quick fix, but there's a fix going in there at the moment, and this extension of the code 60 is exactly what they need to be able to take their time, identify the exact problem. They've now got a trolley jack underneath the gearbox as well, just to take a little bit of the tension off the gearbox and the engine. There's a new driver, helmeted as well, ready to go, and that is a red and white helmet. How have they allowed How have you allowed somebody with a red and white striped helmet in your car?
It's not a bad looking helmet though, is it? He's got some money, he's got his BMW Motorsport, Swiss watch on it, Worth sponsors. It's not a bad looking one for a red.
What do we think? Is this a gearbox or an engine mounting, and is it fixable?
Yeah, it's fixable. Everything's fixable. Everything's fixable. It's coming at a good time. Code 60's been extended. We'll see. Like I say, it's an engine mount, we think. It'll get done.
Okay. See, there you go. Hashtag, this is endurance. Remember it for later. I'm going to leave them to it, gents, and wander back down the pit lane and pop me head in anywhere else that's got a car in.
So JMEC Engineering still the leaders by 15 laps now. Remember, it was 16 last time we checked up on it as we stay under code 60. But if you are going to have this type of problem, definitely have it when there's a code 60 going on. At the moment, on our tracker at least, the number 90 E2P Aston Martin, which is the cause of this extended part of the code 60 at least, is still showing as in the same place.
Yeah, but those trackers are really good. So I don't imagine that it has moved.
Well, Manuel Lauk is just heading down towards that area now in the number 73 Proton Huber car. Yep, still there. They're still just about moving it onto the RACC truck at the moment, but that will take a little moment as well. Whether they will drive all the way around to the pit lane, I'm sure that's what Antonio will be campaigning for. No, that's a shame because they were within 5 laps of the lead when that happened.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt because they've had this pain several times already this year. It's a new program for them. Last 2 years in Michelin 24-hour series competition, they've had an older version of the Porsche GT3R, the 991, and they had a lot of good results with it. They've made a big commitment this year, brand new car, to go and take on a full season with the Aston Martin, and it's just been a disaster for them.
That explains why.
No, it's been a disaster for them reliability-wise. Generally, it's been the reliability that's been the issue. Yeah. But as you've rightly spotted, Ben, the right rear corner of that car looks severely damaged.
I mean, it doesn't look. I mean, it's it's either a wheel that's off or it's a suspension failure on the rear right corner. It doesn't look like there's been any contact from the bodywork point of view, and it is on the right rear, and they've just gone through 2 left-hand turns, so it'd be unusual, but it does answer as to why they couldn't drag it anywhere.
Well, if it's a wheel that's come loose or fallen off, you would think that because Antonio is Spanish, so he's able to converse with the marshals in his mother tongue, and Antonio's English is absolutely grade A perfect, so he could, it wouldn't be a problem. But they would probably say, oh, by the way, you've got a wheel hanging off, so don't try and drive it anywhere.
Yeah.
But it did seem to take a while, strangely, unless the RACC truck was busy dealing with Seb Lejeune Racing, and there's only one of them.
Yeah, quite possible as well. Yeah, especially overnight.
Yes.
Reduce the amount of people working. But Antonio is still in the car. He's sitting in the car with the, almost looks like there's a light on in there. Like he was reading a book, waiting for his children to come out of school or something. I wonder,
a bit young for that.
That's not going to be a. That's not going to be a retirement, I don't think.
Not a bit young for reading a book, but maybe a bit young for having children. But
no, it's whether that's a hub failure, suspension failure, or just a wheel not bolted on. Also, let's have a bit more of a dig into this, because had he just pitted before the car stopped? Is this yes, this is a tyre change. I reckon that this is a tyre change and that wheel hasn't gone on properly. He's come out of the pits, he's got half a lap round and gone, that feels a bit weird, I better stop.
Oh, no.
That's my detective Joe Bradley hat on.
I think that's a fairly good line of inquiry to follow.
Means it's easy fix.
Now, so we've heard John Hindhaugh speaking French, and we're now going to try him on Spanish. Laugh. Spanish is the next. This is like
I tried Spanish, didn't I?
Yeah. So we're going to send John Hindhaugh down to E2P Racing to give his. They do, a lot of them do speak.
And actually, Javier Marcelo did years in Britcar in the UK, so he speaks very well. Morchio, yeah. He was always Morchillo to me, so unfortunately I've been ruining his name for 20 odd years.
At least you're consistent. We could probably just about manage Manuel Lauk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. E2P Racing. So we're saying we've tried you on French, but now we're going to see how your Spanish is.
Spanish. No. So.
That's a stretch.
Green flag, you can hear the cars echoing. We are racing once more, and Hassarti continue to lead. They nearly have a lap on Proton Huber competition, who I think owe us a pit stop earlier than Hassarti. Manuel Lauk just did a single stop under that code 60, whereas the reason why we saw Hassarti come in and avoid the fuel Bowsers was because they had already come in and got fuel, but presumably were not allowed to change the tyre because of that regulation. What they did was they kept Nicholas in the car for another 2 laps, then brought him back in, then changed driver and changed tyre. So that allows them to change tyres under code 60, because the reset is on the driver, as we saw Era Motorsport get caught out a little bit earlier on. So by changing the driver, they could also change the tyre. They needed to change the tyre. They needed to wait a couple of laps to be able to do so. And so that's why we saw them do 2 stops, but they are still 50 seconds at the head of the field, with Manuel Lauk now, sorry, I said 2 minutes because they were at low speed. They're now at 50 seconds because they're back up to racing speed. It's Jutta Racing in 3rd position, Scuderia Praha Ferrari 4th. The Inter Africa Ferrari is 5th position, 1 minute and 15 back from the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And then just 5 seconds behind Stuart White in the Inter Africa Ferrari is Alexander Prince and the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. And presumably will be lapping faster, but also has already done an hour on his stint in terms of drive time, but has fresh tyres on. The least fresh tyres in that group is Manuel Lauk, who has 34 laps on his tyre.
Got a couple of penalties to cover off. Car 427, which is Team Sorg Rennsport, running 2nd in GT4 with their Porsche. 10-second time penalty for leaving the track and rejoining in an unsafe manner. The number 488, which is the NM Racing Mercedes, former leader in that class, which has lost a significant number of laps to the leader. A 10-second time penalty for not respecting pit stop regulations.
And that was a long time ago. Timestamp at 7:40. They were reminded about 20 minutes ago that they hadn't responded to it. So they have to, not only does it get issued, but they have to accept it as well. And they have to say, yes, confirm I have received it. They hadn't done that. They had quite a lot of things going on with a gearbox change or a gearbox issue on their car, but they had to be reminded to accept it, and then they can serve it. And they haven't done that yet.
RPM Racing have had a quiet day by their standards. They've had a dominant season in the 992 AM category, where they've won 3 out of the 4 races, 3 in a row to start the season off, and they've had some good overall results in 992 as well. At the moment, they're running in, as things stand, they're running in 6th in 992, 4th in the AM subclass, if you like, which is what they're going for, and they've won the championship in that category for the last 2 years. But they're a little bit, just like I say, having a little bit of a quiet day, but nothing has gone wrong as such, just not quite up the sharp end as we expect them to be. Let's get an update on E2P then with John. That's the Aston Martin, which unfortunately being recovered to the pits.
Unusually in Creventic racing, as opposed to others, cars normally get recovered down the pit lane to the front of the pit box, but I think the car. Oh, hang on. I've gone too far in. Right, they've just all run out the back, so I thought it might have been coming down the back, but I think they're just clearing space to be able to do some quite significant work on this. Air bottles are coming out, and I was just about to talk to somebody when they all sprang into action.
It's behind the catering area at the moment, according to our tracker.
Yeah, I think it might be.
Now making a right turn about to make a right turn towards where the trucks are.
As I mentioned earlier, the tracker is absolutely brilliant. I can see on the tracker it is just making a turn outside of race control. I look out the window and it exactly is where the tracker suggests. I think it might have taken a wrong turn at the roundabout. It did look as though it was coming into the paddock via the back. It is now...
It's now about to go a la derecha onto the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, they've all now come to the front of the box, guys, so they know the car is nearby. Not sure if they've got an onboard that they're watching themselves that is showing where the car is, but there's an air of expectancy, and again, let's just talk about these teams. This is not Le Mans, this is not the WEC, it's not IMSA, it's not SRO. These guys are working, these are weekend warriors for a lot of them, and they are like a coiled spring at the moment. By the way, whilst I've got the mic with you for a second and I can now see the flatbed coming onto the pit lane, JMEC Engineering, it was in fact a broken engine mount, so the driver was spot on, and originally they thought it was a bit of the rubber engine mount that had failed. It's not. It is a metal part. And I said to them, now, is that the bit from the engine, or is that the bit that the engine fastens onto? Fortunately, it was the latter. So they've got a spare one. They're stripping it off at the moment. They'll get that down. Right, let me see if I can give you some information about the damage on this Aston Martin. It's on the flatbed backwards. So I'm seeing the left-hand side as it comes in on the Iveco truck. Well, this is the side. Left-hand side is where to take the picture. Is where to take the picture for the Auto Trader ad. Oh, this is bad. No, it's not bad. It's not that bad. The wheel is off and stuck under the wheel arch. The worrying bit is I can still see the nut on the centre of the wheel, so it may have stripped either. Now, if they're lucky, it stripped the centre lock nut and not the actual hub itself. It was up on its jacks on the back of the flatbed. And this wheel and Michelin tyre is jammed up on the right rear suspension and on the rail of the outside rail of the Iveco truck.
So is the suspension damaged, or is it literally the wheel is not on the hub?
The wheel isn't attached. Okay. The nut is still on the wheel. That's the worry. And
well, that's normal, isn't it? That it sort of it hovers there. Yeah.
Captures. Yeah. It's got a capture
could be
on
that they just are able to bolt a new wheel on and off we go. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
It would. It's stuck in gear at the moment, so this is going to not be an easy recovery. So the team have brought an air bottle out. They're going to put it gently up on it. Right, the wheel is now back on, and they're going to listen. They're going to try and tighten it up. Now let's hope that wasn't cross-threaded. I don't think it was. So now they're having a good look. This is mega. It's up on its jacks on the flatbed. They're going to let it down slowly. That looks all right. The question is, will it roll off the truck? And at that point, oh yeah, we've got movement. We've got movement on the back. So it's now not in gear. The wheels are turning, and this is going to come off the truck. This may not be anywhere near as bad as we feared, because it did look, Ben, as though that right rear suspension was askew, to say the very least. Now, this is a proper rollback, so there won't be the nightmare of scraping the front splitter across the ground. It'll come down to pretty much flat on the floor. Yeah, it's going to be flat on the floor now. This is brilliant. And I think as they roll this forward on the winch, they might be able to get this, have a good look around underneath. So this is the car that the driver didn't want to walk away from, and I can understand that now, because it looks like it may just have been the wheel. We have got one of the Creventic scrutineers here to make sure everything's safe and going on. Mark's just standing to my left-hand side. but I think they've got away with one here. Had they just been at the pitch,
we'd
because
already
the
got
sidewalls of those, the Michelin tyres look pretty much brand new that have gone onto that. But that's rolled off the flatbed really easily, guys. And now they're having a look. So was it just a bit of finger trouble or a cross thread on the centre lock nut? Because that did tighten back up again. They've got the dollies underneath. They're going to drop it in, and reasonably they're going to put it into the pit and into the box itself. I want to stay out the way of this. The flatbed has done its job. By the way, kudos to our track services and recovery. They treat that car as if it was their own. Absolute kid gloves. No damage at all, either loading it, which must have been a nightmare with that wheel on, wheel half on and half off, or indeed taking it off. Right, they've got it in the garage. Now the process of examination begins. I'll let them do that and check in with you in a moment. Let's get back to some track action.
Sounds good news though for E2P. That
I think so,
doesn't
yeah.
sound like a stuck-in-gear gearbox problem. It does sound as though, from what we've deduced, that it was simply that they came into the pits, got a new set of tyres on, but one didn't go on quite as they expected, and within half a lap, the driver stopped on circuit to not cause any further damage. We right on board with Alexander Prince in the Hoffa Racing number 11 Mercedes with the silver and pink livery, chasing down Stuart White in the Inter Africa Racing dark red Ferrari. This is for 5th position. There's only a single second between the two of them. There's also a single second between Carl Tilley and Luke Breukers for 11th position. And actually, Luke Breukers is only 4 seconds ahead of Martin Rump at the head of the 992 category. And they're also being, that little battle pack is being chased down by Peter Grelling, the leader of the race in the Haas RT Audi. So plenty of little battles going on right now. It's fascinating to see. But it's great that the Into Racing Africa Ferrari is now at the sharp end, because it did look a little bit worrying the early part of this race and qualifying as well, that perhaps we would not be seeing it where we expected it to be. But Axel Jeffries was the star of the show about 2 hours ago and got that right back up into contention.
Stuart White got an interesting background as well. Young driver. In fact, he turns 24, what day are we today? Saturday. He turns 24 on Tuesday.
Wow.
So, in fact, 20, oh God, I have to do mental arithmetic really quickly here. Yes, on Tuesday. So many happy returns when that comes, Stuart. He'll be 24 then. He's got an interesting background, bit of single-seater stuff. Actually, South African Formula 1600 champion. Okay. So started off in low, light-powered single-seaters. Then he's sort of slowly progressed into GTs, as many young drivers do. But South African driver, of course, that is the rule. 10 to this team, you've got to be an African driver. We've got 3 South Africans and a Zimbabwean in the team. And the car looks super cool with that kind of deep red on it. I love it.
The dragon element means that it flies under the UAE flag as a team, but as all 4 drivers are, as you say, South African and Zimbabwean. They will be hoping to get that team entry as a South African flag in the future, no doubt. The Into Africa link with Jolili Letlaka, the man behind it and the promoter of the Kyalami 9 Hours and motorsport in general. The Kyalami and South African Endurance Series, he runs that down in South Africa, which has a really decent amount of motorsport heritage, South Africa, but just not really known in the world stage so much. And they really could do with getting a Grand Prix back there just to elevate their motorsport heritage a bit more than just off-road racing.
It's got super super heritage. I mean, you look at, Jody Scheckter is maybe one of the more obvious ones. You have the Van der Linde brothers, who are both BMW factory drivers. Jordan Pepper, another one, Lamborghini factory driver. So there are strong drivers there, but there could be many more. And let's hope that, and I agree, an F1 Grand Prix at Kyalami again. Oh, fantastic.
Let's go back down to John Hindhaugh, who's in the pits, and presumably it's okay at E2P?
The rear wheel, they've replaced the Michelin tyre because it was scored, of course, having come off a slightly odd angle, so it actually looked like an intermediate rather than the slick that it was meant to be. Let me step to my right-hand side. The car can't be driven out, of course. It's being pushed out. There was a slight delay. Mark, one of our scrutineers, was looking around the front and spotted that that's the Aston fired up and gone. Nothing else done. So just the loose wheel nut or the cross-threaded wheel nut on that. At the front, the toe strap, the red fabric part of the toe strap had pulled off. Well, I think when they were trying to pull it out, and I'm thinking, oh, they'll just stick another bit of fabric on there. Nah, they were already sorted. They pulled the bonnet off. There's a bolt right through one of the chassis members there, and they already had a brand new piece with the bright red toe loop effectively on there. The metal was still there, so you could have put a hook on it, but it didn't have that red fibre band, that thick fibre band that you see on the front. So they already had one made up. It went on, cost them maybe another minute, maybe another 2 minutes. They've cleaned out everything around the front of that car. They've sent it out, and I suspect a little bit of an installation lap, and then they'll be back up to speed. But one brand new Michelin did go on the right rear. Whoever was in that car, and I think they stayed in fact, no, I'm sure they stayed in that car. They actually stayed, they were in the car on the back of the flatbed. That car, they did a great job in recognising they had a problem and getting it slowed down before that wheel parted company and did damage on the way off. Brilliant stuff. And by the recovery guys, and particularly the guys at E2.
Antonio Sainero is the man in the car, back out on circuit now, down in 19th position. They are unfortunately the last of the run. Oh, they're not the last of the running GT3 cars, are they? Because of course, Viper Nisa are almost 100 laps back from them after all their issues early doors. The Malaysians will keep on running. They've got 5 drivers this weekend, and every single one of those members of the team travel from Malaysia, from Sepang over to come racing here. They'll love the Malaysia 12 hours where they'd only have to roll out of bed and a short commute to the racetrack rather than coming all the way over here. Can't wait to see what they can do over there. Long time touring car running team, as well as running over in the endurance series, and the Malaysian 12 hours is a long running event in Asia, big event, has had different promoters over the years, multi-class, very similar to what they do with Creventic, so it's a really obvious fit for Creventic to take over that race, and for the first time it will be a Creventic series event in December. Now, I don't think the last race was December. I think the last race was something like February this year. So there's a slight date change.
Yeah, it's usually around February, March time normally. But it works perfectly for the Michelin 24-hour series paddock because the cars are being shipped out to the east around that time. We're getting ready for the Middle East season in Abu Dhabi and in Dubai. So it's perfect timing for the teams, and I said it earlier, going to Malaysia is going to be great. It's a country that's very, very passionate about motorsport, particularly in Kuala Lumpur where Sepang is based. It's right beside the airport, so if you fancy a holiday, it's a great place to go. Fly in and see the action, see the race, because you've got lots of good golf courses around there. You go into town and have a great time. It's a really thriving city is Kuala Lumpur. And the one thing we can near enough guarantee, I mean, I'm like Marcus Gronholm, I'm not a meteorologist, but I can say that it's very likely that we will need both the dry and the wet Michelin tyre, because you can almost set your watch to the late afternoon deluge that you get in Malaysia. There's such as the climate there, so it will likely be a dry into wet and probably back into dry race, which for me is always some of the most exciting endurance racing you'll see.
You say that, but the 3 years I've done racing there, we've never had a wet race.
You're just walking,
very, very lucky.
Walking sunshine, Ben. That's why.
How ironic that is. We are coming up to another hour ticked off, aren't we? Because it's 8:53 local time here. which means one more hour of us before we ride on board for the night stints with many onboard cars, actually. You won't miss too much because there's a lot of onboards out there on circuit. And we will rejoin you at 7:30 local time tomorrow morning. And it's a short run, a weirdly short run into the flag. Barcelona finishing at midday on Sunday means that all the teams can be packed up and back home by Sunday evening. But it's an odd one because for Spa 24 hours, you usually start 4:30 on Saturday, so finish 4:30, 5 o'clock on Sunday. Le Mans is usually a 3:30. Sometimes it's been a bit later, but also has been a 2 o'clock start, I seem to remember. So this early start and finish means we get a very short run to the flag the second day.
Daytona's a bit like that as well.
Is it?
Typically finish, I think it's 1:40 or 12:40, depending. It's early afternoon anyway. I'm very much of the finish at lunchtime, start at lunchtime, finish at lunchtime, like we have here. Allow everyone to get home on the Sunday night. Again, this is another reason why, Creventic know their competitor really well. They know what they're looking for, and generally, they're people that have very, very busy home and business lives and need to, they can only spend as many days at the racetrack as is necessary, and therefore getting away on the Sunday night is really, really important to be able to do that.
I was Luke Broiker's taxi driver this morning, and we were talking exactly about that, how logical it is, and he will be in the Creventic office on Monday morning, as will the whole team. They all fly back tomorrow evening, and so they can be up and ready to pick up the phone for anybody who wants to enter into Malaysia or even the Dubai 24 hours and Abu Dhabi earlier this year than Dubai, so they need to be prepped before Christmas because they don't want to be taking phone calls over Christmas with the is it the first? It's basically the first weekend in January. I think it might be the second, but it's
just
very early.
The second in Abu Dhabi, yeah, because the first weekend I think is the first Saturday is the 3rd, so it'll be the 10th.
That's right, yeah, okay.
Will be the Saturday. I think it's a Friday Saturday race. I can't remember now. So yeah, there's a lot to do there. Aha! JMEC Engineering are back on the go.
Ish.
It's a big ish. As Oliver Smith going a little bit steady, coming around turn 5 into turn 6 now. The British Racing Green BMW going very gently at the moment on the right-hand side. The field flowing past quite quickly. Now, all the wheels look to be pointing in the same position, and oh no, they've had to pull it over. Oh dear. So is this going to require assistance then, the JMEC Engineering BMW, and for the rest of the field, is this going to trigger a code 60?
Well, remember they were saying that this is what they had to do earlier on in the race: park it up, turn it off, turn it back on again, and then it resets itself. So we've seen this down at turn 2 twice, and there you go. Lights go off on the car, lights come back on the car, and that has perhaps reset the sensor that is causing issues, and off he trundles. There we go, third time, the same thing's happened. They pulled the car into the garage to try and fix it. It obviously hasn't fixed that issue, but potentially now they can run for 2 hours before that happens again.
So Oliver Smith may well have to bring it back to the pits just to have a quick check, or if he's happy, crack on. At the moment, they now have only a 6-lap advantage over the nearest car, which is Pia Olsen in the Asbest Racing Cupra. So that big gap that they built up at the beginning of the race is, well, it's certainly been useful because it's kept them in the front despite the issues that they're experiencing right now. Last pit stop time, how long were they in the pits last time? It's showing as last pit time, just looking across our timing screen, their last pit time for JMEC Engineering is 36 minutes. That's pretty impressive to change that, to make that kind of repair in that length of time. But
yeah, we're not entirely sure what they actually did, though, are we?
Because it was an engine mount thing.
They thought it was either an engine or a gearbox mount.
Right.
And that was then causing an electronic issue on this resetting issue. The car is moving again, but not at full racing speed. It is coming back down towards pit in. Yeah, it's going to come back into the pit lane, and it's going to go back in to the garage. So they may have replaced a mount, but it hasn't fixed the main issue with that car.
Doesn't appear so. So as Best Racing, they will be motivated because they are in turn, they are 24 laps ahead of their nearest competitor.
Yeah.
So they're not as much under pressure from behind. So they could now get up into the front of the TCE and TCX category, which is a real dolly mixture of cars. We've got a 20-year-old BMW, a fairly generously aged Cupra, which must be about 15 years old, I would say, maybe 10 at the least. Then we've got a couple of Hondas, the Porsche in there. So the Porsche is probably the one with the biggest performance potential, would you say?
Yeah, but it was at the start, wasn't it? It's well ahead.
It was, and it's definitely the most modern car as well. James Kellett brings in the HRT number 928 machine from the lead of the 992 AM class.
And that TC category, and we heard from Kevin Clark with John Hindhoff earlier, he said, we've got to keep this category alive. And it's a category that I love because of exactly that reason, whether it be TCX or whether it be GTX. I love to see the variety that pops up there. Remember, we used to have the Megane Trofeo car they used to pop in every so often. In the TCX category, you'd have all things from one make Clio championship cars and minis and all stuff, and then the bespoke things that get built for these championships that don't really conform to any set regulations. So often, so much of our motorsport now is one make series of Porsches, Clios. I love to see the weird and wonderful come out, and that is what you get in GTX, and that is what you get in TCX.
Well, we had that earlier in the year with the IRC GT, the Australians that came over with their space frame car, which was with panels from a Chevrolet Camaro, and it sounded like a proper V8 supercar. The engine in the front of it, oh my word, it was great.
And it's not weird for certain areas and certain places in the world.
Weird. The IRC GT popular in Australia, and of course every country has its cars that are popular. You know, you think like in the United States, you see all kinds of stuff there, which is so popular. I mean, lots of people racing Mazda MX-5s over there, and yeah, lots of different things that you can get your teeth into, and a lot of them can be raced here in the Michelin 24-hour series. At the moment, though, Alexander Prince in the Mercedes AMG GT3 running 4th overall at the moment, 2nd in the AM category. Heading down towards turn 1 at the moment, and then up through the gears through to turn 2. And then in that endless right-hander where the tyre will just be screaming, no, let me go, let me go. But not as bad as it would be in the heat of the day, of course. It's in the cool of night. It's not, I wouldn't say it's chilly, but it's heading towards that way, actually. So conditions should be fairly ideal just now. As long as you know the circuit well and the muscle memory is good, you can put some good lap times, and quite a few cars have put in their personal best over the last 10 minutes or so. We've done our own little driver change in the Comajox. Ben Constanduros is off to go and relax, have something to eat, possibly, maybe an ice cream or two, or 3. 5, Peter Snowden. That's how many if you had 5 ice creams.
No, but Ben will, but they're only small.
But they are tiny, yes.
Little tubs.
Yes, and they melt so quickly too, so they don't count. The ones that melt don't count.
Although it's runny, whippy ice cream to start with, isn't it? It's not solid. So it's part solidified. See you in the morning, darling. That was to Ben, by the way.
Welcome back to the commentary box, Peter Snowden.
With my inimitable style,
Aston
straight
Martin
in.
aficionado. Now, how much of your soul was broken sitting watching that poor little Aston
less than that car.
Back? Yes, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, John had a very good look at it down there. I haven't had eyes on it. He did. But I saw out on track that you could see, even in the dark, that you could see tyre tread do not pick me up on the fact it's a slick tyre. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's not good. But there didn't appear to any bodywork damage, so if the wheel nut was on it, as I heard John describing as I was walking over and listening, it does rather sound like a hub, half-shaft suspension type failure, which suggests that it isn't the wheels just come loose, it's a bit more.
Okay, right. So not just finger trouble in the pits. Oh.
Well, it'd be nice, but I mean...
Well, let's still... At the moment, where are they? They are circulating, and at reasonable speed as well. 145 flat last time by for Antonio Cinero, so that's good. And it's just frustrating for them because they were only 5 laps off the lead, so well within touch of a really, really good result, which they deserve after the year that they've had. It's just been really tricky. The car's has not treated them well, unfortunately.
There's still 15 hours to go.
There is, but I think when
not
it's
even halfway.
If you're 5 laps down and you say there's 15 hours to go, you think, okay, yes, we can really get a good result. But when we're now, you're 16 laps down, different conversation, I think.
It's a lap an hour. Don't worry about it.
Positive thinking, yeah. Why
Absolutely.
not? Just keep going.
Eternal optimism.
See what falls your way. But you are relying on the...
You are, of course, absolutely right, and I'm being slightly optimistic to say the least. But genuinely, you just never know what might happen. And never say never.
It's all part of it. Well, Philip Hamprecht for RPM Racing at the moment, sitting 6th in 992, heading on as the Proton Huber competition team go to work. That car was brought in by Manuel Lauk from 6th position. That's where it still sits. And we'll confirm who's taken it out. I wonder if it might be Konstantin Dress.
Hello. So Holmgaard and Hoffer we've seen, brought on Huber. They've had their problems. They're still trucking on. And again, nice and serene in their HRT. Well, again, work going on here on the Ferrari, the Dragon. So let's have a quick update. A set of tyres going on the front of that. This looks much closer. They are fastening up the calipers. So they've done a brake disc, or they're about to do a brake disc change, sorry. They were slackening off the calipers. Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, hind off, remember. So the 98 car getting well before half distance, gentlemen, getting a Brembo brake change, full Brembo brake change. And why is that? What's happened? Let's have a look. No, a brake change, but more importantly, I'm going to go through so I don't stand on anybody or anything. Broken half shaft, broken drive shaft off the back on the left rear, and they are having a good look at that. They're going to try and drive out the bit in the middle with the circlip into it and push. Now that's the interference fit, so that's got to go back in somehow. And they are trying in not perfect workshop conditions and with still a hot disc from the back of there, which is why they've got the gloves wrapped around it, to try and feed that half shaft back in. So more extensive work than I thought here as we're walking up the pit lane. So contrast what we saw at Hofer and Holmgaard. Serene, beautiful, taking a bit of an easy run. Driver's still in the car here. But even in the midst of their problems with the half shaft, they're using the time to do the front brake disc, which would be planned service, or at least. So, contrast what's going on in the pits. Endurance racing is always an event of contrasts.
It is, and it's certainly a contrast on track at the moment, contrasting fortunes, because Jutta Racing have just lost the lead of the race to Hofer Racing. So Hofer Racing, the family team, the Swiss and German team, they are through into the lead. Alexander Prinz, who started the race as he often does for that team, he's racing alongside his father-in-law, his wife, and of course they have Maximilian Partel and Torsten Kratz, who are honorary members of the family for race weekends, and they have moved into the lead. Remember, they are an AM-class car. They lead overall from, in fact, actually, Snowy, 1, 2, 3 are all AM-class cars at the moment.
Good spot. Yes, I hadn't noticed that. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
And fourth is a Pro-Am.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Pro-Am.
The first of the Pro GT3s, if you like, is the Haas RT car, which is in fifth. But we should say, though, that car is not... It has not long been in the pits, though, hasn't it? Because it's just gone out, but it didn't take tyres. So its tyres are 22 laps old at the moment. So by the end of that stint, could be, could be past their best. But interesting to see how different the conditions are now, because when we were in the heat of the day, the drivers were talking about temperatures of 105 Celsius in the tyre, massive tyre degradation, really difficult, times dropping away. And as it's cooled down, now you've got teams that are considering about running them more than one stint. So how times change. But the pace at the front of the field is hot. Alexander Prince at 143.7. That's nearly 4 seconds quicker than Nicolas Michelin in the Utah Audi.
And what were we looking at in qualifying? 141s, weren't we?
Yes, and the fastest race lap last year was a 141.1.
Yeah, qualifying. I think we got a 140.3,
yes.
Not as an average, but one of the pro stints in qualifying. I think a couple just dipped into 140s. Nobody did a 39, but 140s.
So let's go back down to the pits. The second place car in 992 is Red Camel Jordan's. John has an update for us down in pit lane.
Super fast pit stop for Red Camel Jordans. Remember, they were having some issues getting their setup here earlier on in the week. The Michelin technicians looking very carefully at the edges of the tyres. That's where they were having the problems early in the week. They look much better than the ones that you had earlier in the week. Are you happier with what you're seeing here on these tyres?
Yes. The wear is extreme, but manageable.
Yeah.
So
that was a hell of a pit stop that you guys just pulled off there.
Was a nice one. Yeah.
Who's just got into the car?
Who's got in?
Is it Luke?
I think no, Luke came out. Luke came out.
Yeah, Luke came out. Sorry, yes, I saw his helmet. I'll let you get back on with the team. I'm going to quickly grab Ivor. Come on out, and we'll get him in. In fact, let's get Ivor first, because I haven't spoken to Ivor. Haven't spoken to you at all this week. I've been leaving you to it. So problems early in the week getting you set up to get the car to work here, because this is a so-and-so of a place for getting this set up. It looks a lot better now. I've just looked at the Michelin tyres that have come off.
Yes, it's much better. Still, we did 47 laps, and we had some issues with the tyres, so much longer we cannot drive. But we found a good solution, I think.
Paul Truswell said he wanted to see you get at least 50 from a set of tyres. You haven't quite got the 50 yet.
Sorry?
Paul Truswell said he wanted to see 50 laps from a set of tyres. Haven't quite got there yet.
Not yet, but that has to do with the Code 60, of course, because of course we have to come in and the fuel is done, so that's after 47 laps.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's see if we can grab Luke before
I'll get him.
Right, he's going to go and get him. So this is the classic dilemma, isn't it, guys, about whether you are fuel limited or tyre limited, and what happens when you get code 60. That slows you down so you don't get as many laps. Luke, nice stint, mate. Heck of a pit stop, really good. Who got in the car?
My brother got in the car, Rick took it over, and the pit stop was indeed good. It was a bit of a shame of the code 60, so I couldn't drive that much, but I think I had 40 minutes of full push, which was very fun.
And the tyres, we've been talking about the tyres, particularly with you guys all week. It seems you've got a better balance on the car now, and you're able to get that run on the tyres that you couldn't get earlier in the week.
Yes, definitely. And today it was still in the afternoon, was very, we were very doubting if it was good, but now when the temperature dropped, we are quite confident we now have a good car.
We talk about, and the guys in the booth talk about the temperature dropping and what differences it makes. How do you feel the difference as a driver? You were in the heat of the day, you've just got out in full dark, and that temperature's dropped, what, 10 or 15 degrees? The track temperature is still very pleasant here in the paddock. So what do you feel that's different, and does that mean you can drive differently?
I think you could say that it feels like the tires have been slightly rubbed in with grease. So you're just sliding a bit too much every time you want to, and now when the temperature drops, you feel the grip. So that's the difference.
So what we call mechanical grip, you're feeling the car sitting. It's a Porsche, it's got the weight over the back, so you're feeling the car sitting down as you accelerate, and it's more stable under braking.
Yes, as well. You can brake a little bit later, so which is fun during the night because of course it's darker, but you have to exceed your expectations, you know.
I love driving in the dark. The track doesn't move. That was what somebody told me. The track doesn't move in the dark. It was the same place it was when it was sunshine.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly.
Right, when are you next back in?
Well, I don't know. Rick is now in the car, so we have Ivo and Fabian still to be driven, so let's see.
Enjoy it. Good job.
Thanks, mate.
Right, so a little bit of a rest for Rick and from Luke, sorry, Ricky's brother in the car at the moment.
So they mean business. Red Camel Jordan's wanting to take a grip of this race.
Don't they always?
Yeah, but it shows if you keep putting in your quick drivers, it means that you're wanting to try and strike while the iron's hot, try and put a little bit of distance between yourself and your rivals. There's, of course, in this type of racing where you've got a mixed driver lineup, you've got minimum, you've got minimum driver times that you have to serve, and you've got maximum driver times that you've got to be careful of, depending on the driver's skill, and you've got to use those tactically all the way through. Now, Haas RT sitting in fifth, but in a reasonably decent position on the amount of fuel they've got in the tank, but all might not be all champagne and roses right now, John Hindhaugh.
Well, we mentioned, didn't we, about 5 minutes ago, P-Mac, that they came in, I thought they fueled, but they drove straight through. And now it looks like they're getting ready for another stop, and they're laying out, they've laid out the dollies. We haven't got any tyres, but we do have a new driver. So we've got Ami Sazam here. So what happened last time? Let me just bring it out to the front a little bit. And I know you've got your helmet on, so shout up. So what happened last time? I saw the car go into the fuel and then drive straight through. What was the tactic there, or was there a problem?
Well, we couldn't change tires yet because it's less than the 50 minutes. So we just topped up and we sent them straight out, but coming in again now.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Enjoy the night time. Right, there you go. They were just underneath the 50 minutes for the stop under the code 60, so they took the 25%. That's we know a Porsche team who used to do that all the time, Peter Mackay, don't we? So they took the fuel and they're going to come back in now that they're over. It is 50. It is another. Are we back to purple again? Yes, we are. We're back to code 60, but it's gone over the 50 minutes. So they will be able to grab another 25% of fuel and then get a new set of tyres and a new driver in. That's quick thinking. I like it.
Well, there's going to need to be some more quick thinking on the strategy side of things for several of the teams, because we are code 60, because unfortunately the JMEC Engineering BMW is being slowly towed away by, I think it's a Nissan Navara pickup truck with orange flashing light on the roof, to be just for completeness. Stop laughing at me, Peter Snowden.
No, I'm laughing with you, not at you.
Yes, okay, well, that's good. I like that. Okay.
We've identified the race car, but the tow car is also quite important.
We did
the orange flashing light.
We did this.
The icing on the cake.
We did this
the light on the tow truck.
Mugello as well, where they have the deepest gravel traps, and they're everywhere. And we had a really tricky track condition there with being cold and wet. So the Manitou lifters were highly used there, so they got plenty of action there. As race leader Alexander Prince has made it into fueling, as has the three cars chasing him: Yuta Audi, TFT Mercedes, and Continental Racing Audi. So Alexander Prince had 28 laps on his tyres, so he's probably able to put new ones on because it's over 50 minutes, which it is. So this is, I would say, this has worked out fairly well for Hoffer Racing, Snowy.
Yeah, just finish your note on the 133 JMEC Engineering BMW. This was running second in class. It's on an outlap, it was, with Oliver Smith at the wheel, the young British driver in that car. And into turn 7, it stopped perfectly on the outside of turn 7, where there is a wide gravel trap going all the way up to turn 8 there. But right at the point where there's a little concrete causeway, which we saw the footage there, didn't we, of it being towed back. It's obviously brought a little bit of debris onto the tracks then, but it's not gone off, it's not spun, it's not rotated, it's not impacted anything. It just appears to have stopped on an outlap, which is a little bit concerning for us as to why that is. But that's a second place class in the TCE. Second place car in the TCE class. Great shame. That car's been doing so well, but it's had a few issues, yet still managed to be in second place. I'm hoping this isn't terminal for it.
They really need to keep chasing it, though. Unfortunately, now, though, they're 5 laps behind, having been over 20 laps ahead. They're now 5 laps behind the Asbest Racing Cupra.
So they've lost 25 laps,
effectively. Yeah, they've lost a lot of time, yeah. We're going to be back to green flag racing very soon, well under a minute until that list. Now, the Ajit Kumar Red Ant Porsche has been into fuel, has topped up, as has the Sir Grensport Porsche GT4. And often going again. E2P also in at fueling, as are Proton Huber also. So Hoffer Racing are the team of the moment right now, having a great event. And, well, the man of the moment, I would wager, is Alexander Prince, who's caught up with John Hindhaugh.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Man of the moment, team of the moment, Hoffer Racing. Alexander Prince, I just said, you came in the lead. Did you know? So did you know?
Nope. Not at all. I was just focusing on my lap times, keep it consistent. I was pushing behind the Ferrari, who was really fast, and then I just tried to hold it clean through the traffic. And it seems like that it worked out, so I'm really happy. I had so much fun, and I can't wait to be back in the car in the night, yeah.
That was an overtake for the lead. Top 3 cars at one stage just before that Code 60, all Pro-Am cars. You guys are doing a fabulous job. Not half distance yet, though, so we've got to be fairly cool about this.
Yeah, we know there's a long way to go, for sure. It's nice to be in this position in this point of the race, and even it is really nice to know that we are able to fight in the night from the balance-wise, from the car. The guys did such an amazing job with giving us this machine. It's just pure fun to ride this machine and to push also and try to give the pro drivers a hard time, yeah.
I'll ask you the same question I asked one of the other drivers further up the pit lane. So you were out there right in the hottest part of the day, and now you've been out there in full dark. Explain to our audience how that changes what you're feeling in the car and how you drive the car, and is there a difference between them?
Yeah, for sure, it is the vision. You really have to adjust in the first laps through the vision. You have to see where are your reference points on the track. You have to find them in the dark also. And then it's also that you have to really have a good eye to read the traffic. Because a lot of slow cars, even in the dark, maybe they struggle a bit more. And you have to be careful that you not just do a dive bomb and then you destroy the whole race. Yeah, it's just about find your own rhythm with the car, find where can I push, drive fast laps and not over push the tires. And then for sure, I was the first driver in the night now in the car. I have to see how is the balance of the car with the lower temperature, track temperature. So I have to give all this information to my engineer so that maybe he can adjust something for the next drivers. Yeah, I'm happy.
So do you adjust your information, maybe adjusts the starting tyre pressures, maybe adjusts where you have the brake balance or the ABS? Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
Yes, for sure. It is changing temperatures make a big difference to the tires. So we have to adjust the tire pressure, and then for sure in this point of race the brakes get used. So you have to adjust your braking balance, the ABS, the TC. Sometimes you switches in one lap, you changes in between the corners. So yeah, it is a lot of work, but I just love it to drive in the dark. dark in the night.
I can see it. Go and settle yourself down, finish your debrief. Thanks very much for talking to us. Even before he spoke to his engineers, Alexander Prince came and talked to us. Keep it going. Go well.
Thank you very much. Can I just give greetings out to my brother and parents in America? They're cheering the whole night.
Where are they in America? What part of America?
Virginia, in Richmond. Oh, right. So they all cheer for us till the beginning. Yeah, sorry that they can't be here, but thanks for cheering for me.
It's a family affair always. Hello to the Prince family in Virginia as well. We've seen Alexander do the job there, not just in that stint, but at the beginning of the race as well. So it's now over to Maximilian Partl to carry the grey and pink flag onwards. And at the moment, the lead is 18 seconds over the number 28 Mercedes for TFT Racing. It's Jordan Boisson who is driving that car. Vasily Vladikin is now aboard the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. So at the top three covered by 28 seconds. And then why don't you throw in the Yuta car as well of Zhang Yatzi? That's 36 seconds between the top four. We have got a motor race on our hands, Peter Snowden.
We most certainly have, and we're not even half distance. In fact, we're 2 hours off half distance, so it's, a lot can happen. I often use this metric, but a Grand Prix is by definition 200 miles or 2 hours long, whichever comes up first. So they're usually about an hour and a half as a rule. Don't quote me on that, but as a rule. So you've got a whole Grand Prix to go, which we sit captivated in watching, those of us that do, those that don't. Opinions are divided. We've got one of those to go yet before we even reach half distance of this race. Is it any wonder we say never give up, never say never, all those things? Exactly, just crack on.
Also, don't get ahead of yourself too. You know, if it's going well, that's often how.
And you mentioned earlier about the change at night and temperature and the tyres lasting longer and the psychology of it and all that side of stuff as well. But one of the dangers is also becoming complacent. You've got halfway. It feels okay. It's quiet. It's calm at night. There's an aura. We talked about it. Ben and I earlier. It made some revelation that I've decided as a driver. It's spiritual at night because it's moon and it's lunar affected, and tides and all that kind of stuff. Not quite sure how we got that forward, but there is certainly a calmness that descends with the lack of light. But it is also not to get complacent because you can just trip over something so easily. But as John just said quite rightly, the track doesn't change, the track doesn't move. It's in exactly the same place, it's just how well lit it is.
And the teams and drivers, they've had a lot of track time this week, so the muscle memory will be pretty good, you'd think. And of course, many of the teams have come here for several years. This is often our curtain, well, it is absolutely our curtain call for the end of the season in the Michelin 24-hour series in Europe, and it's a great way to finish it off. And many of the teams know the track inside and out, so that muscle memory will come back quicker, of course, as the testing begins. But yeah, that, I think when you really lean on it, that's in the dark. In terms of cars out there, what have we got? We've got 33 cars, so we've seen more cars, so the traffic could also be much more busy than it is also. And generally, the majority of the cars are GT3s, 992s, etc., which all have a fairly similar pace potential. So pace-wise, yeah, it's definitely the time to just get settled in and into a groove. One team that have been in the groove all season long is Venture Engineering, the British squad with their Mercedes, who came here to this championship for the very first time last year and won on debut. They lead at the moment in the GT4 category. They've dominated the year. They've won 3 out of the 4 races, and the only race they didn't win was Spa, when they had quite a big accident at Eau Rouge. But apart from that, they've had a perfect copybook throughout the season. So they're just wanting to close off the season with a good result and become GT4 champions in the Michelin 24-hour series at the moment. And that car is being driven by Matthew George for the number 421 squad. Their lead at the moment is 10 laps over the nearest competitor. But as we discussed earlier on, Snowy, in GT4, it can turn very, very quickly. NM Racing will certainly attest to that. They were leading the race, and then a strange gearbox problem, and it's right on the back foot again.
A set of problems, as you said, Peter. That was what was it, a 20-second lead to become a 5-second deficit now over probably 4 or 5 issues. So almost each one of those has cost them 5 seconds of time, if you like.
A lap, 5 laps.
A lap, exactly. 5 laps. My apologies. Yes. Yeah. Which is you don't want that accumulative effect. It's not ideal for your result. They were still running second, however, though.
So we've got 26 minutes till we get to the top of the racing hour. Great to see so many of you tuning in on Creventic Motorsports TV, and also if you're listening on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, a very good evening and warm welcome to you as well. Lots of chat going on about, of course, the achievement of Max Verstappen and Chris Lullum today on their first time in a Ferrari, in a first full race in NLS in a GT3 car, and they came away with the victory. Quite a remarkable thing. So a lot of people are talking about that, and unsurprisingly, one thing I would like to add is, of course, don't forget the number 81 Ferrari of Era Motorsport, which are just creeping back up the order again. They're at the moment sitting on the fringes of the top 10. They're 4th in the Pro-Am category, but they are raising money for a very, very important charity, New Life Special Babies, which raise money for newborn babies who need special medical care, and they raise for money basically to help fund treatment units for those babies. If you go onto the Era Motorsport social media page, you'll get the link there where you can donate to that charity, New Life Special Babies. Go on to there and give them a couple of pounds. They're trying to raise £5,000 over the course of the race. Let's get the community together. There's a great community chatting away on Creventic Motorsports TV. If you can get on there, if you've got a couple of euros to spare, just add them on. But they'd be very, very grateful, and it would go to a great cause. So let's get down to the pits, because, well, we've got action, unfortunately, down at JMEC, and not the type of action we want to see. John?
Well, it's bad news, good news, isn't it, P-Mac? Because bad news was the car stopped. Good news is that it's back. Ollie Smith is staying in the car with that distinctive red and white helmet. Does rather look like a midweek motorsport helmet, tribute helmet in there, when you get to see it with the 2 broad white stripes across the red. It's a reverse, it's the away colours, if you will. The Ajib decal on the side as well, very retro. But remember, this is the car that they did an engine mount on this car, brought it in. They had 16 laps lead at the time, brought it in under code 60, replaced the engine mount, and it hasn't helped with the starting and stopping. The car kept cutting out and they couldn't get full power. Now he's got to, right, we've got to just take the strop off the back and then let the car roll. We're going to just push it into the garage. You're not allowed to fire the car up as well. There we go. Nicely done. Now, obviously, it's facing the wrong direction at the moment, and they do share a garage with the Continental Racing Simpson Motorsport R8, but they're going to work with it. Now, I do not think, I'm going to stick my neck out here, and I'm going to say, I don't think this is a recurrence of the engine mount problem. I think this is a recurrence of the electrical problem. Yeah, it's not starting. It is not starting. Now, this might be an old car, but the interior has all been updated with a digital dash and a reversing camera, or a rearward looking camera. That's not even trying to start, guys. So if it's got fuel, it's not getting a spark, because that isn't even trying to turn over. So that's yeah, it's a good. That's a Snowy. I don't know if that was going to air, Snowy. I know you're just in my ear, but Peter Snowden's just said when things start moving around in the engine bay and can cut through wiring looms. The only thing I would say about that, and I hope it isn't the case, is they had that cutting out problem beforehand. Ollie, what happened is that the car cutting out again?
There's a problem with the potentiometer in the throttle. So you go, if you ask for full throttle, it just cuts out. So then you have to recycle everything. And earlier it was okay, but now it just won't go.
Right.
So
this is not the problem that we had earlier with the engine mount. That's sorted. That felt all right for you. But it's just you're not. It's what we're talking about here. Effectively, you would hear people say that it was fly or drive-by wire.
Yeah, it's a different problem.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry, mate, about that. Great helmet, by the way. Love that helmet design. Really good. So there you go, guys. Confirmed from the driver that is a potentiometer on the throttle. Right, action back on the track, PMAC, as we're coming into the last 20 minutes of our full coverage, but of course onboard coverage all the way through the night.
The battle is, thanks John, the battle is raging on between TFT Racing and Continental Racing Audi. Just as they go over the timing beam, Continental Racing Audi move up into second position in the number 69 car, but right in behind them, TFT, it's at the moment it's Jordan Boisson driving. Funny enough, right in the mix of them is actually the delayed E2P Racing Aston Martin, which has actually just delayed the TFT car slightly. It's Oliver Campos driving the E2P car just now. So that is actually going to give the Continental Audi of Vasily Vladikin just a bit of an opportunity to try and put a distance between himself and the chasing TFT car, which has been a front runner all the way through the day, particularly in the hands of Maro Engel. But Vasily Vladikin looking up for it right now. Last lap by 1:46.1. He was 1.6 seconds quicker than Jordan Boisson, and driver with a bit of experience in the Middle East, actually. Multiple race winner in Clio Cup Middle East. So, as is, of course, our colleague, our Middle East correspondent, Phil Anson. He's a Clio Cup Middle East driver, isn't he?
He is. He's driven all sorts of things, Phil, actually.
Fast Phil.
Yeah, indeed. And good to see another name up on the screen that I haven't seen all race so far. And we have talked about a few of these drivers that didn't necessarily take part in qualifying, as in you have 3 drivers of qualifying, you may have 5 drivers in the car. And also when you use your driver. See Ollie Bryant in the ERA Motorsport Ferrari 296. This is number 81 entry, currently running in 9th. Ollie, famous, of course, for racing all sorts of historic cars, Lotuses, AC Cobras, you name it. Very successfully. Yeah, but that's a modern car, though. Oh, sorry, did you say Porsche?
2-litre Cup.
My apologies. I was thinking Porsche 997 she rated as well. My apologies. I missed.
997 would be historic as well.
You wouldn't imagine. Very good point. It is now. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, because I raced one of those as well.
I was going to say ex-Peter Snow.
At the same time as Ollie Bryant in the same team, Tech 9 Motorsport. In fact, he raced the same car in British GT. We raced it in FI GT3 European, and we quite literally, or the team quite literally, used the same cars, and the calendar didn't clash, would you believe? So the same cars were doing both series, and they just changed the decals and the tyres from Avon tyres in the British G to Michelin's in the FIA each weekend, and the setup.
Who was quicker?
The French tyres were a lot quicker.
I'm getting it. Well, I didn't ask which tyres were quicker. I asked who was quicker.
We went to the same championship.
I'm just getting a blank. I'm getting a blank look from.
Well, it's academic because it's a different set.
Yeah, of course. I know. I'm being silly. But yeah, Ollie Bryant is a very good driver.
Yeah,
champion in the Porsche 2-litre Cup Championship, which uses Porsche 911s from 1965 to 66. I think it's around that. It's a very specific era of 2-litre car, and they have a really unique noise because they've got. You can use different exhausts on them, but the way that the exhaust works, it makes a very different noise actually than what you would expect a Porsche of that sort of generation. Now, this is a message that you don't like to see flash up on the screen. Car 901 team manager, that's the Red Ant Ajit Kumar car, to report to race control. So something is afoot there. I remember when we went to Estoril a couple of years ago, 2023 it was, and our commentary box was right beside the entrance to race control, so we could see every team manager in and out of the headmaster's office. So the 901 car has got two things hanging over it. It's got a warning for not respecting instructions from race direction and a track limit infringement, third offence. Now, right now, who's driving that car, the number 901 right now? It is Gregory Survey. Interesting. Although it's only got 8 laps on the tyres, so may well have been the previous driver that that they're looking to discuss. Interestingly, the fuel light has come on in our global broadcast centre, getting pictures of Mercedes. Now this is interesting. Max Bartel, car number 11, race leader, has not long been in the pits, but the red warning light, Snowy, is fuel is something level low.
We've got an onboard inside the car, and it's just saying yes, fuel low.
That's not good.
Fuel level low on the top of the dash. So I'm guessing that may not have reset. But you say that car has just been into the pits, but that is slightly alarming as a driver. This is where, as we've heard from a few of the drivers talking.
Fuel level low.
Fuel level low,
yeah.
you said. But this is what, remaining calm. What you'll need to do now is just the car will have pit-to-car radio in these. Are we allowed? Yes, we are. We are allowed it.
Close the programme. You just want to leave it up to the
thing is, as well as noise, that last time did they pit under code 60?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Peter, if we're. Are we allowed pit-to-car radio in this?
Yes.
We are. Okay, fine. So in which case you will be the driver will just talk to the pit very calmly and just say, I've got the following message. You will literally pass the message on from, this is what I'm seeing in the car. Doesn't matter what your data says or what your laptop says, but you're going to be safe and secure knowing you have just fueled the car. Unless it's all poured out underneath into the pit lane, which you would have been aware of to some extent, you know the fuel's in the car. The only thing is, if it's not picking it up properly,
that's a different
in the
problem.
tank, but is it getting to the engine?
That's a much bigger problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
yeah.
why you need to alert the team and just say, I am receiving the following. It's like an airline pilot. You go through a procedure like a surgeon. It's a procedure. There's no passion. There's no emotion involved. It's just, I'm seeing this. What's happening?
Oh dear, coming into pit. So I think it's more likely because we pitted under code 60, where you can only take 25% of your fuel capacity. So it could just be that.
It could be absolutely accurate.
So which
fuel
would
level's
be
low.
Yeah. 25% is much. Yeah. Done at the moment 11 laps on the tyres, but that would mean then could just fill up with fuel and just drive through. Don't have to come in for tyres.
So on, and away you go.
Not too bad. And being an AM class car as well, it can fill up all the way. It's got the really big fuel allowance there, so they can get this top right up. So Maximilian Partel can sort of crack the knuckles a bit here as the fuel's going in, going, right, we're going to get properly settled into a night shift here. And that's exactly what they've got to do. That Mercedes-AMG GT3 has been running like clockwork all the way through. The drivers have not made any mistakes, and they're going very, very strongly at the moment. So, 13 minutes until the top of the racing hour. Our voices will be fading into the night at that point, but the action will not. So if you want to follow the race all the way through, two things you can do. Stay tuned exactly where you are if you're on Creventic Motorsport TV, because you can follow pictures. If you're listening on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we'll be back at, help me here, Snowy, 7 o'clock local time tomorrow? No, 7:30 local 7:30 local time tomorrow. But on Creventic Motorsport TV, we'll have a succession of onboards all the way through. Also, there's a good time to have a timing screen up as well. So you can go into livetiming.getraceresults.com/24H series, and that means you can have pictures and follow what's going on with penalties, times, etc. So you needn't worry about the action. Meanwhile, the Dragon Run into Africa Ferrari is back going again, and John Hindhaugh is down there with eyes on.
And I just got absolutely peppered with detritus from the Michelin tyres as that pulled out. That is a heck of a job by the Dragon crew, and there rightly were a few slap palms and high fives going on there. That's been a long old job with that car. Remember, that had the issue with the left rear half shaft, the left rear drive shaft, but the car is back in the race. There's another one. Hashtag this is endurance.
So that is very impressive to get that car back out and going. They've lost a lot of laps. 22 laps from the overall lead. So keep on trucking. Keep on trucking. It's Max Bartel now cracking on. Looks like he has not taken, well, he couldn't have taken tyres by the rules, so all in order there. And showing just how competitive this 24 Hours of Barcelona has been so far here in 2025. They were in the race lead when they came into the pitch to fuel up. They've dropped all the way down to 7th place. Now, normally at this time of the race, you would expect it to be a little bit more spread out than that. I mean, we've seen 12-hour races where it would be more spread out than that at the intervention break, whereas here it's just been it's super competitive. So many teams that have had an ideal run. You think the race leader right now, Continental Racing by Simpson, they have had no mistakes. TFT Racing in second, likewise. Juta Racing in third, same. Haas RT, very few. Now, our yellow flag is being
98,
shown.
98. The car stopped straight away at turn 8.
Oh no, that's the Ferrari that's just gone out. Oh, and the Ajit Kumar car around as well.
901 as well, which is where that's
turn 3.
Turn 3 unrelated then, so that's there. So the 98 Dragon Ferrari that's just gone out of the pits has stopped already on that lap at turn 8, and that is that might well be a code 60 in a minute. It's a car stationed at the side of the track.
Two separate incidents of the Gregory Servet just losing it on his own, the rear of that Porsche 911 just coming around as he comes out of turn 2. Very well avoided by the E2P Aston Martin. However, though, the Inter Africa Ferrari has ground to a halt on the exit of turn 8. It is dead stick, and we're very likely to go to code 60. While that's going on, let's go down to John Hindhaugh in the pits.
This might be exactly what Huffer Racing are waiting for. Right in front of me, 2 sets of brand new discs and pads just being pulled out onto the apron now. Now, these discs have been bedded, or the pads rather have been bedded onto the discs. They've got it written on the back that it's set to, so they're waiting for an opportunity to do this. They know they're going to have to do it at some point in the race. So look at the discs very carefully. They are new, but they are not brand new. There's just the coating taken off the top with the set of pads that are about to go in them. So this is effectively matching the pads to those 2 brand new discs. The serrated bits in the middle, that is to facilitate them going onto the hub, and also there's an ABS sensor that uses parts of that as well. The big pliers, the big long handle pliers, not the little red ones, the big ones with the flat ends, that's a spreader, and that pulls open the brake pads. So the brake pads are getting worn and worn and worn, so they're getting closer and closer and closer to the discs. When you want to change them, you've got to put in a new pad that's twice as wide as the ones you're taking out. So you've got to spread them together in synchronicity on either side of the car. So you'll see the 2 mechanics either side of the car, they'll signal each other, and then they'll pull them apart, making sure they don't get any air in the system. The perfect time to do this is when you're losing less time, because it's a code 60. They've been sitting there for at least an hour, because I noticed them when Seb first came back, and so this is the first opportunity they've had to do this as we're heading towards not fully halfway, but at least a point in the race where they think this set of discs will go the rest of the way. That's planning, but that's what happens when you're at the sharp end of the field. Does the planning get you to the sharp end of the field, or do you plan because you're at the sharp end of the field? No. The planning and the organisation is what gets you to be at the sharp end of the whole field, not just their class. Hofer Racing, thinking it out.
Well, the car at the moment is just going into the stadium section at turn 12, so it shouldn't be long before it arrives, and that's really clever thinking. The car is absolutely brimmed with fuel, having just come through at the moment. I mean, in the stint length last time, yeah, it's, I mean, just a handful of laps, if that, that they've had on the tank of fuel. Last time they pitted was under green, so the tank will be full. There is space if they want to just take the tiniest little splash and go, but I think more maybe what they're going to be thinking about is getting that brake change done quickly, efficiently, and to be able to do it under code 60 will be perfect. Now, the number 98 into Africa Ferrari car, though, it is still showing at turn 8. The track, it is just starting to move ever so slightly, so perhaps that car is already being pulled away on a tow rope, or maybe already being put onto a flatbed. We'll find out.
I was thinking, yeah, maybe it's on a flatbed already. That's not moving itself yet, but there's a yellow there. Obviously, it's a code 60 all the way around, but there's a yellow bit there for track marshals working. I'm quite surprised at the number of cars that have stayed out in this, Peter, rather than just everybody diving in for a code 60. Hofer Racing car entry is into the pit lane.
So straight, yeah, no stopping for fuel, straight in to get that brake change done for Hofer Racing. Really experienced crew, of course, have won this race in the past. They won it all the way back in 2013. Can they get that first victory here overall in 12 years? What a story that could be, but they've got a lot of rivals to get through as that change goes on. We're about 5 minutes away from heading into our nighttime coverage, where we'll have a comprehensive range of onboard cameras, and also you can follow along on the live timing as well. livetiming.getraceresults.com/24H series. So if you're watching on Creventic Motorsport TV, you stay with us. The pictures will continue. If you're listening on the Big Show network of channels, you will see you at 7:30 in the morning. It's been quite a day so far here at the Circuit of Barcelona. Let's recap what we've seen so far today. Always a great atmosphere on the grid here for the 24 Hours of Barcelona. Great attendance from the locals, and it was Maro Engel who led away at the front of the field with the Proton Huber competition. Porsche giving chase early on, and in the high temperatures it was already fraught with the Asbest Porsche taking a trip into the gravel, but they certainly weren't alone. Good pit work, good consistency has been the order of the day. So many cars in the fight for the front. Several teams having to really put their repair skills to the test as well. Viper Niza and the THRW Honda team having to do extensive repairs, even for some of our front runners having to take a little bit of evasive action at points. And who has got the edge on pace? Well, after this amount of time of the race, after nearly 10 hours of racing, you'd expect to give a fairly strong opinion on that. But honestly, the Audis are in there, the Mercedes are in there, there's Ferrari still in with a chance as well, and Porsche too. This is one of the most open 24 Hours of Barcelona we've seen in many, many years. But as night has fallen, so have a few of the cars. Be sure to join us tomorrow. We'll be back at 7:30 a.m. So a quick run through the order as things stand. A little bit jumbled at the moment after that last code 60, with Jutta Racing Audi leading the way from the Audi of Continental Racing by Simpson. That's car number 69. Not much between them at the moment. Jordan Boisson for the number 28 TFT Mercedes sits in third. In fourth, fourth, it's the Haas RT Audi number 21. That car is piloted by Ramez Azam at this time. And then rounding out the top 5 in the Pro-Am class, championship contenders, Scuderia Praha number 56. They are in 5th, and they've got their hot shoe aboard in Joseph Kral. In 6th, it's the number 73 Proton Huber competition machine, and likewise they have just fitted their hot shoe with Klaus Bachler climbing aboard. In 7th, it's the Hofer Racing Mercedes, but they are ahead of the game. They've got a big tank of fuel on board. They've just done a rear brake change, strangely, not a front brake change, a rear brake change. So then we may well see them change the fronts later on in the race. Aero Motorsport are slowly getting themselves back into the sharp end of the race. They're in 8th. And then in 9th, it's the Get Speed Mercedes number 286. Rounding out the top 10, Santalock Junior Team, former champions in the Pro-Am category. In 992, always competitive right now, it's Milner Motorsport, but it's been going back and forth between them and Red Camel Jordans all the way through. Do not write off HRT Performance. They were on pole, of course, out of all of the they were up in their class. They were in pole as well. The Triple H Seb Lejeune Racing, they've had a couple of little issues, but still the 4th place 992 car. Holmgard Motorsport are 15th overall, 5th in their category. RPM Racing, we haven't seen them show the pace and the performance we're so used to them having. But they are still going around. They haven't had any mistakes or anything like that yet, so they will just keep on going as the night wears on. And Ajit Kumar Racing, they sit 17th overall at the moment. E2P Racing, unfortunately, a rear right wheel issue has cost them time. They were only 5 laps off the lead. They're now a little bit more than that. They're in 18th overall. Your leader in GT4, last year's winners, and your champions-elect in GT4, Venture Engineering, they sit 19th in the lead of their category. It's good if Ria Farron, they round out the top 20 overall in their Porsche Cup machine. In GTX, it's a battle of the 2 Vortexes, and now it's number 701 that leads ahead of number 974. It has really been in the early part of the race, the 974, that's done the business. It was the car that set the class pole, but now it's the regular season car, the 701, that's ahead. Into Africa Racing, they have just triggered this last code 60 and are being recovered back to the pit lane as we speak. They're in 23rd. Second in GT4 is the Sorg Rennsport, number 427. Then it's NM Racing, the local Spanish team. Leader in TCE is Asbest Racing, who are continuing to build their lead as the JMEC Engineering car, unfortunately, still in the pits as we stand. THRW round out the podium in that class. Viperniza Racing are 29th, and Asbest Porsche round out the top 30. Just the last couple of cars then. Here it is in 31st. It's THRW Honda. It's 32nd, Red Ant Racing. They are retired for the day. And likewise, GP Racing Team number 938.
Commentary booth high above the grandstand on the start-finish line as we round up our live coverage with commentary here from the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. With a reminder, the onboards will stay on the air, and tomorrow just afternoon we will be crowning some champions right here on this podium. My thanks also, of course, goes to Ben Constanduris and Carla Velti, who have also been part of our team, and particularly to the man that we affectionately call Das Pit Machine, the man behind that camera at the moment. That's Big Seb, and all of our production crew, camera operators both here and at 0221 headquarters in Köln in Germany. For the moment, I'm John Hindhaugh bidding you farewell. If you want some more live action, don't forget the FIA WEC on RS1 overnight as well by RadioLeMans.com. Live pictures here, plus timing. I'll be back in the morning, 7:30 Central European Summer Time. From now, from the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona, it's a very good night.